The boar came out of the trees like a boulder loosed from a mountain, a low thunder of hooves and snorting breath, wet tusks glistening red with the blood of some lesser beast. Robert Baratheon laughed as it charged. The sound rolled through the clearing, great and booming, scattering birds from the branches. "Come on then, you bastard," he roared, planting his boots in the churned earth. His great spear dipped for a heartbeat as he swayed, the strong wine heavy in his blood, then steadied again with a grunt. Robert Baratheon's waiting. Lancel Lannister's fingers clenched white around the wineskin. He stood just behind the king, panic clawing up his throat. "Your Grace," he tried, voice cracking. "Perhaps." "Shut your mouth, boy," Robert snarled without turning. "I fought boar before you were whelped." The boar hit the edge of the clearing at a dead run, flanks heaving, small black eyes fixed on the man before it. Leaves and clods of earth exploded under its hooves. Its breath came harsh and high, almost a scream, as it lowered its head to drive its tusks home. Ser Barristan Selmy saw then, with the clarity that comes only at the edge of disaster, that Robert's stance was wrong. The spearhead angled a little too low, the king's right boot sunk too deep in the mud. The strong wine had loosened the man's reflexes, dulled the sharpness that had once felled Rhaegar Targaryen on the trident. "Your Grace," Barristan shouted, already moving, sword half-drawn. Robert thrust as the beast came in. The steel point struck home just as the boar twisted, sliding along thick hide, splitting skin but not sinking deep enough. The impact wrenched the spear sideways, tearing it from Robert's hands. The king staggered. The boar's shoulder slammed into him like a hammer. Robert's breath burst from his lungs in a hoarse grunt, the world flashing white with pain. For a heartbeat he saw only the curve of tusks. The mad, rolling eye smelled the rank heat of the animal's breath. Then fire seared through his side as a tusk ripped across him, punching through leather, mail, flesh. He hit the ground hard. Mud and blood splashed his face, cold and hot at once. His vision swam. Barristan was there in the next instant. The Lord Commander's sword flashed, bright and merciless. He stepped into the boar's turn, steel biting into thick neck. The beast shrieked, a hideous, gurgling sound, thrashing, front hoofs tearing pits into the earth. It wheeled, trying to reach the man with the sword, tusks slashing wildly. Barristan did not back away. He drove in again, weight behind the blow. The blade cut through gristle and bone. Hot blood fountained, spraying Barristan's face, spattering Lancel's fine green cloak. The boar collapsed in the dirt, limbs convulsing, breath rattling out in a broken wheeze. "Your Grace," Barristan turned at once, his sword already forgotten, flung behind him to kneel at Robert's side. Robert lay on his back, staring up at the canopy of dark branches overhead. The world tilted, swinging slowly around him. He could feel the wetness spreading across his side, warmth leaking out into the cold evening air. Every breath was a knife. "Ha!" he managed, a raw, breathless sound that wanted to be a laugh. "Got the bastard." "My lord, you must not move," Barristan said. His voice was calm, but his hands were not. They pressed down on Robert's side and came away slick and red. Robert's head lolled toward him. "Selmy," he rasped. Did I take him?" Barristan glanced at the carcass, the broken spear still jutting from its shoulder. "Aye, your grace," he said softly. "You took him." Lancel had gone pale as milk. He stumbled forward, dropping to his knees, the wineskin tumbling from his hand into the mud. Strong wine bled out into the earth. "Uncle, your grace." He reached for Robert's arm with shaking fingers. It was just a bit more wine, I did not." Robert seized him by the front of his doublet with a sudden, surprising strength. "Listen, boy," he growled, spittle flecking his beard. "You do as a king tells you. Remember that." His grip loosened. The effort cost him. "7 hells, I'm cold." "Call the others," Barristan said sharply. "Now." He tore strips from his own cloak to bind the wound, hands steady by force of long habit. "We must get him back to the camp, and send riders for a maester. Fast ones." Lancel lurched to his feet and ran, his boots slipping in mud, heart pounding in his ears. Behind him, the king's breathing came harsh and ragged, each exhale a groan swallowed between clenched teeth. Robert stared up at the sky, where the last light of day seeped away between the branches. Lyanna's face swam before him unbidden, dark hair spread across a pillow of blood. "Promise me, Ned," she whispered, distant as a dream. "Not yet," Robert muttered to the empty sky, to the dead girl or to the gods, he did not know. "You don't take me yet." Eddard Stark stood upon the balcony outside his solar and watched the city wake. King's Landing rose out of the mist in layers of crooked stone, red roofs and slanting alleys, chimneys already sending up thin threads of smoke. The air was thick with the smell of ash and salt and the tannery stench that never quite left the lower city. Vendors' cries drifted faintly up from the streets as shutters banged open. Somewhere a dog barked, the raven on his wrist shifted, claws pricking his glove. Its dark eyes gleamed, watchful and impatient. The thin strip of crimson silk tied to its leg fluttered in the breeze. A royal ribbon. He had known the message would not be good when the bird came beating at his window in the gray of dawn. Ravens seldom carried glad tidings. Still, his heart had clenched as he broke the wax and saw the cramped, hurried hand. The words swam again before his inner eye. "Boar, injured, strong wine, come at once, Robert." Ned closed his eyes for a moment, forcing down the tide of old memories that name dredged up when set beside the word Boar. A different forest, a dead girl, blood on the snow instead of mud. He heard her again, as he always did when fear crept in at the edges. "Promise me, if the gods mean to mock me," he thought bitterly, "they have a cruel wit." Behind him, boot steps scuffed on the stone floor. "My lord Hand," said a soft voice, smooth as oiled silk. Ned did not need to turn to know Varys had entered. The master of whispers moved like a shadow dressed in powder and silk, his scent of lavender and strange perfumes always preceding him. "My lord," Varys said again, gliding closer. "A raven from the king's hunting party, I hear. Will his grace be returning to us soon?" Ned opened his eyes and lowered his arm. The raven hopped to the parapet, cocked its head, and let out a harsh croak. "He lives," Ned said. Saying it aloud eased something tight in his chest. "The message says his wound is grievous, but not yet mortal." "Ah!" Varys folded his hands into his voluminous sleeves. His round face arranged itself into a look of pious concern. "The gods are merciful, are they?" Ned asked more sharply than he intended. He looked down at the city again, at its teeming streets and crooked ways. "Sometimes I wonder." There was a soft rustle as Varys shifted his weight. "A hunting accident, they say?" Ned turned then. "The raven spoke only of a boar and strong wine," he said. "Too much of the latter, not enough of the former." His gaze narrowed. "You have heard something else." Varys lowered his eyes modestly. "Little birds whisper, my lord. They chirp of such small things as skins of wine and who pours them, and which queen grows impatient for her husband's death." The words hung between them like frost. Ned felt the chill of them run along his spine. "Say what you mean," he said. Varys sighed. "It is said, my lord, that his grace's cup was encouraged, that one of the king's squires, a young Lannister, was urged by certain fair hands to keep the wine flowing and the king's wits dimmed. If one wished a boar to find its mark, dulling the warrior's reflexes would be a most economical spear." Ned's jaw clenched. Lancel Lannister. He saw the boy's pale, eager face in his mind's eye, always hovering near Robert with a cup, ever ready to laugh at his jests. A boy in thrall to his queenly cousin, dazzled by her beauty. "You are saying the queen tried to kill the king," Ned said flatly. "I am saying," Varys replied, "that some in this city might find themselves better served by a widowed queen and a boy king than by a living Robert Baratheon. Young Joffrey is a malleable clay. his eyes lifted, dark and unreadable. And his mother a potter with a sure hand. Ned gripped the parapet until his fingers ached. Below, the city churned and muttered on, ignorant of the swords poised above it. If Robert dies, he said quietly, the realm falls into the queen's hands, and her father's. And if Robert lives? Varys asked. Ned thought of the letter, of the ink-blotted words that spoke of a wound in the king's side that bled and bled. Then the wolves and lions will circle him in his bed, he said. Either way, the realm teeters on a blade. You are the hand of the king, Varys murmured. It falls to you to make certain the blade does not slip. Ned turned back to the city. I will go to him, he said, before any others. He will hear the truth from me. Of course, Varys said. I have already taken the liberty of ordering a litter prepared. The King's Road is not forgiving to men who ride hard on an empty stomach. His smile was thin. And there are other riders abroad. Not all of them wear the king's colors. Ned glanced at him. You think the queen will move against him again? I think, Varys replied, that when a woman has put her hand to murder once, it grows easier to reach for the knife a second time. The camp stank of smoke and horse and blood. Men fell back as the litter passed, drawing aside with murmured prayers and uneasy glances. Torches guttered in the evening breeze, sending coils of greasy smoke up into the darkening sky. Somewhere a hound howled. Robert felt the motion of the litter as a distant, jarring thing, as though his body were something he had put down and forgotten. Every jolt sent a dull throb through his side, pulsing in time with his heart. Heat burned along the wound, a fierce, hungry glow. Sweat trickled from his brow into his beard, cold against fevered skin. Faster, he tried to say, but it came out as a rasp. We go as quick as we may, your grace, Barristan replied, looming above him, his lined face drawn and grave in the torchlight. The men must keep their footing. Robert turned his head, seeking the shape that had become so familiar these last weeks. A boy with lion's hair and a wineskin. Lancel hovered a few paces behind the litter, hands empty now, eyes fixed on the ground. His fine green cloak was stained with mud and blood. You? Robert croaked, the word tearing at his throat. Where's my bloody wine now, eh? Lancel flinched as if struck. I thought, your grace, that perhaps the maester... Maester, Robert spat weakly. Piss on his leeches. Bring me wine. Barristan's hand settled gently on the king's shoulder. No more for tonight, your grace, the maester said. Maester said, Robert mocked, but there was no strength in it. His head sank back against the rough canvas. They all say, they said Rhaegar was a great warrior, too. His lips twisted. I put a hammer through his damned chest. What do they say of him now? His vision blurred. For a heartbeat, the torches became soldiers' banners, snapping in a river wind. He smelled not the tang of boar's blood and leaf mold, but the stink of the trident, copper and mud and rain. Rhaegar's rubies flew through the air, flashing red as droplets of heart's blood. Robert's hand twitched, grasping for a weapon that was not there. Where's my hammer? He muttered. I should have brought it. Rest, your grace, Barristan said softly. Rest, Robert echoed. I rested. His eyes fluttered open, fixing on the old knight's face. I've done naught but rest since the trident, haven't I, Selmy? Drinking and feasting and fucking and hunting, letting other men rule in my name. Letting lions creep into my bed, into my counsel, into my. The words tangled. His tongue felt thick. The world dimmed at the edges, as if the night were closing in around him. He became distantly aware of voices, low and urgent. Hands moved at his side, pressing, binding. The pain flared, a sudden spear of white-hot fire that ripped a hoarse cry from his throat. For a moment he was fully awake, gasping, every nerve screaming. Hold him, said a voice he did not know. Strong hands gripped his shoulders and legs. Something bitter and vile was forced between his teeth. He coughed, choked, spat, and the taste of it burned his tongue. "The wound is deep," the unfamiliar voice said, "but the tusk did not pierce lung or gut. If the bleeding is stanched and fever does not take him, he may yet live." "May," Barristan said, his voice like stone. "You will see that he does." "I am no god, sire," the voice answered. Robert blinked up at a stranger's face. A thin man with a balding pate and a pinched mouth, cloaked in the gray of the citadel. "Who are you?" Robert demanded thickly. "I am Maester Cailin, your grace," the man said. "Of Derry. The lord there lent me to your party." "Derry." Robert let the word roll around his mouth. "Used to be a Targaryen lickspittle, that one. Is he still?" The maester hesitated. "House Derry remains loyal to the crown, your grace." Robert barked something that might have been a laugh. "To the crown," he echoed. "And which damned head wears it now?" His eyes slid closed, too heavy to hold open. "Get me back to King's Landing," he muttered. I'll show them how a Baratheon dies. Or lives, whichever pisses them off more." The litter moved on. Lancel walked beside it, hands clenched tightly at his sides, nails biting into his palms. Each of the king's words seemed to echo in his skull, louder than the tramp of boots or the creak of leather. His stomach churned. It is said the king's cup was encouraged. Cersei's voice whispered in his memory, low and silken. He saw again the way her fingers had brushed his as she pressed the wineskin into his hands that morning. Her smile as bright and cold as a polished blade. "He is a big man," she had said. "Takes a great deal of wine to slow him. See that his cup is never empty, Lancel. You would not fail your queen, would you?" Lancel squeezed his eyes shut for a moment as he walked, fighting the sting of tears. "I only did as she asked, as she commanded. I am nothing. A squire, a boy, a head." Robert groaned, a sound thick with pain. Lancel looked up at the king's broad, sweat-slick face. The tangled black beard shot through with gray. This was the man he had grown up hearing about at Casterly Rock. The demon of the trident, the storm that broke the dragon prince. Larger than life, they all said. Too loud, too fierce, too hungry for the world. Now he lay on a litter like any other wounded man, blood soaking his side, breath rattling in his chest. Lancel swallowed hard, while burning his throat. "Gods, what have I done?" By the time the royal party reached King's Landing, the sun had long since slipped below the horizon. The city loomed ahead as a jagged mass of shadow against the star-pricked sky, the walls a dark line broken by the glow of torches at the gates. The air was thicker here, heavy with the odors of too many people pressed too close together. As they passed beneath the gateway, the sounds of the city washed over them in waves. Distant laughter, the clatter of hooves on cobbles, the cry of a babe, the hoarse shouts of men at the docks. "Make way for the king!" a voice bellowed. The litter jolted as the bearers shifted their grip. Robert clenched his teeth to keep from groaning aloud. His side burned, his head throbbed, and his throat was raw with thirst. The strong wine he had begged for on the road had soured in his belly, leaving his mouth foul and dry. Light flared suddenly, bright and blinding. They were in the outer yard now, torches set high along the walls, their flames whipping in the breeze. Figures moved against the brightness. Guards in Lannister crimson and gold, servants running to and fro, a knot of courtiers gathering like crows scenting a corpse. At the top of the steps stood Cersei Lannister. She had dressed for a different sort of return, Robert thought sourly as his vision steadied. Her gown was a cascade of green velvet and gold brocade that caught the torchlight, her hair a river of spun gold falling over her shoulders. She looked every inch the queen of a realm at peace, come to greet her victorious husband. For half a heartbeat, a flicker of something like alarm crossed her face when she saw the blood-soaked bandages, the paleness of his skin. It was gone as quickly as it came, smoothed away into an expression of poised concern. "Robert," she cried, descending the steps with a flutter of skirts. "They said you were injured, but I did not." Her hands reached for him, hovering above his chest, careful not to touch the bandages. "My love, what have you done to yourself?" "Boar," he grunted. "Big brute. Not half so stubborn as your fool of a father, but ugly as any Lannister, I'll grant it that." There was a ripple of uneasy laughter from the onlookers. Cersei's smile tightened. "Bring him to his rooms," came another voice, sharp with command. Eddard Stark was already halfway down the steps, his long strides eating the distance. His gray eyes took in the litter, the wound, the maester hovering nearby. He looked older than Robert remembered from the days on the Trident. More lines at the corners of his eyes, more weight in his gaze. "Robert," he said, coming to the litter's side. "You damned fool." "Good to see you too, Ned," Robert wheezed, managing a crooked grin. "Hardly had a chance to empty the brothels before some pig tried to gut me. You bring me any decent whores in my absence." "If you can jest, you can live," Ned said. His mouth twitched despite himself. "We'll get you inside. Maester Pycelle is ready." "Pycelle?" Robert snorted weakly. "Old fraud will bleed me till I'm dry and call it healing." "Send Pycelle to me at once," Cersei said over his head, "and have the children wake. They must see their father and know he lives." "Joffrey is already here, your grace," said a guard at her shoulder. Robert turned his head. The boy stood a few paces back, flanked by Sandor Clegane and 2 Lannister guards, tall for his age with the long-legged awkwardness of adolescence. He held himself stiffly, jaw clenched, eyes fixed on his father's bandages. "Come closer, boy," Robert rasped. "What, are you afraid of a little blood?" Joffrey stepped forward, every movement controlled. "I am glad you are not dead, father," he said. His voice did not tremble. That, at least, was something of his in the lad, Robert thought, some steel under the silk. "Ha!" Robert coughed, a flare of pain breaking the sound. "So am I mean to beat some sense into you yet. Can't do that from a grave, can I?" There was another murmur of uneasy laughter, quickly stifled. "Enough," Ned said. "The king needs rest, not more jesting." He nodded to the litter bearers, to his chambers. As they moved off, Robert caught a last glimpse of Cersei's face. Her green eyes were fixed on Ned, cold and sharp. Behind the mask of wifely concern, he saw fury, calculation. He could almost hear her thoughts. "The boar missed. The gods failed me. Now what?" Ned walked beside the litter as they climbed the steps, his presence a solid weight at Robert's side. The torches along the corridor cast long shadows on the stone, making of the red keep a place of flickering light and darkness. "How bad?" Ned asked quietly, keeping his voice low enough that Cersei and the courtiers trailing behind could not hear. "Bad enough," Robert said. "Boar's tusk opened me up like a pig on the spit. Maester on the road says it missed the lung. Says I might live if I stopped drinking and whoring long enough to heal." He grimaced. "Might as well ask a fish to stop swimming." "You will stop because I tell you to," Ned replied. "Because the realm cannot afford a dead king. Not now." Robert closed his eyes for a moment, letting the motion of the litter rock him. "Varys sent word," Ned said after a beat. "He says the boy who poured your wine was urged to keep your cup full. By your queen." Robert's eyes snapped open. For a heartbeat, the pain in his side vanished beneath a surge of hot anger. "Lancel?" he demanded. "The little shit?" "He is here," Ned said. "In the yard." He looked like he had seen his own death. "Bring him to me," Robert hissed. "Now. And tell Pycelle to bring something stronger than milk of the poppy. I'll have the truth of this, if it rips the throne room apart." They stripped him in his own bedchamber like a carcass on a butcher's block. Servants bustled about, cutting away the torn leathers, peeling back mail and linen stiff with dried blood. The air smelled of iron and sweat and the sharp, bitter tang of some herb Pycelle burned in a brazier. Outside the open windows, the city hummed and throbbed, unaware that its king lay naked and wounded while strangers pressed hands to his flesh. Robert gritted his teeth as they lifted him, turned him, set him back down on clean sheets. The wound burned with every movement, a savage, tearing ache in his side. He refused to cry out. There, your grace, Pycelle wheezed, patting his arm with a liver-spotted hand. The tusk missed the lung by the width of a finger. You are fortunate indeed. With proper leeches and purgatives, we shall draw out the corrupt humors and... Touch me with a leech and I'll have you eaten by your own bloody ravens, Robert growled. Give me something that burns, not your citadel piss. Pycelle blinked, affronted, but obediently produced a stoppered vial from his sleeve. A fortified spirit, your grace, he said, infused with poppy and willow bark. It will dull the pain. Robert seized the vial and knocked it back with a practiced tilt. The liquid seared its way down his throat, bitter and thick. For a moment, the pain sharpened, then began to recede at the edges, as though he were sinking into it rather than it stabbing up at him. Better, he muttered. Now get out, all of you. I want Stark and the Lannister boy. No more. My king. Cersei began from the foot of the bed, voice all honeyed concern. Surely you. Out, Robert snapped, turning his head toward her. That includes you, wife. I've no strength for your tongue tonight. Her eyes flashed. For a heartbeat, fury burned naked in them. Then the mask slid back into place. As you command, my lord, she said, voice cool. She swept from the room, skirts whispering, a train of ladies and guards flowing after her like a cloak of red and gold. When the door closed behind them, the chamber felt suddenly larger, quieter. Only the crackle of the fire and the distant murmur of the city broke the silence. Ned stood beside the bed, arms folded, watching his friend with that same grave, considering look he had worn on the Trident's banks when the last dragon banners had come down. Bring in the boy, Robert said. The door opened again. Lancel Lannister entered as if walking to his own funeral. He had changed his clothes, but could not change his pallor. His fine doublet hung loose on his frame, green and gold catching the candlelight. He hesitated just inside the threshold, then approached the bed slowly, each step measured, as if the floor might give way beneath him. Your grace, he whispered, dropping to his knees at the foot of the bed, his hands twisted together, knuckles white. Robert stared down at him. The boy's hair gleamed like new-minted gold. His face was smooth, still soft with youth. He looked more like Cersei than like Jaime, Robert thought suddenly. The same high cheekbones, the same proud mouth. Look at me, Robert said. Lancel raised his eyes. They were green and full of terror. You poured my wine, Robert said. It was not a question. Yes, your grace, Lancel breathed. As always. Not as always, Ned said quietly from the bedside. The raven from the camp spoke of strong wine, and Varys's birds say you were told to keep the cup full. At whose command? Lancel swallowed. His throat worked. I do not know what you... Do not lie to me, boy, Robert cut in, voice low and dangerous. I've been lied to by better men than you, and I've beaten the truth out of them. You think I won't do the same to a Lannister whelp because you share a bed with my queen's cousin's maid or some such foolishness? Lancel flinched as though struck. Please, your grace, I only... Who told you to keep the wine flowing? Ned asked, each word sharp as a drawn blade. Lancel stared at him, then at Robert, and seemed to crumple in on himself. His shoulders shook. The queen, he whispered. Queen Cersei, your grace. She said you needed it, that the hunt would bore you, that only strong wine could make you smile. His voice cracked. She said you were a great man, that you could take 10 skins and still throw your spear straight. I never meant. Robert closed his eyes. The pain in his side was nothing. Suddenly, a distant throb. Another ache rose up to meet it, older and deeper, rooted somewhere between his ribs where no maester's knife could reach. Out, he said again, but the word came out thick, choked. Lancel blinked. Your grace. Out, Robert roared, forcing the sound from his chest. The effort tore at his wound. He felt wet warmth spread under the bandage. Get out of my sight before I forget your kin to my queen and have Stark here toss you from the walls." Lancel scrambled to his feet so fast he nearly fell. He backed away, bowing and stammering, then fled the chamber, the door closing with a hurried thud behind him. Silence fell. Ned stood very still. "So," Robert said at last. His voice sounded strange in his own ears, distant. "My loving wife tried to kill me with my own favorite sin. Varys's whispers and the boy's confession say so," Ned replied. "It seems the boar had help." Robert stared up at the canopy of his bed. The carved stags on the dark wood blurred. "She's not so stupid as to tell a boy the whole of it," he said slowly. "But she knew. She wanted me drunk enough that the boar would finish what she started years ago when she birthed that golden-headed brood." He laughed, a bitter, ragged sound. "7 hells, Ned. I married a woman who hates me so much she'd kill me with wine. And I paid for the privilege." Ned said nothing. Robert turned his head to look at him. "You'll say I had it coming," he muttered. "That's what you're thinking." "I am thinking," Ned sighed, "that the Queen has moved once against your life and failed. She will not stop, and her father will not forgive an attempt discovered." Robert's hand tightened around the goblet Pycelle had given him. He had not realized until that moment that he still held it. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Put her aside? Have her head? She gave me 3 children, or so I thought. The realm has called them Baratheon since the day they were born." Ned's gaze did not waver. "They are not yours, Robert." The words dropped into the room like stones into deep water, vanishing without a splash. "Say that again," Robert said. Ned did not flinch. "They are not yours," he repeated. "Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen. They are Jaime Lannister's." For a heartbeat Robert heard nothing but the blood pounding in his ears. The words seemed nonsensical, like something in a foreign tongue. Then they slotted into place with a horrible, inexorable logic. His mind leapt back over the years, snatching at scraps of memory. Cersei and Jaime whispering together on a balcony. The white cloak always too near, always watching. The way the Queen's hand lingered on her brother's arm. Joffrey's face, with its fine-boned prettiness and cold, green eyes. Myrcella's smile, sweet and distant. Tommen's curls. None of them had his black hair. None of them had his nose, his eyes, his thick, stubborn jaw. "Lies," he said, but the word was weak, a protest uttered for its own sake. "Gossip and filth. You're listening to spiders." "I have read it in ink as well as heard it in whispers," Ned answered. He reached to the table beside the bed and picked up the heavy volume that lay there. The cover was cracked and worn, the pages thin with age. "The Book of Lineages," Robert muttered. "Jon Arryn's damned hobby." "A careful man's work," Ned said. He opened it, flipping through pages filled with small, neat script. Baratheon and Lannister, Tully and Arryn. Every marriage, every child, their coloring, their covenants. "Listen." He ran a finger down a column. Orys Baratheon, black of hair. Steffon Baratheon, black of hair. Robert Baratheon, black of hair. Stannis Baratheon, black of hair. Renly Baratheon, black of hair. Robert closed his eyes. "Now the children of your line with Lannister wives," Ned went on. "Each record the same, black of hair, even when the mother is fair. Yet your 3 children with Cersei are all golden." "It proves nothing," Robert said, barely audible. "It proves a pattern," Ned replied. "And Jon Arryn died for asking why a boy with your blood and a Lannister mother should have black hair. Yet your sons do not." He closed the book with a soft thump. "He went to visit bastards you had scattered about the city. All of them bore your look, even those born of flaxen-haired mothers. He saw enough to know the truth." Robert's throat worked. "Bastards," he muttered. I too many. Maya at the Eyrie. That black-haired boy in the smithy. Gods know who else. I never counted. 7 hells." "You never cared," Ned said, "but there was no judgment in it. only a weary sadness. You left them to scraps and chance, and poured all your attention into 3 children who were never yours. The room swam for a moment. Robert realized his hands were trembling. He set the goblet down on the table with care, afraid he would drop it. "He's not mine," he said. The words tasted like ash. "Joffrey, not mine, nor the others." Ned was silent. Robert thought of the boy again, standing rigid by the litter, jaw clenched. He thought of the times he'd cuffed him for insolence, the times he'd ruffled his hair, the single awkward attempt at praise that had ended in roaring frustration. He thought of how proud Cersei had been when Joffrey took his first deer, how she had watched Jaime as the boy boasted at table. "Jaime," Robert snarled. The name came out a curse. "My own Kingsguard, sworn to protect me and mine. Sworn." His chest heaved. "I should have seen it. Gods, I was blind." "You were looking backward," Ned said softly. "At Lyanna, at Rhaegar, not at the wife and children in front of you." Robert's gaze snapped to him. "Do not speak her name," he said, voice rough. "Not now." "Then hear this instead," Ned replied. "If you die, Joffrey will take the throne. A boy with Lannister blood and a Lannister soul. Cersei will rule in his name. Tywin will rule behind them both. Is that the realm you fought for on the Trident?" Robert saw it then, as clearly as he had ever seen any battle before him. Cersei on the Iron Throne in all but name, Joffrey playing at kingship with a cruel boy's whims, Tywin's gold and steel reaching from the rock to wrap around the 7 kingdoms. Wolves and fish and roses bowed or broken. Dragons stirring across the narrow sea. All of it built on the lie that these golden-haired children were his. "No," he whispered. "No, by the 7 hells, it is not." "Then you must act," Ned said. "Name a true heir. Call your council. Strip Cersei of power before she can strike again. Or she will finish what she began in that forest, one way or another." Robert stared at him. "My true heir," he echoed. "Stannis," Ned said simply. "By all the laws of men, your brother is next in line. Hard, but just. He will hold the realm together." "Stannis," Robert repeated, tasting the name. Dutiful, humorless Stannis, with his clenched jaw and his simmering resentments. "He'll hold the realm, in a fist. He'll squeeze it until it squeals. People hate him, Ned. They will learn to fear him," Ned said. "Fear is better than chaos." Robert let his head fall back against the pillows. The poppy draft was dragging at him now, pulling him toward sleep. His thoughts felt slow, thick as mud. But beneath the fog, something sharp cut and cut again. "If I die, Joffrey sits. If I live and do nothing, the same. If I set Stannis in my place, the realm may burn, but at least it will burn under a just king." "I am not dead yet," he muttered. "I can still swing a hammer. I can still." "You cannot fight this battle with a hammer," Ned said. "This one is ink and seals and ravens." Robert snorted weakly. "Then I am lost. I was never much good with ink." "I will help you," Ned said. Robert looked at him, his oldest friend. The man he had dragged south against his will, away from snow and pine and a quiet life, into this nest of vipers. "You should have stayed in Winterfell," Robert said softly. "I should have left you there and drunk myself to death without dragging you into it." "Too late for that now," Ned answered. "Rest. Tomorrow we send ravens. To Stannis. To those we can trust. Tonight you sleep." "Sleep," Robert murmured. For once, I'll do as I'm told." His eyes drifted shut. In the darkness behind his lids, rubies scattered across a river again, and Lyanna's voice whispered from somewhere he could not reach. "Promise me, Ned," she said. "Promise me." "I broke every promise," he muttered, not knowing if he spoke aloud. "Every damned one." "Lancel is afraid," Jaime said. Cersei stood at the window, looking out over the dark sweep of the Blackwater Bay. The river caught the moon's pale light in broken shards. Ships lay at anchor like slumbering beasts, their masts a forest of black lines against the sky. "He is a boy," she replied. Boys frighten easily. Varys has been whispering. Jaime went on, ignoring the dismissal. To the hand, to others. About wine and boars and golden-haired squires. His jaw clenched. Robert sent for the boy himself. In his bedchamber. Cersei's fingers tightened on the stone sill until her knuckles whitened. The cool night air did nothing to ease the sudden heat in her chest. "And?" she asked. "Is our good king dead, then? Did he choke on his own fury?" "Not yet." Jaime's mouth twisted. "They say the tusk missed his heart, his lung. He will live, or so Pycelle crows." Damn him, she thought. Damn the boar for missing. Damn the gods for sparing him. Damn that ponderous, drunken oaf for being too stubborn to die when it would be convenient. "Then we must assume he knows," she said softly. "About the wine, at least." Jaime pushed himself away from the wall, the white of his cloak catching the candlelight. "And about other things," he said. "The hand has been sniffing after my footsteps since he came to the sty of a city. Jon Arryn died for asking questions. Eddard Stark is not so easy to swat aside. If Stark knew, he would have come blustering into my chambers with that northern righteousness of his," Cersei said. "Sword at my throat, children in chains. He has done nothing." "Not yet," Jaime said. "But he went straight to Robert when the king returned. And Lancel was sent for. I saw the boy afterward. He looked as if he'd seen the stranger himself." "Lancel is weak," Cersei said. "He was useful so long as he obeyed. If he has turned craven." She let the thought trail off. Jaime's eyes narrowed. "What would you have me do? Slip into the boy's bed with a knife? He is a Lannister. Father would understand the necessity," Cersei hissed, turning on him. "Do you think he will weep over Lancel if Robert hangs us both from the city walls? If he casts Joffrey and Myrcella and Tommen aside as bastards?" The word hung between them like smoke. Jaime's face went very still. He looked, in that moment, less like the golden knight who graced tourneys and ballads, and more like a man who had once stabbed a king in the back. "You think he will?" he asked quietly. "Cast them aside? He is wounded, not witless," Cersei snapped. "He will clutch at his pride more fiercely than ever if he smells humiliation. Stark will put the book of lineages in his hands. They will count hair colors together like septas with a basket of kittens." Her lip curled. "They will decide my children are not his and toss them away like spoiled meat." Jaime said nothing. He did not have to. She could see the fear in his eyes as clearly as she felt it in her own chest. "They are mine," she whispered. "Mine, Jaime. Carried them. I bled for them. I will not let that drunken brute or that solemn northern fool steal them away from me." "What do you mean to do?" Jaime asked. "What I must," Cersei answered. "What I have always done. Protect what is mine." She turned back to the window, staring out at the black water. The city lay before her, sprawling and filthy and ripe. "Robert is not yet dead," she said. "But he is wounded, weak. If he moves against me, against the children, he invites war. Tywin will not sit idle in the Westerlands while his grandchildren are disinherited. The lions will rise. The stag will find its own antlers in its belly. The hand will stand with Robert," Jaime said. "Let him," Cersei replied. "If Stark chooses the stag over the lion, he can freeze in the snow with the rest of his pack when this city burns." Jaime's jaw tightened. "You are speaking of treason." "I am speaking of survival," she said. "Send word to father. Tell him everything. The boar, the wine, the hand's suspicions, Robert's wound. He will see what must be done." Jaime hesitated. "If father comes to war, the streets will run red," he said. "I was there when the last Mad King pushed this city to the brink. I remember the screams. This time," Cersei said, "it will not be madness but necessity." The quill scratched across the parchment, leaving a thin trail of black. "To my brother Stannis, Lord of Dragonstone," Ned wrote in his careful, angular hand. "Come to King's Landing with all haste. The king is wounded but lives. The matter we spoke of before has grown more dire. Your presence is required for the safety of the realm and the honor of House Baratheon." He paused, tapping the feathered end of the quill against the table. How much to say? How much to trust to ink and raven wings that might be shot from the sky or intercepted by unfriendly hands? He thought of Stannis' face, the hard mouth, the suspicious eyes, a man who saw betrayal in every shadow, yet held himself to a standard of iron. He would not thank Ned for half-truths. "The Queen has moved once against Robert's life," Ned wrote. "She will not stop. There are other matters of blood and parentage that must be spoken of in person. Bring with you men whom you trust and no others." He sanded the letter, folded it, and pressed his own seal into the warm wax. The dire wolf of Stark glared up at him when he lifted his hand. Another parchment waited beside it, blank and accusing. This one bore no name yet. He stared at it for a long moment. Renly will not like what is coming, he thought. He is young, and he dreams of crowns. But he must know. All of them must know, if the realm is not to be swept away in a tide of rumor and sudden swords. "My Lord Hand." Varys's voice came softly from the doorway. Ned looked up. The eunuch stood just inside, hands folded, eyes lowered. "You move quickly," Varys said. "The ravens will be grateful. They so dislike being made to wait." "Stannis must be told," Ned replied. "He is Robert's heir, whatever dragons or lions may say." "A hard man," Varys murmured. "Hard men do not always bend at the right time. They do not break easily either," Ned said. "I would rather a hard man with a sense of duty than a soft one with a hunger for power." "You speak of Lord Renly," Varys suggested delicately. "I speak of whoever would set themselves before Robert's rightful heir," Ned said. "There will be those who say Stannis is unloved, that the realm needs a king who can charm and smile his way through feasts." "The realm is full of men who confuse feasts with peace," Varys said with a faint smile. "You will forgive me, my lord, if I confess that I prefer my kings dull and lawful to charming and bloody." Ned rolled up the first letter and reached for the next parchment. His hand hesitated over the blank surface, then began to move. To Lord Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws, he wrote, the words feeling heavier than they should. "Your brother, the king, has been wounded by a boar but lives. Dark currents swirl in the capital. Your presence is needed. Come with all speed and caution." He stopped there. The rest would have to be said face to face, if at all. "Will this be enough?" he asked without looking up. "Ravens to Dragonstone and Highgarden. Words on parchment to counter treason in flesh. Words can be sharper than swords when placed in the right hands," Varys said. "But they will not stop a Lannister host if Lord Tywin chooses to march. For that, we will need more than ink." Ned sealed the second letter and set it beside the first. "I have Northmen," he said, "and men of the Vale loyal to my wife's kin. If Robert commands, they will come." Varys's eyes flickered. "Will Robert command it?" Ned thought of the man in the bedchamber, torn open by a boar's tusk and by truths spoken at last. A man who had laughed at death on battlefields, yet flinched from ink and seals. "He will," Ned said, "or I will make him." "You care for him," Varys observed. "For the man, not the crown." "I do," Ned said simply. "He was once my brother in all but blood." "Once?" Varys echoed. Ned met his gaze. "I will not let him be murdered in his bed," he said. "Not by his queen, not by her father, not by their pet knights. I failed one promise long ago. I will not fail another." Varys bowed his head. "As you say, my Lord Hand, I will see that your ravens fly swiftly, and I will listen. If the lions bare their teeth, my little birds will know before they bite." The night stretched long and thin. Servants came and went like ghosts, stoking the fire, changing bandages, bringing water he barely tasted. Pycelle shuffled in twice more to peer at the wound, mumbling about humors and suppurations. Each time Robert sent him away as soon as decency allowed. Cersei did not return. Good, he thought, though the word rang hollow in his head. Let her keep to her own chambers, with her lion cubs and her secrets. Pain kept him awake until the small hours, a constant, throbbing reminder of how close the boar's tusk had come. When at last the poppy and the wine dragged him under, his sleep was shallow and full of ghosts. He dreamed of the trident. The sky was iron gray, the river churning red around his knees. Rhaegar rode toward him in armor black as coal studded with rubies that glowed like fresh wounds. Robert raised his hammer, but when he swung it was heavy as stone, barely moving. The prince smiled, and with a single, casual blow knocked him from his horse. He hit the water and sank. Below the surface there was no battle, only silence. Rubies drifted around him like drowned stars. Lyanna floated nearby, her hair a dark cloud. Her eyes were open, her lips pale. "Promise me," she said, the words bubbling from her mouth in a stream of blood. He opened his mouth to answer, and his lungs filled with red. He woke with a start, gasping, heart pounding. For a moment he did not know where he was. The canopy above his bed loomed like a forest of carved antlers, the shadows thrown by the embers twisting them into strange shapes. His side ached, but the sharp edge of the pain had dulled to a deep, constant throb. Sweat chilled his skin. He gulped air, trying to slow his racing heart. "Lyanna," he whispered into the dark. I meant to do right by you." The only answer was the crackle of the dying fire. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of his years pressing down on him. 40 and more, with a body gone soft and a realm gone sour. Once he had been all muscle and rage, a storm in human flesh. Now he was a man cut open by a pig, lying in his own bed like an invalid while others plotted around him. "My children are not mine," he thought. The thought came again and again, like the tolling of some distant bell. "My line ends with me. All my whoreson bastards in the world, and not one trueborn son of my blood." Faces flickered through his mind. Maya Stone, perched on a cliff path in the Vale, laughing into the wind. The dark-haired boy at the forge by the Street of Steel, sweat shining on his bare arms as he hammered hot metal. He did not even know the boy's name, only the shape of his jaw, the set of his shoulders. His own reflected back at him. I could have brought one to court, he thought, given him a name, made a true son of him instead of pouring all my hopes and temper into a golden-headed fraud. He pictured Joffrey again, remembered the boy shoving a butcher's lad into the dirt by the Trident's banks, remembered the stubborn, cold disdain when Robert had demanded he make amends. Not mine, he told himself. Not my blood. Something in him recoiled from the thought, but another part seized on it like a lifeline. Not mine. I did not make that, yet he had allowed it. He had signed the papers, nodded at the sept, worn the father's cloak. He had given his name, his house, his throne. The failure was his, whatever blood flowed in the boy's veins. He turned his head, staring at the faint strip of moonlight on the floor. Somewhere beyond these walls, the city sprawled, full of men and women who did not know their king lay awake and eaten by doubts. Beyond that, fields and forests and mountains, the long sweep of the realm he had won in fire and iron. I fought to put an end to the Targaryen madness, he thought, to spare the realm from dragon fire and the whims of mad kings. And I gave them a drunkard for their reward. The thought might have made him laugh once. Now it only left him tired. He remembered Ned's face by the bed, the book of lineages in his hand. He remembered the certainty in his voice when he said Stannis' name. Stannis would not flinch from this. Stannis would tear the lie out by the root, whatever blood it cost. He would strip Cersei, cast out the children, face Tywin with grim, joyless resolve. They will hate him, Robert thought. The small folk, the lords, every man who loves a feast more than hard bread. But they will know where they stand. He will not smile at them as he slips the knife in. Dawn's first pale light was beginning to touch the sky when he finally closed his eyes again. Sleep came slowly, heavy and uneven. When it took him, it was without dreams. The light in the chamber was gray and thin when Ned entered. Robert was awake. He sat half-propped against the pillows, the lines around his eyes deeper than Ned had ever seen them. His beard looked wilder, more shot with gray. His hand rested near the goblet on the table, but it was empty. "You look like death," Ned said by way of greeting. Robert's mouth twitched. "You should see the other fellow," he rasped. "They ate him already." Ned came to the bedside, studying his face. "How do you feel?" "As if a boar tried to gut me," Robert replied. "And as if someone told me my life these last 15 years was built on sand." He gestured with his chin toward the table. "I had them bring ink." Ned followed his gaze. A roll of parchment lay there beside a stick of red wax and the royal seal. The sight of them made his throat tighten. He had seen too many such documents in his life not to know what weight they carried. "You were right," Robert said. "About the children. About Cersei." His jaw clenched. "About me. This is not about being right," Ned said quietly. "It is about saving the realm from tearing itself apart." Robert snorted. "The realm," he said. "Always the realm. That was what Jon Arryn used to say. For the good of the realm, Robert. I was too young to understand, too drunk to care. Now I lie here with pig's teeth in my side, and suddenly I see it clear as day." He looked at Ned, and for a moment Ned saw not the bloated king, but the man he had followed into battle. Fierce, unbowed, eyes bright with something like joy. "I will not have that boy on my throne," Robert said. "Not Joffrey, not his siblings, not any of Cersei's brood. I may be a poor excuse for a king, but I am not such a fool as to leave the realm to Tywin in a golden wig." "Then name Stannis," Ned said. "Put it in ink. Put your seal to it. Call the council. We will face what comes." Robert's gaze dropped to the parchment. His fingers flexed, then closed. "Stannis," he muttered. "I." He hesitated. "And what of the North? Of you, Ned? When Stannis sits, he will expect you to stand at his side, to bend the knee, to fight his wars, to hold his line hard as he does." "I swore my fealty to you and yours," Ned said. "The Baratheon line. If you set Stannis there by law, I will serve him as I have served you, so long as he keeps faith with the realm." Robert nodded slowly. "You always were the stubborn one," he said. "I thought dragging you south would remind me who I used to be. All it's done is show me how far I've fallen." He reached for the parchment. His hand shook a little as he unrolled it. "Help me," he said gruffly. "My hand's not so steady with ink as it is with a hammer." Ned took up the quill and dipped it. "At your word," he said. Robert breathed out. "Write this," he said. "I, Robert Baratheon, first of my name, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, do hereby declare." The words spilled into the morning, black on white. The echo of a boar's roar and a dragon's death and a girl's whispered plea all bound up in them. Outside, the city went on with its waking. Bells tolling, traders shouting, children laughing in narrow alleys. The sea crashed endlessly against the cliffs. Within the chamber, a wounded king set his hand, at last, to the shaping of fate. They did not sit him the Iron Throne. Robert would have dragged himself up its jagged steps out of sheer bloody-mindedness if they had let him. But the maesters and Ned had more sense. Instead, they placed a carved oaken chair before the throne's shadow, draped it in white fur, and propped the king there like some wounded bear dragged in from the forest. "The damn thing makes me look like an old crone at her spinning," Robert muttered. "I should be on my feet." "If you open that wound again, you'll be on your pyre," Ned said under his breath. "Endure the chair. There are worse shames than ruling from a seat." The great hall was colder than he remembered. Sound crawled up into the vaults and came back thin. The small council stood below, Varys in soft lavender silk, Baelish in gray and green, Pycelle swaying under the weight of his chain, Renly leaning against the council table with an easy grace that wasn't reflected in his eyes. "You know why you're here," Robert said. Even forcing his voice cost him. "No talk of coin or leeches today. We speak of one thing." Ned unrolled the parchment in his hands. The wax on it was bright Baratheon red. "This is my word." Robert's fingers twitched toward it. Read it, Ned. Ned's voice carried, cool and even. I, Robert of the House Baratheon, first of my name, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, do hereby name and declare my brother Stannis of the House Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, to be my lawful heir, to follow me upon the Iron Throne at my death, or if I am rendered unfit to rule by mortal infirmity. The words sank into the stone. Pycelle made a small choking sound. Varys's lashes fluttered once. Baelish's brows climbed and smoothed again. Only Renly moved, pushing himself upright from the table. There is no mention of Joffrey, he said, nor of Tommen or Myrcella. Robert's jaw clenched. There is no need. They are not mine. Brother, Renly said, dropping all pretense of lightness. Think what you are saying. I have thought, Robert snapped. More than I like. They're Jaime's whelps. I'll not leave my throne to a Lannister bastard in a golden wig. Pycelle stammered. Your Grace, surely these tales. Silence, Robert growled. I've seen the bloody book. I've seen my bastards. Stark laid the truth in front of me, and I know my own blood when I look at it. He jabbed a finger toward the parchment. Stannis is heir. By law, by right, by my will. Renly's eyes had gone hard. You will split the realm in two, he said. Disinherit 3 children the whole world believes to be yours. Accuse the queen of adultery and treason. Raise Stannis above me. All in one breath. Do you want war? Robert laughed, a short, ugly bark. War made me king. Peace has near killed me. If it takes a war to cut out this rot, I'll pay the price. It may not be you who pays it, Renly said softly. Varys glided a step forward, hands folded. Your Grace, he said. Forgive a humble servant, but parchment can be a sharp blade or a hidden dagger, depending how it is used. If this decree were held in reserve for a time, known only to those present, we might gain the advantage of law without inviting the Queen to fly at our throats today. Baelish smiled his small, mocking smile. A paper is only as strong as the hands that hold it, he murmured. Read it in the sept and you'll have lions tearing at the doors before dusk. Tuck it away, and it becomes a very useful lever. Ned's gray glance shut him up. We will not hide behind lies, he said. The decree stands. It bears the king's seal. But there is sense in keeping our counsel until Lord Stannis can come to King's Landing. When he stands here in person, the Queen will think twice before she reaches for her claws. And if she reaches anyway? Renly asked. Then we meet her with the law in hand, Ned said. And with steel if we must. Robert reached for the seal himself this time. The wax was already set. He pressed the crowned stag down until it bit deep. For a heartbeat he fancied he could hear distant thunder. It's done, he said. Whatever comes now, no one will say I left this realm to a lie. Varys bowed. As his grace commands. Baelish's eyes lingered on Ned. We should find a very safe place for that parchment, he said lightly. Somewhere cool and dry and well guarded. Paper burns so easily. I'll keep it, Ned said. You may tell your little birds the law of the realm is in the hands keeping. Baelish only smiled wider at that. Renly said nothing at all. He stood very still, staring up at his wounded brother, and Ned could almost see the crown turning behind his eyes like a coin on its edge, not yet fallen to either side. Cersei came to him in the heat of midday, when the bandages itched and his temper burned with the fever. The guards at the door announced her, but she swept past them as if they weren't there, skirts whispering, green velvet catching the light. She filled the doorway with color and anger. Leave us, she said. No, Robert answered. The single word stopped her more surely than a spear point. She turned her head slowly, narrowed green eyes fixing on Ned where he stood beside the bed. The hand, she said. Of course, there is always a Stark near when poison is poured. Poison, Robert said. A good word. We'll get to that. Cersei came closer, each step measured. Is it true? She asked. Have you written something? She flicked a glance at the table where the roll of parchment lay. Is the king so eager for his own funeral? Robert managed a grin, though it felt more like a baring of teeth. You're in fine voice today, wife. I suppose I should be flattered you didn't wait for me to die before shrieking. Her hands clenched in the folds of her gown. Speak plain for once, she said. What have you done? What I should have done long ago, Robert said. Named Stannis my heir. Stripped your bastard of the crown you stuffed on his head in his cradle. For a heartbeat her face emptied, all color draining away. Then the blood rushed back in a flush so fierce it climbed her neck. You dare, she whispered. I dare, Robert growled. I've put my seal to it. The hand, the council, they all heard. When I die, Stannis sits. Not your whelp. Not any of them. Ned watched her carefully. Rage he understood. Fear he expected. What he saw for a heartbeat was something closer to despair. A mother seeing a noose slip around the necks of her children. You would call them bastards before the realm? She demanded. You would strip them of everything? Their name, their birth, their future. They were born in sin, Ned said, the words cutting his tongue even as he spoke them. You and Ser Jaime did that, not Robert. She rounded on him. You, she hissed. You northern fool. You and that old man before you, always poking at things best left in the dark. Jon Arryn died for it. I told you in the Godswood what would happen if you pulled this tower down on our heads. Did you think I was jesting? Robert slammed his fist weakly against the mattress. Enough. You'll not threaten him in my bedchamber. The truth is the truth. You spread your legs for my Kingsguard and made a mockery of my house. You made a mockery of it yourself, she shot back. A dozen bastards, and you never spared a thought for any of them. You think I did this out of malice? I wanted children of my own blood, not yours, not some drunken usurpers. The word hung between them, usurper, and Ned saw Robert flinch as if she had struck him. Whatever name you put to it, Ned said. The law is clear. The king's brother stands before a queen's son in the line of succession. When Robert dies, the throne passes to Stannis. That is the simple heart of it. Cersei's laugh was dry and terrible. Simple, he says. You speak of laws and parchments as if they were swords. Do you truly believe a scrap of ink will keep my father's armies from these walls? That Lord Tywin will sit back at the rock while his grandchildren are declared abominations. If he marches, Ned said, he marches against the king's word. Even the lords of the West will balk at that. You know nothing of the West, she said. They will march wherever his gold tells them. And you, she jabbed a finger at Robert. You think you are strong enough to face Lion and Storm and North all at once? You can barely stand to piss. Robert's breath rasped. He could feel his strength leaking out with every word, but something inside him refused to yield. If your father comes, he said, he'll find more than wolves waiting. Stannis will be here. The Stormlands, the Crownlands, the North, the Vale. Will make him choke on his own pride. Cersei stared at him for a long, still moment. Then she smiled, slowly. You think you still have time, she said, to summon Stannis, to gather your banners, to set your pieces on the board. You forget there are other players. Her eyes went bright and hard. My children are not pieces, Robert. They are my life. I will burn this city to the ground before I see them dragged before a septon and called false. If you love them, Ned said, keep them from the throne. Let them live quiet. Let this pass. She looked at him as if he had suggested she pluck out her own heart. They were born to rule, she said. I will not have them live like cast-off bastards in some northern hall. Then you make this war, Ned replied. Not us. She turned back to Robert. This is your doing, she said. You could have died clean. A hunting accident. A tragic loss. The realm mourning its fallen king. But you had to live just long enough to break everything. Robert closed his eyes. Get out, he said. Before I forget I ever cared whether you live or die. For a moment he thought she might defy him. Then she spun on her heel and swept toward the door, skirts whispering fury. At the threshold, she glanced back over her shoulder. "When the streets run red," she said, "remember that it was honor that opened their veins." Then she was gone. The room felt colder for her absence. Robert sagged back into the pillows, breathing hard. "7 hells," he muttered. "I almost missed the boar." They watched the Lannister guards drill from a high stone window where the wind could not quite reach. Below, in the yard, red cloaks moved in neat lines, spears flashing as they wheeled and stabbed in unison. The clang of practiced steel echoed off the walls. "More lions every day," Peter Baelish observed. "They breed like rabbits, but march like ants." Varys stood beside him, plump hands folded in his sleeves. "A pity the ants think they belong to different queens," he murmured. "Some to Cersei, some to the crown, some to coin. And some," Baelish said, smiling thinly, "to whoever remembers which of their bastards needs food and which of their wives needs a leak fixed in the roof." "You have been busy," Varys said. It was not a question. "I keep a ledger," Baelish replied. "Names, debts, favors. Janos Slynt's captains, for instance. Fine, upstanding men, very attached to their purses. And now attached to yours," Varys said. "And to the queen's. You do enjoy tying knots." Baelish's eyes gleamed. "The hand came to the watch with gold," he said. "The queen came with threats and more gold. They think they buy the same thing. What they are actually buying is my amusement." "Amusement is a dangerous luxury in times like these," Varys said. "One trip, and all your careful knots become a hangman's noose." "That's the game," Baelish answered lightly. "You of all people should appreciate the fun of a well-balanced blade." Varys watched a file of gold cloaks march past the lions, the two columns carefully not mingling. "The king has written," he said quietly. "Stannis as heir, Lord Stark as regent until he comes. That is a blade with 2 edges. Or 3, Baelish said. "You forget Renly." "I do not forget him," Varys said. "He has already slipped away, has he not? A small party out the postern gate in the night. I doubt they ride for Storm's End alone." "Highgarden," Baelish said. "Roses love a young handsome king." Varys's mouth tightened. "There is no shortage of men willing to call themselves kings, it seems. Not when the throne sits under a man with 1 foot in the grave and no true sons," Baelish said. "Stannis with his iron law, Renly with his smiles, Joffrey with his temper. 3 crowns already glimmering in 3 minds. We have not yet spoken of the one across the narrow sea." Varys's eyes flickered. "Some songs are not ready to be sung," he said. "Let us not bring dragons into a hall already full of lions and stags." "As you like," Baelish said. "I'm content to watch the beasts we have. Tell me, Spider, when steel is drawn, where will you scuttle?" "To wherever I can do the least harm and the most good," Varys said mildly. Baelish laughed. "Always so pious. I at least admit I play for myself." "Do you?" Varys asked. "The trouble with men who think they play only for themselves is that they are easily moved by those who know which piece they truly are." Baelish's smile did not reach his eyes. "You wound me, Lord Varys." "Not yet," Varys said. "I fear the realm will bleed before either of us does." Below, a gold cloak stumbled, dropping his spear. A Lannister sergeant cuffed him hard across the head. The man picked up his weapon and fell back into line, eyes dull. "Look there," Varys said softly. "That is the realm. Men beaten into marching in other men's colors. It is they who will die when our high lords call their banners. Then let's be certain their deaths are entertaining," Baelish said, and turned away from the window with a flourish of his feather-trimmed cloak. The garden smelled of lemon and earth and the faint salt of the distant sea. Renly walked its length twice, under trellised vines and between marble planters, before he trusted himself to stop. The pavilion at the cliff's edge overlooked all of King's Landing. Below, the city sprawled like a half-crushed anthill. Loras Tyrell waited beneath the green and gold canopy, helm off, dark hair ruffled by the breeze. His polished breastplate caught the dying sun. "Well?" Loras asked. Has your brother crowned you with ink? Renly snorted. Stannis, he said. Stannis with his sour face and his ledgers. The ink on Robert's will is barely dry, and already he looms over us like a winter storm. He opened his hand. The small gold circlet gleamed in his palm. Simple, undecorated. A toy beside the great monstrosity that sat above the Iron Throne, yet heavier than iron in that moment. You had that made before the hunt, Loras said. It was not a question. Renly smiled crookedly. I like pretty things, he said. Sometimes I like them before they officially belong to me. He closed his fingers around the metal. Robert has set his seal. Stannis is heir. Stark will bleed for him. Cersei will burn for her cubs. And where does that leave me? With me, Loras said quietly. And with the Reach if you ask for it. My brother thinks the law an unbreakable sword, Renly said. Stannis thinks it a cudgel. But kingship is a tapestry, not a blade. You need more than a claim. You need songs, smiles, feasts. The realm will choke on Stannis. And on Joffrey, Loras said. The boy is rotten to the core. Renly's jaw tightened. Joffrey is a Lannister game piece. Stannis is a Baratheon hammer. I am something else. He laughed shortly. Listen to me. I sound like a fool in one of Sansa Stark's romances. You sound like a man who sees clearly, Loras said. He stepped closer. Leave this city. Tonight. Take your household guard, your Stormland knights. Come to Highgarden. My father may be slow to grasp much, but he understands banners and marriage. You, with Marjorie as your queen, the rose and the stag entwined. That is a picture even Mace Tyrell can see. Renly looked out over the city. Lights were beginning to prick into existence as dusk settled, little islands of yellow in the gray. If I ride tonight, he said, Stark will call it desertion. Robert will call it treason. Robert is dying, Loras said bluntly. Whether of boar or wine or his own foolishness, it matters not. When he goes, the game begins in earnest. Will you be a player or a piece? Renly's fingers tightened around the circlet until the metal bit into his skin. I won't draw a sword against him while he still breathes, he said. I won't be that brother. But I'll not stand docile and wait for Stannis to shut me up in some tower, either. He let out a breath. We ride tonight, quietly, no banners, no trumpets. Once we're beyond the Kingswood, we can think about crowns. Loras's smile lit his face. I will have the horses ready, he said. Renly slipped the little circlet over his wrist like a bracelet, hidden by his sleeve. Tell Mace, he said, that the garden he so loves is about to grow himself a king. Arya had meant only to escape Septa Mordain. The Septa's voice had a way of turning every story to porridge, thick, tasteless, and impossible to swallow. Arya slipped out between one droning account of King Daeron's conquests and the next, Nymeria's quiet pause following her down the corridor until the passages grew too tight for a wolf. She liked the forgotten ways of the Red Keep. Down here the stones felt older. The air smelled of dust and secrets. Her feet knew some of the turns now from other wanderings. Left at the cracked pillar, right where the wall sweated salt, down the stair that twisted like a drilled hole into the castle's bones. Voices stopped her. She froze, one hand flat to the damp wall. The sound came from ahead through a thin crack where a sliver of torchlight bled into the passage. Carefully, quietly, she crouched and pressed her eye to it. Two men stood in a long, low room hung with cobwebs. One she recognized at once. Varys, shorn and powdered, a gray robe soft as spider silk. The other was huge and richly dressed, his yellow silk straining over a great belly, rings winking on sausage-thick fingers. Too soon, the fat man was saying in a liquid, foreign voice. If you push them now, my friend, the lion and the stag may tear each other to pieces before the dragon is ready. The dragon is never ready, Varys replied. That is the trouble with dragons. They wake when they please. In the meantime, we must shepherd the beasts we have. Arya's heart thudded. Dragons. She thought of the skulls that had once hung in the throne room, of old Nan's stories. The king lives, The fat man, Illyrio, she remembered suddenly that was his name, said, "A boar and some wine are not enough to bring him to heel. His hand has teeth as well, this Stark." "Teeth, yes," Varys said softly, "but also a conscience. Conscience can be guided. And if it cannot, then others will guide events in his stead. The Lannisters have moved once against the king and failed. They will not sit quietly while he casts their cubs aside. When Robert dies, the realm will have more kings than it did dragons." "Good," Illyrio said. "Confusion is good. It makes men look for a single, strong savior." Varys's head turned slightly. "You speak of your Silver Queen again." "I speak of the rightful line," Illyrio said. "The girl grows. The call has taken a liking to her. There are whispers she carries his child. When the time is right." "The time is not yet right," Varys said sharply. "If the Targaryen returns to find only ashes and Lannister banners, she will ride into a grave. Better a realm torn but standing than a wasteland ruled by no one." Arya's stomach flipped. This was no childish gossip. They were speaking of kings and dragons and war like men moving pieces on a board. "And the wolf?" Illyrio asked. "This Stark, he was not in your first songs." "Wolves complicate every hunt," Varys said. "Lord Eddard is dangerous because he believes in things. If he stands between lion and stag when they charge, he may be trampled. Convenient, perhaps, or tragic. The gods will decide." "Or men will," Illyrio said. "If he threatens your plans." "I have no plans," Varys said. "Only preparations. If Stark dies, the North will remember. That, too, must be weighed." Arya had heard enough. Her pulse hammered in her ears. She drew back from the crack and hunted her way up through the darkness, back toward light and air, legs shaky. Spies talking of killing her father, of dragons across the sea, of Joffrey not being the only king men looked to. She burst into her father's solar without knocking. Ned looked up from his papers, surprise sharpening into wariness at the sight of her face. "Arya, what is it?" She shut the door behind her and leaned back against it, panting. "I heard Varys," she said. "And another man, fat one. They were talking about you, about Robert, about dragons." His eyes went very still. "Tell me," he said, "from the beginning, and do not leave anything out." On Dragonstone the wind smelled of salt and old fire. Stannis Baratheon stood on the battlements, black cloak snapping around his legs. Ned Stark's letter crumpled in his fist. The sky was a flat, leaden gray. The sea below smashed itself to foam against knife-edged rocks. "They're not his," Stannis said. Davos Seaworth stood a pace behind him, hands tucked into his sleeves for warmth. "If Lord Stark says so, my lord, he is not a man for lies." "I knew it," Stannis said. His jaw worked as if he were grinding the words into dust. "I saw it years ago." Jaime's eyes in the boy's face, Lannister gold on their heads. "But no one wanted to hear it from me. Too grim," they said. "Too dutiful." Robert drank and whored and laughed it all away. He opened the letter again and read the lines for what felt like the 100th time. "The Queen has moved once against His Grace's life. She will not stop. The matter of the children's parentage is as we feared. His Grace has named you heir in ink and seal. Duty." That old, familiar weight settled more firmly on his shoulders. "Dragonstone is a rock," Stannis said. "A noble rock, yes, with dragons carved on every pisspot, but still a rock. Storm's End should have been mine. Robert gave it to Renly instead. And now he summons me at last, when he needs a back stiffened and a law spoken aloud." Davos shifted. "Will you go?" Stannis's head snapped toward him. "Of course I will go," he said. "I am his brother, his heir by his own word and by every law that matters. I will not sit sulking on this island while Lannisters crouch on my throne and my younger brother runs south to charm banners from fools." "The Lannisters won't welcome you with open arms," Davos said mildly. "I do not ask for their welcome," Stannis replied. "Only their obedience. They swore oaths once." His mouth twisted. And if they choose to remember Casterly Rock more fondly than they remember the crown, I will remind them what treason costs. Bootsteps approached along the wall. Melisandre came as if the wind did not touch her. Red silk whispering, copper hair loose around her shoulders, eyes alight with some inner flame. "The flames showed me this day," she said. "A stag wounded but standing. Shadows of lions circling. Another stag in the distance, antlers sharp as spears. If you do not answer this summons, Lord, the wrong stag will wear the crown." "I put no stock in your flames," Stannis said, though he did not throw the letter away. "I have ink enough to tell me what is true." "And yet you called me here," Melisandre said, smiling. "You know the old gods are sleeping and the seven are blind. There is only the Lord of Light, and he has chosen you for his work." "My brother has chosen me because he is finally frightened enough to see the wall collapsing," Stannis said. "That is reason enough. I need no fire magic to tell me the realm will fall to ruin if Joffrey sits that throne." Davos cleared his throat. "You will need ships," he said. "Men, supplies. Dragonstone is not what it was when the Targaryens ruled. You cannot sail into the Blackwater with 10 galleys and expect the city to roll over." "We will take what we can," Stannis said. "I will not wait for every fairweather bannerman in the Stormlands to decide whether they prefer my justice to Renly's smiles. Those who love the law will come later. For now, I will go with men who obey orders." "And if the king dies before you reach him?" Davos asked quietly. Stannis looked back out to sea. Storms were building on the horizon. "Then I will take what is mine," he said. "I have been passed over once. I will not be passed over again." They rode out by moonlight, not sunlight. The postern gate swallowed them one by one. Horses' hooves muffled, cloaks drawn up, helms hooded. No banners snapped. No heralds cried their names. Renly felt every stone as his gelding's shoes struck it. With each step beyond the walls, the knot in his chest loosened a fraction. Loras rode at his side, helm hanging from his saddle. Behind them came a tail of Stormland knights and reach men-at-arms, enough to be a seed of something larger, not enough to be a host. "You still have time to turn back," Loras said, though his tone made it clear he did not expect it. "And go where?" Renly asked. "Back to the council chamber to watch Stannis' name written over my brother's crown? Back to the Queen's false smiles and Stark's disapproving frowns? No, if the game is to be played, I'd rather choose my own square." "The king will call you traitor," Loras said. "Stark too. Robert has called me worse after fewer cups of wine," Renly said. "If he lives, I will make my peace with him later. If he dies..." He let the words trail off. The horse breathed warm and solid between his knees. "If he dies, then everyone will be a traitor in someone's song." The Kingswood closed around them, black branches knitting overhead. Torches threw wavering pools of light, making the trees seem to lean and listen. "Once we are through the wood, we ride hard for Bitterbridge," Loras said. "From there to Highgarden. My father will pretend to dither and demand assurances for form's sake, but he has been longing to plant a rose in the crown for years. You are a better bet than Joffrey or Stannis." "I am a bet at all," Renly said dryly. "That may be enough." He flexed his fingers on the reins. The little gold circlet he had hidden under his sleeve bit into his wrist. "Stark would say I'm mad. Stark would rather follow a dead king's will than a living realm's needs," Loras said. "He is not wrong, but he is not right either. Kings made entirely of honor tend to die young." "And kings made of charm?" Renly asked, amused despite himself. "Die old and fat and happy, if the gods are kind," Loras said. "Or on a battlefield with songs sung about them for 100 years. Either seems better than standing quietly to one side while other men ruin the world." Renly looked back only once. From the rise of the road, he could just see the red keep as a darker lump against the night sky, a handful of torch pricks marking its walls. "Goodbye, brother," he murmured. "Try not to die before I've had my turn at the pieces." The headquarters of the City Watch squatted near the mud gate like a toad, square and ugly, smelling of old cabbage and sweat. Ned disliked it on sight. He liked Slynt even less. The commander of the watch had a thick neck and thicker jowls. His black mustache gleamed with grease, his little eyes always moving. He bowed low enough to be respectful, not so low as to seem servile. "An honor, Lord Hand," he said. "What can the gold cloaks do for you?" "Stand where the king tells them," Ned said, "and nowhere else." Peter Baelish lounged beside an open iron-banded chest. Lantern light glimmered on the coins inside. Slynt's gaze kept flicking toward it and then away, as if he feared staring too boldly would make it vanish. "You command 5,000 men," Ned went on. "When trouble comes, and it will, you and your officers will decide whether this city burns or stands." Slynt shifted his weight. "We keep the peace," he said cautiously. "That's our charge." "Peace," Baelish said, "is a dear commodity. Dear things need insurance." He nudged the chest with his boot. The gold inside chimed softly. "The hand of the king does not ask men to risk their lives without seeing their wives and children provided for." Slynt licked his lips. "That's generous, Lord." "It's practical," Ned said. "When I call for the watch, I want men who don't stop to think whether the queen will pay them more for pointing their spears the other way." "And if the queen calls first?" Slynt asked, eyes a little too bright. "She's the queen. Her father's a mighty lord. Hard to say no, like. If the queen sets herself against the king's law, she is a traitor," Ned said, voice flat. "You swore an oath to the crown, not to Cersei Lannister." Baelish smiled lazily. "But oaths don't fill bellies, Lord Stark. This does." He flipped a coin, caught it. 500 men, handpicked. When Lord Stark sends word, they come armed and ready, with no questions and no sudden crises of conscience. In return, we see to it that their loyalty is rewarded. Slynt looked from Ned's hard face to the honest glow of the gold. He scratched at his jaw. "And if both the queen and the hand call at once?" he asked. "Whose word do my lads heed?" "The king's," Ned said, "which will come through me." Baelish's glance was sharp for a moment, then amused again. "And if the king is indisposed," he said, "the paper with his seal on it will have to suffice." "That paper exists," Ned said. "You do not need to see it. You only need to know that when I call, I speak with the king's voice." Slynt hesitated a heartbeat longer, then nodded. 500, he said. "My best lads. When you send, they'll come. That's a promise." "Promises," Baelish murmured, "are like whores, best kept when paid for." He snapped the lid of the chest shut. "We'll see that your captains walk away from tonight a little heavier than they came." Outside in the chill air, Ned drew in a long breath as if he'd been holding it. "You cannot buy loyalty," he said. "Not truly. You can rent it," Baelish countered. "For a time. That is often enough." Ned thought of Slynt's calculating eyes. "We'll see," he said. "Pray to whatever gods you keep that when the hour comes, Slynt remembers which side of the gate he's meant to stand on." By nightfall the fever had crept back. Robert knew it by the way the world began to swim at the edges, by the heat pooling in his wound and spilling out through his skin. Every breath dragged a dull spear through his side. His mouth tasted of bile and poppy and old wine. Pycelle fussed. Servants changed the sheets. The fire flared and sank. When at last they left him, only Ned remained, a solid shape in the chair beside the bed, gray eyes watching. "You remember after the trident," Robert rasped. "When that night near took your head off and I poured ale on your neck? I remember you wasting good ale," Ned said. "The maester said it did nothing but make you smell like a tavern." "It made you laugh," Robert said. "You needed it. You looked like death." He shut his eyes briefly. "You look the same now." "You don't look much better," Ned said. "Try not to die. It would make this all more complicated." Robert huffed. "It might once have been a laugh. If I die, you'll see it done," he said. "Stannis on the throne. No Lannister bastards sitting where Ares Saturday. I will see no false king crowned while I live," Ned said. "You have my word on that." Swear it, Robert said. On your honor. On. He swallowed. On Lyanna, if you must. Ned's face tightened. I won't use her name like that, he said. But you have my oath. The tension in Robert's chest eased a fraction. He let his head sink back. Do you remember that boy in the forge? He asked after a time. Big arms. My jaw. Your frown. Gendry, that was his name. Yes, Ned said. Bastard of mine, Robert said. Maya in the Vale. The rest. I scattered them like seed and never spared them a thought. Yet everyone carries more of me than Joffrey ever did. He laughed softly, bitter. That's the joke of it. My line ends with a man cut open by a pig, while my true blood bangs away at horseshoes. You could still, Ned began. No. Robert's hand twitched. No time, no strength. And Stannis would hunt them if I tried. He opened his eyes. The ceiling swam. See to them if you can. If any of them cross your path, tell them their father wasn't always a fat fool in a bed. You were never only that, Ned said. I was enough of it, Robert said. His voice grew softer. I thought winning the throne was the hard part. Killing Rhaegar, breaking the dragons. Turns out that was easy. You just swing till someone falls down. It's the sitting that breaks a man. Ned said nothing. There was nothing to say. I should have married Lyanna, Robert murmured. She'd have hated this city, hated me half the time, but she'd have told me the truth. His eyes unfocused. Instead, I took a lioness to wife and was surprised when she bit. He felt Ned's hand on his forearm, steady. Sleep, Ned said quietly. You've roared enough for one day. If I don't wake, Robert began. You will, Ned said. If I don't, Robert persisted stubbornly. Remember what you swore. No false kings. No Lannister on my throne. Don't let them make a song of me as some drunken fool who handed his crown to the first pretty boy with yellow hair. Ned's grip tightened. Rest, Robert. So he did. The fever pulled him under into waters thick and red. He drifted through dreams of the trident and of a bed in Winterfell strewn with blue winter roses. Somewhere, faint and far, Lyanna's voice whispered a promise he had never quite kept, and Robert Baratheon, who had once split a prince's armor with a hammer blow, lay small and still in his great bed beneath the antlered canopy. Janos Slynt was not a man who often found himself summoned to speak softly, yet the chamber where he met the queen that night was small and well-appointed, lit by a single brass chandelier and a brace of candles that smelled of honey. The walls were hung with Lannister crimson. A lion carved in gold watched from above the hearth. Cersei sat with a cup of wine in one hand, her other resting lightly on the lid of a narrow iron-bound chest on the table between them. She did not offer Slynt a seat. He took one anyway when she inclined her head the slightest fraction. Lord Janos, she said, these are busy days for you, I hear. Doing my duty, your grace, he said, trying not to stare at the chest. Gold cloaks keep the peace. That's what we do. Gold cloaks are useful, she agreed. They are also fickle, I am told. They develop loyalties. Her eyes were very green in the candlelight. You've been speaking with the hand. Slynt swallowed. Aye, he came with Lord Baelish. We just talked about arrangements like for the watch. She tapped the chest. Arrangements that involved coin. He didn't bother denying it. Men have families, he said. They like to know they'll eat if they do as they're told. And who do they think is telling them? Cersei asked softly. Eddard Stark? A northern wolf who will be gone as soon as my lord husband draws his last breath? Or the queen who remains? The grandfather who commands half the gold in the realm? Slynt felt sweat bead at his temple. I serve the crown, he said. Whoever wears it. The crown sits on my son's head, Cersei said. Not on Stannis Baratheon's, however much ink Stark waves about. And certainly not on Lord Stark's own. Her fingers tightened on the chest. Men are whispering that Robert has written, that he means to cast aside his own children. Will you help him do it? I don't know anything about letters, your grace, Slynt hedged. I just keep order. You keep order, she repeated. Let us speak plainly, then. There will come a day soon when someone will command you to take your men to the Red Keep, to stand before the Iron Throne with steel in their hands. Perhaps it will be the Hand. Perhaps it will be me. When that day comes, who will you obey? Slynt looked at her hand on the chest, looked at the lion over the hearth, thought of little houses in Flea Bottom, of wives and children and the short, sharp life of a man who chose the wrong patron at the wrong moment. I'm a simple man, your grace, he said. My lads follow my lead, and I follow the ones as can keep them fed and keep their heads on their shoulders. Cersei smiled, slow and cold. A sensible answer. She nudged the chest toward him. The metal scraped faintly on the tabletop. This is from my father. For the watch, consider it a token of his regard. Slynt's mouth went dry. Your grace is too kind. My father is not kind, she said. He is practical, as am I. When the time comes, Lord Janos, the gold cloaks will declare for the rightful king. They will move when I say move and strike where I point. Or I will find another man to wear that pretty cloak. Her eyes held his. Do you understand me? He did, very clearly. When the time comes, he said hoarsely, you'll have my lads, all of them, on my honor. Honor, she echoed, amused. Yes, let us call it that. She lifted her cup. He hefted the chest. As he left, the weight of it dragged at his arms, and at something deeper inside him. In the yard outside, the night air felt colder than it should. Above, the towers of the Red Keep reared against the stars, full of sleeping lords and dreaming servants and one sweating, feverish king who had no notion how many knives were being sharpened for the day his eyes finally closed. Mist clung to the surface of the Blackwater Bay like breath on glass. The war galley dragon's fury slipped through it, oars dipping in steady rhythm. Her prow, carved in the shape of two entwined dragons, cut the gray water toward the mass of stone and smoke that was King's Landing. Seabirds wheeled overhead, their cries thin and sharp. Stannis Baratheon stood at the rail as if rooted there. The wind tugged at his dark cloak, snapping its hem. Salt spray freckled his stern, sallow face. He did not blink. Davos Seaworth came to stand beside him, boots thudding on damp planks. He smelled of tar and sea and onions. The smells of Davos's old life had never quite left him, no matter how many silks Stannis insisted he wear. There she is, Davos said quietly. The city that makes and unmakes kings. Stannis grunted. It will not unmake me. Behind them, Melisandre stood at the base of the mast, red silk wrapped close about her despite the chill, hair loose and bright against the damp air. She watched the city with eyes like polished embers. The air tastes of fear, she said, and old sins. This is a place ripe for burning. Nothing will be burned, Stannis snapped without turning. Not unless I order it. She smiled faintly. Of course, my lord. Fire obeys the hand that wields it. The other ships of his small fleet cut the water behind them. 9 more galleys, their sails furled, oars working. They were not enough to cow a city of 500,000 souls, but they were enough to carry word that Stannis Baratheon had left his exile and come to stake his claim. On the long quay, figures were already gathering. Ned Stark stood at the fore, grim in his plain dark cloak, flanked by a few Northmen and men of the city watch. Bannerless, Stannis noted with a sniff. Stark had never been one for pageantry. A poor reception for a king's heir, Stannis said. Better than none, Davos replied. And better than arrows. Stannis's mouth tightened. If Cersei means to kill me, she will not waste arrows. She'll fill my cup. Davos said nothing. They both knew Stannis had refused wine on the voyage save what Davos tasted first. The galley bumped gently against the quay. Ropes were thrown, hands catching and tying. A gangplank thudded into place. Stannis descended with the care of a man who had been at sea long enough that the stone felt wrong beneath his boots. Lord Stannis, Ned said, inclining his head. You came quickly. I came when the law called me, Stannis said. You wrote that my brother named me heir. Where is he? In the Red Keep, Ned answered. His wound worsened with the fever, then eased. He is awake. We thought it best not to move him. Thought? Stannis repeated, as if the word tasted sour. I will see him at once. He looked past Ned at the men behind him. The gold cloaks shifted uneasily under his scrutiny. The commander, Slynt, was not present. Good. Stannis had little patience for fat men who sold law by the handful. Your escort is modest, Stannis observed. His gaze flicked to the Northmen, the tall, hard-eyed men in patched mail, hands on sword hilts. You trust the city watch? I trust that they want to live, Ned said. Men who want to live can be guided. Or bought, Stannis said. His eyes narrowed at the sight of Peter Baelish loitering near the back, hands folded, expression placid. I have read your letter, Stark. I know what's at stake. Let us not waste time on courtesies. He strode up the quay toward the city gate without waiting to be led. Davos fell in beside Ned. He is glad to see you, the smuggler said quietly. For Stannis. I have seen warmer greetings from ice, Ned said. He has not forgotten Storm's End, Davos replied. Or being sent to Dragonstone with the taste of salt and siege still in his mouth. That is a wound that never healed. Robert dealt him an unfair hand, Ned said, watching Stannis's back. But this is larger than old slights. Davos's eyes went to the looming mass of the Red Keep. Everything is larger now, he said, and sharper. Melisandre passed them, walking as if the damp stones did not touch her. Her gaze lingered on Ned a heartbeat longer than courtesy required. You carry cold with you, she murmured. The air about you smells of snow and death. I am a Stark, Ned said. We come from a cold place. She smiled, enigmatic. Cold melts before fire, she said. Remember that, Lord Hand. He watched her go with a frown. Varys's murmurs about red priests and strange gods came back to him. In a city already thick with heresy and treason, one more red-robed zealot was the last thing he needed. Come, Ned said to Davos. We'll go up together. Best Stannis hear some things from more than one tongue. And which tongue will he trust? Davos asked. The one that cuts closest to the bone, Ned said. Stannis has always preferred uncomfortable truths to comforting lies. That at least we share. Robert stared at his brother as if at a ghost. Stannis had changed less than he had. The years had thinned his hair and deepened the lines around his mouth, but he still had the same iron stiffness, the same unhappy eyes. Robert felt fat and soft beneath his brother's scrutiny, even through a haze of pain. Well, Robert said at last, you took your time. I came as soon as your hand's letter reached me, Stannis said. Dragonstone is not a day's ride from here, whatever you may think. His gaze flicked to the bandage at Robert's side. You look like death. I feel worse, Robert said. But not so bad I can't still knock your teeth out if you look at me like that. A ghost of something almost like amusement touched Stannis's mouth. It vanished quickly. You should not have gone hunting in your condition, he said. What condition? Robert demanded. Drunk? I've hunted drunk since I could lift a spear. In thrall to a woman who wishes you dead, Stannis said bluntly. Robert's jaw tightened. So Stark's letters told you. Stark's letters confirmed what I have known for years, Stannis replied. Cersei Lannister is a viper. You took her to wife and bared your throat. It was only a matter of time before she struck. The tusk missed, Robert said. I'm not dead yet. She misjudged the amount of wine it takes to kill a Baratheon. Stannis's eyes snapped to Ned. You have the proof? He asked. Of the rest. Ned nodded. The book of lineages. The bastards. The boy in the forge. The others. Jon Arryn died for gathering it. Robert has seen enough to accept the truth. The truth, Stannis said, is that my brother's supposed children are bastards born of incest. He spoke the words without relish, but without hesitation. They must be cast aside. Cersei chained, Jaime stripped of his cloak and head both. The Lannisters made to answer for their treason. Robert shifted against the pillows, wincing. "It's always heads with you, isn't it?" He muttered, "Cut it off, burn it, feed it to the dogs. Kings who let treason go unpunished do not stay kings," Stannis said. "Ask Aerys." "Oh, you cannot. You killed him." Robert's hand flexed as if grasping a remembered hammer. "Aerys burned men alive," he said. "He deserved what he got. And you," Stannis said, "have ruled by drinking and laughing and letting lions creep into your bed. You may not deserve to die, but you have earned this mess." "Stannis," Ned said sharply. "This is not the time." "When is the time?" Stannis snapped. "After Tywin's banners are in the field? After Joffrey sits that throne with Cersei whispering in his ear and Jaime at his side? You have delayed too long already. Every day you sit in this bed instead of at court gives your enemies more rope to hang you with." Robert glared at him, but there was no real heat in it, only weariness. "You came to scold or to help?" he asked. "I came because the law calls me," Stannis said. "By your own hand you have named me heir. That carries duties as well as rights. I will not see the realm left to Lannister whelps or to Renly's pretty dreams." "Renly is gone," Ned said. "He slipped out 2 nights past with a handful of knights, Loras Tyrell among them. We believe he rides for Highgarden." Stannis's mouth thinned. "Of course he does," he said. "Trust Renly to grab at a crown the moment he smells one in the air." "You are quick to accuse your brothers," Robert growled. "For a man who has not set eyes on either of us in years." "I wanted Storm's End," Stannis said. "You gave it to him. You sent me to Dragonstone with the last of the Dragon Lord's leavings. You made me jailer of a dead house while he played at Lord in my birthright. Forgive me if I do not weep at the thought that his ambitions may be checked." "This is idle," Ned cut in. "Renly is gone. We cannot retrieve him with words. The danger here is Cersei and her father. The Queen already moves to buy the city watch. Tywin massing his men is only a raven away." Stannis rounded on him. "Then we act now," he said. "Today. We have the king. We have his will. We have the hand and the law. We summon the small council and the lords in the city, present the proof, name the children bastards and Cersei traitor, and seize them, while Tywin is still in the west and Renly still on the road." "And if the streets rise?" Ned asked. "If the gold cloaks turn their cloaks? If the small folk see only that their queen and her lovely prince are dragged away by northern traitors and hard-faced lords from Dragonstone? Then we put them down," Stannis said. "Swiftly. Mercy in such matters only breeds more blood." "Spoken like a man who has never had to cut down his own city," Robert muttered. Stannis's eyes flashed. "I held Storm's End through a year's siege while you played heroic on the Trident," he said. "I watched my men eat rats rather than surrender. Do not speak to me of cities." "Enough," Ned said again, more sharply. "You are brothers. You can fight over old wrongs when the realm is safe." "Safe," Stannis echoed. "It will not be safe while Cersei Lannister breathes." Robert sighed, the sound heavy. "You want her head on a spike," he said. "Stark wants her under guard. Cersei wants me dead. Renly wants a crown. Tywin wants the world. And I want a drink." He rubbed his face with one large hand. "7 hells, I wish Jon Arryn were here. He'd tell us what to do and make us think it was our idea." "Jon is dead," Ned said. "We stand in his place." Robert's gaze softened for a moment as it rested on Ned. He said. "You do." He looked at Stannis. "We'll do as you say. Mostly. We'll move against Cersei, but we do it with some care. I'll not have my city burn because you hunger for heads." Stannis's jaw worked. "Care will cost us," he said. "Everything costs us," Robert replied. "Get Stark his proof. Call the council. Tomorrow we face her together, kings in hand and heir, and if the lions bare their claws, we..." break their teeth. He shifted again, wincing as the wound tugged. Now get out, he growled. Both of you, leave me to my pain. It's quieter than you're arguing. Ned and Stannis exchanged a look. It was not friendly, but there was an understanding there. Two hard men bound by the same crumbling duty. We will be ready, Ned said. You had best be, Robert replied. If I drag myself to that throne room and find you've lost your nerve, I'll thrash you both from here to the wall. Cersei chose the place with care. The gallery overlooked the inner ward, its tall, arched windows letting in rivers of light. Lannister crimson and gold hung from the walls. The floor was polished marble, the columns carved with lions. This was her ground, stamped in the colors of her house. Stannis Baratheon seemed out of place here, a dark, unlovely blot in his plain wool. He stood rigid, jaw set, as if braced against a wind only he could feel. You did not come to pay your respects when I arrived, he said without preamble. I was nursing a husband, Cersei replied. I do not have time to bow before every sour-faced brother he dredges up from exile. His mouth tightened. Dragonstone is not exile. It is a royal seat. It is a dead king's cast-off, she said. But you would know about leavings. Lancel shifted nervously behind her, the flagon in his hand trembling. Stannis's eyes flicked to him and then away with open contempt. Do you know why Robert sent you there? Cersei asked. Do you know why he gave Storm's End to Renly instead? I know why, Stannis said. Because Robert was weak where he should have been strong and indulgent where he should have been just. He rewarded smiles and songs over duty. She smiled thinly. And now he tries to correct that by naming you heir. You must be pleased. I am called to duty, not pleasure, he said. Your pleasure has brought us to this pass. Cersei's fingers tightened on the stone balustrade. Sunlight warmed her skin, but inside she felt ice. So Stark has told you his tales, she said. About my children, about my bed. He has shown me the book of lineages, Stannis replied. He has spoken of bastards in the city with my brother's face. He has set forth truths you would prefer stayed buried. They are not truths, she said. They are stories. Old wives' gossip bound in leather. You cannot unmake a prince with ink. You unmade a prince when you set your brother in your bed, Stannis said coldly. When you risked the line and the realm for your own twisted pride. She took a step toward him. You speak to me of twisted pride? She hissed. You, who sulked on your rock because your brother did not give you the castle you wanted. Who nursed your slights like a woman with her griefs, sucking on them year after year. Color rose in his cheeks. I held Storm's End for your husband when he had already lost the war in his heart, he said. I ate rats so that he could sit that throne you adorn. Do not lecture me on service. And now you mean to steal my children's birthright, she said. To cast them aside as bastards because some northern wolf and a half-dead king say so. I mean to see the law kept, he answered. Your children have no more right to that throne than any other bastard in this city. Less perhaps. They are born of treason as well as adultery. Say that again, she whispered. He held her gaze. Treason, he said. Adultery, incest. You have shamed your house and your father, not to speak of my brother's crown. For that alone you deserve the rope. Lancel sucked in a breath. The guards behind Cersei shifted, hands tightening on their spear shafts. Cersei's nails dug into her palm until she felt the skin break. You would hang me? She asked. In this city? In this castle? While my father breathes and my son lives. Your father is 1,000 leagues away, Stannis said. Your son's claim dies when Robert's will is read. The law stands with me. The hand stands with me. The king stands with me. For once. His eyes were hard as flint. You have ruled the city on falsehood and fear. That ends. She laughed. The sound startled even her, sharp and bright as broken glass. You poor, joyless man, she said. You think men will follow law over gold? Over love? The small folk adore Joffrey. The court fears my father. You and your precious parchments stand between lions and their prey and think ink will hold them. I do not think ink will hold Tywin Lannister, Stannis said. I think swords will, and fire, and if need be, blood. I will not shrink from it as Robert has. Then we understand each other, she said. You mean to tear down what I have built, to take my children from me, to see me in chains or on a spike? Yes, he said. There was no triumph in it, no satisfaction, just grim certainty. Then hear this, she said, stepping still closer, until she could see the flecks of lighter brown in his dark blue eyes. I will not go quietly. I will not let you or my drunken husband or that northern fool write my children out of the world. If you come for me, come with every sword you have, and pray they are enough. They will be, Stannis said. She held his gaze a moment longer, then smiled. We shall see, she said lightly. Will you take wine, Lord Stannis? It's from the arbor. Far better than the sour Dornish they give my husband. Lancel fumbled the flagon. Stannis's mouth twisted. I do not drink, he said. Not in this city. Cersei's smile widened. Wise, she said. For once, when he was gone, she stood alone in the sunlit gallery, staring out over the ward. From here she could see the glitter of the bay, the ant-like movement of men on the walls, the faint line of smoke rising from Flea Bottom. Summon my father's men in the city, she told Lancel without turning. Every Lannister sword, and send for Ser Jaime. Tell him I would speak with him. It seems the time for talk is nearly over. Yes, your grace, Lancel whispered. Her hand went to the flat of her stomach, as if to shield something that was no longer there. Once, she had thought herself a lioness pacing her cage. Now she felt more like a wolf pressed to a corner. Wolves bit harder when cornered. The hall beneath Casterly Rock smelled of wax and parchment and old stone. Tywin Lannister sat with his back to a carved lion whose onyx eyes watched the hall impassively. Before him, the map of the Seven Kingdoms lay pinned and marked. Tiny stags for Stormland lords, wolves for northern houses, lions clustered thick around the western hills and along the Gold Road. A raven's message lay open beside his hand. The wax seal of his daughter's hand had been broken and laid aside. Say it again, Kevan Lannister said, frowning down at the spidery letters in the candlelight. Robert lives. The wound missed his heart. The hand and Stannis both stand in the Red Keep. The will is written naming Stannis heir. He looked up, and Renly has fled with Tyrell knights. Fled is not the word Cersei uses, Tywin said. His voice was quiet. It was always quiet. Men strained to hear it. She says he has gone to seek his own crown. Kevan made a small sound. Madness, he said. Ambition, Tywin corrected. Madness is only ambition without power. Give Renly enough swords and gold, and men will call him brave instead of mad. He curled one long finger around a small golden lion and moved it from the rock toward the Riverlands. Robert should have died, Kevan said, voicing what they both thought. The Boar should have killed him. With the king dead and Joffrey crowned, we could have managed Stark. Or removed him, with Robert alive. With Robert alive, Tywin said. We have a king who has finally been forced to look at the mess he has made. Stark will press him. Stannis will bully him. Between them, they will tear the veil off Cersei's sins and wave them before the court. Kevan shifted. You think they will name the children bastards openly? Tywin's lip barely moved. If they have any sense. And if they do not, Stannis will shove the words down their throats until they choke. Could we quiet it? Kevan asked. Remove Stark. Poison Stannis. There are ways. Poisoning Stannis would be like trying to drown a stone, Tywin said. He will expect it. As for Stark, he let the thought trail off. Killing the hand once may be called misfortune. Killing two begins to look deliberate. Kevan's mouth tightened. Jon Arryn's death sat uneasily on all their consciences, whether they named it so or not. And Cersei, Kevan ventured. She writes as if staking a claim. She demands men. Coin. She says she will not allow her children to be cast aside. Of course she will not, Tywin said. She is my daughter. He picked up a tiny stag from the reach and rolled it between his fingers. She has always misunderstood the difference between will and power. What will you do, brother? Kevin asked. What I must, Tywin said. What I have always done. Protect the interests of this house. He placed the lion on the border of the Riverlands. Another joined it, then another. Gregor Clegane and his ilk have long thirsted for new fields to trample, he said. We will give them the trident. They will raid and burn and rape and call it righteous vengeance for some imagined slight. The Tullus will scream to the crown for aid. And if the crown answers? Kevin asked. Then we will see who rides, Tywin said. If Robert and Stark send men, we will know they mean to treat us as enemies. If they hesitate, if they send letters instead of swords, we will know they are already divided. And if they do nothing? Kevin asked. Then the Riverlands bleed and remember who failed them, Tywin said. I may yet be their savior if fortune turns. He looked up at the lion behind him, as if asking some silent question. Send for Ser Gregor, he said, and for Amory Lorch, Polliver, men who understand what it is to make a message out of blood. Kevin grimaced. The realm will howl. The realm has a short memory, Tywin said. They howled when Aerys burned Rickard Stark and Brandon, did they not? They cried out when he roasted men alive. Then Robert put a hammer through his chest, and they cheered. Give them a new villain, and they will forget the last in a fortnight. He looked at the letter again. Cersei has overplayed her hand, he said. She should have waited. Let the boar kill Robert cleanly, then moved quickly before Stark or Stannis could gather themselves. Now she has a wounded king with a sudden taste for justice and two brothers with better claims than her children. His voice stayed calm, but there was iron in it. I will not throw the full strength of the West into a losing game. You would abandon her? Kevin asked, startled despite himself. I will not abandon my grandchildren, Tywin said, but I will not ride blind into a trap of her making. We will act at the margins, bleed the Riverlands, rattle the crown. If Stark and Stannis prove weak, we press. If they prove strong, he shrugged. We bide our time. And the city? Kevin asked. If they move against Cersei? Tywin's eyes were cold. Then she must be clever enough to survive until my banners can change the nature of the board, he said. I taught her better than to play without an escape. He rose, the motion smooth. Send the ravens, he said, to Gregor, to our bannermen, and another to Cersei. Tell her this. Lions do not roar at every shadow. They roar when it profits them. Until then, they watch. Kevin nodded and went. Tywin lingered a moment over the map, fingers resting lightly on King's Landing. Do not fail me, daughter, he murmured. I can lose a king. I cannot afford to lose a dynasty. The hand's solar smelled of tallow and parchment and the faint, ever-present tang of the sea drifting in through the narrow window. Ned and Stannis bent over the table as if it were a campaign map before a siege. In truth, it was. The Red Keep and the city about it were their battlefield. The pins that marked gates and barracks and key halls might as well have been towers and trenches. We strike at dawn, Stannis said. The Queen will expect us to move while the court is full, when she can play to the crowd. We will deny her that. We go to the throne room with the king, my claim, and your proof. We present the charge and seize her before she can rally. She will have her Lannister guards, Ned said, and the Kingsguard. Jaime Lannister will not yield her easily. Barristan Selmy will, Stannis said. He is sworn to the king, not the queen. So are the others, at least in name. Jaime's oath is already broken. That makes him easier to kill. Men who have forsaken honor once will think twice before testing it again. Ned's fingers moved across the map, tapping the points he had marked earlier. We bring our men from the north, he said. 200 in the yard under arms already at my command. Another 40 men of the Vale from Yon Royce and the other knights who came south with my wife. They will be here. He touched the spaces behind the throne, the side doors, the great hall. "And the gold cloaks?" Davos asked. "Janos Slynt has pledged 500, Ned said. Baelish arranged the coin. Whether they are pledged to me, to him, or to their own purses is another question. Coin is a stronger oath than words for such men," Stannis said. "But they have Lannister coin as well, do they not?" Ned grimaced. "I suspect so. Cersei summoned Slynt after we did." Stannis snorted. "Then he will take what he can get from both and follow whichever side looks strongest when the swords come out." "Such men are dangerous," Davos said. "They tip scales at the worst moments. That is why we arrange it so that tipping the scales in our favor looks safest," Stannis said. "We make our show strong. We bring the king." He tapped the circle representing the throne. "If Robert sits in judgment, crown on his head, even Slynt will hesitate to turn coat." "The maesters do not want him moved," Ned said. "The wound is deep. The fever bites again at night." "He is Robert Baratheon," Stannis said. "He has marched bleeding before. He can sit a horse for the length of a hall, or be carried if need be. He need only speak the words once. After that, the law will stand." Ned's gaze went to the chest of documents. Within lay Robert's will naming Stannis heir, the copy Ned had made, the book of lineages, the letters to Dragonstone and Highgarden. Ink instead of iron, but sharp in their way. "There is another matter," Ned said slowly. "Varys. What of him?" Stannis asked. "He's a spider. We know this." "He has been whispering with men across the sea," Ned said. "Arya overheard him with a Pentoshi merchant, Illyrio Mopatis. They spoke of dragons and of replacing one king with another when the time is right. They spoke of me as a wolf to be crushed between lion and stag." Stannis's mouth twisted. "You trust your daughter's eavesdropping more than a eunuch's self-serving denials," he said. "For once, your sentiment may serve you." "I do not trust Varys," Ned said, "but I cannot yet move against him without more than my daughter's word. The court would say I strike down the king's servants on a child's tale." "Then we do not move against him tomorrow," Stannis said. "One war at a time. Lannisters first, spiders later." Ned nodded reluctantly. Davos shifted his weight. "This red woman," he said, "Melisandre, she unsettles the men. They say she looks at them as if she sees their deaths." Stannis's jaw clenched. "She will not be in the throne room," he said. "This is a matter of law, not fires and gods. She is useful, but not to be paraded before southern lords who already think me half-mad for listening to her at all." "That will not be the only thing they think you half-mad for," Davos murmured under his breath. Stannis shot him a look, but did not rebuke him. "You will stand with Stark," he said instead. "At the king's right hand. Men will look at you and see a smuggler raised high. They will remember that I reward loyalty, not birth. And they will remember that you have few highborn friends," Davos said. "Better a handful of true men than a hall full of false ones." Ned straightened, rubbing at the stiffness in his neck. "I will speak to Robert again," he said. "He must understand how precarious this is. If he wavers—" "He cannot waver," Stannis said. "He has done that for 15 years. Look where it brought us." "He is your brother," Ned said. "He is my king," Stannis replied. "And if he fails in that, I will be his judge." The words hung in the air, stark as any northern winter. Ned thought of Robert's hand on his forearm, fever-hot, the desperate plea in his eyes. He thought of Lyanna, of promises half-kept and broken. "Very well," he said. "Dawn, then." "Dawn," Stannis agreed. Davos glanced at the window, where the night pressed blackly against the glass. "Storm is coming," he said. "It has been coming for years," Ned replied. "We only hear the thunder now." "They will not go quietly," Varys said. Ned watched him the way a man watched a snake. Not from fear, though he would have been a fool not to feel some of that, but from respect for the creature's nature. "Cersei has gathered her wits and her men," Varys went on. Lannister guards stand double watch at Maegor's Holdfast. Jaime Lannister has barely left his sister's side. The Queen has sent messages to every lord and captain still in the city. "And you know this how?" Ned asked. Varys spread his hands. "Men talk," he said. "Women talk. Children talk. I listen. It is what I do." "You listened when Jon Arryn died," Ned said. "You listened when the king nearly died on a boar's tusk. You listened when my daughter overheard you plotting with Illyrio Mopatis about replacing one king with another." A flicker crossed Varys's face. Surprise quickly smoothed away. "Children have such nimble feet," he said, "and such inconvenient ears." "They have clear eyes as well," Ned said. "Arya had no reason to invent dragons and merchants from Pentos. You speak of replacing kings as if you were moving casks of wine from one cellar to another." Varys's lips thinned. "I speak of survival," he said. "Of the realms. Not mine." "The realm did not ask you to appoint yourself its savior," Ned said. "And did it ask you?" Varys countered. "Or Stannis, or Cersei, or any of us. Men take up crowns and swords and hands chains because they wish to. The realm either survives their rule or it does not. I try to give it a fighting chance." "By what?" Ned asked. "By setting wolves and lions and stags at each other until the weakest falls where you wish? By making sure the last beast standing is not the maddest," Varys said. "We have seen what madness on a throne looks like. I would avoid it a second time." "Is that why you whisper of dragons?" Ned asked. "Targaryen princesses across the sea?" Varys's gaze held his. "There are many fires smoldering in the world," he said. "Some will burst into flame whether we blow on them or not. I merely monitor the smoke." Ned's patience thinned. "If you know so much of smoke and flame, then answer me this. What will the Lannisters do when we move against Cersei tomorrow?" "They will fight," Varys said simply. "Tywin's daughter does not bend. Jaime will not stand idle while his sister is taken in chains. The gold cloaks will be torn. Some will follow you. Some will follow Slynt. Some will follow whomever they think will still be paying them tomorrow." "And you?" Ned asked. "I will do as I have always done," Varys said. "I will try to minimize the bloodshed." "You can do that now," Ned said. "Tell me what Janos Slynt intends. Tell me whether Littlefinger's gold holds him more tightly than Cersei's threats." Varys sighed. "Slynt intends to keep his options open," he said. "He has taken from both purses. He will look at the king and at your northern men and at Stannis and at the queen and at Jaime Lannister. He will wait as long as he dares to see which way the tide runs. Then he will shout for the king and pretend it was what he meant all along." "That tells me nothing I could not guess," Ned said. "It tells you that when the moment comes," Varys said, "you must make your side look like the safe one. That means no half measures. No show of uncertainty. If Robert falters, if Stannis snarls and threatens but does not strike, if you step back from your own proof, Slynt will smell weakness and scuttle to Cersei like the rat he is." Ned's jaw clenched. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Turn the throne room into a slaughterhouse? Fill the floor with blood, so that the city can see who holds the sharpest knives?" "I would have you choose your enemies carefully," Varys said. "And your allies even more so. Stannis Baratheon is a hard man. Hard men break things. Sometimes that is necessary. Sometimes it leaves nothing left to rule. If you tie yourself to him entirely, you may regret it when his justice falls on necks you did not intend to offer." "Cersei will not relent," Ned said. "Tywin will not. Renly has already fled. There are no gentle choices left." "No," Varys agreed softly. "There are not." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Lord Stark," he said, "you are an honorable man. That is both your shield and your weakness. When you stand before the court, you will be tempted to lay out every truth you have, as if facts alone could hold back a Lannister charge. Sometimes, it is wiser to keep some truths in your pocket, to use them when the realm is ready to hear them." "You would have me lie," Ned said. "I would have you live," Varys replied. A live wolf can still bite. A dead one is just a pelt on some lord's floor. Ned stared at him, then shook his head. I will not twist the law to suit convenience, he said. If we fall because we did what was right, then so be it. Varys studied him for a moment, then inclined his head in something that was not quite respect, but close. Very well, he said. I have warned you. When the shouting starts, remember this. The small folk do not care whose name is carved over the door of the throne room. They care whether their children eat and whether soldiers rape their daughters. If your choices tomorrow spare them, you will have done more for the realm than any dragon ever did. And if they do not? Ned asked. Then we will count the cost, Varys said. As we always do. He slipped away into the deeper shadows. Ned stood a moment longer, feeling the weight of steel that was not yet drawn. Then he turned toward the heavy doors to the throne room. Tomorrow, then, he murmured. Let it come. Janos Slynt had never much liked choices. Orders were simple. A man told you to do a thing, you did it, and if it went wrong, you could always say you were only following orders. Choices were trickier. Choices meant blame. Now he stood in the armory of the City Watch with a purse of Stark gold in one hand and a purse of Lannister gold in the other, and knew that whatever he chose would haunt him to his grave. His captains waited, armor half donned, cloaks folded over their arms. Men he had drunk with, cheated with, broken bread with. Men who had wives and brats in Flea Bottom, mothers in the Riverlands, cousins in the Reach. What is it to be, M-Lord? One of them asked. Traegar, a bull-necked man from Crackclaw Point. We marching with them Northmen, or standing by the Queen? We stand by the King, Slynt said automatically. And which one's that? Another captain asked. The one bleeding in his bed? The one from Dragonstone? The pretty boy that likes to watch cats burned. A few of the men chuckled uneasily. Slynt glared at them. Mind your tongues, he snapped. You talk like that in the wrong ear, you'll find your heads on spikes. We might find 'em there anyway, Traegar muttered. Slynt dropped the purses on the table. The coins clinked dully. Listen, he said. I'm not fool enough to think we can stand aside. When lords fight, they always want the watch on one side or the other. We've got offers from both. The hand says we're to guard the king's will and the law. The queen says we're to guard her and the prince. Stark's got his Northmen. Lannister's got their red cloaks. Us, we've got the city. And our families, one captain said. If we pick wrong. Slynt knew what he meant. He had seen what happened when the wrong men lost. Houses burned. Women taken. Children vanished. The winners always talked of justice. The losers always called it murder. We do what we've always done, Slynt said slowly. We keep order. When the hand calls, we answer. When the queen calls, we answer. But when steel comes out, he weighed the thought carefully. When steel comes out, we shout loud and clear who we're for, so no one can say we're on the wrong side. And who will that be? Traegar asked. Slynt hesitated. In his mind, he saw Cersei Lannister's green eyes, cold as winter. He heard her voice, soft and deadly, speaking of children's throats. He saw Lord Stark's hard mouth, heard Baelish's lazy promise of more coin. Whichever side looks to win, he said at last. We're not lords. We're not sworn to one house or another. We serve the city. A dead commander can't do that. That's no answer, Traegar growled. It's the only answer that keeps most of you breathing, Slynt snapped. You watch tomorrow. You keep your lads tight. When I give the word, you echo it. If I shout for the king, you shout with me. Which king? Someone muttered. The one sitting the bloody throne, Slynt said. Who else? Robert if he's there. Stannis if the old Boar drops dead in front of us. We're not maesters to argue over ink and seals. We follow who sits that chair and hope he doesn't decide to hang us for breathing wrong. He looked at the purses on the table. Gold glinted in the lamplight, yellow and red. Split 'em, he said to Traegar. One purse for each captain. Tell your men they're being paid to stand firm. No running. No changing sides on their own. Orders come from me. They do what they're told, or they'll wish they died tomorrow instead. And you, M-Lord? Traegar asked. Who'll you listen to? Slynt thought of his narrow house, of his wife's soft snore, of his daughter's laughter. He thought of lions and wolves and stags and dragons, all the beasts that prowled around the city with crowns in their eyes. I'll listen to whoever still has the most swords drawn when the shouting stops, he said quietly. Now get to your posts. Dawn's not far. As they filed out, each with his share of the coin, Slynt scooped up a single golden dragon left on the table and turned it between his fingers. Just a man doing his duty, he told the silent room. That's all. The coin glittered back at him, indifferent. The throne room felt colder than the yard. Dawn light slanted through the tall, narrow windows, painting bright bars on the stone floor. Dust motes swam in it, disturbed by the slow movement of men and cloaks. The Iron Throne crouched at the far end, all twisted steel and jagged edges, but Robert did not climb it. They had set the same carved chair before it as on the day of his council, though this time they had draped it in black and gold, not white fur. He wore a tunic of black velvet slashed with gold, the crowned stag picked out in thread over his heart. The bandage at his side was hidden under the cloth, but every breath reminded him it was there. Stannis stood to his right, stern and silent, a dark pillar. Ned Stark stood to his left, the scroll bearing Robert's will in his hands. Behind them, a knot of Northmen and Stannis' own men waited, faces grim. Cersei Lannister approached down the hall with her children and her guards as if this were any other court day. Her gown was a deep green that made her hair blaze where the light caught it. Joffrey walked beside her, chin high, in a crimson doublet with a lion rampant. Tommen and Myrcella trailed behind, eyes wide. The Kingsguard flanked them. Barristan Selmy in white and steel, Jaime in shining armor that fit him like a second skin, the others in polished plate. Behind, a file of Lannister guards in red cloaks took up position near the base of the throne steps. Along the walls, gold cloaks stood in disciplined ranks. Janos Slynt had positioned them evenly, neat lines of yellow against gray stone. They might as well have been statues, for all the emotion their faces showed. Robert saw the tension in their shoulders, smelled the fear under the polish. Your Grace, Cersei said, stopping at the foot of the steps, exactly as she always had. You look well. You look like you've slept, Robert said. I'm surprised. Worry makes for poor rest, she said. But I find I am calmer now that I see you on your feet. Her gaze flicked, just once, to the men behind him. Though perhaps you should still be Abed. Sit, Robert said. We have business. She did not sit. Neither did anyone else. The hall filled with the susurrus of cloth, the faint creak of leather, the collective holding of breath. Lords and ladies who had been summoned as witnesses, Renford Ricker, Old Lord Stokeworth, a clutch of lesser courtiers, shifted uncomfortably. Ned unrolled the scroll. The sound cracked through the hall like a whip. This council is convened, he said, his voice carrying in the great space. To hear the king's will and to settle matters of succession and treason in the sight of gods and men. Treason, Cersei repeated. You presume much, Lord Stark. I presume nothing, Ned said. I bring proof, he gestured. A servant stepped forward with the heavy book of lineages. Ned opened it, flipping to the page he had marked. For 300 years, he said, the blood of kings has been recorded here. Hair, eyes, marriages, issue. Black of hair follows black of hair in House Baratheon, even when wed to fair brides. Stefan, Robert, Stannis, Renly, their bastards in the city and beyond, born of women with hair of brown and yellow and red, all black of hair. He let his gaze sweep the hall. And yet, in this generation, with a black-haired king and a golden-haired queen, every royal child is born with hair of gold. Cersei's lips parted in a smile that did not touch her eyes. You read well, Lord Stark, she said. Perhaps you missed your calling as a maester. Murmurs rippled through the court. Joffrey's face flushed an angry red. Mind your tongue, the boy snapped. You speak of your future king. Be silent, Joffrey, Robert said. For once, the boy obeyed, though his jaw clenched. Ned closed the book with a soft thump. Jon Arryn saw the truth and died for it, he said. The king sees it now. So does Lord Stannis. The children born of Jaime and Cersei Lannister's sin are not of Baratheon blood. They have no claim to the Iron Throne. The hall exploded with noise, cries of impossible and shame, and "Seven save us" mingled with gasps and harsh laughter. Someone near the back shouted "liar" and was quickly hushed. Barristan Selmy stood like a statue, eyes fixed on some point beyond them all. Joffrey stepped forward, eyes blazing. "How dare you?" he shouted. "My mother is a queen. My father. Your father is standing before you," Stannis said, his voice like iron on stone. "And he names you what you are, a bastard born of treachery." Jaime's hand went to his sword hilt. Steel rasped as it left the scabbard an inch. "Say that again," he said softly. "Draw that sword and I will have your other hand," Stannis said. "Enough," Robert roared. The sound crashed down on them all, loud as thunder. The hall fell abruptly silent. Robert pushed himself up from the chair. Pain flared in his side, but he ignored it, drawing himself to his full, if diminished height. "I have been a fool," he said. His voice carried, rough but clear. "Blind. I let myself be led by wine and lust and laziness. I did not see what was under my nose. Stark has put a book in my hands. Stannis has put questions in my head. I have done the sums. I do not like them." He looked down at Cersei. "You betrayed our marriage bed," he said. "You spat on my line. You raised another man's spawn and named them mine. That is treason as well as adultery. For that you should die." Gasps echoed. Cersei's face was very still. "And will you kill me?" she asked. "Here? Before the court? Before our children?" "Yes," Robert said simply. "If I must." He gestured to Ned. "Read it." Ned lifted the scroll. "By the will of Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name," he intoned, "King of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, it is declared that Stannis of House Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, is his lawful he, heir, and shall follow him upon the Iron Throne at his death or incapacity. Further, that Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King, is empowered to act as regent and protector of the realm until such time as Lord Stannis takes up those duties." He rolled the scroll partially, revealing the lower lines. "It is also commanded," he continued, "that Cersei of House Lannister is to be deprived of all offices and powers and held under guard to answer for her crimes, and that the children Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, styled Baratheon, are to be removed from her custody and held as wards of the crown pending judgment." "Enough," Cersei said. Her voice cut through the hall, clear and cold. "You think words on paper can unmake a queen?" she asked. "You think ink can turn my children into bastards?" Her eyes swept the gold cloaks along the walls, then the Lannister guards, then the courtiers packed against the columns. "Lords of Westeros," she said, "you have all seen my children, held them, sworn oaths to them. Will you stand by while a drunken king and two bitter men strip them of their names?" Silence answered, but it was a charged silence. Men's eyes darted, weighing futures. "Janos Slynt," Robert said, "commander of the City Watch." Slynt stiffened. "Hear your grace," he said. "You and your men will see the queen and her children placed under guard," Robert said. "Gently if they go quietly. If not..." His jaw tightened. "You have your orders." Slynt swallowed. "As you say, your grace." He turned to his men. "For the king," he shouted. "For the king!" The gold cloaks roared back. Steel hissed from scabbards. And then, almost as one, a third of the gold cloaks pivoted. Their spear points and sword tips swung away from the Lannister guards and toward the knot of Northmen and Dragonstone men behind the throne. For a heartbeat, the hall held its breath. Then Janos Slynt pointed at Ned Stark and Stannis Baratheon. "Seize them," he he bellowed. "Protect the queen and the prince." Chaos exploded like a dropped torch in dry straw. Arya had not meant to be there. She had followed Sansa, who had followed Septa Mordain, who had dragged them both to the gallery above the throne room with talk of historic moments and proper comportment. Sansa had been radiant with excitement, eyes shining at the thought of seeing Joffrey crowned, or at least named heir properly. Now Sansa stood frozen, one hand clamped over her mouth. Arya felt as if her heart had climbed into her throat and was trying to claw its way out. Below them, the hall was a nightmare. Gold cloaks surged like a breaking wave, half turning on their fellows, some confused, some committed. Northmen bellowed war cries, drawing swords with the easy speed of men who had lived their lives with a blade never far. Stannis' men from Dragonstone closed ranks around their lord, shields up, faces grim. Ned Stark moved before the first spear reached them, sword leaping into his hand as if it had been waiting there all along. The sound of metal meeting metal rang against the stone. "Father," Sansa whispered. Jaime Lannister came to life like a drawn bowstring released. He vaulted the few steps between him and Ned with a fluidity that made Arya's teeth clench. His sword sang free, gold and steel flashing. "Lord Stark," he called, laughter in his voice. "Shall we dance as we did not on the Trident?" Ned met him, their blades clashing. For a moment, Arya forgot her fear in the sheer, brutal beauty of it. Jaime moved like water over stone, all smooth curves and sudden strikes. Her father was slower, bulkier, but his every cut was economical, every parry solid. Around them, men screamed. A gold cloak thrust his spear at Stannis' chest, only to have it knocked aside by Davos, who swung a borrowed sword with the desperate ferocity of a man who had not expected to die in a southern court that day. The spear glanced off Stannis' breastplate. Stannis drove his own blade forward, and the man went down with a gurgle. "Traitors!" someone shouted. It was impossible to tell who. Cersei had retreated up the steps. Children pressed around her, Lannister guards forming a shield wall at the base. Her face was pale, eyes wide. Not with fear, Arya thought, but with a furious sort of concentration, as if she were willing the battle into the shape she desired. Joffrey clung to her skirts, face contorted. His hand went to the dagger at his belt, then dropped. He looked up at the chaos with horror and something uglier mingled. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, moved ahead of them, great sword in hand. His burned face twisted in a snarl as he waded into the fray, hacking at any man in his path, gold cloak or no. "Stay behind me," he snarled over his shoulder to the princeling. "If you want to keep that pretty head, boy." Robert swore and pushed himself up from the chair. The motion tore at his wound. Arya saw the sudden bloom of red through the black velvet. He staggered, catching himself on the armrest. "Robert, sit," Ned shouted between blows. "You'll tear yourself open. I'll be damned if I watch from a chair while bastards steal my hall," Robert roared back. He reached for a weapon. His hammer was not there. Some cautious soul had thought it unseemly or unsafe to bring it into the hall. His hand found instead the sword that had been laid across the arm of the Iron Throne behind him as a ceremonial gesture. He seized it, wheeled, and nearly collapsed as a spear thrust for him. Barristan Selmy appeared between the spear and the king like a ghost. His white cloak flared as he stepped, his blade flicking out. The spear tip went skidding away, its owner clutching a suddenly bloodied hand. "For the king," Barristan barked. "Not the queen. The king." Some of the gold cloaks hesitated. Others doubled down. Arya saw one of them, a wiry man with a scar down his cheek, look from Robert to Cersei and then smash the butt of his spear into the back of another gold cloak who had turned on Stannis' men. "Hold, you fools," he shouted. "We're all for Robert. The rest can hang." No one heard him. Near the center of the hall, Ned slipped. Jaime's sword came in low, a sudden twist of his wrist. Ned's boot caught on a fallen body, sliding in blood. He went to one knee as the Kingslayer's blade swept toward his exposed side. Arya's breath caught. She did not realize she had made a sound until Sansa grabbed her arm. a northern man, Jory Castle, Arya realized with a lurch, threw himself between them. Jaime's stroke took him high, cutting deep into his neck. Blood sprayed, hot and bright. Jory fell without a sound. Ned came up from his knee in the same motion, fury in every line of him. His sword crashed against Jaime's with such force that the Golden Knight staggered. "You shouldn't have done that," Jaime snarled. "You shouldn't have touched my man," Ned answered. Slynt was shouting something, his voice cracking. "For the Queen! For the Queen!" Some gold cloaks echoed him. Others bellowed Robert's name instead. The line between them fractured and danced, men pressing and yielding, killing and dying sometimes without knowing for whom. Up on the gallery, Septa Mordane was praying under her breath, clutching at Sansa's shaking hand. Arya's fingers closed around the pommel of needle at her hip. It was a comfort just to feel the leather. "Stay back," the Septa hissed. "Sweetlings, stay back from the railing." Arya ignored her. Her eyes tracked her father, the way Syrio had taught her to track a cat. One of Stannis's men went down with a spear in his gut. Davos hauled him back by the collar, swinging his sword one-handed, cursing in some shipman's cant that made Arya's ears burn. Another Northman took the fallen man's place in the line. "Stark!" Stannis shouted. "We must reach the king." "I see him," Ned grunted. Robert was in motion now, every step a labor. He shoved a gold cloak aside with a snarl, his sword arcing down to split the helm of a man who had been pressing Stannis's flank. "Take." A blow jarred his wounded side. Arya saw him flinch, but he did not stop. "For 15 years I let you all play at kings and queens and coins," he thundered. "No more. Any man who raises steel against my hand or my heir dies." Somewhere in the chaos, someone heard him. Arya saw one gold cloak freeze, his spear half thrust, then slowly lower it. But others saw only Cersei, pale and proud upon the steps, and Janos Slynt, red-faced and shouting. The throne room was a storm, and its eye was about to burst. Jaime pressed hard. Steel rang in Ned's bones as he parried, their blades a blur. Jaime fought with a grace that made the clash almost seem like a dance, if dances left men dead on the floor. "You're slower than I expected," Jaime taunted, swords grinding together. "Must be all that snow freezes a man's joints. Or perhaps I'm simply old," Ned said through his teeth, "and tired of lions who break oaths." He twisted. Jaime's sword slid off his, narrowly missing his arm. Ned stepped in, shoulder to shoulder, driving his weight into the younger man. For an instant, they were close enough to smell each other's sweat. "You're tired of a great many things," Jaime said. "So am I." He shoved back, faster than Ned could retreat, and his knee slammed into Ned's wounded leg, the one that had never fully mended after the rebellion. Pain flared. Ned staggered. Jaime's blade came up, ready to strike. A mailed arm swept between them. Stannis Baratheon shouldered Jaime aside with the blunt, uncompromising force of a battering ram. His own sword came up in a brutal cut that Jaime barely caught on his parry. "Kingslayer," Stannis said, "I have waited a long time to see if you can kill a king face to face." "Careful," Jaime said, grinning despite the narrowness of his escape. "If I slay you as well, I might have a new name. Kingslayer twice over." Stannis answered with an attack that had none of Jaime's flourish, only raw, remorseless pressure. His blows hammered at Jaime's guard, each strike a test of tendon and bone. Ned caught his breath, shifting his weight off his bad leg. Blood from some other man's wound slicked the floor beneath him. He had nearly gone down in it. He pivoted, putting his shoulder to the press of bodies, and saw Robert. The king was halfway between his chair and the steps leading to the throne, ringed by a tightening knot of enemies and allies. Barristan Selmy held his left flank, white cloak streaked with red, moving with lethal economy. Around them, Northmen and Dragonstone men fought shoulder to shoulder, their line bending but not yet breaking. "Stark," Robert bellowed, "get that parchment out of here. If they want my head, they'll not have my seal besides." Ned's hand went reflexively to the inside of his doublet where the copy of the will lay, warm against his chest. "If I leave you," he began, "then I die with a sword in my hand instead of ink on my fingers," Robert snarled. He drove his sword into a gold cloak's middle, wrenching it free in a spray of blood. "I'll take the trade. Go!" 2 gold cloaks lunged for Ned as he turned. One he parried, the other he dodged, letting the man's momentum carry him past. A Northman's axe took that one in the back of the neck. Ned did not stop to see him fall. The great doors of the throne room loomed at the far end. If he could reach them, if he could get the will into safe hands, then even if they all died here, the law might yet outlive them. Something slammed into his side. He hit the floor hard, air blasting from his lungs. His sword skittered away with a metallic clatter. Above him, Janos Slynt loomed, sweaty face twisted, spear poised. "Sorry, M-Lord Hand," Slynt panted. "Nothing personal." Ned twisted, the spearhead scraping his mail instead of his throat. He grabbed the shaft, yanking. Slynt stumbled. The spear jerked down. It but struck Ned's chest with bruising force. A shadow fell over them both. Barristan Selmy's sword came down with merciless precision, severing the spear a handspan above Ned's fists. Slynt gaped at the sudden emptiness in his hands. "Lord Commander," he began. Barristan's gauntlet fist caught him under the jaw. Bone crunched. Slynt went over backward, hitting the stone with a thud that made his teeth rattle. The old knight did not spare him another glance. "For the king," Barristan said, offering Ned his hand. Ned took it, hauling himself up. Pain flared in his leg and shoulder, but he was breathing. He scanned the hall. Stannis and Jaime still traded blows near the base of the steps, their fight drifting closer to the Lannister shield wall that guarded Cersei and the children. Joffrey's face was white and furious. Myrcella clung to her mother's skirts. Tommen sobbed openly. On the periphery, Arya saw Ser Ares Oakheart of the Kingsguard standing uncertain, his sword drawn but his eyes torn between Robert and Cersei. Another white cloak had already committed. Meryn Trant hacked at a Northman with gusto, heedless of which side he was meant to serve. The gold cloaks writhed like a wounded thing. Some had fallen in clusters where Northmen and Dragonstone men held their ground. Others had turned upon their fellows, confusion spiraling outward in a widening gyre of blood. "Eddard!" Stannis shouted over the clash. "The children! Take them now, while Lannister bleeds!" Ned saw what he meant. Jaime's attention was fully on Stannis. The Lannister shield wall was focused on protecting Cersei from the chaos in front of them. For a heartbeat, a slender path existed along the side of the hall, narrow, but there. "If we seize them," Ned said to Barristan, "Tywin will come with fire and steel. If we do not," Barristan said, eyes sweeping the carnage, "this will all have been for nothing." Robert heard them. His gaze flicked from Stannis to Ned to the cowering figures behind the shields. Blood stained his teeth when he grinned. "Take the brats," he rasped. "I'll keep anyone from following." "Barristan." "I am yours, your grace," Barristan said at once. "Go with Stark," Robert said. "Show these fools where true oaths lie." Barristan's jaw tightened. "As you command." He turned without hesitation and started toward the steps at Ned's side. Cersei saw them coming. Her eyes widened. Her lips thinned to a bloodless line. "Jaime!" she screamed. For all his focus on Stannis, Jaime heard. He disengaged with a feint and a sudden, acrobatic leap backward that only years in armor could em. It looked easy. Stannis's blade hissed through the space where his head had been an instant before. Jaime hit the steps on a roll, came up in front of Cersei and the children, and slammed his sword against a Lannister shield. "Lock tight," he shouted. No one through. The Lannister guards braced, spears out. Barristan and Ned checked their advance, shields raised. For a heartbeat that seemed to stretch, the two lines faced each other. Behind Ned, he could feel the surge and ebb of the battle. Ahead, the unmoving wall of lion red and gold. "If you lower your spears," Ned said, voice carrying just enough. Your lives will be spared. The queen and the children will be treated gently. This need not end in more blood. Jaime laughed. You're in the wrong city for that, Stark, he said. This is King's Landing. Everything ends in blood. Steel rang again. The moment broke, and the wolf and the lion crashed together beneath the shadow of the Iron Throne. The first clash was madness. The second had shape. Once the initial treachery broke, the chaos fractured into lines, crude but real. On one side, Northmen and Dragonstone men and a knot of gold cloaks who had chosen the king's roaring voice over Slynt's barking. On the other, Lannister guards and those city watchmen who smelled lion gold more strongly than royal wrath. Men went down and were trampled as the tides shifted. Stannis fought like a wedge of iron. He had none of Jaime's elegance, none of Ned's soldierly grace, but every stroke was driven by a relentless, grinding force that pushed the Kingslayer back step by step. Jaime yielded ground with a smile that grew tighter with each parry. You hit like a smith, Jaime panted. I held Storm's End on rats and boots, Stannis rasped. You held a king's throat to your sword. We all have our talents. Their blades met again, sparks flying. Ned's world narrowed to the circle of his sword. He moved at Robert's side now, Barristan on the other flank, the three of them a battered hammer driving a narrow path through the melee. Blood slicked the flagstones underfoot, turning each step treacherous. His shoulder burned where someone's blade had glanced off his mail. His leg throbbed with each shift of weight. Keep moving, Barristan said, voice calm as if they were at practice. His sword flicked out, disarming one man, gutting another. If we let them pin us here, they'll drown us in our own hall, Robert finished. He lunged, stabbing a gold cloak who had raised his spear toward Ned's exposed side. Not today. Slynt was trying to shout orders, but the din swallowed his commands. He had lost his spear. One hand was clamped to his jaw where Barristan's earlier blow had landed. Blood leaked between his fingers as he bellowed. Protect the queen. Protect the prince, he croaked. For the queen. Some of the gold cloaks obeyed. Others, glancing between Robert's bloodied fury and Cersei's pale, set face on the steps, hesitated. A few shifted back toward neutrality, turning their spears outward to keep both sides from pressing too close. They were swept aside anyway. Back! One of the Lannister sergeants roared. Back to the Holdfast. To Maegor's. The lion wall began to move. Slowly, shield still locked, the red and gold line fell back up the steps. Cersei was swallowed within it, children pressed behind her. Joffrey twisted to look back over his shoulder, eyes wide and wild, as if memorizing every face that raised steel against him. Jaime! Cersei shouted again. Jaime heard. Whatever else could be said of him, he heard his sister's voice across any battlefield. He disengaged from Stannis with a sudden flurry, blades ringing, and leapt backward up the steps, armor clanging against the shields of his men. Stannis' sword cut the air where his head had been an instant before. Coward, Stannis snapped. Pragmatist, Jaime called back, already fitting himself into the front rank of the shield wall. Unlike some, I do not leave my family undefended. Stannis surged forward, but Ned caught his arm. No, Ned said. Not here. Not up those steps. They're escaping, Stannis snarled. They're retreating, Ned corrected. To stone and arrow slits and boiling oil. You'd throw men away on those stairs for a chance at one golden head. For 3, Stannis said. And the woman who birthed them. Robert sucked in a breath. Blood had soaked through his tunic now, a dark patch spreading at his side. Leave them, he ground out. For now. Robert, Stannis began. I said leave them, Robert roared. The effort doubled him over, one hand clamping to his side. I've had enough bastard-born kings dying in this hall. I'll not add children to the pile today. We do this clean or not at all. Cersei's gaze met his across the thinning distance. For a heartbeat, the hall seemed to hold its breath again. Then the Lannister sergeant barked another order. The shield wall retreated in disciplined shuffle step, up and back, until they reached the great doors that led deeper into Maegor's Holdfast. "Archers!" someone shouted from behind. Ned looked up in time to see helmeted figures appear along the balcony that ran above the throne room doors. Lannister bowmen, bows already bent. "Shields!" Barristan cried. The first volley hissed down like rain. Northmen raised shields. Dragonstone men did the same. A few of the gold cloaks who had thrown in with the king scrambled for cover too late. Arrows punched into shoulders, thighs, cheeks. A man beside Ned screamed as a shaft went clean through his eye. "Fall back," Ned called. "Get under cover. Pull the wounded." Stannis cursed, but he moved with them, shield up, teeth bared. Behind, the Lannister guards withdrew through the door with mechanical precision, the last man dragging the heavy timber shut. The boom of it echoed through the hall like a final heartbeat. The battle did not end all at once. Pockets of fighting burned on. Gold cloaks overcommit to one side or the other. A rogue Lannister swinging in blind rage. A Northman who had seen a friend fall and would not stop until he had blood. But slowly, inexorably, the fury drained away. Men stepped back, panting, slick with sweat and blood. Those who could still stand looked around and seemed astonished to find themselves alive. The Iron Throne loomed over it all, indifferent as stone. Arya did not remember when Syrio appeared. One moment she was leaning over the railing, heart knocking against her ribs as she watched her father slip and rise, watched Jory die, watched the hall become a butcher's yard. The next there was a hand on the back of her collar, strong and sure, hauling her backwards so abruptly her feet left the floor. She hit the gallery tiles on her backside, breath whooshing out. "Little cat," Syrio said. His Bravosi accent striped the words. "You do not stand at the edge of a storm. It will blow you away." "Father," Arya gasped, scrambling up. Jaime." "I saw," Syrio said. His dark eyes were serious. "He still lives. And you? You will live if you move." He grabbed Sansa's wrist with his free hand. Sansa let out a small cry, jerked from where she had been frozen, fingers white around the railing. "Unhand her," Septa Mordain squawked. "You cannot just. You will all die if you stand here," Syrio snapped, no trace of his usual lightness. "Come. Now." The Septa faltered, looking toward the carnage below as another volley of arrows hissed down. One shaft clattered off the stone near the girl's feet, having glanced off the lower railing. "Seven protect us," she whispered. Then louder, Yes, we must go. Children, come." They went. Syrio hustled them away from the railing and down a narrow spiral stair that curved into the heart of the castle. The sounds of the throne room, shouts, screams, the ring of steel, echoed strangely in the stone, muffled and distorted. Sansa stumbled. Her face was white as milk, eyes huge. "Joffrey," she whispered. Father called him," he said. "Save your breath," Syrio said. "You will need it to run." "I don't understand," Sansa said, voice cracking. "He's my prince. He's my—" "Not now, sweetling," Septa Mordain said, surprising Arya by sounding almost kind. "We must get you to your chambers. The Queen wants us as hostages," Arya blurted. Varys said, "Joffrey." Her words tangled. Everything she had overheard in the tunnels, everything she had seen today, swirled together in her head until she could not separate one fear from another. Syrio stopped so abruptly they nearly ran into him. They had reached a junction in the stair. Another, narrower passage branched off into deeper shadow. "You," he said to the Septa, "take the high road, to the Tower of the Hand. Find Lord Stark's men. Stay close to them. Do not open your door for anyone in lion colors." "And you?" Septa Mordain demanded. "Where will you be?" Syrio's teeth flashed. It was not a smile. "I will take the little one by a different road," he said. "She is too curious. She will wander if she is caged. Better she learns the castle's true ways." I'm not a little one, Arya protested automatically. Sansa's hand clutched hers. I'm not going anywhere without Arya, she said, tears still standing in her eyes. Syrio looked between them. You will do as I say, he told them both. Today is not the day to argue. Something in his tone cut through Sansa's fog. She straightened, swallowing hard. I'll go, she said, to father's men. With Septa, Arya can. She never listens anyway. A true thing, Syrio said dryly. Go, little bird. And do not sing to any lions, no matter how sweetly they ask. Sansa flinched as if struck. For a heartbeat, her lower lip trembled. Then she lifted her chin in a fair imitation of her mother. I won't, she said. Come on, Septa. They vanished up the higher stair, skirts whispering, the Septa's prayers echoing. Syrio looked down at Arya. You have your little sword? He asked. She nodded, fingers going to needle's hilt. Good, he said. Today we walk in dark places. Remember. She finished with him. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Just so, Syrio said. Come, little cat. We go hunting for shadows. When the last clang of steel faded, silence fell heavy as a shroud. It was an ugly silence, filled with the wet sound of men trying not to sob, of others choking on their own blood. The smell of it all, iron and sweat and fear, rose up to meet the cold, high air of the hall. Clear the dead, Ned said. His voice felt older than his years. And the wounded, Stark men first, then Stannis's, then the gold cloaks who stood with the king. The rest, he did not finish. He did not need to. The Northmen and Dragonstone men understood. They began their grim work, dragging bodies aside, checking pulses with quick, practiced hands. A few gold cloaks who had not turned on them pitched in, faces gray. Robert sat with his back against the carved throne chair, breath sawing in and out. His tunic was dark and sticky at the side. When Pycelle peeled it back, the old man went pale. The wound has reopened, your grace, he quavered. The flesh is torn. Spare me your lecture, Robert groaned. Can you stop the bleeding or not? Yes, perhaps, Pycelle fluttered. We must clean it again, Stitch. Then do it, Robert snapped. His fingers dug into the arms of the chair until his knuckles whitened. And if you tell me I must rest afterward, I'll have your beard. Another maester, the one from Derry who had tended him on the road, stepped forward briskly. We will need hot water, he said. Clean cloth, wine, strong wine. Hold him if he cries out. I do not cry out, Robert muttered. He almost proved himself wrong when they set to work. Ned turned away as the maesters cut away soaked cloth and probed the wound with smoking ironed instruments. He had seen men gutted in battle, but something about this intimate reopening of flesh he'd thought already healing, made his stomach lurch. Stannis stood rigid, watching, his jaw clenched so hard a muscle jumped in his cheek. This is what comes of delay, he said tightly. If we had moved sooner, Ned said, keeping his own voice low. We might have met the same betrayal with less preparation. Or more. We will never know. We know only what is before us now. What is before us? Stannis said, eyes flicking to the sealed door to Maegor's Holdfast. Is half a victory. We have the hall. We do not have the queen or her whelps. Or Jaime Lannister. We have the king, Ned said. And the Lord Commander of his Kingsguard. Barristan Selmy stood nearby, his white cloak sodden with blood. None of it seemed to be his. He held his helmet under one arm, his thin face more lined than ever. You said you are the king's man, Ned told him. You proved it. I swore my sword to the king, Barristan said simply. Not to a queen, nor to a house, nor to a bag of gold. His gaze drifted over the hall, taking in the dead with an old soldier's weariness. I have seen too many kings die to mistake loyalty to their crown for loyalty to their person. Some would say you should have protected his wife as well, Stannis said, and his supposed children. That is what the songs demand, is it not? White knights riding to rescue golden queens. The songs say many things, Barristan replied. The vows say others. I am not sworn to uphold lies. Stannis inclined his head a fraction. It was as close to praise as he gave. The gold cloaks? Barristan asked. Ned followed his gaze. Janos Slynt was being held at spear point by two Northmen. His hands bound behind him, lower face purpling where Barristan's earlier blow had landed. Blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth. One of his teeth lay on the floor nearby. Bring him, Ned said. They dragged Slynt forward and shoved him to his knees. My lord hand, Slynt mumbled around the swelling. Your grace, this were all a mistake. Things were confusing. My men, they thought. You ordered them to seize me, Stannis said, and Lord Stark, and to protect the queen. I was protecting the realm, Slynt babbled. Didn't know what was true. Lions, wolves, stags. Robert grunted as the maesters tied off a stitch. Sweat stood on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Janos Slynt, he said, you sold the city's peace to lions. You tried to turn my own watch against me in my own hall. What do you think that's worth? Mercy, Slynt whispered. Please, your grace. I've served. You've served yourself, Robert said. Like half the men in this damn city. The difference is your treachery nearly killed my friend and my heir. He looked at Stannis and Ned. He dies. Here? Ned asked. Robert's gaze swept the hall. The corpses, the blood, the watching eyes. No, he said. I'm not Ares to roast men on whims in my throne room. Take him to the yard. Fetch Ser Island. Do it before the day grows much older. Slynt blanched. No, Ned nodded to his men. Gag him, he said. I've heard enough. As they dragged Slynt away, he caught the eyes of a few of the gold cloaks who had stood undecided. Fear shone there. Perhaps Ned thought that fear would do what gold could not. We will need a new commander for the watch, Stannis said. Jacelyn Bywater, Barristan said without hesitating. He is no lord, no hand for politics, but he is a soldier and the men respect him. I have never seen him take more coin than his due. Send for him, Robert said. He winced as the maester prodded. Tell him his first duty is to keep the streets from turning into another of these. He gestured weakly at the hall. While I lie here leaking. And the queen? Stannis asked. His eyes were still on Maegor's door. We cannot leave her in there forever. No, Robert said. But we're not storming that. He nodded toward the sealed holdfast. With her and those children inside, Tywin would flay us and hang the skins over his gate. He'll do worse when he hears we've named his grandchildren bastards, Stannis said. Robert's mouth twisted. Let him come, then. At least that will be honest war. For now, we hold what we ha. We seal the Red Keep. No one in or out of Maegor's without my word. We treat the wounded. We send ravens. And then, his voice roughened. Then we see who still calls me king. He sagged back as the maesters finished their bloody work. Get him to his bed, Pycelle said, wringing his hands. He cannot stay here. He will catch a chill. I will not be carried like a babe, Robert protested. You will be carried like a king who nearly got himself killed trying to stand, Ned said. Don't be a bigger fool than you must. Robert glared at him. Then he laughed, a short, ragged bark. You're lucky I'm too weak to hit you, he said. Do as he says, he told Barristan. If I try to climb those steps, I'll probably trip and cut my own throat on that damned throne. Barristan nodded, already calling for a litter. As they bore the king out, the Iron Throne loomed over the bloodshed like a promise and a threat. The hall in Maegor's Holdfast was smaller than the throne room, but it felt more like a fortress. Thick walls, few windows, doors of heavy oak banded with iron, murder holes and arrow slits built into every approach. A castle within the castle, designed by a paranoid king who had not trusted his own courtyards. Cersei had always liked it here, Now she sat at a narrow table with a map of the Red Keep spread before her, a goblet of wine untouched at her elbow. Her hair had come slightly loose from its careful styling during the retreat. A few golden strands curled damp against her neck. "You should have let me fight," Joffrey spat. He paced in front of the table like a caged cat, hands opening and closing. His doublet was splashed with other men's blood, not his own. Sandor Clegane had kept him behind the wall of shields with brutal efficiency. "You would have died," Cersei said without looking up, "and then all of this would have been for nothing." "I'm not a child," he snarled. "You are precisely that," Jaime said mildly from his place near the door. "And a noisy one," Joffrey rounded on him. "You." "Enough," Cersei snapped. The word cracked across the hall. Tommen flinched where he sat with Myrcella and their septa, clutching her hand in both of his pudgy fists. Myrcella's face was still streaked with tears, but she sat very straight, trying to be brave. "Joffrey," Cersei said, forcing her voice to soften. "Come here." He hesitated, then stalked to the table, chin jutting. She took his hand in hers. "You are my firstborn," she said. "My lion cub. You will not throw your life away in a brawl with drunk Northmen and Stannis' rats. Your war is here." She tapped the map. "On this board." His fingers twitched under hers. "Father called me a bastard," he said. "In front of everyone. He said I'm not his son, that I have no right." "He is wounded," Cersei said, half mad with pain and the hand's lies. "Men say many foolish things when they fear their own weakness." Her mouth tightened. "He is still king only so long as we allow it." Joffrey's eyes brightened. "We should kill him," he said. "And the Stark too. And that smug Stannis. All of them. Then no one can say I'm not." "Kill them with what?" Jaime asked. "We have 300 Lannister guards in the Holdfast, some knights, some archers. They have the rest of the castle. The gold cloaks are split. The small folk are watching." His lips curled faintly. "I've seen siege enough to know which side has the advantage when one is penned up and the other holds the kitchens." "We are not penned," Cersei said. "We are secured. For now," Jaime said. His eyes went to the door again, as if he could see through it. "Robert will not storm this place with the children inside. Stark would flinch. Stannis might not, but he will not command while Robert breathes. They will try to starve us out instead." "We have stores," Cersei said. "Arms, men, enough to hold until father comes." Jaime's expression did not change, but he shook his head slightly. "Cersei," he said, "I rode from the rock with enough men to cow a city, if the city was divided. That was before Robert found his balls again. Before Stannis crawled out of his rock. Before Stark stirred the north. Father is still in the west. Even if he rides at once, it will take weeks. We do not have weeks." She met his gaze. "Then we must make them move first," she said. "Force a mistake. A misstep." Joffrey jerked his hand from hers. "I will not sit here like a frightened babe while that fat oaf calls me bastard," he said. "I am Joffrey of House Lannister." "Baratheon," Cersei said reflexively. "Joffrey of House Lannister," he repeated stubbornly. "I'll show them I'm not afraid. We should hang some of Stark's men from the walls, or send their heads to his wife. Then we'll see who." "No one will see anything if you lose your head to an arrow the moment you show your face," Jaime said dryly. "You want to be a king, boy? Learn when to wait." Joffrey flushed, but some of the wildness went out of his eyes at his uncle's tone. Cersei looked back at the map. "They have the throne room," she said slowly. "The yard, the kitchens. We have this holdfast and our honor. Stannis will want our heads. Stark will argue for wards and trials and mercy. Robert," her lips thinned, "Robert will sway between them until pushed. Then we must push the right way," Jaime said. "Precisely," Cersei replied. "We still have friends in the castle. Men who fear us more than they fear northern honor. Pycelle for one. And Varys." He blows whichever way he thinks the wind will bring him most favor. She tapped a finger on the map again. And Baelish. Jaime's brows rose. You trust Littlefinger? I do not trust him, she said. I know him. He will back whatever side promises him more chaos to climb. If Stark and Stannis begin to quarrel, he will widen the crack. And if they do not? Jaime asked. Her smile was thin. Then we widen it ourselves. She lifted her goblet at last and took a swallow of wine. It burned going down. The burn steadied her. Send word to father, she said. Everything that has happened. Tell him Robert lives but is wounded, that Stannis is here, that Stark has turned his hand to butchery. He will know what to do. And here? Jaime asked. Now? She looked up at the thick stone around them. Fortress, yes, but also a cage. We hold, she said. We wait. And when they come to our door with talk of terms and mercy and, for the good of the realm, we bite. Joffrey smiled then. For the first time since they'd fled the throne room, it looked real. I can do that, he said. The council chamber tasted of smoke and fatigue. They had moved Robert there after the maesters declared him fit to sit, if not to walk far. He looked as if a stiff wind could knock him down, but his eyes were clearer than Ned had seen them in years. Let's be about it, Robert said. Before I fall over. They had already spoken of Slynt. His fate was sealed, awaiting only the sword stroke. Now they turned to the rest. We cannot keep Cersei and her brood penned in Maegor's forever, Stannis said. We must demand their surrender. If they refuse, we take the Holdfast by storm. And set the Red Keep alight, Baelish said lightly. All very dramatic. The singers will love it. The small folk, less so. The small folk will quiet themselves when the streets stop smelling of fear, Stannis snapped. They will quiet themselves when they have bread, Varys interjected mildly. And when men with swords stop using their alleys as back roads to their wars. Robert rubbed his forehead. One problem at a time, he said. First, these three. He tapped the list of names Ned had written. Janos Slynt, for treason. Pycelle, for playing both sides with my blood. And, God's help me, maybe even Varys and Baelish, for knowing everything and saying nothing. Your grace wounds me, Baelish said, putting a hand theatrically to his chest. I have done nothing but serve the crown's coffers. Without me, they would be empty. They are empty, Stannis said. You just made the whole look smaller. Baelish's eyes glittered. We can speak of that another time, Lord Stannis. Though if you wish to see just how many loans stand in your name now that you are heir. Enough, Ned said. He was very tired. This is not the moment to haggle over interest. Robert looked at Pycelle. You knew, he said, about the children. About Cersei and Jaime. You must have. You've sat in this castle 40 years. You see everything. Pycelle's beard trembled. Your Grace, I knew only that your late hand asked after such things, he said. He came to me for the book. I told him what I knew. When he died, I thought it kinder not to. Kindness, Stannis scoffed. Jon Arryn died because he asked questions, Ned said flatly. You sat by and let it happen. I am but a humble maester, Pycelle protested. I serve the realm, the king. You served yourself, Robert said. Like Slynt, like half these leeches. He stared at the old man a long moment. Perhaps he saw Aerys there and Jon Arryn and all the other ghosts that haunted these walls. Strip him, Robert said at last. Send him back to the Citadel. Let them deal with their own. We'll have a younger man who can climb stairs without wheezing. Pycelle sagged as if the weight of his chain had suddenly grown. For a moment, Ned thought he might plead. Then he bowed, stiffly. As you command, your grace, he said. Tears stood in his eyes. Whether for lost influence or lost pretense, Ned could not say. And the others? Varys asked softly. Baelish smiled faintly. Yes, he said. What of us? Ned met Robert's gaze. We need them, he said reluctantly. For now. Varys's birds hear what we do not. Baelish holds the purse strings. Throw them out and we blind ourselves in the middle of a storm." Stannis snorted. "Better blind than led by those who profit from the fog." "You would have us govern with men alone?" Ned asked. "No spies, no coinmasters, no maesters, no watch? Honor makes a poor bread, Stannis." "It makes a better foundation than lies," Stannis shot back. Robert let them bicker a moment, then raised a hand. "Varys stays," he said. "Baelish stays, for now. But hear me," he added, eyes hardening as they both inclined their heads. "If I sniff the slightest whiff of treachery from either of you again, I'll not bother with polite trials. I'll have your heads and send what's left of you to whatever god you fancy." Varys bowed lower. "You are as just as you are strong, your grace," he murmured. Baelish's smile did not reach his eyes. "I shall endeavor to keep my neck uninteresting," he said. "We also need ravens," Ned said. "To the north, to the Vale, to the Riverlands and the Reach. They must hear Robert's will and the charges against Cersei before she can send her own stories." "Renly is already telling his own stories," Stannis said. "We must counter them with steel when the time comes." "And Tywin?" Robert asked. "What do we send to the Rock? A lie or a truth?" Stannis said. "Those are our choices." Ned thought of Tywin's letter, surely en route already of Cersei's report. He thought of Gregor Clegane sharpening his sword. "Tell him the truth," Ned said. "That you live, that Stannis is named heir, that Cersei is under guard, that his grandchildren's claims are in question but their lives are not. If we conceal, he will assume the worst." "He will assume the worst anyway," Stannis said. "Perhaps," Ned said. "But it costs little to send a true raven." Robert huffed. "Write it," he said. "Say it plain. If he wants war, he won't need our lies for an excuse." "And Maegor's Holdfast?" Barristan asked. "What shall we do there, your grace?" Robert leaned back, wincing. "We do as we would at any siege," he said. "We surround it. We cut off food and water as we can without starving our own men. We watch, we wait, and we offer terms." "Terms," Stannis repeated. "Aye," Robert said. "Terms. Cersei yields herself to stand trial. The children come out as wards, scattered to houses I trust. Jaime gives up his sword and takes the black. If she accepts, we avoid more blood. If she refuses..." His eyes went cold. "Then we do as you wish and take the place by storm. But the choice will be hers." Stannis looked as if he'd swallowed something sour. "You would trust her to abide by any agreement?" he asked. "No," Robert said. "But giving her terms means when we break them, the realm will see who reached for mercy and who spat on it." He glanced at Ned. "That matters. You keep telling me." "It does," Ned said. Stannis shook his head, but he held his tongue. "One more matter," Robert said. "The boy in the forge, Gendry, and the rest of my bastards." His gaze flicked to Ned. "You promised to see them safe." "I did," Ned said. "Then do it," Robert said. "Quietly. Get them out of the city before Tywin sends someone sharper than Slynt to tidy loose ends. Put them north if you must, or in the Vale. Anywhere but here." Ned inclined his head. "I will see it done." "Good," Robert said. He closed his eyes for a moment, more from exhaustion than pain. "Now get out, all of you, before I collapse and you have to carry me like some maiden swooning at a feast." Varys and Baelish withdrew in a rustle of silk. Pycelle tottered after them, already looking smaller without the weight of his chain. Barristan bowed and followed. Only Stannis lingered. "You are too soft," he said quietly when the others were gone. "And you are too hard," Robert replied without opening his eyes. "Between us, perhaps we make one decent king." He cracked one eye open. "Don't make me regret naming you heir, brother," he said. "The realm is already too full of things I regret." "The wolf and the stag stand together," Baelish said lightly. "For now." Varys' steps were silent on the stone. "Until the next storm," he said. "The Baratheons have never been known for their patience." And Starks are not known for flexibility, Baelish added. I give it a week before they are at each other's throats over some matter of necessary harshness versus honorable restraint. You underestimate the bond between them, Varys said. And you overestimate it, Baelish replied. You see men as pieces on a board. I see them as men. Stannis has been slighted too many times to stomach playing second to anyone, even his brother. Stark has an affection for Robert that will blind him to Stannis's better grasp of strategy. It is a lovely recipe for disaster. And you like disasters, Varys said with a trace of weariness. I like opportunities, Baelish corrected. Disaster is merely the richest soil. They rounded a corner. A pair of servants flattened themselves against the wall to let them pass, eyes lowered. Pycelle is finished, Varys said. The Citadel will recall him and send some younger link polisher. It will change nothing. It will make Robert feel as if he has done something meaningful, Baelish said. That is something. And Slynt? Varys asked. Slynt will lose his head, Baelish said. A pity. Men like him are useful, predictable so long as you know how to fill their purses. Predictably treacherous, Varys murmured. Baelish shrugged. All men are treacherous, he said. Some just have the courtesy to name their price. They passed an alcove where a boy in livery was scrubbing blood from the flagstones. The stains in the joints of the stone were darker, more stubborn. The city will not soon forget this day, Varys said softly. Nor will the songs, Baelish said. The day the king called his own son bastard before the court. The day the throne room ran red. The day Stannis Baratheon strode in from Dragonstone like some vengeful ghost. He smiled faintly. Minstrels must be wetting themselves. They will need to keep their tongues cautious, Varys said. The wrong word could mean the wrong lord's displeasure. Displeasure can be harnessed, Baelish said. Watch which songs are banned and which are merely frowned upon. That will tell you more about where power truly sits than any council. Varys glanced at him. And where do you think it sits now? Baelish's eyes went distant. With a wounded king whose strength returns in fits, he said. With a hard brother eager to take the reins. With a northern hand who will not bend. With a queen behind thick walls and a grandsire sitting on a mountain of gold and grudges. With another brother riding somewhere between here and Highgarden with dreams in his head. And across the sea? Varys asked. Baelish smirked. Always you and your dragons. They are not my dragons, Varys said. I merely keep track. Baelish waved a languid hand. Across the sea they can have as many dragons as they like, he said. Until they learn to fly across the narrow sea and shit fire on our ships, they are someone else's problem. Here, now, I care about which stag the small folk are betting on. My coin, for now, is on the one with the crown still on his head. Robert, Varys said. Or Stannis wearing his skin? Baelish smiled. We shall see, he said. In the meantime, dear Varys, let us enjoy the rare sight of a lion in a cage. It does not happen often. Caged lions are dangerous, Varys said. So are hungry wolves, Baelish replied. I intend to stay well-fed. Winterfell felt farther from King's Landing than ever. Snow whispered down in the courtyard, laying a thin white veil over the ancient stones. Inside the great hall, the air was warm from the central hearth. Shadows of men and beasts danced on the walls. Catelyn Stark held the Raven's letter in hands that did not quite tremble. The wax seal of her husband's hand hung broken from the bottom. Maester Luwin watched her with worried eyes. Robb stood taut at her side, one hand on the back of her chair. He lives, Catelyn said. She said it first because that mattered more than any ink on parchment. Your father lives. Robb's breath left him in a rush he clearly had not realized he was holding. Thank the gods, he said. What happened? The letter. She smoothed the parchment. The words swam for a moment, then steadied. Ned had written in his usual way. Spare, precise, leaving out anything that could not be trusted to Raven wings. There was treachery, Catelyn said. Slynt turned the gold cloaks on your father and the king in the throne room. Cersei's men fought. Some of Lord Stark's household fell. Her voice tightened briefly. Jory. Others. Robb's jaw clenched. Jory Castle had taught him to hold a sword, had laughed with him in the yard. Lannisters, he said, the word an exhale of contempt. Stannis Baratheon has come to King's Landing. Catelyn went on. Robert named him heir. The queen and her children are shut up in Maegor's Holdfast. The city is tense. Tense? Robb repeated. That's one word for it. Catelyn's eyes traced a later line. He asks us to be ready, she said softly. If war comes, if Tywin rides, he does not call the banners. Not yet, but he says we must. Prepare the north for storm. Robb looked toward the window. Snowflakes tapped against the glass. We can't just sit, he said. We should ride south. Bring the banners before they ask. Show father they don't stand alone. And leave our lands unguarded if the Ironborn grow bold again? Luwin asked gently. Or if some other threat comes. The neck is narrow, but not impenetrable. The south is a snarl of lions and stags and wolves. Better to watch which way the first blood flows. Robb frowned. At barely 16, he already had some of his father's stillness, his mother's intensity. They have spilled blood already, he said. In the throne room, our own. Jory, we do not know yet whether that blood will wash away in an afternoon's outrage, Luwin said, or whether it will soak into the earth and call for more. Your father is there. He will do what he can to keep the peace. And if he cannot? Robb asked. Catelyn folded the letter carefully. Then we will call the banners, she said. If the time comes. We will not let the Lannisters pick at the north while our men die far from home. But we will not rush to war on anger alone. Your father asks us to be ready, not reckless. Robb's hand tightened on the chair. Every day we wait, they strengthen, he said. Tywin sharpens his lion's claws. Renly gathers Tyrell roses. Father has Stannis and a wounded king and half a city that hates the sight of northern furs. Every day we wait, Catelyn said. We keep our men with their families. We keep the harvest in the fields, not trampled under hooves. We give your father time to do what he has always done best. Hold to what is right in the teeth of a storm. Robb looked at her, then at Luwin. At last he nodded, slow and reluctant. We at least strengthen our own walls, he said. Drill the men. Quietly call in the nearest bannermen under some pretext. If nothing else, the Umbers and the Manderleys deserve warning that Southron madness may be spreading. Wise, Luwin said. I will write the letters. Catelyn touched the parchment again, fingers lingering on Ned's signature. Your father says to watch the boys, she said. Bran, Rickon. Her voice softened. And you, he says, tell Robb to remember he is a Stark, not a Southron lord chasing glory. Robb flushed. I don't want glory, he said. I want him home. So do I, Catelyn said. She folded the letter and tucked it into her sleeve, near her heart. So do I. The second raven did not surprise Tywin. It offended him. He broke Cersei's seal with the same impassive care as before, but Kevin saw the way his fingers briefly tightened on the parchment as he read. She calls it a mockery of justice, Kevin said after a moment, peering at the cramped script. Robert naming Stannis heir. Stark reading out their sins before the court. The children called into question. Into question, Tywin repeated, voice like a blade drawn half from the sheath. Kevin cleared his throat. She says Robert will not storm Maegor's Holdfast yet, that he offers terms, that Jaime lives, but is caged, Tywin said. As they are. He folded the letter. In the candlelight, his face looked carved from pale stone. They have named my grandchildren bastards, he said, before lords and knights and 100 gossiping parasites. The tale will be on every road within a fortnight. That cannot stand. If we ride at once, Kevin began. If we ride at once, Tywin said. We ride into a city with a living king 2 brothers of his line, and a hand who has already shown he can blood the lions in their own den. We would be fighting the crown itself, not merely Stark. We did that once, Kevin said quietly, and fared well. We rode with a stag then, not against him, Tywin said, and Aerys had burned away all his allies. Robert has found some of his back. He has Stannis. He has Stark. He has northern honor and Dragonstone stubbornness propping up his drunk bones. Kevin looked at the map. The mountain has ridden, he said, as you ordered. Reports already come from the Trident. Burned villages. Skulls on spikes. The Tullus cry to the crown for justice. Good, Tywin said. Let them cry. He moved a lion pin closer to Riverrun. Stark will feel that pull, he said. As hand, he must answer when lords cry for the king's justice. If he sends men to the Riverlands, he divides his strength. If he does not, the Tullus will curse his name and look elsewhere for protectors. And in the meantime? Kevin asked. In the meantime, Tywin said, folding his hands. We play for time. Cersei must hold. Jaime must live. Joffrey must not be foolish enough to show himself as anything but a wronged prince. If they can keep Maegors for a month, perhaps 2, the board may look different. He looked at the unopened tankard of ale, then pushed it aside. Write to Cersei, he said. Tell her this, hold your tongue in public. Hold your walls with whatever steel and wit you possess. Do not kill Robert unless you can be sure of killing Stannis and Stark in the same stroke. Do not let the boy fly into rages that make him look the monster Stark wishes to paint. If an opportunity comes to escape the city with the children, take it only if the road is secured by our men. And if the worst comes, he paused, the candlelight catching in his pale green eyes. Tell her that Lannisters have survived worse storms than this, he said, and that no matter how dark it seems, I am not yet dead. Kevin nodded, already reaching for parchment. And the Riverlands? He asked. We continue, Tywin said. More raids, more fire, more rumor of lions beyond the king's leashes. He moved another lion across the map. Every village that burns pushes this realm closer to the breaking point. When it breaks, we will be there with an army that has not yet exhausted itself in capital squabbles. Kevin hesitated. And if the small folk curse us as monsters? He asked. If children learn to fear the lion more than the wolf or the stag? Tywin's mouth barely moved. Fear, he said, is a useful story. The sun bled out behind the city, leaving the sky a bruise. From the battlements, Maegor's Holdfast looked deceptively quiet. No banners flew from its walls now. Cersei had ordered the royal standard taken down at once. Torches glowed along its battlements, tiny, defiant stars. Below, a ring of men encircled it, Northmen in faded cloaks, a few of Stannis' Dragonstone men, and columns of gold cloaks under new officers. Jacelyn Bywater had taken command with a grim efficiency that pleased Ned. Lines were drawn, no one in or out without a writ bearing Robert's seal or Ned's hand. They still have water from their own cisterns, Stannis said, eyes narrowed. And food, enough for weeks, months if they ration. They cannot ration steel, Ned said. Every day they sit in there, their influence shrinks. The court sees who holds the yard. The small folk see who holds the gates. Political sieges can be won faster than physical ones sometimes. Stannis snorted. You sound like a maester. I married one, Ned said. She cured me of some northern short-sightedness. Stannis' gaze flicked to him, then back to the Holdfast. You spoke of terms, he said. Have you drafted them? I have, Ned said. He held a folded parchment in his hand. The words were stark and plain. Cersei Lannister, it began. By command of King Robert of House Baratheon, you are charged with treason against the crown and adultery. You are ordered to yield yourself into custody to be tried in open court. The children Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are ordered to be surrendered into the custody of the crown as wards. It went on to specify that their lives were guaranteed, that they would be granted comfortable quarters, tutors, a future. so long as they made no claim to the throne and took such marriages as the crown decreed. It is more mercy than they deserve, Stannis said when Ned finished reading. It is more mercy than you would show, Ned replied. Which is precisely why Robert insisted on these terms. If Cersei refuses, she damns herself in the eyes of any who still waver. She does not care for eyes, Stannis said, only for her own reflection. Perhaps, Ned said, but others care. There are still lords in this city who are uncertain. There are still gold cloaks watching to see which way the wind blows. This letter is a weather vane. And if she accepts? Stannis asked. Then we avoid burning children in their beds, Ned said. Stannis's jaw clenched. You think me so monstrous, he said. That I would. I think you capable of harsh choices, Ned said. Sometimes that is necessary. Sometimes it is not. I would avoid forcing you to it where I can. Stannis exhaled, a harsh, humorless breath. I have no love for roasting children, he said. I merely know that failure to uproot rot completely can doom a tree. Leaving these three alive, even caged, will cause trouble later. Perhaps, Ned said. Perhaps we will cross that bridge when we must. Until then, they are innocents born of others' sins. I will not stain the North's honor or yours with their blood while there is another path. Stannis studied him a moment. You and I will quarrel, he said finally, over justice, over mercy, over where one ends and the other begins. We are quarreling already, Ned said. Stannis's mouth twitched. It might have been the ghost of a smile. Send your letter, he said. Give her her choice. When she throws it back in our faces, you will at least have the solace of saying you tried. Ned nodded. He turned and beckoned to a waiting guard. Take this to Maegor's, he said. White flag, no arms. Hand it to the first man who will take it and carry the words that the king demands an answer by sunrise. The guard nodded, tucking the letter into his belt pouch. He picked up a white cloth tied to a pole and headed down. As he went, Ned looked out over the city. Beyond the walls of the Red Keep, King's Landing sprawled, its roofs a patchwork of tile and thatch. Smoke from 1,000 hearths rose into the evening air. Somewhere in that tangle, Gendry was hammering at an anvil. Varys's little birds were whispering. Men were betting in taverns on which lord would come out on top. Do you ever think, Ned said quietly, that all of this will mean nothing when winter truly comes? Stannis's gaze slid northward, toward where the wall lay unseen under faraway stars. Yes, he said, and yet we are men. We are stuck playing at crowns while shadows gather, until something forces us to look up. Ned thought of Arya's tale of Varys and Illyrio, of dragons and darkness in the far north. Perhaps, he said, that something is closer than we think. Across the narrow sea, the news arrived late and twisted, as news always did. Daenerys Targaryen sat cross-legged on the layered rugs of her tent, the lamplight painting her silver hair in gold. The air smelled of horse and incense and the faint tang of the strange spiced wine her handmaids had been sharing in hushed giggles. Ser Jorah Mormont knelt beside the doorway, the scroll in his scarred hand. His brow furrowed as he translated, line by clumsy line, the words written in some Pentoshi factor's neat script. And so it is said in the free cities, he read, that the usurper lives still, though badly wounded by a hunting boar, that his brothers circle him like wolves, that the queen he took to wife has been named adulteress and traitor in the sight of her own court. Daenerys's hand went unconsciously to her belly. The child within her, if the wise women were right, was no bigger than her thumb yet. A prince or princess who would never see the Red Keep their father had lost. Khal Drogo? She said quietly. What do they say of him? Jorah hesitated, then shook his head. Nothing, Khaleesi. This letter is full of west and south. It says the Stag's brothers sharpen their antlers. One in the capital, one in the reach. It says lion's rage. It says the wolf from the north stands between them, trying to keep the peace. A wolf, Daenerys murmured. She had never seen a wolf, save in the sigils on old maps. In her mind's eye, they were like the dogs that ran with the Khalasar, only larger, their eyes full of lonely snow. "What does it say of dragons?" she asked. Yora glanced toward the chest where her 3 eggs lay. "Nothing, Khaleesi," he said. "They still believe dragons are dead." "Are they?" she asked softly. Yora had no answer. Drogo, who had been sitting in thoughtful silence, watching the play of lamplight on his wife's face rather than listening to Yora's clumsy Westerosi, shifted. His braids slid over his shoulder, bells chiming faintly. "You look troubled, moon of my life," he said in Dothraki. She turned to him, switching tongues as easily as she had learned to do since her marriage. "The usurper lives," she said. "My brother's death was not enough to bring me home." Drogo's mouth curled in faint disdain. "The usurper is a man with a soft belly and a heavy hammer," he said. "He is far across the poison water. We will cross when our son is ready. Whether he lives or dies now is wind." "To you," Daenerys said. "To me, my brother died for a promise. You swore to give me my father's throne when the time was right." Drogo nodded once. "I swore," he said. "Is this a sign?" she asked. "These stags fighting one another, lions and wolves biting. A river of blood in the city where my mother died. Yora says that when the usurper dies, the realm will tear itself apart. Perhaps that makes it weaker." Yora cleared his throat. "Khaleesi," he said carefully, "weakness in the 7 kingdoms can be good for us. A realm at peace would be a harder one to reclaim. A realm at war, men tire of fighting. They look for strong leaders. Old loyalties shake loose. When the enemy's camp burns, one should be ready to strike," Drogo agreed. "But not too soon. A Khal who charges into a fire loses his hair and his Khalasar both." Daenerys looked back at the scroll. Somewhere in King's Landing, a king she had never met fought for his life against a wife who had helped kill her father. A wolf she had never seen stood in a room her family had once ruled, arguing for mercy for children born of his enemy's sins. A man who called himself her family's murderer now fought lions and traitors to keep his own crude crown. The world moved. She looked at the eggs in the chest. In the lamplight, for an instant, she thought she saw a faint glow beneath the stone, like embers under ash. It might have been a trick of her eyes. "Tell me more," she said to Yora. "Everything the traitors say, every rumor. I would know the shape of the realm I am meant to rule." Yora bowed his head. "As you wish, Khaleesi." Outside, horses whickered. Fires crackled. Beneath Daenerys's hand, the child stirred. A flutter, like the brush of a dragon's wing. The messenger smelled of fear and tallow. He held the white cloth high, knuckles white on the staff, the other hand pressed protectively over the pouch at his belt where the folded letter rested. Around him, the world narrowed to the square of stone between the outer red keep yard and the gate of Maegor's Holdfast. Archers watched from the crenellations above, Lannister red bright on their cloaks, arrows poised. If one slipped, whether from malice or nervous fingers, the shaft would punch through cloth and flesh alike. "Hold," called a sergeant from the wall. "State your business." The messenger swallowed. His voice cracked on the first attempt, then came again, louder. "By command of King Robert Baratheon," he shouted. "A letter to the Queen, from the hand, with a royal demand for answer by sunrise." The words carried across the still air, bouncing off stone. Men on both sides of the cordon shifted, boots scraping. Behind the messenger, a line of Northmen and new-commanded gold cloaks formed a ragged half-circle, shields down but hands near weapons. "What do they say?" someone muttered in the ranks. "That she's a traitor, what else?" another answered. "About time someone said it." "Quiet," snapped a third. Atop the gate, there was a brief murmur. Then the bar scraped within. The smaller postern door set into the great gate cracked open just enough to show a sliver of darkness. A Lannister guard stepped into the gap, spear angled. Behind him, in that narrow slice of interior, 2 other figures waited. Cersei Lannister, in a gown hastily changed from green to sober gray, her hair pinned back more roughly than usual. Jaime Lannister at her shoulder, bareheaded, golden hair sweat-damp and tangled, hand resting lightly on the pommel of his sword. "Send him forward," Jaime said. The gate guard jerked his chin. The messenger, urged by a shove from behind, took the last few steps alone and knelt, the stone cold through his breeches. "My lady queen," he said, words tumbling. "By order." "I heard you," Cersei cut in. "Give me the letter." He fumbled it from his pouch, holding it up with both hands. She took it without their fingers touching, eyes never leaving his face until the wax seal with the Baratheon stag and Stark direwolf together flashed in the torchlight. "Back," Jaime told the messenger. "Slowly. If you run, the archers will think you've changed your mind." The boy swallowed again and retreated in careful, measured steps until he was among his own men once more. The postern door closed with a dull thud. The bar slid back into place. Inside, in the half-lit passage under Maegor's thick walls, Cersei turned the folded parchment over twice before breaking the seal. Jaime watched her. He had seen her receive letters before, ravens from their father, reports from the Rock, scented notes from simpering courtiers. Her face seldom changed. It was a mask she had learned to wear young. Now, as her eyes flicked over the neat Stark script, the mask slipped in tiny, telling ways. Her mouth thinned, her nostrils flared once. A faint color rose in her cheeks. "He offers terms," she said when she had finished. The words were knife-sharp. "Terms," Jaime echoed. "I thought Stannis would come straight for your head." "Oh, Stannis was in it," she said. "I can feel his hand in every harsh line. But Robert's there too, muddling it with his sudden scruples." She lifted the letter slightly, as if it were a thing that stank. "I am to yield myself for trial, the children to be taken as wards. All three of them scattered like cast-off pets. I am to stand and be called whore and traitor before the court. And then, perhaps, if I look penitent enough, they will let me take the black and freeze to death in some northern ruin." "You at the wall," Jaime said lightly. "I almost want to see it. You'd rule the place in a week." She snapped the parchment at him. "This is not a jape," she hissed. "Do you not see what they are doing? They mean to break me publicly, to turn the court against me, to make my children live out their lives as hostages and pawns, forever reminded they were born of sin." "And if you refuse?" he asked. "Then they will call me obstinate as well as wanton and give themselves leave to storm this holdfast," she said. "The letter is a noose either way. They offer it only so they can say they gave me a choice." She crumpled it in one hand, then smoothed it again. The urge to tear was there, but she mastered it. Words, once destroyed, could not be used as weapons. "What will you do?" Jaime asked. She looked up at him. In her green eyes he saw not fear, but calculation. "We write back," she said. "If they wish words, we give them words. We buy time. We make them show their own divisions." "And how do we do that?" Jaime asked. She paced once, twice, skirts whispering against the stone. "Robert's hand is in the promise that the children's lives will be spared," she said. "Stannis's in the demand that they be stripped of all claim. Stark's in the talk of wardship and scattering them among houses he trusts. Men like that bleed for their own notions of honor. We prick those notions." Jaime leaned against the wall, watching her. "Go on," he said. "We agree to yield the children," she said slowly. The words cost her. He could see it in the way her throat worked. "On certain conditions, that they remain together in one castle, not scattered. That they keep their names. That their claim be set aside, not revoked. Held in abeyance until they come of age. That they be raised in the faith." "Stannis will hate every word," Jaime said. "Stark will squirm," Cersei said. "He will say the law must be satisfied, that lies must be stripped away. Robert will flail between them. He will not want to be seen brutalizing children, particularly if the Septons whisper of mercy." "And while they argue," Jaime said, We sit here, eating our stored grain and pissing in our own cisterns, Eating for father. Yes, Cersei said. Every day they spend quarreling over words is a day more banners gather for us in the West. A day more rumor grows of lions wronged and grandchildren disinherited. When father comes, he will not need to convince half the realm that we were treated unjustly. They will have convinced themselves. It is a thin rope, Jaime said. If it frays, we fall. Then we do not put all our weight on it, Cersei said. We also look for other holds. Varys, Baelish. Any who will see benefit in a prolonged crisis. She sat and pulled the letter closer again, reaching for ink. Fetch me a scribe, she said. One with a neat hand and no imagination. And send word to the September. I want a septon ready to swear that my children were conceived within wedlock and blessed at birth. If I must play this game, I'll use every piece on the board. Jaime nodded and went. When the messenger was summoned back an hour later and handed a new letter, sealed with a lion and a crown, he did not know that he carried more than ink. He carried time. How much and whose would be paid for it remained to be seen. The Tower of the Hand felt different now. Where once it had hummed with comings and goings, petitioners and guards and servants carrying messages, now it was quieter. Fewer strangers, more Stark men at the doors. The weight of the day's violence lay in the corners, caught like old cobwebs. Sansa sat by the narrow window, staring out at the slice of sky she could see. It had been a perfect blue that morning when Septa Mordain had chivied them toward the throne room gallery. Now it was streaked with gold and purple, the sun sliding down toward the horizon as if nothing had happened. Her hands were clasped together so hard they ached. Every time she blinked she saw it again. The clash of swords, her father slipping, Jory falling with his neck opened, Joffrey's face gone white as milk as her father called him. That word, bastard. Her stomach still knotted at the memory. The door opened. She turned, heart leaping. Father, she breathed. He looked older. There was blood on the sleeve of his doublet that had not been there in the morning, dark and stiff. His hair was mussed, his beard ragged. His gray eyes, though, were the same, stern and sad. Septa, he said with a brief nod. Lord Stark, Septa Mordain replied. Her own face was pinched and pale. The girls, Sansa has hardly moved from that chair. Arya? She pursed her lips. Arya is with her dancing master. Ned's mouth tightened at that. Good, he said. Better she be with a man who knows a sword than alone in a corridor today. He closed the door behind him and came to stand before Sansa. I have a letter, he said. Her heart kicked again. From Joffrey? She asked. Or the Queen? From the Queen, he said. He did not soften it. Sansa's fingers tightened. She must be frightened, Sansa said quickly. Trapped in that horrid tower with all those men shouting outside. We should help her, father. We should. She is not the one who needs our help, Ned said quietly. He unfolded Cersei's reply. The parchment was smooth, the hand on it elegant, a practiced queen's. She writes that she will consider yielding the children, he said, under certain conditions, that they remain together, that they keep their names, that their claims be merely set aside, not stripped, that they be raised in the faith and treated with all honor due their birth. Sansa's eyes brightened, hope leaping up so suddenly it hurt. That is not so bad, she said. They would still be a prince and princesses even if they are not. If people say they, her voice faltered. They are not his, Ned said softly. Whatever the Queen writes, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, they are Jaime Lannisters. Don't say that, Sansa burst out. Please, father, you said such awful things in the hall, in front of everyone. Joffrey looked at me, her voice cracked. She blinked fast, anger and humiliation mixing with fear. He looked at me as if I'd betrayed him, she said, as if what you said was my fault. You are a child, Ned said. None of this is your doing. It is my life, she said, surprising herself with the sharpness of the words. My betrothal. My husband-to-be. You called him bastard in front of the whole court. How am I to marry him now? How am I to be queen?" Ned closed his eyes for a moment, as if something in him flinched from the sight of her tears. "You will not marry Joffrey," he said. "You will not be queen of anything built on that lie." She stared at him. The words seemed to come from very far away. "What?" she whispered. "The betrothal is ended," Ned said. "I should never have agreed to it. I did so because your mother was not here to talk sense into me, and because I thought it would bind our houses together and keep the peace. I was wrong." Her throat worked. "You cannot just end it," she said. "It was promised. The Queen has committed high treason," Ned said. "Her promises are worth less than ash. I will not let you be used as a pawn in her game. We will go home, Sansa, to Winterfell. There are good men there who—" "Winterfell," she said faintly. She thought of gray stone and snow and wolves, of a life of endless cold, of Robb stalking the walls with his solemn face, of Bran, no longer able to climb, confined to chair and bed. "You want to take me away? Now? When everything is happening here?" "Yes," he said, "especially now. The city is not safe. For any of us." Her eyes filled anew, this time with hot, frustrated tears. "This is not fair," she said. "I have done everything you and Mother and the Septa ever told me. I've curtsied and smiled and learnt my songs. I've tried so hard to be a proper lady. And now, when I was finally to be a queen, when Joffrey and I—" Her voice broke entirely. She clapped her hands over her face. Ned stood very still, watching her. The lines around his mouth deepened. "Sansa," he said more gently, "look at me." She lowered her hands slowly. Her lips trembled. "I know this feels like a punishment," he said. "It is not. It is a wrong I am trying to right. I did not see what lay under the Lannister smiles when I brought you here. That is my failing, not yours. But I will not serve you up to them now that I know. I love him," she blurted. The words hung between them, naked and foolish and utterly true in that moment. Ned's face softened in a way she had rarely seen. "You love the songs," he said. "The Joffrey you think is in them. The boy you saw on the King's Road when he was trying to impress you. You did not see him on the Trident Bank when he ordered your sister's friend beaten. You did not see him today, clutching at his mother's skirts while men died because of him. I saw enough," she whispered. I saw everything." She shuddered. "But it can still be fixed. If you take back what you said. If you tell them you were mistaken about the book and the hair and all of it. Joffrey will forgive you. The Queen will. The Queen will." "Nothing," Ned said, more sharply than he intended. "I will not perjure myself for the sake of your girlish dream. I will not call truth lies to smooth a path to a poisoned crown." She flinched as if struck. He closed his eyes briefly, then knelt before her so they were level. "I am sorry," he said. "Truly, of all the things this cursed city has demanded of me, this may be the hardest. To take your dream and break it, but better a clean break now than what would come if I let you go on." She looked at him, searching his face for some give. "How soon do we leave?" she asked at last, voice small. "As soon as I can arrange it," he said. "When the roads are clear enough. When I can put you under enough guard to be sure no one tries to take you hostage on the way." She thought of Joffrey again, of his pale, furious face. "He will never forgive me," she murmured. "He will never deserve your forgiveness," Ned replied. Septa Mordane, who had been silent, cleared her throat. "You speak of sending her north," she said. "What of Arya?" "Arya too," Ned said. "Both of them, before Cersei remembers that daughters are as useful as sons when it comes to breaking men's wills." He rose, folding Cersei's letter. "And I will write another letter," he said, "to your mother, to explain what I've done. She will be angrier with me than you are." Sansa doubted that, but she held her tongue. When he left, the room seemed suddenly emptier. The sky outside had darkened to a deep, bruised blue. In the yard below, torches were lit. The walls made it impossible to see the holdfast, but she could imagine it. A stone cage, lions pacing within, wolves and stags circling outside, and somewhere in all of it, the golden-haired boy she had thought she would marry, bleeding pride instead of blood. She rocked slightly in her chair, hands clasped tight, and let the tears fall where no one could see. The practice hall had become Arya's refuge. It smelled of old wood and sweat and the faint tang of oil from the racks of blunted swords. Sunlight slanted through high, narrow windows, painting long, pale rectangles on the floorboards. Dust motes danced in the beams like lazy midges. "Again," Syrio Farrell said. Arya lunged. Needle darted out, light as breath. Syrio parried with a lazy flick of his wooden blade, turning her thrust aside, then flowed past her like a fish slipping around a rock. "Too slow," he said. "You think with your eyes. You must think with your feet." "I'm trying," she grunted, spinning to face him again. "You are thinking about the throne room," Syrio said. "About your father and the Lion Man and all the shouts. Your feet do not care about these things. They care only about where to be next." She bared her teeth and came at him again. This time she feinted right, then slipped left, needle angling for his ribs. He blocked her, but barely. His brows rose. "Better," he said. "Now again, but faster. Death is always faster than you." "Vala Morgulis," Arya muttered under her breath. She had heard the words once from a Lyseni sailor at the docks, whispered like a charm. "All men must die." "Vala Dohiris," Syrio replied, almost absently. "All men must serve." His wooden sword tapped her guard, reminding her to keep it up. They moved through the patterns he had taught her. The cat, the hare, the heron and the eel, each had a rhythm, a breath. When she was deep in it, the world narrowed to the feel of the grip in her hand, the sound of their feet, the brush of air against her skin. For a precious stretch of heartbeats, she could forget the throne room. Jory's blood, her father's fall, her sister's strangled sob. Then a shadow fell across the doorway. "Little master," a nervous voice said. "Little lady." Arya lowered needle, panting. A serving boy stood in the threshold, twisting his cap in his hands. His eyes darted from her to Syrio and back again, as if unsure whom to address. "What?" Arya demanded. "Can't you see we're training?" The hand, "Lord Stark sent word." The boy stammered. "I was told to tell you, little lady, that you're to pack what you can carry, to be ready. He means to send you and your sister north." Her breath caught. "Home?" she asked. The boy nodded. They say the city's not safe. Not with the queen shut up in her tower and half the gold cloaks not knowing who's paying them." Her heart did a strange flip. Home, Winterfell, the gods would, needle-fine flakes of snow melting on her cheeks. And yet, she thought of what she had heard in the tunnels, of Varys and the fat man talking of wolves crushed between lion and stag, of dragons, of her father standing in the storm of the throne room, sword in hand. "Father needs us here," she blurted. Syrio tilted his head. "Your father needs you alive," he said, "and that is harder in this place than anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms." "But, no," he said more sharply. "Today you listen. There will be other days to argue." She scowled but sheathed needle. Her hand lingered on the hilt. "When?" she asked the boy. "When do we leave?" "Soon," he said. "Lord Stark said as soon as there's a chance. The gates are watched. The queen, they say she'll try to snatch hostages if she can. So you're to be ready to move fast. Quiet." "Can Nymeria come?" she asked automatically, then remembered. Her throat tightened. "No, she can't." Syrio touched her shoulder lightly. "You will go north," he said. "Perhaps your wolf will meet you on the road. Who can say?" She wanted to believe that. She wanted to believe a great many things that might never be. "What about you?" she asked, turning on him. "If we go, what will you do?" "I am first sword of Bravos," he said. "Not nursemaid." I will find another pupil who does not step with her eyes. It stung, even though she knew it was half jest. You're lying, she muttered. He smiled, small and crooked. I may take ship, he said. There are always ships, or I may not. The future is a veil. The water dancer flows around what he cannot see. She wanted to ask him to come north, to be her master in Winterfell, to teach her brothers and maybe even Sansa, to stand in the Godswood and laugh at the snow. The words stuck in her throat. I'm not finished, she said instead. With lessons. You are never finished, he said. All men are still learning until they die. You will carry what I have given you. It will be enough. Enough for what? She demanded. For the next step, he said. Always only the next step. Now go. Pack. Hide your little sword well. There may be those who do not think it proper for a lady to travel with such a thing. She glanced at the serving boy, who looked away quickly, pretending not to have heard. You won't let anyone hurt father, will you? She asked, hating the wobble in her voice. Syrio's dark eyes were grave. I am one man, he said. Your father has many, and his own sword. I think he will keep it in his hand a while yet. It was not the promise she had wanted. It was the only truth he could give. She nodded once, fiercely, and ran. As she left, she heard the creak of wood behind her. Syrio had picked up another practice sword. For himself, in a city of daggers and poison, he would not go unarmed. The smithy in Flea Bottom was no bigger than a Winterfell storeroom, and twice as hot. Smoke blackened the low rafters. The forge glowed cherry red, each bellows stroke making it flare. The smell of hot iron and coal and sweat lay heavy in the air. Outside, the noise of the alley, hucksters crying, a baby wailing, the muffled curses of a drunk, filtered in through the warped door. Yoren of the Night's Watch squinted through the haze at the boy before him. Gendry was taller than the last time Yoren had come, shoulders broader, arms roped with muscle from hammering steel. Sweat slicked his skin, making the stray black curls at his temples cling. You again, Gendry said. He did not stop working. The hammer rose and fell with steady rhythm, shaping a bar of iron on the anvil. Didn't like the last lot you took north? Yoren grunted. They were as good as any, he said. For what we need. This is a different call. Not interested, Gendry said. Master Tobo says I'm near ready to make helms on my own. And swords. Proper swords, not just nails and horseshoes. You may not have a forge to make 'em in if you stay, Yoren said. Gendry snorted. Flea Bottom's always been a shit pile. It'll still be here when the lords are done squabbling. Maybe, Yoren said, or maybe the shit pile's what burns first. He glanced toward the open doorway. 2 gold cloaks tramped past, cloaks swinging, spears on shoulders. Their faces were set in that new, wary way the watch had taken on since the throne room. Gendry's hammer slowed a fraction. What do you want? He asked. Yoren reached into his cloak and pulled out a folded scrap of parchment. It bore no seal, only a cramped hand. Maester Luwin's at Ned Stark's dictation. Lord Stark's orders, Yoren said. I was at the castle getting leave to take a new crop of thieves and murderers north when the hand called me aside. He wants certain boys out of the city. Quiet-like, before the lions remember to hunt them. The hammer stopped. Gendry's eyes flicked up, wary. Boys? He asked. What boys? Bastards, Yoren said bluntly. With hair like crows and jaws like hammers. Ones who look too much like a king some people would rather forget. Gendry stared. I'm no king's son, he said. My mother worked in an alehouse. She never saw a king. Maybe she never told you she did, Yoren said. Or maybe she didn't know who he was when he tumbled her. Doesn't matter. I've been looking at that face of yours since you were 6 and seeing the fat man's grin. He sniffed. Stark sees it too. He wants you gone before the queen remembers your name. Gendry set the hammer down harder than necessary. The clang echoed. She already sent men asking about me, he muttered. Some lord in fancy clothes asked Master Tobo if I had a patron. When he said you, The Lord looked angry. He wiped his brow with the back of his wrist. I didn't like it. That'd be the fat one, Yoren said. King's counselor of coins. Baelish. Sneaky as a cat in a butcher's shop. If he's sniffing around, the queen's thinking of cleaning house. You and the rest o' the king's misbegotten get. Gendry's jaw tightened. What do you care? He asked. Your watch. I care because the hand asked, Yoren said. And because I've no taste for seeing boys killed for the sin of being born. He shrugged. North o' the wall it's simpler. Cold. Dead things. Wildlings. No one cares who your father was. You swing a sword, you stand your watch. Gendry looked back at the glowing iron on the anvil. The heat pressed against his face, familiar and suffocating. And if I say no? He asked. Then I'll go, Yoren said. Find another bastard. There's a baker's boy with black hair near the dragon pit. A lad in the street of silk, whelped on a whore. Lord Stark gave me names. He said take whoever would go and leave those too stubborn to save themselves. The words stung more than Gendry expected. Stubborn, he muttered. I'm not stubborn. He thought of the look Master Tobo had given him when he'd first hefted a hammer. Of the man's grudging praise, of the promise of a journeyman's wage, of the feel of metal under his hands as it changed shape. He thought of the gold cloaks who had come asking questions, of the way one had stared at him as if trying to match his face to a memory. What is it really like? He asked, not looking at Yoren. North. Cold, Yoren said. Hard. Honest. A man freezes or lives by the strength of his back and the sharpness of his eyes. You've a strong back. Good eyes. Gendry huffed. You'll say that to any boy you want to drag to your wall, he said. Not any, Yoren said. Most of the ones I drag are rats and gutter snipes and men with a choice between a black cloak and a rope. You're none o' those. You could stay. Live. Maybe do well. Make fine helms for fine lords who'll never know your name. Or you can come and swing your hammer where it might actually mean something when the dark comes. Gendry frowned. What dark? The real one, Yoren said. The one the old stories whisper of. The wall's there for a reason, boy. Not just to give me something to complain about. Outside, the gold cloak's voices drifted back briefly, then faded. The city breathed. Slowly, Gendry picked up the bar of iron from the anvil and plunged it into the quench. Steam hissed, curling up in a white cloud. When? He asked. Dawn, Yoren said. We'll leave by the river gate with the other recruits. You'll need to be in the wagon of wretches with them. Dirt on your face. Rough clothes. You're a smith's boy no more. You're scum. Heading north to be turned into something useful. Gendry's mouth twisted. Master Tobo, he said. I'll speak to him, Yoren said. He'll grumble, but he knows which way the wind blows. He's no fool. Gendry nodded once. I'll go, he said. Yoren's shoulders eased a fraction. Good, he said. Bring only what you can carry. Leave anything fine. Venus. Get you killed on the road. He turned to go, then paused. And boy, he said over his shoulder. If anyone asks your name out there, keep your head down. You're Gendry, no more and no less. Remember that. Gendry looked down at his own scarred hands. They looked like any smith's hands. Calloused, burnt, strong. Gendry, he said. Aye. The hammer on the anvil felt heavier when he lifted it again, as if it knew it was seeing the last of this forge. The yard was crowded, yet oddly hushed. Word had flown through the red keep quicker than any raven. The commander of the city watch, Lord Janos Slynt, was to lose his head. Men who would never have ventured near the king's justice on an ordinary day found excuses to drift toward the inner yard. Guards with errands, kitchen boys with baskets, laundresses whose path just happened to take them past the scaffold. They gathered in knots near the walls, whispering. Above, faces peered from windows. The low murmur of the crowd wound through the hot air. Janos Slynt knelt at the block. The chains on his wrists clinked as he shifted. His jaw was swollen and mottled with bruises, one eye purpling. They had removed the gag. His pleas had been muffled but persistent all the way from the dungeons. "Your graces," he babbled now, looking wildly between Robert, who watched from a chair at the edge of the yard, and the men beside him. "My lords, it was all confusion, no treason in it. I never meant—" "You meant to do as you thought safest for yourself," Stannis said. "That is enough." "I listened to the queen," Slynt said, tears and snot mixing on his face. She said the hand meant to seize the throne, to take the prince. I only wanted to guard the realm." Robert's lip curled. "The realm guarded itself today," he said. "In spite of you, I told you to place my wife and her get under guard. You turned your spears on my hand and my heir instead. You bought 2 purses and thought you could spend them both and never pay." Slynt opened his mouth again, but Ned stepped forward. "In the north," he said, "the man who passes the sentence swings the sword." He looked at Robert. "I am not in the north," Robert said tiredly, "and my side is torn. I'd likely drop the damned thing on my foot." He nodded to Ned. "You pass the sentence if you like. Or Stannis. Or we leave it to the king's justice." Ser Island Payne stood nearby, great sword in hand, mute as ever, mouth ascar. His pale eyes were unreadable.
Ned hesitated.
The weight of ice, his own greatsword, belonged in his hands at times like this. But ice was far away, locked in Winterfell's cold heart. Here, in this sun-baked yard, he was a different sort of hand. "King's justice," he said quietly. "Let it be done." Slynt's knees buckled. "No," he gasped. "Please, mercy. My children will be provided for," Robert said. "They have done no crime. They will keep their narrow house and enough coin to eat." He looked at Ned. "Make sure of it." Ned nodded once. Slynt sobbed, loudly. It did not move anyone. "Do you have any last words?" Stannis asked. Slynt raised his head, eyes bulging. For a heartbeat, some spark of defiance flared. "Remember," he spat, "when the lions come, it won't be my head they take. It'll be yours. All of you, sitting up there thinking you're safe." "Enough," Ned said. He stepped back. Ser Island stepped forward. The hush deepened. Even the birds seemed to still. The greatsword rose. It fell with a wet, heavy sound, the kind that never left a man's ears once he had heard it. A few in the crowd flinched. Most stared, committing the sight to memory. The first head rolled under the new order. Bywater, newly raised to command, watched with a face like carved stone. Half the gold cloaks in the yard wore expressions that mixed fear with something like relief. Treachery, they saw, would be punished no matter whose purse it had sprung from. "See that the body is given to his family," Ned said. "The head goes on a spike above the gate, with a sign naming his crime." "Harsh," Robert muttered. "Necessary," Stannis said. Ned felt none of the grim satisfaction he sometimes had after Northern justice. There had been no stolen sheep here, no broken vow to the Night's Watch, nothing so simple. Janos Slynt had been a symptom, not the disease. Cutting him out would forestall a fever. It would not cure the infection. As the crowd began to disperse, low conversation resumed. Some voices praised the king's firmness. Others muttered that Slynt had only done what any man might, caught between two powers. Varys glided away, hands tucked in his sleeves, eyes thoughtful. Peter Baelish lingered a moment longer, gaze tracking the blood on the block, then smiled faintly and turned toward the treasury with the air of a man who had just resolved an equation. Robert sighed, shifting in his chair. "There," he said, "I've killed a man in my own yard for treason. Are you both satisfied?" "No," Stannis said, "but it is a start." Ned looked up at the walls, at the spike that would soon bear Slynt's head. The city watched, and remembered. They brought her the news by whisper, not by raven. A servant girl, eyes red with weeping, slipped into the chamber in the lull between one argument and the next. She bowed low, nearly knocking her head on the table. "Your Grace," she murmured. They took Lord Slynt to the yard. The king's justice,
Cersei.
Cersei did not need the girl to finish. The image sprang readily to mind. Janos Slynt on his knees, piggish face slack with terror, the great sword rising and falling. What of his family? She asked. Always one had to ask what use remained in the living. They say the king ordered they be left with their house and some coin, the girl said. People say he's merciful. Merciful? Cersei repeated, lips thin. To butcher a man who did as he was bid, then toss scraps to his children. Her quill hand had not stopped moving. The letters on the page grew a fraction harsher. Go, she told the girl. Tell the kitchens to fetch more water to the cisterns before they think to cut that as well. Tell the men on the wall that anyone who looks too long at that spike loses an eye. The girl bobbed and fled. Joffrey stood by the narrow slit of a window, gaze fixed on the red keep yard visible beyond the curtain wall. The spike was too small to see from here, but he stared as if he could. They killed him because he obeyed you, he said without turning. They killed him because he chose badly, Cersei said. He thought he could serve everyone at once. Men like that always die in the cracks. It should have been Stark on that block, Joffrey said. Or the Craven from Dragonstone. Or father. His mouth twisted. He called me bastard, in front of everyone. And he will pay for it, Cersei said. In time. Joffrey's face was a storm of pride and hurt. Why not now? He demanded. Why sit here writing letters and talking of terms? We should send men to cut their throats in their beds. We should, Jaime drawled from the doorway. Listen to him. Already we. Joffrey threw him a look of pure dislike. This is no jest, he snapped. If father thinks he can just say those things and sit there as if nothing happened. He thinks he is king, Jaime said, with some justification. He is king, Cersei said, quill scratching. For now. And until we can change that without bringing this whole castle down on our heads, we will play along. That letter, Jaime said, nodding toward the parchment under her hand. You're writing to Stark's girl? To Sansa, Cersei said. Yes. Myrcella looked up from where she sat with Tommen and the Septa, eyes puffy. Sansa is our friend, she said. She was frightened in the throne room. So were you, Jaime said gently. Any sensible soul would be. She is useful, Cersei said. She mouths southern courtesies with northern sincerity. She loves Joffrey, her mouth curled, or believes she does. Joffrey looked away at that, but he did not protest. Cersei read over the neat lines. Sweet Sansa, it began. My heart breaks to think of the fear you must have felt today, and the confusion. Men's quarrels should not splash their blood on maidens. Know that I have always thought of you as a daughter of my heart, and that whatever harsh words have passed between your father and mine, my love for you is unchanged. It went on, a tapestry of concern and wounded queenship. Between the pretty phrases, careful hooks gleamed. If you could but come to me, child, I might explain all. It is not fitting that you be shut away like a prisoner in the Tower of the Hand while men shout of treason. Let me keep you safe, as I had sworn to do when we spoke of you as Joffrey's bride. Jaime read over her shoulder, expression wry. You think Stark will let her come? He asked. No, Cersei said. He is not so great a fool, but the girl will read this and weep and plead. She will ask questions. She will doubt. A daughter's tears have undone more than one hard man. If he refuses, she will resent him. If he relents, she smiled thinly. Then we have a hostage instead of a future inconvenience. And if she runs off to Winterfell before the letter reaches her? Jaime asked. Then I send another, Cersei said. One can always write. She sealed the parchment with wax and stamped it with her personal seal. A lion's head crowned. The wax clicked as it hardened. Varys will carry it, she said. His spiders slip where gold cloaks cannot. He prefers a realm full of uncertainties to one bloodily settled. This keeps the waters muddied for him. You trust him? Jaime asked. I trust that he serves himself, Cersei said. And that, at this moment, self-interest and mine align. For now, that is enough. She handed the letter to Jaime. See that it reaches him, she said. Quietly, Jaime weighed it in his hand. You write well, he said. You almost convinced me. I am not writing for you, she said. I am writing for a girl who dreams of songs. She will see a queen wronged, a prince scorned, a mother reaching out. She will not see the teeth under the veil. He smirked. You truly should have been born a man, he said. She looked up at him, and for once the humor in his voice did not charm. And you, she said, should have been born less handsome. Then perhaps our father would have seen the brain behind your pretty face. He laughed and left to find the spider. When the letter reached the Tower of the Hand that evening, carried by a soft-footed boy with a tale of having been stopped and searched thrice, Sansa's hands shook just seeing her name in Cersei's elegant hand. Ned watched her read, watched her face change, and felt another stone added to the weight around his heart. The letter smelled faintly of some southern perfume. Orange blossoms, perhaps, or something more exotic. Sansa had always liked that about the Queen, that she smelled of flowers even in the heat, never of sweat or horse. Dear Sansa, it began. She read it twice before she trusted the words not to change. By the third reading, the ache in her chest had shifted to something sharper. She says she loves me, Sansa whispered. Ned said nothing. She says she is cut to the quick by your accusations. Sansa went on, voice trembling, that she never betrayed father, that the Queen is always blamed when men quarrel. Her fingers tightened around the parchment. She says she fears for me, that she cannot bear to think of me trapped in a tower while northern men with cold hearts make war on her son. I am trying to keep war from touching you at all, Ned said. She wants me to come to her, Sansa said, to Maegor's, to be safe with her and Joffrey and Myrcella and Tommen. She says that you have been misled, that Joffrey is still my betrothed. Whatever harsh words have been spoken in anger. She lies, Ned said. How can you be so sure? She burst out. You say she lies. She says you lie. The songs never talk of fathers and queens and hands all calling each other liars. Her throat tightened. I don't know what to believe. Believe what you saw, Ned said. In the throne room. When Slynt's men turned their spears. When Jaime did not hesitate to raise sword against me in his sister's name. When Cersei chose to run to a fortress rather than stand by her king. She ran to protect Joffrey, Sansa said. Any mother would. You would run to protect me. And yet now you want to drag me away from him. Because I see the road ahead of him, Ned said. And it leads to blood. Her lip quivered. He is my prince, she said. He was kind to me at the Hand's tourney. He gave me a rose. He held my hand when I was afraid of the crowd. He watched as his guard beat your sister's friend near to death for daring to stand between him and a butcher's boy, Ned said. His kindness is as thin as a summer ice, a pretty thing that cracks under any weight. You won't even try, she said. The Queen writes that if you would only come to Maegor's, if you would talk, if you would apologize for accusing her, that she would ask Joffrey to forgive you, that we could heal this rift. Ned stepped forward, laying both hands on the desk. Listen to me, he said. If I go into Maegor's, I will not come out. That fortress was built by a king who burned his own kin. Its walls remember blood. Cersei would clap me in chains and force Robert's hand, or kill me outright and call it justice under her son's name. Sansa swallowed convulsively. She wouldn't, she said. She loves me. She loves her children, Ned said. And she will use anything and anyone to keep them on their stolen throne, including you. You don't know that, Sansa whispered. I know what I have seen, Ned said. I know what I found in that book. I know the bastards I met, with your father's face carved into theirs. I know what Jon Arryn died for. I know what your mother would say if she were here.
Sansa blinked fast.
What would she say? She would say that no crown is worth your life, he said. That no love of a boy you barely know is worth the risk of being used as a knife at your own father's throat. Silence fell. The candle between them guttered, then flared. "I hate you," Sansa said suddenly. The words shocked her even as she said them. They burst out raw and ugly. Ned flinched, but he did not look away. "I know," he said quietly. "You will not always." "I hate you," she repeated more weakly. You ruined everything. We were going to be happy here, Joffrey and I. We were going to have sons with golden hair and wolves on their cloaks. We were going to..." Her voice broke again. She covered her face with her hands. Ned stood there, listening to the muffled sobs. When he spoke, his own voice was rough. "I would rather you hate me in Winterfell," he said, "than love me in some southern grave." She let out a strangled noise. He reached across the desk and gently pried Cersei's letter from her fingers. "You will not answer this," he said. "Do you understand? No word of yours will go to Maegor's. If she wishes to write again, she can pour her honey on stone." Sansa sniffed, dragging her sleeve across her face. "She'll think I don't care," she whispered. "She will think you are kept under guard," Ned said. "Which is true. You are my guard. Until you are on the King's Road with enough men around you that even Cersei Lannister thinks twice." He folded the letter and tucked it into his own belt. "Pack, Sansa," he said. "Choose what you can carry. Leave anything that ties you too tightly to this place. The more you can walk away from, the easier the walking." She looked up at him through tear-blurred eyes. "You're really sending us," she said. "Even if I beg, even if I promise to be quiet, even if, he said. "I am your father. My duty is to keep you safe, not to keep you pleased. One day, perhaps, you will see the difference." He turned to go, then paused at the door. "Sansa," he said without looking back. "You are not what Cersei thinks you are. You are stronger than songs. Remember that." When he left, she sat alone at the little desk, staring at the blank space where the letter had been. Slowly, she reached for her own parchment. Her hand shook, but she began to write. "Dear Mother," if she was to be torn from one dream, she would at least tell someone who might understand. The secret ways of the Red Keep had no maps. They had memories. Varys moved through them with the ease of long practice, one soft hand trailing occasionally along damp stone to reassure himself of the curves. Behind him, the torch guttered, its light pushing feebly at the darkness. Yoren waited where the passage widened enough for two men to stand abreast. He had his hood up, but his black cloak was unmistakable in the half-light. "You're late," he said. "I am precise," Varys corrected gently. "You said just after sundown. It is barely that." He offered the parchment. Yoren eyed it as he took it, thick fingers careful. "You hands bird or your own?" he asked. "Lord Stark asked me to find someone who could move certain charges out of the city without attracting undue notice," Varys said. "I considered your wagon of wretches." His lips twitched. It seemed fitting. Yoren grunted. "He asked me first," he said, "about the bastards and his girls. Not that he's trusting me with them." There was no resentment in it, only recognition of hierarchy. "You want me to take more?" "Names have a way of multiplying," Varys said. "Lord Stark had one list. I have another." He leaned in a fraction. "The Queen," he murmured, "has already asked after your Gendry, and others. When she can no longer strike at the king directly, she will turn her eye to the softer targets. Best to have them gone when she does." Yoren unfolded the parchment. The cramped lines marched down it. Bastard sons and daughters, some legitimate children of men fallen on the wrong side of the new divide. A few whose only crime was being in the wrong place in the wrong livery. "You plan to repopulate the Wall?" he asked. "The Wall could use it," Varys said. "Whatever is coming there will not care for the games we play here." Yoren looked up sharply. "You know tales of that?" he asked. "Beyond the Wall?" "I know enough to be concerned," Varys said. "Old stories, new whispers." When men as unimaginative as maesters start writing of strange things in cold places, I pay attention. You and your brothers stand between that and the realm. I would see you have all the bodies you can. Even if they're highborn bastards and merchant brats? Yoren asked. Especially them, Varys said mildly. They may complain less about the cold than lords who never left their featherbeds. Yoren snorted. You've never seen a lordling on the wall, he said. They all complain. But they swing swords well when they have to. He tucked the parchment into his belt. Why do you care? He asked. About the wall, about bastards, about any of it. You're no lord, no maeste, no knight. I am what the realm made me, Varys said. I would like to see it survive long enough to return the favor. A realm without dragons, Yoren said, half mock, half question. Varys's eyes glinted. We will see, he said. Silence stretched for a heartbeat. Then Yoren pushed off from the wall. I leave at first light, he said. Through the river gate. I'll have half a dozen wagons and a dozen or so new recruits. We'll look like any other sorry lot heading north to freeze their bollocks off. And Gendry? Varys asked. Coming, Yoren said. He thinks it's his choice. That makes him less likely to run. And Lord Stark's daughters? Varys asked. That's Stark's problem, Yoren said. I don't take noble girls in my wagon. Not unless they've killed a man and are running from the noose. Varys's lips twitched. Let us hope it does not come to that, he said. Yoren grunted. Hope's cheap, he said. Steel costs more. I'll see what I can do about both. He turned to go, then paused. And you? He asked. If the Lions win this one, and Stark's head's on a spike and Stannis's on another, what then for you, Spider? Varys smiled, a small, secret thing. I have survived worse kings than this, he said. And I know the tunnels under Maegor's as well as those under the Red Keep. If the Lions win, they will find their paws pricked more often than they expect. Yoren shook his head. You're a strange one, he said. So they tell me, Varys replied. When the Black brothers' footsteps had faded, Varys stood alone a moment more, listening to the quiet. Somewhere above them, the castle groaned and murmured. Men moved. Swords were sharpened. Children dreamt uneasy dreams. Beyond the walls, a boy with a hammer packed his few possessions, not knowing that half a dozen lives hinged on his decision and his steps. Varys smoothed his silk and turned back toward the heart of the web. The king's bedchamber smelled of herbs and stale wine. Pycelle had left sachets of dried lavender and some sharper, stranger things burning in a brazier. They could not quite cover the sense of sweat and bandages and the sour tang of old drink. The window was open to let in the evening breeze. It stirred the curtains but did little else. Robert lay propped on a mound of pillows. The latest stitching of his wound had been tighter, more brutal. The maester from Derry had insisted on cutting away some blackened flesh, muttering of infection. Robert's face was pale beneath his beard, but his eyes were alert. You look like a corpse, Stannis said. And you sound like one, Robert replied. Come closer. I want to see how much uglier you've got since Dragonstone. Stannis did not indulge him with a smile. He moved to stand at the foot of the bed, hands clasped behind his back. Ned took a place beside him, close enough to see the stiffness in Robert's movements. You should be resting, Ned said. I am, Robert said. If I were resting more, I'd be asleep, and if I'm asleep, you too will make some damned decision without me. I didn't drag myself back from a boar's tusk just to be left out of my own war. It needn't be a war, Ned said. Not yet. It already is, Stannis said. Robert waved a hand. You're both right and both wrong, he said. It's a mess. That's what it is. Now tell me of the day I missed while they were sewing me up again. Has Tywin put his banners on the road yet? Has Renly crowned himself King of Roses? Has Cersei thrown my letter back in your faces? She replied, Ned said, producing both her letter and his own. She agrees in part, on terms, the children as wards but together, their claims set aside but not stripped, names kept, A Septon's oversight. Robert snorted. She wants them kept on the board, he said.
No surprise.
She's never liked being cornered. If we accept her conditions, Ned said, we take them from her hands without spilling blood. They will be under guard, watched, used even if we must, as proof that we kept our word. And if we do not, Stannis asked, she will refuse to yield them at all. His mouth tightened. We risk much for little. Robert scratched at his beard. Let her have her words, he said. We can agree to whatever nonsense about septons and names she likes. Once those brats are out of Maegor's and somewhere we control, the law can be revisited at leisure. You would trick her, Ned said slowly. I would give her what she thinks she wants long enough to get what I need, Robert said. She's been doing it to me for 15 years. High time I returned the favor. Stannis frowned, but he did not immediately object. You think she will fall for it? He asked. She's desperate, Robert said. Desperate people cling to whatever rope you throw them, even if it's braided of hair and lies. She wants those children seen as royal. If I sign something that lets her believe that, she'll open the gate a crack. That's all we need. Ned's jaw worked. I do not like it, he said. Deceit. Deceit, Robert repeated. In King's Landing. What next? Wine in the cups. Whores in the brothels. His expression softened slightly.
Ned.
I know you'd rather take a blow to the face than speak a lie. But sometimes a lie now spares 100 blows later. Or invites 1,000, Stannis said. Robert shifted, wincing. What would you do? He asked. Say no. Call her terms an insult. Then what? Then we prepare to storm Maegor's, Stannis said. We cut off water, food. We build rams and towers. We use the tunnels if we must. We take her by force. And kill who knows how many of our own men in the process, Robert said. All to get to a woman and 3 children who cannot rule anything without outside hands. No, I'll not turn the Red Keep into a charnel house for that. You already did once, Stannis said. With Tywin. That was Tywin's doing, Robert snapped. And we remember it still. I want this to be different. Ned watched them, feeling the old familiarity of their arguments and the new weight on every word. What of Renly? He asked. We have heard nothing since he left. Loras Tyrell rides with him. Highgarden will not ignore that. Renly will not sit idle, Stannis said. He will gather his own banners. He will call himself king, and half the south will clap like fools. Robert sighed. Leave Renly be for now, he said. He's far. Tywin's closer. Gregor's already burning the Riverlands. Caitlin will be squawking like a mother goose soon. We'll have to send men.
Ned nodded.
She wrote, he said. From Winterfell. The first raven spoke of your naming Stannis heir. The second spoke of raids on Tully lands. She asks whether I mean to let her brother's house burn while I guard your throne. Robert snorted. Tell her I can only do one miracle at a time, he said. We should send someone. Not you, he added quickly when Ned opened his mouth. Your hand. I need you here. If I fall over, you're the only one with sense enough to keep Stannis from executing half the city. Stannis's eyes narrowed, but he did not bother arguing the barb. Send Beric Dondarrion, Ned suggested. He is here with Thuras of Myr, ready enough. Give him men. Let him ride with a royal banner. Show the Riverlands that the king hears them. Beric, Robert mused. The young lord with the red beard. A decent sword, from what I recall. He nodded. Aye, send him. Give him 100 good men. 200. Make sure some of them are Northmen. So Caitlin cannot say I only send Southron lads to die for her father. Ned inclined his head. And the North? Stannis asked. You have not called their banners yet. Not yet, Robert said. Shall I send for your Stormlords too? Renly's already whispering in their ears. Calling all banners now will throw half the realm into motion. Once they start moving, they'll not stop. We may have no ice. Stannis said. "Do you think Tywin sits idle?" "I know he does not," Robert said. "But I also know he'd prefer to let others bleed first." He closed his eyes briefly. "We'll send Beric. We'll hold Maegor's tight. We'll answer Cersei's letter with honey over steel. And we watch. When Tywin makes his real move, then we call the banners and see which way the wind blows for certain." Ned did not like waiting. He did not like half measures. But he had also seen what rash moves had cost men in the city already. "And my daughters," he said. "I ride with them to the gates if I must. The sooner they are gone, the better." Robert opened his eyes again. "I know," he said. "I have a daughter too, Ned. If she were here, I'd have packed her on a ship back to Storm's End the moment I smelled the first whiff of Lannister treason." He paused. "Take them," he said. "When you go, do it quietly. No songs, no farewells. Just go." Ned nodded once. "And you?" he asked. "If the worst comes, if Stannis and I fail you, if Cersei finds another dagger and another boar." Robert's mouth twisted. "Then you'll have to remember what I was before I became this," he said, gesturing at his own bulk. "Tell them I wasn't always a fool, that once I swung a hammer and made dragons fall." "I'll tell them," Ned said, "if I live." "See that you do," Robert replied. "I'm tired of outliving people." The sky above King's Landing was a sheet of pale gray, streaked with the faintest blush of pink where the sun pressed behind the clouds. From the eastern wall of the Red Keep, the city looked almost peaceful. Smoke rose in thin threads from 1,000 cookfires. The Blackwater gleamed, calm as a mirror. The sprawl of Flea Bottom, the ordered avenues of the Street of Steel, the great dome of Baelor's September, all lay quiet under the new day. Within the Red Keep's own walls, men had woken before dawn. Ned stood with his hands resting on the rough stone of the battlement, watching the messenger pick his way back from Maegor's. The white flag he had carried yesterday now drooped, stained at the tip. The letter in his hand looked very small. "She answered," Stannis said. "Of course she did," Ned said. "She would not pass up another chance to put ink between us." The messenger climbed the stairs 2 at a time, breathing hard. He knelt when he reached them, holding the folded parchment up with both hands. "My lord hand," he gasped. "From the Queen, under her personal seal. I was made to wait until dawn for the answer." "You are dismissed," Ned said, taking it. "Go eat, then sleep. You've done enough running." The boy bowed and staggered away. Stannis watched as Ned broke the seal, the crowned lion again, and unfolded the letter. Cersei's hand was as elegant as before. Her words were a silk glove over a steel fist. She accepted, in principle, the notion of the children leaving Maegor's. She demanded, in terms as sweet as they were sharp guarantees, that they would reside together at Storm's End, under the watchful eye of the faith, that they would be publicly recognized as royal children wronged by a moment's madness on their father's part, not branded bastards, that any question of succession would be left for a later council when they came of age. "She agrees to yield herself for trial," Ned said, skimming further. "If and only if these conditions are met, and if your grace swears to spare the children any further humiliation and doubt." "Humiliation," Stannis repeated, voice flat. "She calls the naming of truth humiliation." "That is how she sees it," Ned said. "Her weapon is perception. She wields it well." Stannis's face hardened. "We cannot grant these terms," he said. "To send them to Storm's End is to put them under the care of lords who may yet support Renly. To keep their names and royal style intact is to leave the door open for any malcontent to rally around them later. This is folly. It is also the only way she will open her gates without bloodshed," Ned said. Stannis made a disgusted sound. "Then we take the bloodshed," he said. "I will not bend the law this far for her pride." Ned felt the letter crumple slightly under his fingers as he gripped it. "Robert proposes another way," he said. Stannis's eyes narrowed. "What way?" "We accept her terms," Ned said slowly. "On parchment, publicly. We send the children to Storm's End with fanfare and prayers, with septons and singers and all the trappings she desires. Then, when they are out, we quietly rewrite their place in the line. A great council, a formal stripping of claim. They will be far from the city. The realm will have seen us merciful and measured. Stannis stared at him as if he had grown a second head. You would sign a lie, he said, knowing you will break it later. I would sign a step, Ned said quietly. We are on ice, Stannis. If we try to leap to the far bank in one bound, we will slip and drown. This buys time, saves lives. It undermines the very thing you claim to be fighting for, Stannis said. Law, truth. You accuse me of harshness, yet you would twist oaths as easily as any Lannister if it suits your purpose.
Ned flinched.
I do not like it, he said, but I have seen what a siege can do, Stannis. In King's Landing, when your lions came. In Winterfell, long ago, when the Boltons still remembered how to be cruel. Children die in sieges. Not just the ones we speak of in letters. All of them. Children die in wars as well, Stannis said. We cannot rule with a hand that trembles every time it must cut. No, Ned said, but we can choose where to cut. Robert believes this is a wound the realm can live with. Robert believes many foolish things, Stannis snapped. He believed Cersei's love once. He believed his own temper would never turn on him. He believed wine was a cure for anything. I will not let him believe his way into a broken law as well. Ned folded the letter again. I will take it to him, he said. We will see which way his wind blows today. Below, the rookery tower door opened. Maester Luwin's southern counterpart, Pycelle's newly elevated assistant, a thin man with anxious eyes, emerged with a basket. Ravens fluttered and squawked as he reached in, drawing out one by the legs. Already, ravens had flown that morning. Ned had sent them the night before, their wings carrying small pieces of the truth across the realm. To the Eyrie, where Lisa Arryn sat in her mountain fastness, clutching her son. To Riverrun, where Hoster Tully battled his own failing body. To Storm's End, where the Castellan would read the words with a candle burning low, wondering which Baratheon to obey. To Highgarden, where Renly Baratheon and Mace Tyrell would read them over a cup of arbor gold and hear in each line an opportunity. To Pike, to Sunspear, to Old Town. The ravens flew, black scratches against the morning sky, each bearing a scrap of the storm that had begun with a mist heart in a dark forest. Whatever Robert decides, Ned said, half to himself, the realm will know soon enough, and they will choose, Stannis said, one way or another. He looked north, beyond the city, beyond the Green Fork, toward lands Ned knew only from maps. This is only the beginning, he said quietly. Ned thought of Arya packing her scant possessions, of Sansa's tear-streaked face, of Robb in Winterfell reading his own letters, of Catelyn in the Godswood, of the boy in the forge walking toward the river gate. Yes, he said, it is. Behind them, the Red Keep woke fully. Men shouted, armor clanged. Somewhere, a bell tolled. The storm that would shape their world had broken. How long it would rage, and what would be left standing when it passed, no man on that wall could yet say. Robert read Cersei's letter twice and hated it more the second time. Not because it was clever, though it was clever in the way poison could be clever, sweet on the tongue and deadly in the belly, but because it had the nerve to wrap itself in the language of mercy. Mercy, as if she had ever offered him any. Mercy, as if she had not tried to drown him in wine and leave him for a boar to finish. He lay back against his pillows, the bandage at his side a tight, burning reminder of every movement. The room was too warm from the brazier, too close with the stink of herbs and stale sweat. Somewhere outside the shutters, gulls cried over the Blackwater like they were laughing. She wants Storm's End, Robert said at last. Stannis's jaw tightened. She wants a foothold, he corrected, a place from which to keep claiming what is not hers. Ned's eyes were on the parchment. He did not look up when he spoke. She wants the children together, he said, so that no one can separate them and unmake their story in pieces. Or so she can slip them out together when the chance comes, Stannis said. Barristan Selmy shifted in the doorway, white cloak stirring. Storm's End is strong, he said. Strong enough to hold wards. Strong enough to withstand siege. Strong enough to become a banner for Renly if he turns his face toward it. Stannis replied coldly. Storm's End is not an empty stone. It is a horn. Whoever holds it can call storm lords to him. Robert's fingers drummed once on the bed frame. It sent a dull tremor through his side, and he hissed softly, more in irritation than pain. Renly's already calling them, he said. If he means to crown himself, he'll do it whether Storm's End holds my so-called children or not. Stannis looked as if he would argue. Ned spoke before he could. Robert, he said quietly, if we deny this outright, she will not yield the gate. Stannis is right. She wants to keep their claims breathing. But the children out of Maegor's is worth something. It reduces her leverage. It puts bodies we can protect, where we can protect them. Protect them, Stannis echoed with a hard edge. You speak as if they are yours. Ned's gaze flicked to him. They are children, he said, and the realm will judge us by how we treat them. The realm will judge us by whether we win, Stannis snapped. Robert closed his eyes for a heartbeat. They were back at it again. Ned's honor and Stannis's iron, clashing like swords that would never fit the same scabbard. He should have found it comforting. Two men who could not bend even if the world begged them. Instead, it exhausted him. Here is what we do, Robert said, opening his eyes. We answer her with enough honey to make her think she's won something. We give her Storm's End, but not in her hands. Stannis's eyes narrowed. Explain. Robert forced himself up a fraction, ignoring the tug of stitches. The children go to Storm's End, he said. Under guard, under the faith if she insists. But the Castellan their answers to the crown, not to Renly's pretty smile. I will write to my household at Storm's End. Men I know, men who served my father. They will hold the keys, not some Tyrell-bred lickspittle. Ned's mouth tightened. And what of their names? He asked. Robert's lips curled. We do not call them princes in ink, he said. We call them wards. We call them children of the Queen. We call them those styled Baratheon if you want to be polite. I'll not put Prince Joffrey to paper again. Stannis' satisfaction was visible in the slight easing of his shoulders. And Cersei herself? She yields, Robert said. Not later, not after some council. Now, she comes out and stands trial, or she stays in her hole and we tighten the rope. Ned's eyes searched Robert's face, as if weighing whether this was bravado or something firmer. She will refuse, Stannis said. Let her, Robert replied. If she yields the children, she has already opened the gate once. Once the children are out, the city sees it. The court sees it. The small folk hear that the Queen gave up her own to keep herself safe. And then I can storm that damned Holdfast without the realm screaming that I butchered babes. Stannis' mouth hardened. That is the first sensible thing you've said since I arrived. Robert almost laughed, but the motion pulled at his side. He settled for a grunt. Don't get used to it, he said. Ned, write the reply. Make it clean. No lies we can't live with. No promises we can't keep. Ned took the quill. And if she answers with another demand? He asked. Then we answer with silence and steel, Stannis said. Robert watched the ink flow from Ned's pen, black on white. Each word felt heavier than any hammer he had ever lifted. It was strange how much a realm could hinge on the curl of a letter, the pressure of a seal. When Ned finished, he read it aloud. Terms narrowed. Children to Storm's End as wards of the crown under faith oversight. A royal escort. Safe conduct. Cersei to surrender herself immediately, to be held in the Tower of the Hand pending trial. Jaime to yield his sword. Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen to be treated with comfort and dignity, but no claim spoken of. Robert listened, jaw set. Seal it, he said.
Ned dripped wax.
Robert pressed his signet down with a trembling hand that he cursed under his breath for the weakness of it. When the wax cooled, The crowned stag stared up at them all like an accusation. "Send it," Robert said. "And Barristan." "Yes, your grace," Barristan replied at once. "Put your best men on the doors between Maegor's and the rest of the keep," Robert said. "No more surprises. If she tries another snake's trick, I want to feel the bite before it reaches my throat." Barristan bowed. "As you command." Robert's eyes found Stannis. "And you," he said, "no storming without me." Stannis's nostrils flared. "You can barely stand." "I can still decide," Robert said. "That is what a king does." "You want to be king so badly? Learn to wait when you must." Stannis stared back, rigid as a sword planted in the floor. Then slowly he inclined his head. "As you command," he said. It was not obedience. It was restraint, and it cost him. The morning air in the yard tasted of damp stone and old blood. Men had scrubbed the worst of it from the flagstones, but the grooves between stones held memories in dark stains that no brush could reach. A cold mist lingered near the ground, curling around boots and wagon wheels, thinning only where torches still smoked from the night watch. Ned stood near the base of the rookery tower with the sealed letter in his hand and a sense of being watched from every wall. The messenger waited, one of Bywater's picks, lean and quick-eyed, his gold cloak pinned tight and his spear left behind as ordered. He kept his chin up, but Ned saw the swallow in his throat as he glanced toward Maegor's holdfast and the arrow slits staring back like black eyes. "You will go under white flag," Ned said. "Alone. You will not bring a blade. You will not accept a cup even if offered." The man nodded, lips pressed together. "If they keep you waiting, you wait," Ned continued. "If they threaten you, you do not threaten back. You say only this: 'These are the king's terms. Answer within the hour.'" "Yes, my lord," the messenger said. Bywater stood a few paces off, arms folded, watching with the kind of focus men wore when they expected trouble to come at any moment. His face was thin, hawk-like, one ear twisted from an old injury. He had the look of a man who would never be comfortable in silk, and Ned found that oddly reassuring. "They'll try something," Bywater said when the messenger had gone. "Perhaps," Ned said. "Not perhaps," Bywater corrected. "They're lions. They don't step into a cage without gnawing at the bars first." Ned's gaze lifted to the holdfast. Smoke rose thinly from its inner yard. Somewhere inside, Cersei read words and measured them against her hunger. "What do you have on the river gates?" Ned asked. "Double," Bywater said. "And my own men, not the ones who used to lick Slynt's boots. Still, there's always a few that can be bought." "Then make them expensive," Ned said. Bywater's mouth twitched faintly. "That's more Baelish's trade than mine," he said. "But I understand the principle. Fear is free and it works." Barristan Selmy moved across the yard toward them, white-cloaked Stark against the gray. Two of his Kingsguard brothers followed, Aerys Oakhart and Aron Santagar, faces set, hands near their hilts. "The gates between Maegor's and the keep are sealed," Barristan reported. "My men stand watch. No one enters the holdfast except by your word or the king's." "And no one leaves?" Ned asked. Barristan's eyes flicked toward the holdfast's postern gate. "Not unless they grow wings," he said. "Or remember tunnels older than my vows." Ned's gut tightened. "What tunnels?" he asked. Barristan's mouth thinned. "Maegor built this place with secret ways," he said. "So the histories claim. I have never seen them, but I have served too long here to believe there are no cracks in any wall." Ned thought of Arya's eavesdropping, of Varys in darkness. "Then watch the cracks," he said. Barristan inclined his head. "I do," he said, and moved away as if it were the simplest thing in the world to guard a castle from its own bones. Ned watched ravens burst from the rookery tower in a sudden black scatter, wings beating hard. They rose into the mist and vanished toward distant horizons, carrying truth and rumor alike. Every raven that flew made it harder for Cersei to spin her own web unchallenged. Every raven that flew also made it harder to pull the realm back from the edge if words failed. Ned turned toward the Tower of the Hand. His daughters were inside. The thought of them in this city, under these walls that had just seen blood spill in the king's name, made something in him burn with protective fury. Before the next cut was made, he would have them gone, or he would die trying. Cersei did not read Robert's reply aloud. She read it once in silence, lips barely moving. Then she read it again, slower, as if by taking more time she could change the words. When she was done, she held the parchment over the brazier and watched the edge curl. Jaime's hand shot out, catching her wrist. "Not yet," he said. She glared at him. "Do not touch me," she hissed. He did not let go. "If you burn it, you burn evidence," he said. "And you burn options. Options keep us alive." Cersei's breath came sharp, but her fingers loosened. The parchment drooped away from the flame. "Myrcella," she said abruptly. "Tommen, go with your septa. Now." Myrcella rose obediently, drawing Tommen up with her. The boy's face was blotchy from crying. He clung to her hand as if she were a rope over a cliff. The septa gathered them and hurried out, murmuring prayers. Joffrey did not move. He stared at Cersei and Jaime as if he were watching a trial in which he meant to be judge. "They demand you," Joffrey said. "They want you to come out like some criminal." Cersei's mouth curved. It was not a smile. "They want my head," she said. "This is just a prettier way to ask for it." "They want mine too," Joffrey spat. "They say I have no claim. They refuse to write prince. Father refused." "He is not your father," Jaime said softly. The words fell like a stone. Joffrey's face went purple with rage. "Shut up," he snarled. "Shut up. He is king. He was my father until he decided to humiliate me." Cersei's eyes flicked to Jaime, warning him. Jaime held his tongue, but the tension in his jaw spoke for him. "What do they offer?" Joffrey demanded. Cersei lowered the parchment and read the key lines aloud. Each word sharpened before it left her mouth. "Storm's End," she said. "Wards, comfort, faith oversight, no claim spoken, no royal style." And her voice turned colder still. "I am to surrender myself immediately. Jaime is to yield his sword. You, my son, are to walk out of this place not as a prince but as a child styled Baratheon under the crown's watch." Joffrey's hands clenched. "I will not," he said. "I will not go like that. I would rather die here." "You would rather pose," Jaime said, and could not keep the disdain from his tone. Cersei turned on him. "Enough," she snapped. "This is not about your pride or his. This is about survival." She paced once, quick steps on stone, then stopped and faced Jaime. "They think they are clever," she said. "They think to take the children and then storm this place with clean hands. Robert's discovered a taste for tactics, it seems." Jaime's mouth twisted. "He's discovered a taste for being told what to do," he said. "By Stark, by Stannis, and by his own fear," Cersei said. She lifted the letter again, eyes scanning. "They leave me no room. If I accept, I walk into a cage and never leave. If I refuse, they tighten the cordon and starve us. And then they storm with songs of mercy on their lips." Jaime leaned closer. "Then we do neither," he said. Cersei met his gaze. "Say it." "We give them a part," Jaime said. "Enough to make Stark hesitate and Robert congratulate himself for mercy. We open the gate a crack. We do not open it wide." Cersei's eyes narrowed. Calculation took over where fury had been. "Which part?" she asked. Jaime's gaze slid toward the door where Myrcella and Tommen had disappeared, then back to Joffrey. "The part that matters most," he said. Joffrey's head snapped up. "Me," he said at once. "You mean me." Jaime's silence was answer enough. Cersei's nails bit into her palm. Every instinct in her screamed to keep all three children within arm's reach, under her eye, under her protection. But instinct was not always compatible with war. "Joffrey must not be their hostage," she said slowly. "Not if father is to rally the West. Not if we are to have a king to crown elsewhere." Joffrey's breathing quickened. "You're going to get me out," he said, voice fierce. You're going to send me to grandfather. Then he'll march and burn them all. Perhaps, Cersei said. Or perhaps he will do what he always does, win. She looked at Jaime. How? Jaime's eyes were flat. Maegor has ways, he said. Old ways. I have heard of them since I was a boy. A sally port that opens on the river. A tunnel that runs toward the stables. Some of it is story, but not all. If any man knows the bones of this castle, it is Varys. Cersei's mouth tightened. The spider will not risk his web for us unless it suits him. Then we make it suit him, Jaime said. We give him a reason. We give him coin. Or we give him fear. Cersei stared at the letter again, then crumpled it slowly and smoothed it, as if kneading it into a different shape. We answer, she said. We agree to yield the children. She felt the word catch, forced it through. To storms end under faith as they demand. But we require that you, my son, be escorted by the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard himself. Barristan Selmy. Jaime's brows rose. You want Selmy near him, he said. I want Stark to believe I am yielding honestly, Cersei said. And I want Selmy occupied, busy, away from the Holdfast's cracks. While we use the cracks. Joffrey's eyes glittered. I don't want that old man near me, he spat. He's loyal to father. He is loyal to the crown, Jaime corrected. And crowns can move. Cersei stepped close to Joffrey and cupped his face, forcing him to meet her eyes. Listen to me, she said, voice low and intense. You will do what I tell you. You will look frightened. You will look wronged. You will look like a prince ripped from his mother's arms by traitors. And when you are free, you will remember every face you saw today. Joffrey swallowed. Hatred and hunger fought in him, but he nodded. Good, Cersei said. She straightened. Jaime, find Varys. Quietly, tell him I have an offer that serves the realm. Jaime snorted. He'll like the sound of that. And he'll like the sound of what happens if he refuses, Cersei said. When Jaime left, her gaze drifted to the brazier again. She held Robert's letter over it and let the very corner blacken. Not enough to destroy, enough to scar. A reminder, to herself as much as anyone, that even paper could bleed. Arya packed like a boy preparing to run. She shoved what she could into a small sack. 2 plain shifts she had stolen from the laundry, a pair of woolen hose, a knife she'd lifted from a kitchen boy's belt, and the ragged doll she would never admit to still wanting. Needle she kept on her, always, as Syrio had taught her. A sword was not something you packed away and hoped to find later. Sansa packed like a lady losing a war. She folded gowns with stiff precision, stacking them in a trunk as if neatness could impose order on chaos. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. The tears had dried into something harder. Resentment, maybe. Fear. Or both. You're doing it wrong, Arya said, watching her. Sansa's mouth tightened. At least I am doing it, she said. Unlike you, who pack like you're fleeing a brothel. I pack like I want to live, Arya shot back. Sansa's hands paused on a blue gown. So do I, she whispered, and for a moment the sharpness went out of her voice. I don't know how. The door opened. Syrio Farrell stepped in first, practiced sword in hand as if it were a real one. His gaze swept the room quickly, checking windows, corners, the shadows behind hanging cloth. He looked more like a man in a street fight than a dancing master in that moment. Then Ned Stark entered, cloak over one arm, a leather satchel in his hand. His face was set, his eyes shadowed with sleeplessness. We leave soon, he said. Sansa's head snapped up. Now? She asked, and the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Not this moment, Ned said, but today, if the gods are kind and the roads are not too tangled. He looked at Syrio. You will come with them to the river stairs. Syrio's brows rose. To the boats, he said. Yes, Ned replied. A ship will take them downriver under guard, then out to sea, White Harbor. From there to Winterfell. Sansa's breath left her in a small, broken sound. The sea, she whispered. I'll be sick. You'll be alive, Arya said. Sansa glared at her, but it was weak. Ned crouched by Arya, adjusting the strap on her sack, tugging it tighter. His hands were rough, the hands of a man used to swords, not ribbons. Arya, he said quietly, you will not wander. You will not run off to see the city one last time. You will stay with Syrio and the men I give you. I know, Arya said, but her eyes slid instinctively to the window. King's Landing lay beyond it like a beast she both hated and wanted to poke with a stick. Ned's gaze followed hers. Do you? He asked. Because this city is hunting now. It will hunt for hostages and leverage and soft throats to press a blade to. You and your sister are the softest throats I have. Sansa flinched at that phrasing. I'm not soft, Arya muttered. Ned's mouth twitched, but there was no humor in it. You are my daughter, he said. That makes you vulnerable whether you like it or not. He straightened and looked at Sansa. You will not speak to any messenger, he said. No one who says they bring letters. No one who says they bring gifts. If someone says the queen wishes to see you, you will say nothing. Do you understand? Sansa's hands clenched on the gown. She wrote me, she said softly. Ned's jaw tightened. I know, he said, and you will not answer. Not in ink. Not with your eyes. Not with your face. Sansa lifted her chin, stubbornness showing through her fear. What if she's telling the truth? She asked, and hated herself for asking even as she did. Ned's gaze held hers. If she is telling the truth, he said, then she will accept the king's terms and come out to stand trial. Until then, her words are smoke. Sansa swallowed. And Joffrey? She asked before she could stop herself. Will he? Ned's voice softened a fraction. He will do what he has always done, he said. He will hurt what he can reach. Sansa's eyes flicked down. Her fingers trembled, then steadied. I'll go, she said. I won't make it harder. Ned's gaze warmed, briefly. That is all I ask, he said. Outside, boots sounded in the corridor. Stark men taking posts, shifting, preparing. The castle itself seemed to tense around them. Syrio stepped closer to Arya, lowering his voice. Little cat, he murmured. Remember the first rule. Fear cuts deeper than swords, Arya whispered back. Syrio nodded. And the second rule? Arya hesitated, then recalled the way he had struck her wrist when she had overreached. Feet first, she said. Always. Syrio's smile was thin. Good, he said. Then keep your feet under you today. The floor is slippery in a city like this. Ned slung his cloak over his shoulders. Finish, he said. When I send the word, you go. No looking back. Arya wanted to ask him if he was coming too. She wanted to ask him if the king would live, if Stannis would take the throne, if Cersei would burn the city down. She asked the only thing that mattered. Are you going to be okay? She whispered. Ned's eyes rested on her, then on Sansa. He looked at them as if imprinting their faces into his bones. I will do what I can, he said. It was the only promise he could give without lying. The river gate stank of fish and wet rope and humanity. Wagons stood in a line, their wooden slats stained dark with old mud. Men in chains shuffled beside them. Thieves and poachers and boys who had been caught in the wrong place and offered the wall instead of the rope. Their breath fogged in the cool morning air. Some muttered prayers, others spat and cursed. A few stared blankly, as if they had already left their bodies behind. Yoren walked along the line with the air of a man shepherding goats to slaughter. Hood up, black cloak flapping. Head down, he grunted at one lad. You look a lord's son with your chin up like that. Get it down before someone decides to knock it off. The lad lowered his head quickly. Gendry stood among them, shoulders hunched, face smeared with soot. His hair, his damned black hair, was tucked under a ragged cap. He tried to breathe like a boy from Flea Bottom, not like a man who had spent his life in a forge where every breath tasted of smoke and iron. He could feel eyes on him, not Yoren's. Yoren watched everyone, not caring. These eyes were sharper, hungry, assessing. He shifted slightly, and the chain on his wrist clinked. Yoren had insisted he wear one, loose enough to slip if needed but convincing enough to fool a glance. "You're twitchy," muttered a man beside him, a narrow-faced thief with missing teeth. "You got something to hide, boy?" "Got a face," Gendry muttered. "Seems enough these days." The thief snorted. "Ain't it always?" At the gatehouse, the watchmen were arguing with a pair of gold cloaks. Not bywaters. These wore their cloaks sloppier, their spears tilted as if from boredom, but their eyes kept darting toward the wagons. "Orders from the Queen," one of them was saying. "No wagons out without inspection. There's been trouble. Certain criminals." Yoren spat. "We're all criminals," he growled, loud enough to carry. "That's why we wear black. Open the bloody gate or I'll have your spear shoved where you keep your wits." The gold cloak bristled. "You don't speak to the watch like that," he snapped. Yoren grinned, showing broken teeth. "I speak however I like," he said. "I'm the watch." The gold cloak's hand went to his sword. Then a new sound cut across the argument, bootsteps in disciplined rhythm. Bywater arrived with 20 men, cloaks neat, faces hard. He did not shout. He did not need to. His presence shifted the air like a drawn blade. "Clear the gate," Bywater said. The two gold cloaks stiffened. One tried to look offended. "Commander." "I am not your commander," Bywater said coldly. "Your old commander is headless. If you wish to join him, keep talking." The men swallowed. One stepped back. "These wagons leave," Bywater said. "By order of the king." "The Queen," the other began. Bywater's gaze pinned him. "The Queen is behind stone and iron," he said. "The king is in the Red Keep. Decide which voice carries farther." The gold cloak's throat bobbed. He stepped aside. The gatehouse watchman hurried to undo bars and chains. The heavy iron-bound gate groaned as it began to swing open, letting in a breath of river air. Gendry's heart hammered. The gap was there, freedom of a sort. And then a shout came from the alley to the left, sharp as a whip crack. "Hold!" a man cried. "That one there." Gendry's stomach dropped. Two men in plain cloaks stepped out of the alley, moving fast. They did not wear Lannister colors, but the way they walked, confident, predatory, made their allegiance plain. One pointed straight at Gendry. "That bastard," he said. "The smith's boy, the one with the bull's shoulders. Queen wants him." Yoren moved in front of Gendry without hesitation, drawing a knife from his sleeve. "Queen can kiss my arse," he snarled. The plain-cloaked man reached under his cloak. Steel flashed. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to blades and breath. Bywater's men moved like they practiced it. Two gold cloaks stepped to flank the plaincloaks, spears leveled. One of the plaincloaks tried to bolt back into the alley. A spear but caught him behind the knee, dropping him with a yelp. The one with the sword came at Yoren, but Yoren was quicker than he looked. The Black Brother ducked, drove his knife up under the man's ribs, and twisted. The man's breath went out in a wet gasp. He staggered and fell. Gendry stood frozen, the chain on his wrist suddenly feeling like a noose. "Move!" Yoren barked at him. Gendry moved. He shoved past the thief and the chained men, toward the wagons. Bywater's men were shouting now, barking orders, sweeping the alley for more plaincloaks. The gate was open wider. "Get the wagons out!" Bywater snapped. "Now!" Drivers cracked reins. Horses lurched forward. Wheels creaked, then rolled, faster and faster, as if the wagons themselves wanted to escape the city's claws. Gendry scrambled up onto the back of the second wagon, crouching low beneath the slats. He heard the river, close and cold. He heard shouts fading behind them as the gatehouse fell behind. King's Landing shrank in his mind, not in his eyes. The wall still loomed, but he felt the pull of distance beginning, thin as a thread. Yoren climbed onto the wagon's side rail, knife still in hand, blood dripping from it. "Welcome to the Night's Watch, boy," he spat. Gendry stared at him, chest heaving. "I'm not," he began. Yoren snorted. "You're whatever keeps you breathing," he said. "Now keep your head down." The wagons rolled onto the river road, leaving the gate behind like a closing chapter. Behind them, somewhere in the city, lions would learn that some prey had slipped their net, and lions hated nothing more than a missed bite. Highgarden smelled of flowers and ambition. The air itself seemed softer here than in King's Landing. Less smoke, more green. Roses climbed every pillar, heavy blossoms spilling over stone like painted blood. Servants moved like quiet currents, carrying trays of wine and fruit, their steps muffled by rugs thick enough to swallow sound. Renly Baratheon stood at the center of it all, cloak of green falling in graceful folds, hair carefully combed despite days on the road. He looked every inch the king a painter would choose, which was, he knew, half the battle. Mace Tyrell sat on a raised seat as if it were a throne, fingers jeweled, belly pressing his silks. His smile was wide and uncertain, as if he were delighted and terrified in equal measure. Beside him, Olenna Tyrell watched from a wheelback chair, thin as a blade, eyes bright as winter stars. Her mouth was pursed as if she were tasting sour wine. Margaery Tyrell stood near Loras, hands folded, posture flawless. Her gaze met Renly's briefly, soft, attentive, already practiced at being seen. "You come at a strange time, Lord Renly," Mace said, voice booming in a hall built for it. "The realm is unsettled." "Unsettled is one word," Renly said, smiling. "Blood-soaked is another." Olenna made a small sound. "We prefer our blood in wine," she said. "Less mess." Renly's smile sharpened. "Then you will not like what's coming," he said. He did not waste time with courtesies. He laid out the situation in King's Landing, the Boar, the will, Stannis' arrival, the throne room turning into a battlefield. He spoke of Cersei and Maegor's like a lion behind iron, of Robert wounded and suddenly dangerous, of Ned Stark clinging to law like a drowning man. When he spoke Stannis' name, Mace's smile faltered. "And Robert named him heir?" Mace asked, as if hoping he'd misheard. "He did," Renly said. "Under Stark's pressure, under pain, under fear. Stannis will come to you soon enough with parchment and stern eyes and demand you bow." Loras's jaw tightened. Margaery remained composed, but her eyes flickered. "And why should we not?" Mace demanded. "He is lawful heir by the rules. We are loyal to the crown." Olenna snorted. "We are loyal to ourselves," she corrected, "and to our grandchildren, if we are fortunate enough to have them." Renly let the words hang, then stepped closer. "Because Stannis will not reward you," he said. "Not in the way you want. He does not love feasts or tourneys or roses. He will not place the reach near his heart. He will hold it at arm's length, suspicious, resentful. He will grind your ambitions into dust and call it justice." "And you?" Olenna asked, eyes narrowed. "What would you do, Stag? Smile and scatter honors like petals?" "I would rule," Renly said simply, "and I would bind the realm with love where Stannis binds it with fear." Olenna's mouth twisted. "Love," she said. "A pretty word. It does not stop swords." "It gathers them," Renly replied. He gestured to Margaery, who stepped forward with grace, the movement as practiced as a dance. "I offer you a queen," Renly said. "A union that binds stormlands and reach. A king who will listen. A court that will bloom instead of rot." Mace's eyes widened. He glanced at Margaery, then at Olenna, then at Loras. "Renly," Loras said quietly, warning. "Say it plain." Renly did. "I will claim the Iron Throne," he said. "Not while Robert breathes, if I can avoid it. But Robert is wounded, and even if he lives, he has made enemies he cannot unmake. If he dies, Stannis will move. If Stannis moves, the realm will split. I would rather it split toward me." Silence fell. Olenna leaned forward slightly. "And what of the lions?" she asked. "And the wolf? And the dragons across the sea your king killed?" "Lions are caged for now," Renly said. "They will bite soon enough." The wolf will stand with law until law eats him. Dragons, he smiled faintly. Dragons are stories. This is the realm in front of us. Mace looked as if he might burst with competing desires. If we back you, he said. It is war. It is war regardless, Renly said. The only question is whether we choose the battlefield or let it choose us. Olenna studied him for a long moment, as if weighing his bones. You are handsome, she said at last, and you talk prettily. Those are useful things in a king. The trouble is, pretty things are fragile. Renly's smile held. Then do not treat me gently, he said. Arm me. Olenna's eyes flicked to Marjorie. And you, child? She asked. Do you wish to be queen? Marjorie's smile was small, controlled. I wish to serve House Tyrell, she said. In whatever way makes us safest. Olenna's mouth curved, approving. Good, she said. A sensible answer. She turned to Mace. You heard him, she said. Stannis will not love you. Renly will. And love is useful when you need men to die for you. Mace swallowed. His fingers worried at a ring. He began. Olenna's voice sharpened. Do not at me, she snapped. Choose. If we are to gamble, we gamble on a man who can win hearts as well as battles. Mace's shoulders sagged, then straightened as if he had finally decided to play the part he had always wanted. Very well, he said, and tried for grandeur. We will support you, Lord Renly. We will call the banners. The Reach will bloom for you. Renly exhaled. He had not realized until that moment how tight his chest had been. Loras's hand brushed his arm briefly, steadying. And the marriage? Mace asked. Renly looked at Marjorie. She met his gaze without flinching. Soon, Renly said, before Stannis can arrive waving parchment and calling us traitors. Olenna smiled like a woman watching a knife slide into a rival's ribs. Then let us sharpen you, she said. The realm is about to learn that roses have thorns. The Riverlands looked like a mouth after teeth had been knocked out. Villages that had once been little clusters of warmth and noise now sat blackened and silent. Smoke drifted from collapsed roofs like dying breath. The fields beyond were trampled into mud, the last cut sheaves scattered and soaked. Crows had already found the dead. Beric Dondarrion rode with his jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. He was young enough that war still felt like something he could win with courage and a sharp sword. He was old enough now to see that courage did not rebuild burned homes. Behind him, the men he'd gathered moved in tight order. Stormlanders, a few Crownland knights, a handful of Northmen Robert had insisted upon to show the Riverlords the crown still listened. Their armor was scuffed from travel, their faces set. Thuras of Myr rode beside Beric, red robe tucked up, his breath visible in the cool air. The priest's bald head gleamed. He held a sword at his saddle, but his hands were empty, fingers worrying at a string of strange beads. Lawler sees, Thuras murmured, looking at the smoke ahead. Beric shot him a glance. I don't care what your god sees, he said. I care what we see, and I see Lannister work. They crested a small rise and looked down into what had been a village. Charred timbers formed crooked skeletons. A cow lay on its side in the mud, belly swollen, flies already gathering. A child's toy, a carved wooden horse, sat half-buried in ash. A woman peered out from behind a collapsed wall, face streaked gray. Her eyes were wide and empty, as if she had cried herself hollow. Behind her, other faces watched, peasant and smallholder alike, hands clutching whatever tools could become weapons. We fly the king's banner, Beric called, raising his voice. We come for justice. Who did this? No one answered at first. Fear held them in place. Then an old man stepped forward, walking with a stick. He spat into the ash. Lions, he rasped. Big Uranus. Men like beasts. One with a helm shaped like a dog's head. One with a face like he'd been kicked by a mule. They laughed when they burned my son. Beric's hand tightened on his reins. Gregor Clegane, he said. The old man said. The mountain. They took our girls, took our grain. left us to starve. A murmur rose behind him. Women's sobs, men's low curses, rage without direction. Beric looked at his men. "We find them," he said. "We take them. We hang them. We send the mountain's head back to the rock and nail it to Tywin's gate." Some of the men cheered. Others looked uneasy. Even in war, the mountain's name carried weight. Thuras leaned closer, voice low. "Hanging is a poor offering," he said. "Fire cleanses." Beric ignored him. He looked back at the villagers. "You have my word," he said. "The king's justice will reach you. You will not be forgotten." The old man laughed, bitter. "Kings," he rasped. "We've had kings before. All they do is change whose men burn us." Beric felt the sting of it because it was too close to truth. A shout came from one of Beric's outriders. "Tracks," the rider called. "Fresh, heading east. Horses. Many." Beric's blood warmed. "Mount," he snapped. "We ride." He looked once more at the ash and broken faces. "I will come back," he promised, though he did not know if he could keep it. Then he turned his horse and followed the tracks of lions through the ruined land, toward whatever horror waited next. The Parley ground was a circle of stillness carved out of a restless castle. Men in armor stood in ranks on either side, careful to keep spear points lowered but close. Septons waited near the center with faces pinched tight, their white robes too clean for a courtyard that still remembered blood. A white flag fluttered on a pole planted in the stone, its cloth snapping softly in the wind like a nervous tongue. Barristan Selmy stood beside Ned, helm under one arm, sword belted but sheathed. His face gave nothing away, but his eyes were sharp, always counting. Stannis watched from a step above, hands clasped behind his back, as if he were a judge before a trial. He looked like a man who had already decided the sentence and was only waiting for the words to justify it. "They will try something," Stannis murmured. Ned did not reply. He felt it too, the prickle at the base of the skull, the sense that the ground beneath them was not solid. Maegor's Holdfast crouched ahead, its gate closed, its arrow slits dark. Above, Lannister archers waited, bows in hand. A drumbeat of sound came from within, bars sliding, hinges groaning. The postern door opened slowly, the crack widening. A man stepped out first. Jaime Lannister, golden as a coin even in shadow, armor polished, cloak crimson. His sword was at his hip, but his hand rested on it casually, as if he were strolling into a feast. Behind him, a line of Lannister guards followed, shields up. Then the children. Myrcella came first, walking with rigid composure. Her hands folded as if she were heading to September. Tommen stumbled beside her, eyes wide, cheeks wet. And between them, Joffrey. He had cut his hair. The golden curls that had framed his face were hacked short, uneven. His eyes burned above it, bright and furious. He wore a plain dark cloak now, without lion or stag. Cersei did not come out. Ned felt the shift in the watching men as the children appeared, the way even hardened soldiers recalibrated when confronted with small bodies at the center of their war. "Lord Stark," Jaime called, stopping at the edge of the Parley circle. "Lord Commander." His gaze slid to Stannis and back. "We come under the king's white flag, as agreed." "As agreed," Ned said, stepping forward. Jaime's mouth twitched. "You want them," he said. "Here. They are here." The Queen accepts the children going to Storm's End as wards, under the faith with royal escort. "And the Queen," Stannis called from above, voice hard. Jaime did not look up. "The Queen does not trust your mercy," he said lightly. "Nor should she." Stannis's face darkened, but Barristan spoke before he could. "Her surrender was demanded," Barristan said, voice calm. "Does she refuse the king's command?" Jaime's eyes met Barristan's. For a heartbeat something passed between them. Old respect and new contempt braided tight. "She offers this," Jaime said. "A first step. She will not step into Stark's tower with Stannis' shadow on the wall. Not while there is still breath in her." Stannis made a sound of disgust. Ned held up a hand. "The children first," he said. "We will settle the rest after." Jaime's smile sharpened. "Of course," he said. He gestured behind him. "Septa, forward." 2 Septons stepped out from the holdfast, faces pale, hands trembling. They carried scrolls and seals, faith documents, attestations, all the trappings of legitimacy Cersei could muster. Ned took one glance at the ink and felt the weight of it. Paper to fight paper. Always. He looked at Myrcella, at Tommen, at Joffrey. "My lady," he said to Myrcella gently. "You will come with me. You will be safe." Myrcella's chin lifted. She looked past Ned toward the courtyard, toward men she did not know, and then her eyes flicked to Jaime as if seeking a familiar anchor. Jaime nodded once, almost imperceptibly. Myrcella took Tommen's hand tighter and stepped forward. Joffrey did not move. "You will walk," Stannis said coldly, "or be carried." Joffrey's eyes flared. "I am not afraid of you," he spat. Stannis's mouth twisted. "You should be," he said. Barristan took a step toward Joffrey, voice gentle but firm. "Come, my prince." He caught himself, jaw tightening. "My lord." "Come." "There will be no harm." Joffrey's gaze darted, calculating. For a heartbeat, Ned thought he saw something. Fear, buried deep beneath pride. Then Joffrey lifted his chin and stepped forward with the stiff dignity of a boy pretending to be a man. Ned felt every eye on them as the children crossed the Parley circle. When Myrcella and Tommen reached Ned's side, he placed himself between them and any sudden movement. Barristan moved to Joffrey's flank, close enough to catch him if he bolted. Jaime watched, hands still on his sword, as if waiting for some sign. The air held its breath. It began with a sound so small most men did not notice. A scrape of stone behind the gate. Not the heavy groan of iron bars, but the quiet, intimate shift of a hidden latch. The kind of sound a castle made when it opened its own secret mouth. Jaime's head turned a fraction. His eyes narrowed. Barristan's sword came half out of its sheath with the whisper of steel. Ned's skin prickled. And then Sandor Clegane stepped out of the shadowed postern like a hound slipping from a kennel. One huge hand clamped on Joffrey's shoulder. The hound's face was as unreadable as ever, half-ruined flesh twisted by old fire, half-hard soldier. But his grip on the boy was not gentle. "Time," Sandor said, voice low and rough. "Move." Joffrey stiffened under the hand. He looked up at Sandor, then at Jaime, then at the courtyard beyond, as if measuring the distance to safety and the distance to humiliation. "What is this?" Ned demanded, stepping forward a half-pace, keeping Myrcella and Tommen behind him. Jaime's smile was gone. "A complication," he said. Sandor jerked Joffrey a step back. "The Queen's orders," he growled. "The boy doesn't go without his dog." "He goes where the king commands," Stannis said, and this time he descended the step, boots ringing on stone. "You will release him." Sandor's lip curled. "I serve the boy," he said. "Not you." Barristan's eyes were hard now. "Sandor," he said, voice carrying weight. "Do not do this." Sandor's ruined face twitched. "Old man," he said, "you should have stayed out of lion dens." On the wall above, archers shifted. Bows rose a fraction. Arrowheads glinted. Ned saw the line of it in an instant. One wrong move, one shouted insult, one steel flash, and the courtyard would become another slaughter. Only this time the blood would be children's first. He raised both hands, palms out. "Hold," he said sharply. "No arrows, no bloodies." Stannis's eyes blazed. "If you let them keep him, if I do anything but hold," Ned cut in, "we may lose all three." Myrcella clutched Tommen's hand so hard the boy whimpered. Tommen's gaze flicked from Ned's face to Sandor's to the bowman above. Confusion and terror plain. Joffrey's eyes were not terror. They were hatred. "I'm not going," he snarled. "I won't be dragged out like some thief." "You will be dragged," Stannis said, and his voice made no room for softness. "And you will be grateful you are not being dragged to a block." Sandor's hand tightened. "Say that again," he rumbled. shifting his stance, like a dog preparing to lunge. Jaime stepped forward, quick and controlled. "Enough," he said. "We did not come here to start another fight." Stannis' head snapped toward him. "You brought your dog," he said, "and your tricks." "I brought what my sister demanded," Jaime said. "She will not send her eldest into your custody without guarantees." "Guarantees?" Ned repeated, biting down anger. "You mean leverage?" Jaime's eyes flicked to Myrcella and Tommen. For a heartbeat, something like discomfort crossed his face. He smoothed it away. "The Queen's condition is simple," he said. "Myrcella and Tommen go now. Joffrey remains until the king puts his word in writing that the children will be treated as royal wards at Storm's End, together under faith, with no further public declaration of bastardy." Stannis' laugh was pure contempt. "So she wants us to sign her lie," he said. "Or she keeps the boy." Barristan's gaze flicked to Ned. "If she keeps him," he murmured, "the war follows him." Ned's mind raced. If Joffrey remained in Maegor's, the Holdfast remained shielded. Robert's hands remained tied. Tywin would have time. Renly would have a claim to rally against. Stannis would burn with rage. And Sansa would still be a thread Cersei could pull. But if they signed Cersei's words, even temporarily, what did that do to the law? To truth? To everything Ned had already spilled blood to uphold? "Bring the king," Jaime said, eyes narrowing. "Let him decide. If he refuses, we go back in. The gate closes, and you can explain to the realm why you tore apart Maegor's Holdfast with children inside." Stannis' face went white with fury. "You threaten us with our own mercy," he said. Jaime's smile returned, thin as a blade. "I threaten you with reality," he replied.
Ned stared at Joffrey.
The boy stared back with spiteful triumph, as if he had already won simply by forcing good men to hesitate. Behind Ned, Myrcella whispered, "Mother!" Tommen began to sob quietly again, shoulders shaking. Ned felt the weight of every watching eye, the tightness of drawn bowstrings, the fragile breath of the moment. He made his choice. "Myrcella and Tommen go," he said, voice firm. "Now, they are already out. They will be escorted to their quarters under guard. No harm comes to them." Jaime's gaze sharpened. "And Joffrey?"
Ned exhaled slowly.
"Joffrey stays," he said, tasting ash. "For now, until the king himself speaks." Stannis took a step toward him, outrage in every line.
"Ned!"
Ned did not look at him. "Not another slaughter," he said low. "Not with children between us." Above, the archers held their aim, waiting, and from within the Holdfast shadow, Cersei watched through a narrow slit unseen, measuring the split she had just forced open between wolf and stag. From the arrow slit, the world looked like a painting made of moving pieces. Cersei could see the courtyard in fragments. Ned Stark's dark cloak, Barristan's white, Stannis' rigid posture. She could see Myrcella's pale face turned back toward the Holdfast, lips parted as if calling for her mother. She could see Tommen's small shoulders shaking. She could see Jaime's golden head, turned at the exact angle she knew meant his mind was working. She could not see Robert. Not yet. Sandor hauled Joffrey back through the shadowed postern as if pulling a snarling pup. "I'm not afraid," Joffrey spat, though his voice sounded smaller here, trapped inside stone. "Shut your mouth," Sandor growled. "Fear's the only thing keeping your head attached." Joffrey wrenched his shoulder, trying to break the grip. "I'll have you whipped," he snapped. "When I'm king." Sandor's hand tightened until Joffrey choked. "When you're king," Sandor murmured, leaning close, "you can try. Until then, you do what you're told." Joffrey's eyes went wide. Then he swallowed, hard, and nodded once. Cersei watched the exchange with a cold satisfaction that did not quite ease the ache in her chest. 2 children out, 1 child in. A compromise forced by the shape of war. She hated it. She also admired it, in the way one admired a difficult move that kept the game alive. Behind her, Varys stood in the shadows, hands folded. his round face composed in a mask of gentle concern. He had slipped into Maegor's through some passage no one had seen him use, as naturally as breath. He smelled faintly of lavender and secrets. "They hesitate," Varys murmured. "As you wished." Cersei did not turn. "Of course they hesitate," she said. "The wolf wants to be good. The stag wants to be lawful. The king wants to be merciful, so the singers will praise him after he's dead. I merely remind them that mercy can be used as a chain." "And what will you do now that you have your chain?" Varys asked softly. Cersei's fingers curled around the stone edge of the slit. The stone was cold, steadied her. "Now," she said, "we pull." She glanced to the side, where a table waited with ink and parchment already prepared. "Send a message," she said to Varys. "Not to my father. He knows enough. Send it to the city, to the taverns, to the septons. Let them whisper this. The king has stolen 2 innocent children and holds them as hostages. The queen has surrendered what she could. The usurper's hand means to break a mother to feed Stannis' hunger." Varys inclined his head, as if taking notes in his mind. "Words travel fast," he said. "They must," Cersei replied, "before Stark can pack his daughters onto a ship and send them north beyond my reach." Her eyes narrowed. "If he removes his children, he removes his own soft spots. I will not allow it." Varys's gaze lowered, demure. "And how will you prevent it?" he asked. Cersei's mouth curved. "By forcing him to choose," she said. "A father's choice, always the easiest rope to pull." She turned from the slit at last and faced Varys fully. "Find where they plan to depart," she said, voice low. "The river stairs, the docks, whatever road. You have eyes everywhere. Use them." Varys's expression remained smooth, but something flickered behind his eyes, calculation or caution. "I will listen," he said, "as I always do." "You will do more than listen," Cersei said softly. "Because if you do not, when this ends and Stannis sits that throne, he will not keep you. He will not tolerate a spider. He will squash you to prove he can." Varys' smile was faint and sad. "You think too highly of your ability to predict the future, your grace," he murmured. "But you are correct about one thing. Lord Stannis is not fond of my sort." "Then be fond of survival," Cersei said. She gestured toward the table. "Help me keep my son free, and I will make sure you remain indispensable to whoever wears the crown when the shouting stops." Varys bowed. "As you wish," he said. When he glided away, silent as fog, Cersei returned to the arrow slit. Outside, Ned Stark was already turning, shepherding Myrcella and Tommen away under guard. Stannis stood like a statue carved of rage. Jaime remained in the courtyard, waiting for Robert's arrival like a man waiting for thunder. Cersei watched them all and felt, beneath the iron control, a familiar thrill. The realm had shifted, the board had cracked, and in the crack, she intended to plant her claws deep enough that no wolf or stag could pry them loose. Robert heard the courtyard before he saw it. The Red Keep had its own sound when it held its breath, less the bustle of servants and more the quiet friction of armor shifting, boots scraping stone, men swallowing words they would have shouted on any other day. Even the gulls seemed to cry more softly over the Blackwater, as if they had learned the taste of fear and found it unpleasant. They carried him on a litter again, as if he were some broken veteran dragged from a battlefield, and the indignity of it burned hotter than the wound at his side. He would have walked if they'd let him. He would have crawled. But Ned had looked him in the eye and said coldly that if he tore himself open in front of Maegor's Holdfast, he would die as a fool and leave the realm to the very lions he'd finally managed to cage. So Robert lay there, jaw clenched, eyes open, and let his fury do the walking for him. Myrcella and Tommen stood near the center of the yard under guard. Stark men and a few of Barristan's, positioned carefully so that no single hand could snatch them and run. Myrcella held herself like a young queen in training, chin lifted, mouth pressed into a line. Tommen looked as if he might fold in half from sobbing again at any moment. He kept wiping his cheeks with the back of his hand, furious at his own tears. Robert's chest tightened at the sight of them. Not his blood, not his children, and yet he had watched them grow. He had sat them on his knee. He had laughed when Tommen mispronounced his words, had pretended not to notice when Myrcella learned to hide fear behind a smile the way her mother did. Two innocent pieces pulled from a board that had never been fair. Above them, Maegor's Holdfast watched, stone and silence. Archers in red cloaks stood behind arrow slits like shadows with teeth. The postern gate remained shut. The heavy iron bands across it looked darker than the stone, as if the metal itself remembered being forged for murder. "Where is the boy?" Robert rasped, and hated the weakness in his own voice. "Inside," Ned said, walking close enough that Robert could see the exhaustion in his eyes. Sandor Clegane pulled him back at the last moment. "Jaime demanded you come." Robert's mouth twisted. "Jaime demands," he said. "Jaime can demand until his tongue bleeds. I'm the king." Stannis's face was carved from anger. "The boy is their shield," he said. "So long as he remains in there, Cersei has leverage. She is testing the limits of your mercy." Robert's laugh came out as a breath scraped over stone. "My mercy," he said, "like it's some fat purse she can squeeze coin from." Barristan Selmy stepped to the foot of the litter, helm tucked under one arm, eyes raised to Robert's. "Your Grace," he said softly, "they want you close enough to make you choose in front of all these men." Robert followed his gaze. The courtyard ringed with witnesses, gold cloaks under Bywater's grim command, Northmen with hard eyes, Dragonstone men with clenched jaws, lesser lords pretending they were here by accident. Every face was a ledger, every breath an entry. "Let them watch," Robert said. "They watched me be fooled. They can watch me stop being fooled." He lifted his chin toward the Holdfast gate. "Open it," he called, voice gathering what force it could. The words echoed off stone. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then the postern door cracked open a handspan, shadow spilling out. Jaime Lannister stepped into the light, bright as a blade, his crimson cloak a streak of blood against the gray yard. Sandor Clegane loomed behind him, and between them, Joffrey, held not by chains but by the weight of men's hands and the knowledge of how quickly an arrow could end a prince's temper. Jaime's eyes went straight to Robert. "Brother," he called, voice carrying. "You should be in bed." Robert bared his teeth. "And you should be in the black," he replied. "Yet here we are, both disappointed." Joffrey's gaze snapped to Robert, hatred tightening his face. For the first time, Robert saw something like fear at the edges of that hatred. Fear not of death, but of humiliation, of being seen as less than what he'd always believed himself to be. Good, Robert thought coldly. Let the boy learn what it is to stand naked in front of the realm. He forced himself to sit up on the litter, ignoring the protest of stitches. "Bring him," he said. Jaime did not move. Stannis took one step forward, and the yard seemed to tighten around him. "Obey," Stannis said. Jaime's smile was thin. "We are discussing terms," he said. "Not giving orders to men who do not trust the hand that holds the whip." Robert's eyes narrowed to slits. "Terms," he repeated. "For my own castle, for my own wife's crimes." He spat to the side. "You've got nerve, Kingslayer." Jaime's hand drifted toward his sword, casual as a lover's touch. "So did you, calling the boy bastard before every lord in the hall," he said. "We all have our moments." Robert felt Ned's gaze on him, steadying and warning at once. "Choose," it said. "Choose in a way that keeps your realm from tearing in half right here." Robert tasted blood where his teeth cut his inner cheek. "Speak," he said. "Your sister's demands. I'll hear them from your mouth." Jaime's eyes flicked toward the arrow slits, then back. "Written guarantee," he said, "that the children taken are treated as royal wards at Storm's End. Together, under the faith, that no further public declaration is made calling them bastards while the Queen yields the gates in stages. A show of order, not a spectacle of humiliation. Stannis' laugh was a low, ugly sound. "A lie," he said. "A compromise," Jaime replied. Robert stared at Joffrey. The boy stared back with an expression that dared Robert to blink. Robert did not blink. "All right," he said, voice rough as gravel. "Bring parchment, ink, here, now. If your queen wants my word, she can have it with every witness present. And then she will have mine as well when I come for her." They brought the table as if they were laying out a corpse. 2 servants hauled it into the courtyard, legs scraping stone, the wood stained with old wine rings and knife marks from a dozen hurried counsels. Ink and quills followed, sealing wax and a blank sheet of parchment that looked too clean for the yard it sat in. Robert watched it all with a kind of grim amusement. He had swung a hammer at men in armor and felt less danger than he did facing a blank page with half the realm staring. Ned came close, voice low. "You can give him wardship without giving him legitimacy," he murmured. "Choose the words like you choose footing on ice." Stannis leaned in from the other side, too rigid to truly whisper. "Do not bind yourself to a lie," he said. "If you sign away the truth, you will spend the rest of your reign chasing it like a dog chasing its tail." Robert's fingers closed around the quill. His hand shook. Anger, pain, fever, he didn't know. He hated the shaking. He hated that everyone could see it. "Quiet," he growled, and both men fell back half a breath. Jaime watched with the calm interest of a man observing a duel he knew he could influence. Joffrey stood close to Baratheon, shoulder still under Sandor's heavy hand, face tight with fury. Myrcella kept Tommen pressed against her hip, one small arm wrapped around his back. Robert dipped the quill. Ink beaded at the tip like a drop of blood. He began to write. The words came slowly at first, each line a wince. He promised safety. He promised comfort. He promised the faith's oversight. He promised that the children would remain together at Storm's End until further judgment of the crown. He did not write Prince. He did not write Baratheon without the sour addendum of styled. He did not write a single word that acknowledged Cersei's lie as truth. When he finished, Ned took the parchment and read it aloud, voice carrying to every corner of the yard. The words sounded more solid in Ned's mouth than they had under Robert's trembling hand. Jaime's eyes narrowed as he listened, catching the omissions, the careful phrasing. He was too clever not to. "You do not name them royal," Jaime said when Ned finished. "I name them alive," Robert said. "If your sister wants more, she can crawl out and ask for it with her own mouth." Stannis' mouth twisted. "And when she crawls out," he said, "I will put her in chains." Jaime's gaze flicked to Stannis. "You will try," he said lightly. Robert slapped the signet into the wax, hard enough that pain flashed bright behind his eyes. The crowned stag stared back at him from cooling red. "There," he rasped. "My word. Now give me mine." Jaime took the parchment, glanced at it, and nodded once. He turned toward the postern, speaking without looking back. "Send them," he said. The gate cracked wider. A Septon stepped out, then another, both pale and sweating. Behind them, a pair of Lannister guards began to move as if to bring Joffrey forward. Sandor's hand tightened. Joffrey jerked, snarling under his breath. Then Jaime lifted one hand, palm up, a small, subtle stop. The guards halted. Ned's eyes sharpened. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Jaime smiled without warmth. "Ensuring my sister hears the king's words before she yields her son," he said. "We are not fools enough to release our last shield on a promise not yet delivered to the one who demands it." Stannis' eyes blazed. "You already have the parchment." Jaime's gaze held his. "She must see the seal," he said, "with her own eyes." Robert's temper flared. "Bring her here," he snarled, "or I'll drag her out by her hair." Jaime's smile did not shift. "She will not come," he said. "Not while you stand with Stark and Stannis at your shoulder, and half your yard smells of fresh blood." He nodded toward the postern. "You will wait." Robert felt the urge to lunge, to stand, to seize Jaime by the throat and shake until the arrogance spilled out of him like loose teeth. But his body was not the hammer it had been. His wound throbbed like a second heart. And in that fraction of hesitation, he saw it, the thing Jaime wanted. Time. Time for Cersei to read. Time for a message to slip down a tunnel. Time for a boat to be made ready. Time for a move to happen elsewhere while the king sat pinned to a table like a specimen. Robert's eyes narrowed. He looked past Jaime toward the shadowed crack of the postern, and for an instant he thought he felt air moving from within, colder than the courtyard breeze. "Barris Tan," Robert said quietly. "Yes, your grace. Double the watch on every river stair," Robert said. "Every postern, every crack that breathes." His voice hardened. "And find me Varys. Now." Jaime's eyes flickered just once. Then he bowed slightly, mocking his courtesy. "As you command," he said. "We will all do our parts." And behind the stone of Maegor's, the castle's bones shifted again, softly, as if amused. The tunnel smelled of damp stone and old secrets. Varys moved through it with the quiet ease of a man in his own home, lantern held low so the light did not leap. The flame painted his face in soft gold and shadow, making his smile look kinder than it was. Jaime followed close, sword naked in his hand, its edge catching the lantern light in cold flashes. He did not trust the tunnel. He did not trust Varys. He trusted only the fact that this passage, if it existed at all, had been built for flight. Sandor Clegane moved behind them like a bulk of anger, Joffrey tight in his wake. The boy's cloak was plain, rough-spun, the kind worn by stable boys. His hair, hacked short, made his face look sharper, meaner. His eyes glittered in the lantern light. "I hate this," Joffrey whispered, voice strained. "I should be riding out with banners." "You should be silent," Sandor growled, one hand heavy on his collar. "Kings don't live long when they yap in tunnels." Jaime glanced back, irritation flaring. "Let him hate," he muttered. "It will keep him warm." Varys's voice floated ahead, soft as silk. "We are nearly there," he said. "A few more steps, my lords. Mind your heads. Maegor did not build these for tall men. Maegor built them for murder," Jaime said, "and for running when murder went wrong." "Two sides of the same coin," Varys replied mildly. The passage narrowed, then opened into a low chamber where the sound of water grew louder. A thin seam of daylight glimmered through a slit in the stone ahead. The air was colder here, carrying the brackish bite of the Blackwater. A hidden door sat at the end of the chamber, stone-shaped to look like stone, but with a faint, unnatural seam running around it. A man waited beside it in a hooded cloak, hands calloused, face half-hidden. "Boat's ready," the boatman whispered. Joffrey's breath quickened. "Where are we going?" he demanded. "Down river," Jaime said. "Far enough that the king's men can't catch you before night. Then to the road. Then to your grandfather." Joffrey's mouth twisted in fierce satisfaction. "Good," he whispered. "He'll burn them all." Jaime's gaze flicked to Varys. "And you," he said softly, dangerous now, "if you've led us into a trap." Varys's lantern hand did not tremble. "If I wished you dead, Lord Jaime," he said, "I would not need tunnels. I would need only patience." Sandor made a low sound, half laugh, half growl. "He's right," he muttered. "This city kills you while you're sleeping." Jaime pressed his lips together. He did not like the truth when it came from mouths like these. Varys stepped to the hidden door and touched a stone that did not belong. Barely a finger width of difference in texture. The mechanism clicked. The door shifted outward with a whisper, letting in a thin blade of gray light and the slap of water against stone. Beyond, a narrow platform hugged the outer wall of the Holdfast, hidden from the courtyard by the angle of the castle. The Blackwater lapped below, dark and slow, carrying the city's stink out to sea. A small boat waited, oars poised. Two more cloaked men sat within, faces down. Joffrey stared as if he were seeing his own survival made real. "I'm going," he breathed. Sandor shoved him forward. He said. You're going. And if you scream, I'll throw you in the river and tell your mother the current took you. Joffrey's face went white with rage, but he climbed into the boat. Jaime followed, boots thudding softly on the wood. He crouched beside Joffrey, lowering his voice. Listen, he said. You will be king if we do this right, but you must live long enough to wear it. That means obeying. That means silence. That means remembering who your enemies are without showing them your teeth too early. Joffrey swallowed, eyes darting. Stark, he whispered. Stannis, father. Jaime's mouth tightened at the last one. Yes, he said. All of them. Varys stood on the platform, lantern hooded now, face a pale oval. I will send word when you are clear, he murmured. And I will send other words where they must go. Jaime's eyes narrowed. What words? He asked. Varys smiled faintly. The kind that make men choose quickly, he said. Men make mistakes when they are rushed. Sandor snorted. Men make mistakes when they breathe, he muttered, and shoved off with one boot. The boat slid away from the stone, soundless as a thought, slipping into the river's gray skin. Oars dipped with slow, careful strokes. The city began to move behind them, not physically, but in the way a place moved when it was becoming memory. Joffrey leaned forward, staring at the receding wall, and his hands clenched into fists. I'll come back, he whispered. I'll come back with fire. Jaime stared ahead into the river fog and wondered, for the first time in a long time, whether the boy's hatred would be enough to win a throne, or only enough to burn everything that might have held it. Behind them, Varys watched until the boat was swallowed by mist. Then he turned his lantern back toward the tunnel. He had other exits to open, other chains to pull. The river stairs were slick with river mist and old algae, the stones worn smooth by centuries of feet and barrels and hurried secrets. Ned had chosen them because they were quiet, because the city's noise faded here beneath the Red Keep's shadow, replaced by the soft slap of water and the occasional creak of rope, because a small boat could wait below like a silent promise, ready to take his daughters downriver without the fanfare that would draw hungry eyes. Quiet was an illusion. Arya felt it the moment her boots touched the first stair. The air was wrong, too still, as if even the river had stopped breathing. Syrio's hand brushed her elbow, guiding her down, his movements loose but alert. Stark men flanked them, 5 ahead, 5 behind, and yet Arya could feel the darkness between those men as if it were a living thing. Sansa walked with her hood up, shoulders tight, hands hidden in her sleeves. She did not look at the river. She did not look at the city. She looked only at the next step, as if staring hard enough could make it safe. Keep your feet, Syrio murmured. The words meant for Arya, but carrying to Sansa too. Sansa did not answer. Arya did. Always, she whispered back, fingers on Needle's hilt beneath her cloak. The boat waited below, low in the water, a single lantern hooded so its light did not shout. 2 men in stark colors sat within, oars ready. One raised a hand when he saw them. Then the first scream broke the quiet. Not from a man, but from a gull startled into flight. A shadow moved at the top of the stairs. Hold! A Stark guard snapped, turning. Too late. Men in plain cloaks surged out of the alleys like rats from a cracked wall. 3, 5. More than Arya could count in the first heartbeat. Steel flashed. A short crossbow twanged. A Stark man jerked, the bolt buried in his throat. He made a wet sound and toppled sideways, thudding down the steps. Down! Syrio barked. Arya dropped without thinking, sliding on wet stone, needle already in her hand. Sansa froze, just for a breath too long, until a Stark guard grabbed her arm and yanked her down behind him. Take the girls! Someone shouted. To the boat! A blade slashed toward Arya. She caught it on Needle with a sharp ring that shocked her, real steel on real steel. Syrio was already moving, not with the showy arcs of knights, but with the economy of a man who had seen alley fights in Bravos where the first cut decided everything. He struck a man's wrist, then his throat, then stepped aside as another attacker stumbled past, off balance, and fell hard onto the stairs. Syrio's practice sword was not sharp, but in his hands it became a club that broke bones as efficiently as any mace. "Gio!" he shouted. Sansa's eyes were wide. She had not screamed yet, but Arya could see the scream lodged in her throat, swelling. The Stark guard half-dragged her down 2 steps at a time. Another guard shoved Arya toward them. "Lady Arya," he snapped. "Move!" Arya moved, then stopped when she saw Syrio. 2 attackers had come at him together. One slashed high, one low. Syrio pivoted, caught the high strike on his stick, and kicked the low attacker in the knee with brutal precision. Bone cracked. The man went down howling. The second attacker lunged again, steel aimed for Syrio's gut. Syrio stepped in, too close for the blade to gain speed, and slammed his forehead into the man's face. The attacker staggered, nose broken. Syrio's stick came up and down once, twice, and the man collapsed limp. But more came, always more. A crossbow bolt hissed past Arya's ear and struck the wooden railing near the water, vibrating. She flinched, then forced herself to breathe. Fear cuts deeper than swords, she reminded herself, and felt anger rise up like heat in her chest to burn the fear away. Another Stark man fell, blade in his belly. He clutched at it, eyes shocked, as if he could not believe the city had reached this deep into the king's shadow. He slid down the stairs slowly, leaving a smear of blood on stone. "Lady Sansa," the boatman called, voice tight. "Now!" Sansa was nearly there, half-crouched, hair escaping her hood, face streaked with river mist and terror. "Jump!" Syrio shouted, and Arya realized he was not speaking to Sansa. He was speaking to her. Arya's feet moved before her mind did. She leapt the last steps, landing hard, sliding, and then she was in the boat, hands grabbing for balance. A Stark man shoved Sansa in after her, and the boat rocked dangerously. "Push off!" the boatman hissed. Oars dug into the water. The boat began to move, slow at first, then faster as the current caught it. Arya twisted, looking back. Syrio stood halfway up the stairs, stick in hand, breathing hard. Stark men formed a ragged line around him, buying time, dying for it. The plaincloaks pressed, snarling, desperate now that their prize was slipping away. Syrio's gaze found Arya's for an instant across the water. "Feet!" he shouted one last time. Then a man in a gold cloak stepped out from the alley above, sword in hand, face hard and eager. Meryn Trant. Arya's stomach dropped. She saw Syrio shift, saw his shoulders set. The boat slid farther into the river's gray, the lantern shrinking. Sansa clutched the side of the boat, lips moving in silent prayer, tears spilling freely now. Arya watched until the stairs blurred in mist. She did not see Syrio fall. She only saw him still standing as the river took her away, and she clung to that image like a knife in her fist. News reached the king the way blood reached a wound. Fast, hot, impossible to ignore. Barristan found them in a corridor outside the rookery, white cloak flaring as he moved with a speed that belied his years. His breath came hard, his face set. "Your Grace," he said. Robert was on his feet only because 2 men held him. He hated their hands on him. He hated the way his body sagged when he tried to pull away, but rage held him upright like a spine. "What?" he snarled. "An attack at the river stairs," Barristan said. "Plaincloaks, crossbows. It was meant for Lord Stark's daughters." Ned's face went white, then hard. "Where are they?" he demanded. "On a boat," Barristan replied. "Down river, alive." But his jaw clenched. There were losses. Syrio Farrell held the stair long enough for them to push off. Arya's name flashed in Robert's mind like lightning. Sansa's pale face. Children again pulled into the teeth of their war. Robert's hands clenched into fists. "Cersei," he breathed. It was not a name. It was a promise. Stannis' voice came cold behind him. "This ends now," he said. Ned's eyes were burning. "If my daughters had been taken," he began. "They weren't," Robert snapped. though his own stomach churned at the near miss. And thank every god that listens, because if they were, I'd burn Maegor's Holdfast stone by stone with my own hands. Ned's gaze locked on him. Then do it, he said low and deadly, because she will try again. She will not stop until she has a hostage to hold over my throat. Robert turned, pain lancing his side with the movement. He ignored it. Bywater, he barked to the nearest guard. Find him. Tell him to seal every gate, every river door. Anyone leaving the castle gets searched. Anyone entering gets searched twice. And if you find a man with a crossbow who can't explain it, you hang him from the walls. The guard ran. Barristan swallowed, then said the thing Robert had been waiting for without knowing it. And Joffrey, Barristan added. He is gone. For a heartbeat, the corridor went silent. Ned's eyes widened. Gone, he repeated. From Maegor's. Barristan nodded. We found the Parley stalled. Jaime was still in the yard, pretending. But the boy, he was not where he should have been. Sandor Clegane vanished from the gate. We searched the Holdfast doors. No one passed. Which means... Tunnels, Ned said, the word bitter. Stannis' face looked carved from ice now. They have smuggled him out, he said, so he can be crowned elsewhere while we sit here arguing over parchment. Robert felt the world tilt, not from weakness but from the sudden, brutal clarity of it. Cersei had given up 2 children and kept the one that mattered. Worse, she had taken his mercy and used it like a knife, buying time to slip her precious heir away. And while Robert's eyes had been on Maegor's gate, her hands had reached for Stark's daughters too. A mother with claws, indeed. Get me to the yard, Robert growled. Your Grace, Ned began. Now, Robert roared, and the shout tore at his wound so sharply, he saw black spots swim in his vision. He gritted his teeth until it passed. Carry me if you have to, but get me there. They moved. As they went, Robert's mind churned. Joffrey on the road to Tywin. Renly in Highgarden with roses and smiles. The Riverlands burning. His own castle crawling with tunnels like a corpse with worms. He had wanted to do this clean. Clean was a lie men told themselves before the blood started. Stannis kept pace at his shoulder. Once the boy is out, he said, voice low. There is no reason to hold back. Ned's jaw was tight enough to crack teeth. My daughters are gone, he said. If Cersei wants hostages, she must take them from the river. Robert's lips peeled back. Then she'll find the river cold, he said, because I'm done pretending she deserves mercy. He glanced at Barristan. Find me every Kingsguard still loyal, he snapped. Every man in white who remembers what vows are. I want them at my door in 5 minutes. Barristan bowed once and was gone like a blade thrown true. Robert's voice dropped to a rasp as they reached the courtyard, where men were already gathering again, drawn by the smell of the next decision. Maegor built a fortress inside my fortress, Robert said. Today we tear it open. They did not storm Maegor's that night, not because Stannis lacked the will, not because Ned lacked the anger, not because Robert lacked the desire. They did not storm it because every wall had ears, and because the Holdfast had tunnels. If Cersei could slip a prince out through stone, she could slip wildfire in through it too. She could slip men with knives. She could slip poison into cisterns. So they gathered instead in a smaller war room, a place that had once been a storeroom for tapestries, and now held maps and charcoal marks and men's hard breaths. Stannis stood over the map like a judge over a corpse. His finger stabbed down at a spot near the river wall. Here, he said, and here, and here. I have spoken to old masons and guards who served before Robert. Maegor's has at least 2 hidden river doors and 1 tunnel that runs toward the stables. If we attack from the main gate, she will disappear into stone again. Ned's hand tightened around the dagger he used to hold the map's corner. Then we find the tunnels, he said. We seal them. With what? Davos asked. Stone? You can't seal what you can't see. Barristan's eyes were thoughtful. We can smoke them, he said. Not with fire, too dangerous, but with damp straw, thick smoke. If there is a hidden door, smoke will find it. Men will cough. Someone will open something to breathe. Stannis's mouth tightened. And if she opens it onto a river platform again, she'll send men out with bows, he said. We'll lose good men without ever touching her. Ned lifted his sword, expression hardening into the face he wore on battlefields. Careful, he warned. If Cersei is cornered, she will bite. Robert finished. Good. I want her biting where I can see. The stone gave another small crack. A gap opened wide enough to push a hand through. Smoke poured in. From within, a cough. Another. The sound of boots scrambling. Baratheon raised his hand. White cloaks shifted forward, blades ready. Stannis's voice was almost prayer. At last, he whispered. Ned did not answer. His mind was on his daughters, already downriver in darkness, and on the boy who had escaped to become a banner for war. Robert's eyes burned as he stared at the widening crack. Maegor built this place to keep kings out, he rasped. Tonight, we remind it who the king is. And as the wall seam began to open, the Red Keep held its breath again, waiting to see whether the lioness would be dragged into the light, or whether she would set her own trap in the dark and take half the castle with her when she sprang it. The river swallowed sound the way snow swallowed footsteps. Fog lay thick over the Blackwater, turning the world into a smear of gray. The oars dipped and rose with careful rhythm, each stroke a quiet effort not to announce itself. The boat slid through the mist like a rumor. Joffrey sat hunched beneath his hood, hands clenched so tight his nails bit his palms. He hated the smell of the river, mud and rot and fish. He hated the damp that crept into his clothes. He hated the way the boatmen refused to look at him, as if ignoring him could make him less dangerous. He hated most of all that he had been moved like contraband. Jaime sat opposite him, sword laid across his knees, eyes scanning the fog as if he expected a ghost ship to appear with Stark's wolf on its sail. Sandor crouched at the bow, silent and grim, the curve of his great body making the small boat feel smaller. How far? Joffrey demanded at last. Jaime's eyes flicked to him. Far enough, he said. That's not an answer, Joffrey snapped. Jaime's mouth tightened. It's the only answer you get, he said. You're alive. Be grateful. There are boys in Flea Bottom who would kill for a boat ride out of that city. I'm not a boy in Flea Bottom, Joffrey hissed. I'm the king. You will be, Jaime said, if you stop trying to prove it every breath. Joffrey's throat worked. The fog made the river feel endless, a limbo where time stretched and nothing was certain. Somewhere behind them, in stone and smoke, men were shouting his name as curse and claim. Somewhere behind them, his mother waited in a cage of her own making. He pictured her face at the arrow slit, eyes sharp, mouth pressed thin, watching him vanish downriver. The thought made something in his chest twist. Not tenderness, never that, but a fierce possessive fear of being separated from the only person who had ever assured him he was meant for greatness. They called her a traitor, he whispered. They'll hang her. Jaime's gaze went hard. Not if we win, he said. And how do we win? Joffrey demanded. Grandfather will come. He'll burn them all. He'll take the city and put Stark's head on a spike and then what? Jaime interrupted, voice sharpening. And then you sit a throne in a city that hates you? In a realm that thinks you were made by incest and lies? Victory isn't just taking the castle. It's making them accept it afterward. Joffrey stared at him, stunned by the audacity of being contradicted. I don't care if they accept it, he said. They'll obey. Sandor made a low, humorless sound. That's what they all say, he muttered. Right up until the mob drags them off their horses. Joffrey glared at him. You'll address me. Sandor's head turned, slow as a wolf. You'll keep your mouth shut, he said, or I'll keep it shut for you. Joffrey swallowed hard and looked away. He hated Sandor almost as much as he hated his father. No, not his father, he corrected bitterly, the thought like acid. The man who had called him bastard. The man who had raised a hand against him and then, worse, raised words against him in front of the whole realm. Robert Baratheon. His hatred for Robert was clean, bright, and simple. Or dipped, the boat drifted around a bend. The fog thinned just enough that the outline of the city walls appeared in the distance. Dark, jagged, monstrous. King's Landing looked smaller from here, and yet it still held him in its grip like a fist around a throat. "I'll come back," Joffrey whispered. Jaime did not answer. Sandor did. He said, voice rough. "You'll come back. And if you're smart, you'll come back with men who know how to kill without making speeches." Joffrey's hands clenched again. He leaned forward, staring at the distant walls until his eyes ached. He imagined the throne room, the blood on stone. He imagined Ned Stark's face, cold and righteous. He imagined Stannis Baratheon's hard mouth. He imagined Robert on a litter, pale and still roaring like a dying boar. He imagined them all kneeling. The boat slid on, swallowed by fog, carrying a boy who thought himself king and did not yet understand that the river did not care for crowns.
Highgarden dressed war in silk.
The sept they chose was not the great September of Baelor with its towering dome and city crowds, but a smaller, intimate place where roses climbed the stone and the air smelled of crushed petals underfoot. Even here, even in prayer, the Reach could not help making beauty of everything. Renly stood before the septon with Marjorie Tyrell at his side and felt the weight of eyes like sunlight on his skin. Lords of the Reach filled the benches. Rowans and Redwines, Florents with their tight mouths, Tarleys with their stern faces. Stormlords as well, men who had followed Renly out of King's Landing because they liked his smile better than Stannis' frown. They watched him as if deciding whether to worship or to devour. Marjorie's hand slid into his, light as a promise. Her face was composed, her smile soft, but Renly could feel the steel in her beneath the silk. She was not frightened. She was ready. When the septon spoke of vows, of union, of the seven blessing the bond, Renly listened with half an ear. His mind was on ravens and roads, on news that arrived faster than any hymn could drown. The queen caged, the king wounded, Stannis in the red keep like a spear driven into stone. Joffrey, gone if Loras' scouts were right, smuggled out under fog. The realm's center weakening. Perfect time, he thought, and hated that the thought felt true. When the septon asked if he took Marjorie, he answered firmly. When he placed the cloak over her shoulders, rose and stagged together, the Reach lords murmured approval like a field of grass bending to wind. Olenna Tyrell watched from her chair, eyes sharp as needles. When Renly glanced toward her, she gave him the smallest nod, as if to say, "Now you are bound. Now you are ours as much as we are yours. Do not forget." After, in the hall that smelled of lemon cakes and ambition, Mace Tyrell raised a cup of arbor gold. "To the future king," he boomed. The lords echoed it, some with enthusiasm, some with calculation. Renly smiled, lifting his own cup. He did not say king yet, not aloud, but when Loras leaned close, voice low and urgent, Renly did not pretend he did not understand. "Stannis will call you traitor," Loras murmured. "Robert will call you worse. They will send ravens demanding you bend." Renly's smile remained. "They can send ravens," he said. "I will send banners." Marjorie's gaze met his across the table. Her expression was calm, almost affectionate. "Do not wait too long," she said softly. "Men choose the side that looks certain." Renly's fingers tightened around his cup. "Certainty is a costume," he said. "Stannis wears it because it's all he has. I'll wear it because it suits me." Outside, the Reach gathered like a tide. Horses were shod. Spears were counted. Campfires began to dot the hills beyond Highgarden's walls like stars fallen to earth. And in that bloom of preparation, Renly finally let himself think the word without flinching. "King." They found the mountains trail the way one found rot, by the smell. Smoke on the wind, a faint tang of burned hair, the greasy scent of fat from a cook fire that had roasted something more than meat. The Riverlands were a tapestry of such scents now, and Beric Dondarrion rode through it with his jaw clenched and his eyes stinging from ash. They came upon a camp after dusk, hidden among trees, the ground churned by horses. The men there were not Lannister soldiers in neat ranks. They were wolves in lion skins, armed, vicious, half-drunk, laughing too loud. Beric watched from the tree-lean, breath fogging. "There," he whispered. "That's them." His men shifted behind him, hungry for justice. Northmen with their hard silence, Stormlanders with clenched fists, Crownland knights eager to prove themselves. Thuras of Myr swung down from his horse beside Beric, red robe dark in the night. He stared at the campfire, eyes reflecting flame. "Fire," he murmured. "They worship it without knowing." Beric's mouth tightened. "They worship cruelty," he said. "We end it," he signaled. Men slipped forward like shadows, blades drawn. The plan was simple. Strike fast, kill the leaders, scatter the rest before they could mount. Simple plans broke on messy men. A sentry spotted them at the last moment and shouted. The camp erupted. Men grabbed swords. Horses screamed. Someone hurled a cup of wine that shattered in the fire, sending sparks up. Beric rode in anyway, stag banner low, sword raised. His first cut took a man's arm at the elbow. His second took a throat. He shouted the king's name, and his men echoed it, and for a heartbeat it sounded like justice made flesh. Then a massive figure rose near the fire. Too big to be human, it seemed, a mountain of armor and rage. Gregor Clegane. He moved with shocking speed for his size, greatsword swinging in an arc that split a man from shoulder to hip. Blood sprayed. The camp roared approval like dogs cheering a kill. Beric's stomach went cold. "Hold!" he shouted. "Do not cluster." But men clustered anyway. Fear and hunger pulled them close, and Gregor's blade punished them for it. Thuras rode in on Beric's flank, his sword wrapped in cloth soaked in oil. He struck the cloth with flint and steel, and the blade caught fire with a sudden hungry flare. Men shouted in awe and fear. "Erchlor!" Thuras bellowed, and drove the burning sword into a raider's chest. The man screamed, fire blooming through mail. Beric did not have time to marvel. Gregor Clegane was coming for him, eyes hidden behind a helm shaped like a snarling beast. Beric met him.
Steel ran.
The impact numbed Beric's arms to the elbow. Gregor pressed, heavy and brutal. Beric ducked under a sweeping cut, rolled in mud, came up slashing at Gregor's knee. The blade glanced off armor like a tooth on stone. Gregor laughed, a deep, awful sound. Then his fist caught Beric across the face. Stars burst in Beric's vision. He staggered. A man behind him, one of Beric's own, screamed as Gregor's sword took him. Beric raised his shield. Another blow came. The shield splintered. Thurza's flaming sword flashed near Beric's shoulder. Fire licked at Gregor's armor, but the mountain did not flinch. He swung, and Thuras barely ducked, flames trailing. They were outmatched, Beric realized with a sick clarity. Not in right, not in purpose, in raw, ugly strength. "Fall back," he shouted. "To the trees! Fall back!" Some obeyed, others did not, trapped in the red fog of battle. Beric fought his way backward, slashing at any man who came too close, dragging a wounded Northman by the collar when the man's leg failed. As they fled into the trees, the camp behind them crackled with fire. Thurza's work and the raiders' own, mingling. Screams rose, then faded. Beric rode until his lungs burned. At last, in a hollow where the trees pressed close, he halted. His men gathered in ragged numbers, panting, bloody, shaken. They had not won. They had not even hurt Gregor Clegane in any way that mattered. Beric stared into the darkness, fists trembling. "I swore," he whispered, more to himself than anyone. "I swore the king's justice would reach them." Thuras stood beside him, the fire on his sword guttering out. His face was streaked with soot. His eyes were bright, fevered. "Justice is a long road," he murmured. "Sometimes it must be walked more than once." Beric did not like the sound of that. But he had the grim sense that the Riverlands would not let him stop walking, even if his feet bled to bone. Night made everything sharper. Torchlight through the red, keep into a world of stark edges and deep shadows, turning men into silhouettes that carried steel. The air was colder now, the river wind finding every gap in stone. It tasted of damp straw and smoke, because they had begun already, quietly, methodically, as men prepared to crack open a fortress that had been built to resist kings. Barrels of water were rolled into place. Bundles of damp straw were piled near vents and seams in the stone. Men carried hooks and chisels, hammers meant for stone rather than skull. Siege ladders waited like skeletal fingers. A ram, small because the courtyard did not allow larger, was positioned under cover of shields. At the top of the stair, Robert's litter rested. He refused to go back to bed. He refused to be absent from the moment when his castle would either be reclaimed or lost forever. Ned stood below him, sword in hand, face grim. Stannis stood beside Ned, posture rigid, blade angled downward like a promise. Barristan Selmy moved among the men in white, speaking in low, precise orders, turning knights into instruments rather than ornaments. "Smoke first," Barristan said. "Find the breathing places. No one rushes. No one panics." Robert watched the holdfast wall, eyes narrowed. A faint ribbon of smoke seeped from a seam near the base, curling upward like a ghost. "There," Stannis said, voice low and satisfied. "A crack." Ned's mouth tightened. "Or a vent," he said. "A crack," Stannis repeated, and his certainty made Ned's skin prickle. Robert's voice rasped from above. "Varys?" he demanded. A guard stepped forward, bowing. "Gone, your grace," he said. His chambers were empty. No sign of struggle, just silk and scent. Robert's hands clenched against the litter's edge. So the spider had slipped away the moment the web was threatened. Or perhaps he had slipped into another corner, waiting to see who bled and who won. "Find him," Robert snarled. "Alive if possible. If not, bring me enough of him to prove he had a head." "Yes, your grace," the guard said and ran. Ned's gaze flicked up to Robert. "If Varys helped Joffrey escape," he said quietly, "the realm will hear a different story by morning." "Let them hear," Robert growled. "I'm done caring what they whisper while my castle is being carved from the inside." Stannis stepped closer to the wall where smoke seeped. Men with chisels moved in, tapping stone, listening for hollowness. The tapping echoed softly, unnerving in the quiet. A sudden shout came from within the holdfast. Muffled, distant. A woman's voice raised in anger. Cersei, perhaps, or a guard, or a servant pressed too hard. Then silence again. "They're watching," Ned murmured. "Let them," Stannis said. "They cannot watch every shadow." Robert's gaze went to the seam again, and for a moment he imagined Joffrey slipping through it like an eel, slipping away while Robert sat signing parchment like a fool. He tasted bitter laughter. "Open it," he said. The chisels bit deeper. Stone chipped. A thin gust of colder air breathed out, carrying with it the faint smell of sweat and lamp oil from inside. "A passage," Barristan said, voice tight. Stannis' eyes shone with vindication. "Now," he said, "now we take their bones." Ned lifted his sword, expression hardening into the face he wore on battlefields. "Careful," he warned. "If Cersei is cornered, she will bite," Robert finished. "Good. I want her biting where I can see." The stone gave another small crack. A gap opened wide enough to push a hand through. Smoke poured in. From within, a cough. Another. The sound of boots scrambling. Barristan raised his hand. White cloaks shifted forward, blades ready. Stannis' voice was almost prayer. "At last," he whispered. Ned did not answer. His mind was on his daughters, already downriver in darkness, and on the boy who had escaped to become a banner for war. Robert's eyes burned as he stared at the widening crack. "Maegor built this place to keep kings out," he rasped. "Tonight, we remind it who the king is." And as the wall's seam began to open, the Red Keep held its breath again, waiting to see whether the lioness would be dragged into the light, or whether she would set her own trap in the dark and take half the castle with her when she sprang it. Smoke made the tunnel feel alive. It crawled along the floor in low, thick waves, hugging the stone as if searching for ankles. It stung the eyes and scraped the throat raw with each breath. It turned torchlight into a sickly blur, making every shadow look like a man with a knife. The hole in the wall was barely wide enough for a knight's shoulders, and the stone edges bit at cloaks and armor as they squeezed through. Barristan Selmy went first because that was what he had always done. The white cloak was already stained in places where blood had found it earlier, but he moved as if it were still new and spotless, as if vows could be kept clean even when the world was filthy. His sword was bare, its point low, his steps careful in the damp. Behind him came Aerys Oakhart with his jaw tight and his eyes forward, then Aaron Santagar, then two more men in white who had chosen the king over the queen when the first spears turned. After them came Stark men, hard-faced, shoulders hunched against the closeness. Ned came last through the gap, feeling the stone scrape at his mail, the smoke catching in his lungs like old grief. The tunnel sloped downward. The air grew colder. Somewhere ahead, through the cough-choked silence, Ned heard hurried feet and the clink of armor that did not belong to any of them. Barristan lifted a hand, fingers spread. The men behind him froze, breathing shallowly, listening. A cough echoed ahead, wet and panicked. Another followed, sharper. Then a voice, hoarse. "Open, open it." Stones scraped. A sudden gust of cleaner air pulled the smoke forward as if the tunnel itself exhaled. Barristan moved. He flowed through the darkness with sudden speed, blade flashing, shoulder lowering. The first Lannister guard appeared out of the smoke like a startled animal, eyes watering, spear half raised. Barristan's sword took him in the throat with a clean thrust, so quick the man made no sound at all, only a bubbling gasp as he fell. The second guard tried to shout, but smoke stole his breath. Aerys Oakhart smashed the flat of his blade into the man's face, cracking bone, then drove him backward into the wall. Santagar finished it with a short, brutal cut that opened the belly. Blood poured into the smoke, darkening it. Ned stepped over the first body, senses sharpening. The tunnel opened into a narrow stone corridor with a low ceiling and a line of vents near the floor. Smoke drifted through those vents into the Holdfast's deeper belly. Whoever had built this place had thought about air, thought about escape, thought about how to breathe while others choked. And now the tunnel was breathing them into the queen's teeth. "Forward," Barristan whispered, and they moved. The corridor turned twice, then widened into a small chamber where a ladder climbed to a trapdoor above. Smoke curled up the rungs like a serpent. Ned saw scratches on the ladder's wood, fresh and frantic. Someone had climbed in haste. Barristan placed his palm against the trapdoor, feeling for vibration, for movement. He cocked his head and listened. Above, faint, muffled voices, shouting now, confused, angry. "Hold," Barristan mouthed. Aerys Oakhart nodded, grim. Santagar's nostrils flared as he fought not to cough. Ned could feel his heart in his throat, could taste iron on his tongue. He thought of Arya's small fingers on Needle's hilt, of Sansa staring at a letter like it was salvation, of the river stairs slick with blood and mist. If they failed here, it would not end with Cersei. It would spill outward, into the streets, into the Riverlands, into Winterfell. Barristan rose one step onto the ladder, silent. Another. His gloved hand slid to the latch. He waited. Above, a man shouted, "They're in the walls." Another voice, higher, harsher, answered, "Then smoke them back. Bring oil." Cersei, Ned thought. Barristan pulled. The trapdoor popped open a handspan, and smoke poured upward like a curse escaping. A spear point stabbed down. Barristan twisted, the spear scraping his shoulder instead of his eye. He drove his sword up in the same motion, through the gap, and the spear jerked away with a choked cry. Aerys Oakhart surged onto the ladder behind him, pushing, and together they burst through the trapdoor into a low storage room stacked with barrels and sacks. Smoke rolled in after them, thick as wool. 2 Lannister guards waited with spears. One already bled from Barristan's cut. His hands shook as he tried to steady the shaft. The other lunged blindly. Aerys took the first spear on his shield, shoved, then hacked down, severing fingers. The guard screamed and dropped his weapon. Santagar followed, stepping out of the trap with a grunt, and buried his sword in the man's chest. The second guard tried to run. Ned came up through the trapdoor like a wolf through brush and caught him by the cloak. He yanked hard. The man fell backward, choking, and Ned's blade kissed his throat. "Where is the queen?"
Ned demanded.
The guard's eyes were wide, white-rimmed with smoke and fear. He coughed. "Inner." Ned pressed the blade closer, enough to draw a thin red line. "Where?" he repeated. "Inner hall," the guard rasped. "Above. She's moving, she's..." His gaze darted to the door. Panic 1. He jerked away, and Ned's sword cut him cleanly. The man crumpled with a wet sigh, blood pooling under sacks of grain. Barristan wiped his blade on a fallen cloak, eyes already scanning the room's other doorways. "She knows," he said softly. Ned's throat burned. "Then we move faster than her fear," he replied. Barristan nodded once. They pushed into the Holdfast proper, smoke at their backs, steel in their hands, and the sound of Maegor's fortress waking to invasion ran ahead of them like thunder through stone. Cersei felt the Holdfast change before anyone spoke it. Stone had a language, if you lived long enough in castles to learn it. The faint tremor underfoot when men ran in boots, the subtle draft when a hidden seam opened, the hush that fell when fear spread faster than orders. Smoke came first, creeping through vents that had never once betrayed her before. Thickened, tasting of damp straw and something else, intent. Men coughed in corridors. Archers along the arrow slits blinked tears from their eyes and cursed. "There in the walls," a guard wheezed, face red with strain. Someone's opened." "Shut the vents," Cersei snapped. "We can't," the man coughed. "They're stone." "Then block them," she said. "With cloth. With your hands. With your lungs if you must." A servant girl sobbed near the wall, hands pressed to her mouth. A septon whispered prayers rapidly, words tumbling over each other like frightened birds. Cersei ignored them all. She stood in the inner hall, where the ceilings were lower and the walls thicker, and watched her remaining men form a line. Shields up, spears angled, eyes raw from smoke. This was not the polished parade of Lannister might she had imagined. It was a desperate thing, but desperate things bit hardest. "Oil," she said. 2 men rolled a barrel forward, grunting. The smell hit her, thick, rancid, clinging. They positioned it at the top of a narrow stair that twisted down toward one of the underpassages. "If they come up that stair," Cersei said, "you tip it." A guard swallowed. "And if it burns?" he asked. "It won't," she said. "Not unless you're too stupid to bring a torch near it." She turned her gaze toward the far corridor, where the Holdfast's old secrets lived. Somewhere down there was the river door Varys had opened for Joffrey. Somewhere down there was another way out that Varys had not shown them, because spiders never showed all their webs. Jaime was gone, Sandor with him, Joffrey carried away like a dagger hidden in fog. 2 children taken from her arms and now sitting somewhere in the Red Keep under Stark's watchful eyes, frightened and confused and ripe for shaping by enemy kindness. Her stomach twisted at that thought, not because she loved kindness, because she knew how easily children could be turned when you fed them sweetness after fear. If they get their hands on Tommen long enough, she thought, they will make him apologize for being born. A small part of her wanted to laugh. The rest wanted to claw. She reached into the fold of her gown and touched the smooth glass hidden there. A small flask, green as deep water, sealed with wax. Not wildfire, nothing so uncontrolled. This was smaller, controlled. Alchemist's work, bought quietly through men who believed they were selling perfume. Enough to blind, enough to burn flesh, Enough to turn a narrow corridor into screaming chaos for 3 heartbeats. Long enough to escape. She had not wanted it. She had not wanted to rely on anything she could not command. But she had learned, in this castle of men and vows, that command was a story. Sometimes you needed a truth that hurt. "Where is Varys?" she demanded. A guard shook his head, coughing. "Gone," he rasped. Of course, she thought. Gone the moment the spider's thread snapped. She scanned the faces around her. Men she had paid, men she had threatened, men who served her because they feared her father more than they feared the king. Their eyes held a flicker of something new now, doubt. Fear could be turned, but doubt was poison. "Listen," Cersei said, voice cutting through the coughing. "They will tell you Robert is king and I am traitor. They will tell you Stannis is heir and the realm demands my head. They will tell you mercy and law and honor." She stepped closer to the line, letting them see her face, letting them taste her certainty. "I tell you this," she said softly. "If they take me, you will be left behind. You will be named accomplices. Stannis will hang you. Stark will let him. Robert will pretend it wasn't his fault." A few men shifted, swallowing. "But if you hold," she continued, "if you buy me time, if you keep them from reaching this hall for only a short while, then you will be rewarded beyond anything Stark's cold honor can offer. Tywin Lannister does not forget those who serve." She let Tywin's name hang. It had weight here, always had. Somewhere down the corridor, a faint metallic ring, steel on stone, echoed. Then another, closer. "They're coming," a man whispered. Cersei nodded. "Yes," she said, "and so are we." She turned to the side corridor where the deeper passage began. "2 men with me," she ordered. "No more. Too many feet make too much noise." "Where are you going?" The Septon croaked, eyes wide. Cersei looked at him as if he were an insect. "To survive," she said. She gestured to the oil barrel. "Hold," she commanded. "When they come, tip it. Do not let them pass. Do not let them see what I do." One of the guards, young, sweat-sheened, eyes red from smoke, hesitated. "Your Grace," he began. "If you leave, if I stay," she cut in, "I die. And then you die too. Decide which future you prefer." The young guard's mouth closed. He nodded. Cersei slipped into the side corridor with 2 chosen men at her heels, smoke curling around her like a cloak. Her hand brushed the green glass flask in her gown. Her mind counted steps, remembered turns, felt the Holdfast's bones beneath her feet. Behind her, the line held. Ahead, the secret ways waited. And somewhere in the castle, Eddard Stark and Barristan Selmy moved through her walls like knives. Let them, she thought, lips curling without humor. If they want a lioness cornered, I will show them how lions bite in the dark. Bywater had learned to trust smoke. Not because smoke always told truth, but because it was too stupid to lie. It went where air went, found cracks. It betrayed secret seams. It curled out of places men swore were solid. When the first thin ribbons seeped from the river wall beneath Maegor's, Bywater felt something cold settle behind his ribs. "There," he said. His men shifted, spears angling. Torches flared, their light trembling on the dark water below. The river door was half hidden behind a jut of stone, a narrow platform where algae slicked the edges. It looked like nothing, like a mistake in architecture. Smoke made it look like a mouth. A faint click came from within the stone. Bywater raised one hand, clenched. The stone shifted. A seam widened. A man burst out coughing, face streaked with soot, eyes wild. He wore no red cloak, no lion badge, only plain cloth and panic. He froze when he saw spear points. "Stop," Bywater said. His voice was calm. "Hands out." The man's hands came up, trembling. He coughed. "I'm not. You're coming out of a secret door in Maegor's Holdfast," Bywater said. "That makes you exactly what you're trying not to be." The man tried to bolt back inside. A spear but cracked into his ribs. He went down with a grunt. Wind knocked from him. 2 gold cloaks hauled him up and slammed him against the stone. "Name," Bywater said. The man spat phlegm and blood. "Garen," he rasped. "Kitchen runner. She sent me. She," Bywater repeated. The runner's eyes darted, calculating, and Bywater saw it. The choice between dying now and dying later. "The Queen," the runner whispered. "Cersei Lannister. She's moving," she said. "She said there's another way out. Stable tunnel. She wants..." He coughed hard, head lolling. "She wants men to open it from the inside." Bywater's mouth went tight. "Where does it come out?" The runner shook his head, tears leaking from raw eyes. "I don't know," he sobbed. "I swear. She only said stables. That's all. She had 2 guards with her. She said if I failed." Bywater did not need to hear the threat. He knew Cersei's kind. He glanced up the stairway. Ned Stark stood above on the inner steps, cloak flaring, face grim as he watched the river door scene below. Men moved around him, shouting orders, lanterns bobbing. Bywater raised his voice. "Lord Stark." Ned's head snapped toward him. "Runner says the Queen's heading for a stable tunnel," Bywater called. "Likely exit near the inner stables or the dry moat. We need men posted." Ned's face hardened. He lifted one hand, a sharp command, and Stark men began to move. Stannis was visible across the courtyard, watching from the shadows near Robert's litter, his face like carved stone. Even from here, Bywater could feel his fury. Tight, contained, waiting for an excuse to become steel. Bywater leaned closer to the runner. "If you lie," he said quietly, "I'll feed you to the river." "I'm not lying," the man whimpered. "I'm not. She had a flask, green glass. She said it burns." Bywater's eyes narrowed. "Alchemists," he muttered. He straightened. "Bind him," he ordered. "Take him to the Tower of the Hand. Tell Lord Stark everything he said, word for word. Then bring more men here. No one comes out of this door alive unless I decide they should." His men moved fast, dragging the runner away. Smoke continued to curl from the seam, tasting of panic and damp straw. Bywater planted himself at the river door with spear points bristling around him and listened to the stone. From within, faint shouts, coughing, the scrape of boots on narrow stairs. Somewhere inside those walls, the lioness was trying to slip away. Bywater's eyes went flat. Not this time, he thought. Not while the city is finally learning that treason has a price. The corridor was too narrow for honor. It forced men close. It made every swing cramped. It made every mistake final. Torchlight flickered in the smoke and turned white armor into ghosts and red cloaks into wounds. Barristan Selmy stepped into the corridor and found Meryn Trant waiting. The Kingsguard knight's white cloak was cleaner than it had any right to be. His eyes were small and hard. His sword was already out, angled to catch the first man who came through. "Lord Commander," Meryn said, voice flat, "you've chosen poorly." Barristan's expression did not change. "I chose my vows," he replied. Meryn's lips curled. "Your vows are to the crown," he said. "The crown sits on the Queen's son." Barristan's gaze was steady. "The crown sits where the king sits," he said. "And the king sits above you." Meryn shifted, weight settling. "The king is wounded," he said, "and weak. The queen is strong." Aerys Oakheart stood between them, sword half-raised, shoulders tense. His eyes darted from Barristan to Meryn and back again, as if the stone walls were trying to crush him with choice. "Ser Aerys," Barristan said softly. "Step aside." Aerys swallowed. "I swore," he began. "You swore to Robert Baratheon," Barristan said. "Not to a woman's pride." Meryn laughed, short and nasty. "Step aside and live, Oakheart," he said. "Or stand with Selmy and die for a dying boar." Ned felt his fingers tighten on his sword hilt behind Barristan. He could hear his own breath, harsh in his throat. He could smell the sour tang of smoke and the copper of fresh blood. He could feel time stretching thin like a wire about to snap. Aerys' face twisted. For a heartbeat, Ned thought he would break the wrong way. Then Aerys stepped sideways, slow and deliberate, placing himself not with Meryn and not fully with Barristan, yet clearing the line so Barristan could pass. Barristan did not hesitate. He moved. Meryn's sword came up in a fast, ugly cut aimed for Barristan's throat. Barristan turned his shoulder, letting the blade scrape his mail, and answered with a thrust that would have killed a lesser man. Meryn twisted just enough, and the point slid along his side instead of sinking deep. He hissed, then came back with a second cut, stronger. Steel rang against stone. Barristan fought like a man who had nothing left to prove and everything left to lose. His strikes were simple, precise.
No flerist, no guastid motion.
Each movement was a lesson. Meryn fought like a man who relied on others' fear. When Barristan did not fear, Meryn's aggression turned sloppy, desperate. Ned saw the opening before Barristan took it. A faint hitch in Meryn's stance, favoring his wounded side. Barristan stepped in, blade low, and cut across Meryn's sword arm. Mail parted. Blood sprang. Meryn's sword dropped with a clatter. Meryn stared at his own useless hand for an instant, disbelief flickering across his face like a candle guttering. Barristan's sword point rose to his throat. "Yield," Barristan said. Meryn's eyes burned. "To you," he spat. "To a relic?" "To the king," Barristan corrected. Meryn's mouth twisted. He reached for a dagger with his uninjured hand. Ned moved. He surged forward, catching Meryn's wrist and slamming it into the wall hard enough to jar bone. The dagger fell. Ned's sword pressed against Meryn's ribs. "Do not," Ned said, voice low. Meryn's breath came fast, eyes darting. He looked, suddenly, like a small thing in a narrow place. Barristan's gaze held no triumph, only weary certainty. "Bind him," Barristan said. A Stark man stepped in with rope, hands quick. Meryn snarled, struggling, but the corridor gave him nowhere to run. Within moments his wrists were tied, his sword arm bound tight against his body. Aerys Oakheart stood very still, eyes fixed on the floor as if he could not bear to watch a brother knight fall. Barristan looked at him. "You chose," he said softly. Aerys lifted his gaze. His eyes were wet. "I chose not to kill you," he whispered. Barristan's mouth tightened. "Then choose again," he said, "for the king. Or step aside and let other men decide your fate." Aerys's jaw worked. He nodded once, stiff and pained. "For the king," he said. Ned did not trust him. Not yet. But he accepted the words because there was no time for purity. From deeper within the Holdfast came a scream. Female. Furious. Cut short. Cersei, Ned thought. Barristan turned his head toward that sound, eyes sharpening again. "Move," he said. They left Meryn Trant bound in the corridor like a discarded oath and pushed deeper into Maegor's stone heart, where the lioness ran and the walls themselves tried to help her. The stable tunnel stank of old hay and piss and damp stone. It ran low and cramped, forcing Cersei to stoop. Her cloak snagged on rough edges. Water dripped from the ceiling in slow, steady taps that felt like a clock counting down her life. One of the guards ahead held a torch. Its flame shivered, throwing her shadow long and warped along the walls. She kept her breathing shallow. She kept her mind tighter still. 2 turns. A narrow stair. A second door hidden behind a rusted iron grate that no one bothered to look at because it looked like part of the stable drain. Maegor's gifts. Her men reached the grate and began to work the mechanism, an old lever set into stone. It groaned as it shifted, the sound too loud in the close air. "Hurry," Cersei hissed. The guard glanced back, face slick with sweat. "It's stuck," he muttered. "Rusht." "Then break it," she snapped. "Do you want to die here?" The guard threw his shoulder into the lever again. Metal shrieked. The grate lifted a few inches. Cold air rushed in, and with it, voices. "Hold!" a man barked. Spear points slid into view beyond the gap, their tips gleaming. Torchlight outside flared bright as day compared to the tunnel's dimness. Through the widening slit, Cersei saw a ring of gold cloaks, cloaks pinned tight, faces set. and at their center, Jacelyn Bywater. His eyes met hers through the gap as if he had been waiting for this moment all his life. "Your Grace," Bywater said, and there was no reverence in it. "You should have stayed in your stone." One of her guards swore and reached for his sword. A spear point jabbed forward immediately, pinning the man's arm against the grate. He cried out. Cersei's hand tightened around the green glass flask. "Open the gate," Bywater ordered. "Slowly, then step out. Alone." Cersei laughed, a short, harsh sound that echoed in the tunnel. "You think I'll walk into your spears like a lamb?" she asked. "I think you're cornered," Bywater replied. "And cornered beasts are dangerous, but they still bleed." Cersei's mind raced. She could throw the flask now, blind them, burn them, create a gap. But the tunnel was narrow. If the fire caught wrong, it would rebound, trap her in smoke and screaming flesh. She looked at her guards. 2 men. Loyal enough to die for coin and fear, not enough to win. She looked back at Bywater. His men held steady.
No hesitación.
No wavering like Slynt's dogs. These were men who had seen treason's head roll and decided they liked their own heads attached. Cersei's teeth clenched. "You serve Robert now," she said. "You think he'll reward you? He will die, Bywater. He is a wound with a crown. When he dies, Stannis will rule, and Stannis will not reward you. He will use you until you snap and then throw you aside." Bywater's expression did not shift. "Perhaps," he said, "but you won't be there to see it." The words hit harder than any threat. Cersei felt rage flare, bright and sudden. She lifted the flask. Bywater's eyes narrowed. "Drop it," he said. Cersei smiled. "No," she said. She hurled the flask not at Bywater, but at the torch on the wall beside the exit. Glass shattered. Green liquid splashed. Flame caught. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the air ignited. A sheet of harsh green fire bloomed, licking up the stone and spilling outward. Men shouted. Spears jerked back. A gold cloak screamed as the flame kissed his sleeve and raced up it like a living thing. Cersei threw herself forward, cloak over her face, pushing through the brief chaos as the guards behind her screamed and flailed. One tried to follow and was caught by a spear thrust in the confusion. He went down, burning, mouth open in a sound that never became a word. Cersei burst into the open air, lungs clawing for breath, eyes streaming. Bywater was there. He moved with brutal speed, not hesitating, his sword hilt slamming into her ribs. Pain exploded. She staggered, breath knocked out. A gauntlet hand seized her wrist, twisting. Her fingers opened. Nothing left to throw, nothing left to bargain with. She tried to claw. She tried to scream. Someone caught her hair and yanked her head back hard enough that her eyes flashed white. "Bind her," Bywater snarled. Rope bit into her wrists. Hands shoved her down to her knees on cold, wet stone. The green flame behind her guttered and died as men threw water and cloaks over it, coughing, swearing. Cersei sucked in a breath that tasted of smoke and humiliation. Bywater crouched in front of her, eyes flat. "You're done," he said quietly. Cersei bared her teeth. "I'm a lion," she whispered. "We're never done." Bywater's gaze did not flinch. "Tell it to the king," he said. He stood and jerked her up by the rope like a captured thief. As they dragged Cersei away from the stable drain, the red keep's torches flared above, and the castle that had once been her stage became her cage. They brought her through the yard as if dragging a banner through mud. Cersei's gown was smeared with soot. Her hair had come loose, golden strands sticking to her face. Her hands were bound behind her back, rope biting into skin. She kept her chin up anyway, eyes hard, refusing to give the watching men the satisfaction of seeing her break. Robert stared at her from his litter, and for a heartbeat the courtyard fell into that awful hush again. The hush of a crowd sensing that history was about to choose a direction. "Cersei Lannister," Robert said. The words were rough, not from fear, from the fact that saying her name now, with her on her knees, meant admitting how thoroughly she had made a fool of him. Cersei's mouth curved faintly. "My king," she said, and the mockery was a blade. Robert's eyes narrowed. You tried to take Stark's daughters, he said. Cersei's gaze flicked, just once, toward Ned. I did no such thing, she said smoothly. If men fought at river stairs, blame your hand. He brings war like a plague wherever he goes. Ned's voice was low. Your men wore no colors, he said, but they carried your intent. And your men killed Slynt, she countered.
Men die in chaos.
You call it justice when it serves you. Stannis stepped forward, jaw clenched. Enough, he said. You are bound. You are caught. You will answer for your crimes. Cersei looked at him as if he were something stuck to her shoe. Ah, she said. The heir. How proud you must be, Stannis. Dragging a queen through mud while your brother bleeds in bed. You always wanted your moment. Stannis's hand tightened on his sword hilt. I want your head, he said. Cersei's smile sharpened. So does every small man with a big grievance, she said. Robert's voice cracked across them. Silence. The yard stilled. Robert leaned forward on his litter, the movement costing him. You will stand trial, he said. Not because you deserve it, because the realm needs to see law done. You will not wriggle out of this with tunnels and pretty words. Cersei's eyes glittered. Trial, she repeated, in front of men who already decided my guilt. How noble. You will be held in the Tower of the Hand, Robert continued, under guard that answers to Ned Stark and Barristan Selmy, not to Stannis's temper. Stannis's nostrils flared, but he did not speak. And the children, Robert said, voice tightening. Myrcella and Tommen are under the crown's protection. They will be moved from this castle before night, beyond your reach. At that, Cersei's mask slipped, just a fraction. Her eyes widened. The mother flashed through the queen. No, she said, and for the first time the words sounded real. You will not take them from me. You already lost one, Robert said coldly. Cersei's gaze snapped to him, fury blazing. You don't know what you've lost, she hissed. You think you can cage lions and not be eaten later. You think you can name your sour brother heir and have the realm clap. Robert's mouth twisted. Where is the boy? He demanded. Cersei's lips parted, then closed. She said nothing. Stannis's voice went like iron. Speak, he said, or I will make you. Cersei looked at him and laughed, low and cruel. You can make me scream, she said. You can't make me give you what you want. Ned felt a chill, not from fear of torture, from the realization that she was stalling, still stalling even on her knees. Robert saw it too. He looked past her to Bywater. Joffrey, he rasped. Bywater's face was tight. Gone, your grace, he said, smuggled out through tunnels. We caught her at a stable exit, but the boy was already away. A murmur rippled through the yard like wind through dead grass. Robert closed his eyes for a heartbeat, and when he opened them, something in him had hardened. The mercy that had been a leash snapped. Then hear me, Robert said, voice carrying. Joffrey, styled Baratheon, is in flight from his king. Any lord who shelters him shelters treason. Any man who raises a banner for him raises it against the Iron Throne itself. He turned his head slightly, forcing his voice louder despite the pain. Send ravens to every corner. The realm will know. Stannis's eyes shone with grim approval. Ned's stomach tightened. Cersei stared at Robert, and for the first time Ned saw something like dread flicker behind her anger. Not for herself, for the knowledge that her son, now loose in the realm, would be hunted by law and steel alike, unless Tywin moved faster than ravens. Robert looked down at her. You thought you could play mercy like a chain, he said. You thought you could take hostages and slip away through stone. You were wrong. Cersei lifted her chin. No, she whispered. I was early. Robert's hand trembled on the litter edge. Take her, he said. Lock her up. As gold cloaks hauled Cersei to her feet, she twisted her head, eyes searching the yard for Myrcella and Tommen. She found them at a distance, guarded, frightened, watching her like children watching a storm swallow their home. "Myrcella!" she shouted, voice cracking at last. "Tommen!" Tommen's lower lip trembled. Myrcella stood very still, tears shining. Ned turned away. He could not bear to watch a mother pulled from her children, even when that mother was Cersei Lannister. But he did not stop it, because the realm was already burning, and mercy without limits had become just another way to die. The river felt endless in the dark. Fog wrapped the water in a damp shroud, swallowing sound and shape. The oars dipped and rose, steady and urgent, each stroke carrying the boat farther from the Red Keep's stone teeth. Behind them, King's Landing's torchlight was only a faint smear against the horizon, as if the city were already becoming a bad dream. Sansa sat hunched beneath her cloak, shaking, fingers clenched so tight around the wool that her knuckles were white. Tears slid down her cheeks without sound, lost to the mist and the cold. Arya sat opposite, back straight, needle hidden but present against her ribs like a heartbeat. She stared over Sansa's shoulder toward the dark behind them, eyes burning. "He's dead," Sansa whispered suddenly, so softly Arya nearly missed it. Arya's throat tightened. "He's not," she said, though she did not know. She had not seen Syrio fall. She had seen him standing. She clung to that image as if it were truth made solid. Sansa shook her head. "Ser Meryn," she whispered. "I saw him. I saw his face at the top of the stairs. He was smiling." Her voice broke. "They'll kill Syrio. They'll kill." "They won't," Arya said fiercely, because if she said anything else the river would swallow her too. One of the guards, Harwin's cousin, thick-shouldered and silent, glanced back at them. "No talking," he muttered. "Save your breath. Keep your hoods up." Sansa flinched and lowered her eyes. Arya did not. She watched the fog, the water, the faint suggestion of riverbanks sliding past, and she thought of the moment Syrio had shouted "feet," with the river already carrying her away. He had not begged. He had not wept. He had done what he always did, put his body between her and danger and called it a lesson. Sansa's hand shook as she wiped her face. "Father is still there," she whispered, "and he sent us away. To keep us alive," Arya said. "He's not stupid." Sansa let out a small, broken laugh. "No," she said, "he's not. He's just cruel." She swallowed. "To me, to my dreams." Arya's anger flared, quick and hot. "Your dreams got Jory killed?" she snapped, then regretted it when Sansa's face crumpled. Sansa's eyes flashed. "I didn't kill anyone," she hissed. "I didn't ask for any of this." "Neither did I," Arya shot back. "But it came anyway." The guards splashed harder, warning. They fell silent, breathing the same damp air, listening to the river's dark voice. Ahead, a larger shape emerged from the fog. Another boat, bigger, lantern-hooded low. The guards tensed, oars pausing for a heartbeat. A soft call drifted across the water. "Stark colors." "Our colors," Harwin's cousin called back. The larger boat drew closer, revealing men in northern cloaks, and behind them the shadow of a small river barge tied off beneath the bank, horses waiting with heads lowered. "Change over," one of the newcomers murmured. "Quick, no lights." Sansa stared at the horses with dread. "More riding," she whispered. Arya felt relief cut through her tension like clean air. Movement meant survival. Stillness meant being caught. They transferred in silence. Sansa helped across, stumbling, Arya stepping lightly, guards swapping positions and murmuring directions. The barge would take them farther downriver toward a waiting ship, beyond the city's reach. As Arya climbed, she looked back one last time. King's Landing's glow was even smaller now. A faint orange bruise on the horizon. Somewhere in that bruise, her father fought lions and stags and spiders in a stone maze. Somewhere, her dancing master stood or lay, on slick steps with blood pooling. Arya's jaw clenched until it hurt. "I'm coming back," she whispered to the fog, to the city, to anyone listening. "One day," Sansa heard and shivered. "I never want to see that place again," she whispered. Arya did not answer. The river carried them onward, dark and indifferent, while the realm behind them tore itself apart in torchlight and steel. They landed before dawn where the riverbank turned wild and reed-choked. The boat slid into mud with a soft suck, and cloaked men hauled it in without speaking. Horses waited under low trees, their breath steaming, tack already fitted. The air smelled of wet earth and cold water and the faint tang of smoke from a hidden campfire. Joffrey climbed out and immediately sank ankle-deep in mud. He swore, loud and furious, and one of the men in plain cloaks glanced at him with barely concealed contempt. "Careful," Jaime said, mounting his horse with a smoothness that made the mud seem beneath him. "If you curse too loudly, the river will answer with wolves." "Let it," Joffrey snarled, wiping mud from his boot with his cloak. "I'll have their pelts." Sandor Clegane stood nearby, scanning the tree line, one hand resting on his greatsword's hilt as if it were an extension of his arm. He looked like he expected an arrow at any moment. "We ride," Jaime said. "No lights, no songs, only road." A man stepped forward with a small raven cage, eyes down. "Sire," he murmured to Jaime, "for Lord Tywin." Jaime took the raven, fingers quick. He tied the message to its leg. Short, hard lines, no ornament. Joffrey watched, impatient. "Tell him to come," he snapped. "Tell him to bring every man and burn King's Landing." Jaime's hand paused for a heartbeat. He did not look at Joffrey as he spoke. "Tywin Lannister will decide what to bring," he said, "and what to burn. He does not take orders from boys." Joffrey's face flushed. "I'm not a boy," he hissed. Jaime finally looked at him. His gaze was flat. "Not yet," he said. "If you want to be more than a tantrum with a crown, you will learn the difference between power and noise." Joffrey's fists clenched. For a heartbeat it looked as if he might strike Jaime, madness and pride colliding. Then Sandor's hand came down on his shoulder like a weight. "Ride," Sandor growled, "or I'll ride you." Joffrey swallowed hard and swung up onto the horse offered. He rode poorly, stiff in the saddle, angry at every jolt. The men around him moved with the quiet efficiency of those who had done ugly work before and expected to do more. Jaime released the raven. It beat upward into the fading fog, wings cutting gray air, vanishing toward the west. "Now," Jaime said, and they set off. They rode hard along back roads, avoiding towns, avoiding bridges where men asked questions. Joffrey's legs ached from the unfamiliar strain. His cloak grew heavy with damp. His hatred kept him upright. As the sky lightened, he looked back once, toward where King's Landing lay unseen beyond miles of river and road. He imagined his mother alone behind stone, captured or still fighting in shadows. He imagined Robert Baratheon roaring in a courtyard, pretending to be king again. He imagined Ned Stark's cold eyes. He imagined Stannis' hard mouth. He imagined them all laughing at him. His throat tightened. "I'll make them beg," he whispered. Jaime heard, and for once did not mock it. "First," he said quietly, "you survive, then you learn to wait, then you make them kneel." Joffrey clenched his jaw and rode, letting the words settle like stones in his chest. He did not know that ravens would reach other castles too. That the same dawn that carried his message west would carry Robert's message everywhere else. The realm was waking, and it would wake angry. The raven reached Highgarden at noon. Renly read the words twice and smiled the way a man smiled when the gods finally admitted they had been listening. Cersei captured. Holdfast breached. Joffrey escaped. Robert alive. Still alive, still stubborn, still roaring his claim into the realm. It was a chaos of truths that could be shaped into one simple story. The crown was breaking. In the field outside Highgarden, the Reach had gathered like a sea of green and gold. Banners snapped in the wind. Roses, stags, foxes, apples, towers, an orchard of power made flesh. Men laughed and shouted and drank as if war were already a feast they had been invited to. Mace Tyrell looked swollen with pride. Loras was all sharp intensity, eyes bright. Marjorie stood just behind Renly, composed as ever, her smile small and careful. Olenna sat on a chair brought out for her, shaded from the sun, eyes narrowed as she watched the army like a woman judging the ripeness of fruit. Renly lifted the raven's message so his nearest lords could see the seal. "The lioness is caged," he called, voice carrying. "The boy fled like a thief in the night. The king bleeds and his hard brother sharpens his knife. And Lord Stark believes paper can hold a realm together." A murmur, laughter, eager. "And what does that mean for us?" shouted a young lord, cheeks flushed with wine and ambition. Renly's smile widened. "It means the realm will choose," he said. "And men will not choose a sour lord of Dragonstone who offers only fear and punishment. They will not choose a wounded king who finally found sense only after blood. They will choose the man who can bind them, storm lords and reachmen, knights and smallfolk, with hope." Loras stepped forward and held up the simple golden circlet Renly had once worn on his wrist like a secret. "You have the army," Loras said, voice steady. "You have the rose. You have the stag. Say the word." Renly looked out over the sea of faces. Some were true believers. Some were calculating. Some were simply following the strongest scent of victory. It did not matter. An army did not need love. It needed momentum. He lifted his chin. "I am Renly of House Baratheon," he said. "Brother to King Robert, lawful Lord of Storms end by blood and right. And I will not see the realm delivered into Stannis's clenched fist or Tywin's gold chain. I will take the crown and hold it for a better future." Mace Tyrell beamed. Men roared. The sound rolled like thunder over fields and vines. Loras raised the crown. For a heartbeat, Renly thought of Robert. His brother's laugh, his crude affection. The way he had once thrown an arm around Renly's shoulders and called him the only bright thing in a room. Then he thought of Stannis's eyes, hard and judging. He thought of Ned Stark's rigid honor. He thought of Joffrey on the run. He thought of how quickly men died when kings argued. He let the sentiment die. He bowed his head. The crown settled onto his hair, cool and light, and the roar that rose from the reach was so loud it felt like the world itself was cheering. Renly straightened as a king. "Send ravens," he said to Mace and Loras, voice already taking the cadence of command. "To every lord who wavers, tell them the realm has a new choice. Tell them the roses and stags ride together." He looked out over the army again, and his smile sharpened into something almost predatory. "And saddle the horses," he added. "We march." Behind him, Olenna Tyrell watched and murmured to no one in particular, "Pretty things are fragile." Then she smiled. "But fragile things can still cut, if you hold them right." Night pressed against the tower of the hand like a fist. The wind rattled the shutters. Somewhere below, locks clanked as Bywater's men changed watch. The castle did not sleep now. It only shifted. Ned stood over his map with letters spread like wounds across it. Ravens from everywhere, Winterfell, Riverrun, the Vale, even Old Town, each with questions, offers, fears. And now one more. Renly crowned, the ink said. Renly crowned at Highgarden with Tyrell banners behind him. Ned read it once, then again, feeling something heavy settle in his chest. Stannis's voice drifted from the archway, hard and clipped as he spoke to Davos. "He is a traitor," Stannis was saying. "A crowned traitor. The Reach will bleed for him, and the realm will burn." Davos's reply was lower. "Men like him," he murmured. "They'll follow the smile if they think it wins." Ned rubbed a hand over his face. He felt older than he had at the start of this war, and it had only just begun. A soft footstep sounded behind him. He did not turn at first. He did not need to. "Lord Stark," Varys said gently. Ned's fingers tightened on the parchment under his hand. "You are bold," he said, "showing your face after the boy fled." Varys stepped into the candlelight, hands folded, expression mild enough to insult. "Faces are useful," he said. "They allow men to speak." "Speak then," Ned said. Varys's eyes flicked to the letters. "King Robert's ravens fly fast," he murmured. So do Queen Cersei's whispers, even in chains. And now Lord Renly crowns himself. The realm is lively. Ned's mouth tightened. You helped Joffrey escape, he said. Varys did not deny it outright. He did something worse. He looked regretful, as if the matter were an unfortunate misunderstanding. I helped prevent a slaughter, he said softly. Had the Parley in the courtyard collapsed into blades again, more children would have died. You know that. Ned's voice went cold. My daughters were nearly taken, he said. Varys's eyes lowered. Yes, he murmured. And they escaped, because someone warned men who could move quickly. Ned's stomach twisted. You knew, he said. You knew she would strike at them. I knew she would try, Varys admitted. Cersei's mind is not subtle. It is sharp but direct. A trapped lioness bites what is nearest. And you let her bite, Ned said. Varys lifted his gaze again, and for the first time Ned saw something hard behind the softness. I cannot stop every bite, Varys said. I can only try to keep the beast from sinking its teeth into the realm's throat. Ned stepped closer, voice low. Where is Joffrey? He demanded. Varys's lips parted, then closed. On the road, he said. West, that is all you need to know. It is not all I need to know, Ned snapped. It is all I can give, Varys replied. If I give you more, I place myself on a spike beside Slynt. And then who listens to the next whisper that might save your king? Ned stared at him, rage and exhaustion warring. You should be in chains, he said. Yes, Varys murmured. Perhaps, but you have bigger fires to watch than my small candle. His gaze slid toward the archway where Stannis' silhouette moved. Lord Stannis would hang me by sunrise if given the choice. You, Lord Stark, might try a trial. King Robert. He smiled faintly. King Robert threatens and then remembers he needs someone to count shadows. Ned did not like how true it sounded. What do you want? Ned asked. Varys's expression softened again, the mask sliding back into place. I want the realm to survive, he said. And for that, you need to know this. Renly moves sooner than you think. He will march with Tyrell's strength and call himself savior from Stannis' harshness and Robert's bleeding weakness. He will offer the small folk songs. He will offer lords' marriages. He will offer coin. Ned's jaw tightened. And Tywin? He asked. Varys's eyes flickered. Tywin will not be slow, he said. Not now that his daughter is caged and his grandson is loose. He will make the Riverlands scream louder. So the crown must choose between defending its own city and defending its lords. He will try to stretch you thin. Ned looked down at the map, at the pins in his mind. King's Landing, Riverrun, Highgarden, Casterly Rock. Then what should I do? He asked, and hated that he was asking. Varys stepped closer, voice low enough to feel like a secret. Keep your king alive, he said. Keep Stannis from turning justice into a blade that cuts your allies. Keep your daughters far from the lioness's reach. And his smile turned sad. Do not assume the men who smile at you today will not bury a knife in you tomorrow. Ned's gaze hardened. Including you, he said. Especially me, Varys replied. From the archway, Stannis' voice rose, sharp. Stark, he called. We have word. Cersei is secured. The Holdfast is ours. Now we must decide how to answer Renly's crown. Ned held Varys's gaze one last moment. If you betray us again, he said quietly, I will not hesitate. Varys bowed. I would expect nothing less, he murmured. Then he slipped back into the shadows as if he had never been there. Ned turned toward the archway where Stannis waited, and beyond him, the long dark road of choices. Outside, the wind rattled the windows again, and somewhere in the city a bell tolled slow, steady, like a heartbeat counting down to war. The room smelled of smoke, wet wool, and ink. They had dragged tables in from 3 different chambers because nothing in the Red Keep was built for men who needed space to breathe. Maps lay overlapped like scars. Letters sat in piles weighted by daggers and candlesticks, their wax seals broken like snapped bones. The rookery had been busy all night, ravens rising and vanishing into the dark with the realm's fate tied to their legs. Robert lay on a litter close enough to the table that he could slam a fist on it if he wanted. He wanted. Every time Stannis opened his mouth, Robert wanted. The wound in his side throbbed in time with his temper, and he had started to suspect the gods had stitched them together on purpose. "Renly crowned," Stannis said, voice like a blade drawn slow. "With Tyrell's strength behind him, he has committed treason in the open. There can be no half measures now." Ned's eyes were bloodshot from sleeplessness. He read the same line again, as if repetition could make it less true. "He crowned himself while Robert lives," Ned said. "He will call it necessity. He will say Robert is unfit." "Robert is alive," Davos said quietly, as if that were the only argument that mattered. Stannis's mouth tightened. "Alive," he echoed, "bleeding, weak, carried like a babe. A king who cannot sit his own throne invites challengers." Robert bared his teeth. "Keep talking," he rasped. "I'll invite my fist to your mouth." Barristan Selmy did not look amused. He looked tired. "Lord Stannis," he said, "the realm sees a wounded king who still holds King's Landing, who has seized the queen, who has named an heir. That matters. It matters until the next raven," Stannis snapped. "Until Tywin sends his banners. Until Renly marches. Until the small folk believe whatever story keeps them from starving." Ned's hand moved across the map, fingertips tracing roads. "We cannot fight 3 wars at once," he said. "Not with the crown's forces divided and the city still unsettled. We must choose the immediate threat," Davos said. "And the immediate threat is the one that can reach us first." Stannis's eyes were hard. "Tywin," he said. "He will come. Tywin will come." Robert agreed, and the certainty in his voice settled the room like a weight. "But he won't come on our schedule. Renly's nearer than you think. Once he gathers Storm's End, he can march along the Rose Road and be at our gates with a parade of banners before Tywin's first outriders reach the Trident. Then we declare him traitor and call the Storm Lords," Stannis said. "Every man in the Stormlands owes fealty to the Baratheon line, not to Renly's pretty crown." Robert's jaw flexed. "And if the Storm Lords choose him anyway?" he asked. "If they see your face and his smile and decide they'd rather feast than freeze?" Stannis did not blink. "Then they hang," he said. Ned closed his eyes for a heartbeat, as if the words physically pained him. "That is exactly what Renly will sell," he said, opening them again. "Stannis the hangman, Stannis the hard king. And he will point to Cersei in chains and say Robert has fallen under his brother's cruelty and Stark's northern cold." "Let him say it," Robert growled. "I'll shout louder." Barristan leaned over the map. "We must move the children," he said. "Myrcella and Tommen cannot stay in the Red Keep. Too many cracks. Too many men with cause to take them." Ned's eyes sharpened. "Not Storm's End," he said at once. "No," Stannis agreed, surprising Ned. "Storm's End is Renly's seat in all but name now. If we send them there, we deliver hostages to a pretender's doorstep." Robert exhaled through his nose. "Dragonstone," he said. Stannis's head snapped up. "Dragonstone is mine," he said. "And you are my heir," Robert replied. "So it will do."
Ned hesitated.
"If we send them to Dragonstone," he said, "the realm will say Stannis holds them to compel obedience. It will feed Renly's song." "Better a song than a knife," Barristan said. "And Dragonstone is difficult to reach without ships." Davos nodded. "I can take them," he said. "Quiet. No bump. A fast ship. Night tide." Stannis's gaze flicked to Davos, then to Robert. Something in his posture eased, a fraction. "If they go," he said, "they go under Kingsguard escort and faith oversight. No one can claim I keep them in some dungeon."
Fine Robert rasped.
"Put septons on the ship if you like. Give them a whole damn sept if it keeps tongues quiet. Just get them out." Ned's mouth was tight. "And Cersei?" he asked. Robert's eyes went flat. "She stays caged," he said. "No visitors, no letters, no sweet little messages that slither through servants' hands. If she speaks at her trial. If she needs air, she can breathe it through bars." Stannis' satisfaction was immediate. "Good," he said. Ned looked away. He thought of Myrcella's face when Cersei shouted her name. He thought of Tommen's sobbing. He thought of how easy it was to hate a lioness until you saw her cubs flinch. "We must announce Joffrey's flight," Ned said. "Publicly. If we do not, Tywin will shape it first." Robert's hand tightened on the edge of the litter. "I will announce it," he said, "from the Red Keep's walls. Let the city hear me call him what he is." Stannis' mouth twisted. "A bastard," he said. Robert's gaze burned. "A fugitive," he corrected, voice low and dangerous. "My humiliation is my own. I won't gift Renly and Tywin my shame like a banner. The boy is not my blood, but I raised him in my house. If I call him bastard in every street, the realm will not hear law. They will hear a king spitting in his own face." Stannis looked as if he might argue. Davos cleared his throat softly. "There's another thing," Davos said. "If Joffrey is loose, he becomes a flag. Some men will follow him even if they know the truth. Men like simple stories." Ned's fingers curled into a fist. "Then we give them a simpler story," he said. "Robert lives. The CR own stands. Treason will be punished. The realm will not be led by a boy on the run." Robert stared at the map again. Roads, rivers, castles. A world that used to feel like it belonged to him. Now it felt like it belonged to whoever could keep standing when the blood got deep. "Send Davos tonight," he said. "Myrcella and Tommen go to Dragonstone under Barristan's chosen men. No dilas. Stannis, write to your Stormlords. Call them by law, not by threat. Remind them who held Storm's End when it mattered." Stannis' jaw tightened, but he nodded once. "And Ned," Robert said, eyes finding him, "you write to Winterfell. Tell Catelyn the girls are coming north. Tell Robb to keep his sword sheathed unless he must draw it. I don't need the North marching south on rumor and rage." Ned's throat worked. "I will," he said. Robert closed his eyes, exhaustion and pain pulling at him. But when he spoke again, his voice was iron. "And when Tywin comes," he said, "I want the realm already knowing which side is the king's. No more surprises. No more spiders. No more lions slipping through cracks." He opened his eyes. "We make them come at us in the open," he said. "Let's see how brave they are when there's nowhere left to hide." The dock beneath the Red Keep was not meant for Queen's children. It was meant for barrels of wine and sacks of grain and men who did not want their comings and goings counted. The stones there were slick, the air heavy with river damp and tar. A hooded lantern burned low, its light caught and swallowed by the blackwater like a secret. Myrcella held Tommen's hand so tightly his fingers went numb. He kept hiccuping on the edge of tears, trying not to cry because Myrcella's brave silence made him ashamed. His cheeks were still wet, and the salt stung where the wind touched them. "Are we going to Mother?" he whispered. Myrcella swallowed. The lie rose easily. "Mother is waiting. Mother will hold you. Mother will make this right." But she had learned today that lies were how adults killed each other politely. "I don't know," she said softly, "but we're going somewhere safe." Barristan Selmy walked beside them, white cloak a pale streak in the dark. He moved with a gentleness that looked strange on a man whose hands had just bled the Holdfast's corridors. He did not touch them, but his presence was a wall. Davos Seaworth waited by the ship, a lean silhouette with sea salt in his beard and a face that looked carved by weather. The vessel itself sat ready, small, fast, sails furled for now or stowed. It was the kind of ship that did not announce itself with banners. It simply vanished into night. Two septons stood near the gangplank, prayer beads clicking softly in trembling fingers. Their faces were pale, eyes darting as if expecting crossbow bolts from the shadows. "My lord," Davos murmured to Barristan, dipping his head. "We're ready. Tide's right. If we push now, we're clear of the bay before the moon climbs." Barristan's gaze swept the dock one last time. Stark men held the outer corners, silent and hard-eyed. Gold cloaks under bywater watched the stare. No one spoke above a murmur. Every sound felt like bait. Myrcella glanced back toward the stairs. The red keep rose above them like a mountain of stone. Somewhere inside it, her mother was in chains. Somewhere inside it, her brother was gone, stolen by fog and men's hands. Somewhere inside it, men argued about whether she was a princess or a hostage. She hated them all in that moment, even the ones whose hands were gentle. "Will father come?" Tommen whispered. Barristan's jaw tightened slightly. His grace will remain," he said carefully. "He must." Tommen's lip trembled. "I want to go home," he said. Myrcella squeezed his hand. "This is home," she said, though it tasted wrong. "We were born here." Tommen shook his head harder, tears finally spilling. "Not this," he whimpered. "Not swords." Davos's eyes softened, just a fraction. "Best you learn early," he murmured, mostly to himself. "Swords always find king's children." Barristan gestured to the gangplank. "Up," he said gently. "Quickly." Myrcella stepped onto the plank first, forcing her feet steady. The wood creaked under her weight. Tommen followed, stumbling once when a gust of wind slapped his cloak against his legs. On the deck, the ship's captain, a hard-faced man with a scar like a rope burn, bowed stiffly. "Lady," he said. He did not say princess. Myrcella noticed. She did not correct him. A septon began to murmur a prayer, voice shaking. "7 keep you," he whispered. "7 guide you." Myrcella looked out at the river, black and endless. "Do the 7 keep mother?" she asked before she could stop herself. The septon's lips moved soundlessly. He did not answer. Barristan's gaze went toward the keep. "The gods do what they will," he said quietly. "Men must do what they must." Davos snapped an order. Ropes were cast off. The ship eased away from the stone with barely a sound, as if the river itself were helping it flee. Tommen clutched the railing, eyes wide, watching the dock recede. Myrcella stood beside him, chin lifted, refusing to cry where men could see. The septons murmured. The sailors worked in practiced silence. Behind them, torches flickered faintly along the red keep's walls. Ahead, the river opened like a throat, and somewhere in the dark between, a child's world narrowed to the simple, brutal truth of flight. You move, or you are taken. The Tower of the Hand was not a dungeon, but it could pretend. Cersei sat on the narrow bed and listened to the tower's sounds. The distant clank of a lock, the soft scuff of boots outside her door, the faint murmur of voices that fell silent whenever she pressed her ear closer. It was a quieter cage than Maegor's, but it was a cage all the same. Her wrists ached. Rope had bitten deep, and the bruises were darkening into ugly bands beneath her skin. She flexed her fingers slowly, testing. Pain answered. She welcomed it. Pain was honest. Men were not. A bowl of water sat on the floor, the surface trembling slightly whenever someone passed outside. She stared at her own reflection in it and hated the way it looked. Smudged, blurred, diminished. "They took them," she said aloud, because the words clawed in her chest if she did not speak them. The guard outside the bars shifted. He did not answer. Stark men had been instructed well. No talk, no sympathy, no anger. Treat the lioness like stone. Stone did not bite. Cersei smiled faintly. Stone cracked. "Do you know," she asked softly, "what happens to men who keep quiet when their betters speak? They become the floor. They get stepped on." The guard's jaw tightened. Still no answer. Cersei leaned back against the cold stone wall and closed her eyes, forcing her mind to work in spite of exhaustion. Joffrey was gone. That mattered more than chains. Joffrey was the blade she had thrown into the dark. If it struck true, the realm would bleed in her direction. If it struck wrong, it would be caught and snapped. Myrcella and Tommen were taken. that mattered because love was not only softness, it was leverage. Whoever held them could speak to her with their hands around her heart. Robert had sent them away. She had seen it in his eyes, heard it in his roar. He had discovered something dangerous in pain, resolve. Worse, he had discovered taste. A taste for using her own tricks against her. A taste for moving children like pieces without flinching. A taste for being a king instead of a drunk. She opened her eyes again and stared at the barred window. A thin sliver of night sky showed between iron bars. A single star, distant and cold. "I built this," she whispered. "This throne, this court, this kingdom of lies. I held it together while he drank." The door's lock scraped. The guard outside straightened. The door opened. Eddard Stark entered, face shadowed by candlelight. He wore no helm, no cloak, only dark wool and the weight of too many deaths. 2 Stark men followed and remained by the door, hands near hilts. Cersei's lips curved. "Lord Hand," she said, "come to gloat." Ned's eyes were tired. "I came to ask where your son went," he said. "No ornament, no courtly dance." Cersei laughed softly. "As if I would tell you," she said. Ned stepped closer, stopping just beyond the bars. "He will start a war," he said. "If he is with Tywin, thousands will die." Cersei's gaze sharpened. "And you think I care?" she asked. "You brought war the moment you opened that book." Ned's jaw flexed. "Children will die," he said again, more fiercely now. Cersei leaned forward, gripping the bars with bruised hands. "Children already die," she hissed. "In Flea Bottom, in the Riverlands when your king's justice arrives too late. In castles when men decide honor matters more than mercy." Her eyes burned. "Do not pretend you are here to spare children. You are here to win." Ned held her gaze. "Yes," he said quietly, "I am." The simplicity of it made her pause. For a heartbeat, she saw the man behind the honor. A father who had almost lost his daughters on wet stone steps. A man whose fear had become steel. "Then we understand each other," she said, voice low. "You will do what you must. So will I." Ned's eyes narrowed. "Where are Myrcella and Tommen?" he asked. Cersei's breath hitched. She mastered it with effort. "Beyond your reach," she said, and hoped it was true. "Or beyond mine. I no longer know which is worse." Ned's expression tightened. "They are being sent to Dragonstone," he said. "Under guard. Under the faith." The words landed like a slap. Dragonstone. Stannis' rock. A fortress that smelled of salt and resentment. Cersei's fingers tightened around the bars until her bruises screamed. "You give my children to the man who wants my head," she whispered. Ned did not flinch. "I give them to the safest place we can reach tonight," he said. "If you had not turned every gate into a trap, we might have chosen differently." Cersei laughed, bitter. "Ah," she said, "so it's my fault you use my children as hostages." "We are not the same," Ned said sharply. Cersei's smile sharpened. "No," she agreed. "You tell yourself you are better. That is your favorite lie." Ned's gaze hardened. "Your trial will be soon," he said. "You will have a septon. You will have witnesses. If you speak the truth, perhaps you live." Cersei leaned closer, voice low as poison. "The truth is whatever wins," she said. "Remember that when your honorable king is on his knees and my son is crowned." Ned stared at her a long moment. Then he turned away as if she were no longer worth the air. At the door, he paused. "One more thing," he said without looking back. "If you try to bribe my men, I will cut out the tongue that carries your offer. If you try to threaten them, I will hang the hand that delivers it. If you try to escape," he finally looked back then, eyes like winter. "I will not chase you," he said. "I will burn every road behind you until the realm itself has nowhere to run." Cersei's laughter died in her throat. He left. The lock scraped shut. Boots retreated. Silence returned, thicker now. Cersei sat very still, staring at the door as if she could see through it. "Burn roads," she whispered. Then she smiled, slow and terrible. Let him try, she said to the bars, to the stone, to the distant star. I learned long ago, fire is not the only thing that SP reads. Tywin Lannister did not rise when the boy entered. That alone would have been insult enough for Joffrey, if the boy had not been too tired and too filthy and too full of rage to notice everything at once. Mud clung to his boots. Fog dampened his cloak. His hacked hair made him look less like a prince and more like a feral thing that had crawled out of a ditch. Tywin watched him with the calm of a man appraising a weapon. "This is your king," Jaime had said on the road, as if repeating it would make it true. Tywin did not repeat it. He let silence do the measuring. Joffrey stood before the table, fists clenched, and finally could not stand it. "Grandfather," he snapped, "they called me bastard. They took my brother and sister. They chained my mother. They—" "Be quiet," Tywin said. The words were soft. They landed like a mailed fist. Joffrey's mouth opened, then closed. His cheeks flushed. He looked to Jaime for support and found none. Kevan Lannister cleared his throat, holding up a raven scroll. "From King's Landing," he said. "Robert Baratheon has proclaimed the Queen under arrest and named Lord Stannis Baratheon his lawful heir. He declares Joffrey, styled Baratheon, a fugitive and traitor, and commands all lords to seize him." Joffrey's eyes widened. "He can't," he hissed. "He can't declare that. You are what the realm believes you are," Tywin said, eyes still on the map. "At present, the realm is being told you are a bastard and a fugitive." Joffrey's voice trembled with fury. "Then we tell them he's lying," he snapped. "We tell them he's mad. We tell them." "We do not tell," Tywin said. "We show." He lifted a small lion pin and set it down near the trident, then another beside it. His hand was steady. His eyes were not on the pins. They were on the road in his mind. "Cersei is captured," Kevan said quietly. Tywin's mouth tightened by a fraction. "Yes," he said. "That is inconvenient." Joffrey surged forward, the audacity of youth spilling out. "You must save her," he demanded. "Now, ride to King's Landing and burn them out. Kill Stark. Kill Stannis. Kill father. He's not my father, he's—" Tywin's gaze lifted, and Joffrey's words died. There was no anger in Tywin's eyes, only judgment. "My daughter chose a game and played it poorly," Tywin said. "I will not rescue her by charging blind into a castle full of wolves and stags simply because you are afraid and loud." Joffrey's throat worked. "I'm not afraid," he whispered, and it sounded like a lie even to him. Tywin ignored it. "You will sit," he said. A chair was pushed forward. Joffrey sat because everyone in the tent waited for him to sit, and because Tywin had decided he would. Jaime's jaw tightened. He looked away, as if remembering other kings ordered to sit. "Now," Tywin said, voice turning slightly toward instruction, "we decide what the realm must believe tomorrow, and the day after. Belief is a fortress stronger than Maegor's." Kevan shifted. "Renly Baratheon has crowned himself in the Reach," he said. "With Tyrell's support." Faint pause. Then Tywin nodded. "Good," he said. Joffrey blinked. "Good?" he repeated, incredulous. "Renly draws the realm's attention south," Tywin said. "He divides the stags. Robert bleeds. Stannis hardens. Stark tries to hold them together with honor." His mouth barely moved. "A fractured enemy is easier to defeat than a united one." Joffrey's fists clenched again. "So we crown me," he said eagerly. "Here, now, with banners. Then men will rally." Tywin studied him a long moment. "Not yet," he said. The words struck Joffrey like a slap. "Not yet," Joffrey snarled. "They've already named me traitor." "And if we crown you now," Tywin said calmly, "we crown a boy accused of bastardy by the sitting king, with no proof presented to counter it, while your mother sits in chains." He leaned slightly forward. "That would make you look desperate. Weak." Joffrey's breathing quickened. "What do we do, then?" Tywin's gaze slid to the map again, to the Riverlands already dotted with lion pins. We make the Riverlands scream louder, he said. So Robert must choose between defending his city and defending his lords. We make his justice look like cruelty and his mercy look like weakness. We spread the story that Stark has seized innocent children and sent them to Dragonstone to be held by a hard, unloved heir. He looked at Joffrey. We make people pity you. Joffrey's lip curled. I don't want pity, he spat. I want fear. You will take what wins, Tywin said. Fear comes later. He gestured to Kevin. Send ravens, he said, to every bannerman. Quietly, no proclamations. We ride east in stages. We do not announce ourselves until the field is ready. And Cersei? Jaime asked, voice tight. Tywin's gaze flicked to him. Cersei will endure, he said. If she cannot endure, she should not have played. Jaime's eyes hardened, but he said nothing. Tywin leaned back, fingers steepled. We will also send word to Renly, he said. Not as allies, as encouragement. Let him believe we might treat with him if he weakens Stannis and Robert. Kevin frowned. Renly may refuse. Tywin's mouth barely moved. He will not refuse attention, he said. Few men do. Joffrey sat very still, trying to make sense of a war that did not move at the speed of his rage. Tywin looked at him one last time. You will learn, he said almost softly, that a crown is not taken by shouting. It is taken by making everyone else believe they have no choice but to place it on your head. Joffrey swallowed, hatred settling into something colder. Then make them believe, he whispered. Tywin's eyes were like pale green stone. I intend to, he said. Rain fell like a punishment. It hammered leaves and soaked cloaks and turned every footstep into mud. The Riverlands did not have the decency to burn dry. It burned wet, smoke mixing with rain until the world smelled like ash drowned in water. Beric Dondarrion rode at the head of what was left of his band and felt the weight of each dead man like another plate of armor strapped to his shoulders. They had failed against the mountain. They had fled. And now the raiders hunted them, wolves with lion teeth, eager to turn retreat into slaughter. The arrow came without warning. A hiss, a jolt, a sudden, ugly impact that knocked Beric's breath out, as if a fist had punched through his chest. He looked down and saw the shaft sticking from his mail, feathered end trembling. For a heartbeat, he did not feel pain. Then pain arrived all at once, hot and spreading, and the forest tilted. He fell from his horse into the mud with a wet sound. Men shouted. Stilrang! Someone screamed. Beric's vision blurred, rain streaking it into gray lines. Thoros of Myr was suddenly there, sliding down beside him on his knees, red robes dark with water, bald head shining under rain. Hold, Thoros murmured. Hold, you stubborn fool. Beric tried to speak. Blood bubbled at his lips. The rain tasted metallic as it mixed with it. Thoros, he rasped. Leave me. Shut up, Thoros said, and for once the priest sounded like a soldier. I'm tired of burying good men. A sword fight raged around them. Beric's men trying to hold the line, raiders pressing in with cruel laughter. Lightning flashed, illuminating faces twisted in effort and hunger. Thoros's hands went to Beric's chest, fingers pressing around the arrow. If I pull it, he muttered, you bleed out. If I leave it, you drown in your own blood. He laughed once, a harsh bark. Lovely choices. Beric's eyes half closed. The world narrowed to the rain on his face, to the weight of the arrow, to the priest's hands. I failed, Beric whispered. Thoros leaned close, breath warm in the cold rain. No, he said softly. You tried. That is more than most. Beric's vision went dark at the edges. Somewhere far away, he heard Thoros shout something in a language that was not Westerosi. Harsh syllables that seemed to tear at the air itself. Then heat, not the heat of blood or fever. Something deeper. Something that did not belong in rain. Thoros's hands began to glow in the torchlight as if fire lived under his skin. His beads snapped in his fist. His voice rose, chanting now louder, drowning out the rain. "Lawler," he called, "Lord of Light, hear me." Men around them faltered, staring. Even the raiders paused, laughter dying as if they had bitten into something rotten. Thuras pressed his hands harder into Beric's chest. Pain flared, white, searing, impossible. Beric's body arched. The arrow shaft snapped as if struck by unseen force. Smoke rose from wet mail. Beric tried to scream. No sound came. In the dark behind his eyes, he saw fire. He saw a hall burning. He saw a crown melting. He saw a stag with antlers of flame. He saw a woman with green eyes laughing as a city collapsed. He saw snow falling on corpses. Then he saw nothing at all. And then breath. A violent, desperate inhale that tore through him like a blade ripping cloth. Beric's eyes snapped open. He coughed, hard, and blood poured out in a thick, choking rush. Thuras fell back, panting, rain streaming down his face like tears. "7 hells," someone whispered nearby. Beric's hands clawed at the mud. He stared up at Thuras, confused and furious and alive. "What?" he croaked. "What did you do?" Thuras laughed again, but this time it was shaky. "I prayed," he said. "For once in my life, I prayed like I meant it." Beric's chest burned. Every breath felt wrong, like borrowed air. He reached up and felt the torn mail, the blood, the slickness. The arrow was gone. Around them, the fight resumed with sudden, terrified violence. Raiders backed away, crossing themselves or spitting charms. Beric's men surged, emboldened by miracle or madness. Thuras grabbed Beric's shoulder. "Can you stand?" he demanded. Beric looked at his own hands, trembling. He looked at the rain. He looked at the men staring at him like he was a ghost. "I don't know," he whispered. Thuras's eyes were wild, bright. "Then stand anyway," he said, "because the dead don't get to rest in this cursed land, and neither do we." Beric pushed himself up out of the mud, shaking, breath ragged. He had died. He was not allowed to stay dead. And in that brutal truth, the Riverlands found a new kind of justice, one that did not end at the grave. The Reach moved like a living garden uprooted. It rolled down the Rose Road in green and gold waves, pikes like stems, banners like blossoms, armor catching sunlight in bright flashes. Wagons creaked under barrels of grain and casks of wine, as if they marched to a feast rather than a war.
Men sung.
Horses snorted. Drums beat a rhythm that made the ground feel like it was breathing. Renly rode at the front, crown on his head, cloak snapping behind him. He looked effortless in armor, as if he had been born for it. That too was part of the war. Men followed what looked inevitable. Mace Tyrell rode near him, smiling so broadly it looked painful. Loras's eyes never stopped scanning. Roadside, tree line, distant hills, as if expecting Stannis to leap from the earth with a sword. Marjorie traveled in a carriage draped in green cloth, curtains drawn back just enough that the men could see their queen watching them. She smiled when they cheered. She lowered her gaze when they bowed. She played her part with the calm of someone who had rehearsed it her whole life. Olenna sat opposite her, hands folded over her cane, eyes sharp. "Do you think he believes it?" Olenna asked softly. Marjorie's smile did not change. "Which part?" she asked. "That he can keep the realm from burning by putting a pretty crown on his head," Olenna said. Marjorie's gaze flicked toward Renly, bright in the sun. "He believes he can win," she said. "That is enough to make other men believe it too." Olenna snorted. "Belief is a fine cloak," she said, "but it doesn't stop arrows." Outside, Renly turned in his saddle to look back at the endless line of soldiers. "We'll take Storm's End first," he said to Loras, loud enough for nearby lords to hear. "My seat, my proof. Once the Storm Lords see me at its gates with the Reach behind me, they'll come flocking." "And if Stannis holds it?" Loras asked. Renly's smile sharpened. "Then we starve him out," he said. "He knows sieges. Let him taste one from the other side." Mace chuckled. "Storm's End will open its gates to you," he said confidently. It always loved a Baratheon. Renly did not answer. He was thinking of ravens. Robert's proclamation had arrived. Joffrey fugitive, Cersei arrested, Renly traitor. The words had been blunt, heavy, desperate. Renly had laughed when he read them, because Robert always tried to solve politics with the same voice he used on battlefields. But laughter did not change the fact that Robert still lived. That was the thorn in every rose. "He's bleeding," Renly said quietly, more to himself than to anyone. "He won't last." Loras's eyes flicked toward him. "And if he does?" he asked. Renly's smile returned, bright as sun. "Then we make the realm ask whether a wounded king and a hard heir and a northern hand deserve to rule more than a new king with a full belly and a full army," he said. "We make it a choice men want to make." Marjorie watched him through the carriage curtains, her expression unreadable. Olenna watched her watching. "You see," Olenna murmured. "He knows how to sell." Marjorie's voice was soft. "Selling wins wars as much as swords," she said. Olenna's eyes narrowed. "And what does selling cost?" she asked. Marjorie's smile flickered for a heartbeat, then steadied. "Whatever it costs," she said. The army marched on, swallowing miles, leaving trampled flowers and churned earth behind. The Reach carried summer with it like a banner, and Renly wore that summer like armor. He did not yet feel winter's breath at his back, but it was coming. The sea did not care that Sansa Stark was a lady. It rose and fell like a giant's shoulder shrugging her off. It slapped the ship's sides with cold indifference, sending white spray over the bow to sting faces and soak cloaks. The sky above was a low, bruised gray, and the horizon was a knife edge where water met cloud. Sansa clung to the railing and retched until nothing came up but bitter water and breath. Her hair was plastered to her cheeks, her eyes red. She hated herself for being weak. She hated the sea for making her weak. She hated her father for putting her here. Arya stood a few paces away, cloak drawn tight, feet planted wide like a sailor. She did not retch. She did not cry. She watched the waves as if daring them to swallow her. A guard, older, with a scar across his brow, watched them both with the steady patience of a man who had seen fear in many forms. "Land soon," he muttered, as much to reassure himself as them. Sansa lifted her head, swallowing hard. "Where?" she rasped. "White Harbor," the guard said. "If the winds don't change their minds." White Harbor. The name tasted like home and distance at once. Sansa had never seen it. She had only heard of it in passing. Manderleys and ships and fish, a place that smelled of salt but belonged to the north. Arya's gaze stayed on the horizon. "Do you think they'll follow us?" she asked. The guard's mouth tightened. "They tried," he said. "At the river. They might try again. But the sea makes it harder." "Harder?" Arya echoed, and something in her voice hardened too. She thought of Syrio on the stairs, stick in hand, shouting a lesson into mist. She thought of the way the boat had pulled away while men died for the space of a few oarstrokes. Harder did not mean impossible. Sansa's fingers tightened around the rail. "Joffrey will be angry," she whispered, and the words sounded foolish even to her now. Arya's head snapped toward her. "Joffrey can choke," she said, voice raw. Sansa flinched. "Don't," she whispered. "Just don't." Arya's jaw clenched. "He would have had you as a hostage," she said. "He would have smiled while they held a knife at your throat to make father bend." Sansa's eyes filled again, not only with seasickness now. "I don't know what he would have done," she whispered. "I don't know him. I don't know any of them." Arya stared at her, anger and pity warring. For a heartbeat, Arya wanted to shake her sister until the songs fell out. Then the ship lurched, and Sansa doubled over again, helpless. Arya stepped closer despite herself, putting a hand on Sansa's back, awkward and rough. "Breathe," she muttered. "Just breathe." Sansa's shoulders shook. "I hate you," she whispered into the rail, not meaning it, meaning everything else. Arya's hand stayed there anyway. Behind them, the Stark guards spoke in low voices, watching the sea. Somewhere off the starboard side, a gull cried, sharp and lonely. The ship crested a wave, and for an instant the horizon opened. Arya saw a darker line far ahead. Land, perhaps, or just another storm. She closed her fingers around the hilt of needle beneath her cloak. "Father will win," she whispered, not because she knew, but because she needed it to be true. Sansa lifted her head, eyes wet. "He'll die," she whispered back, and the fear in her voice made Arya's stomach twist. "Shut up," Arya said, harsh. "Don't say that." Sansa's lips trembled. "I'm afraid," she admitted. Arya looked at the sea, at the endless gray, and felt her own fear like a stone in her chest. "So am I," she said. The waves rolled on, indifferent, and far behind them, in the city they were fleeing, the war they could not escape began to pick up speed. Winterfell's hall was warm, but the news was not. Ravens had come in clusters, each one darker than the last. They brought ink that smelled faintly of smoke, as if even parchment could catch fire from King's Landing. Robb Stark stood over the map with his hands braced on the table, posture rigid. He had his father's stillness when he was thinking, but his eyes were too bright, too young, too hungry to do something. Caitlin watched him from the side, hands clasped tightly. Maester Luwin held the letters, his mouth pressed thin. "Cersei captured," Great John Umber boomed, slamming a fist on the table. "About time someone put a collar on that lioness." "And Joffrey fled," Roose Bolton said softly, pale eyes calm. "A dangerous cub loose in the woods." "Renly crowned," murmured Meage Mormont, her voice like gravel. "The South tears itself in half. And father," Robb said, voice tight, "still stands in the middle of it." Luwin cleared his throat. "Lord Eddard writes that your sisters have been sent north by ship," he said. "They should arrive at White Harbor if the seas allow." Caitlyn's breath caught. "Alive," she whispered. The word was a prayer. Robb's jaw clenched. "And what of my father?" he demanded. Luwin lowered the letter slightly. "He writes that war is coming," he said. "That Tywin will move, that Renly will march, that Lord Stannis presses for harsh measures. He asks that the North be ready." Great John grinned. "Ready?" He roared. "We've been ready since the day we were born. Call the banners, boy. Let's ride south and crack some lion skulls." Caitlyn's voice snapped. "No," she said. Every head turned. Caitlyn forced herself to stand straight. "No rash ride," she said. "Not yet. Not on Greatjon's thirst and your anger. Your father is hand. He does not call for the North to march. He calls for readiness." Robb's eyes burned. "Readiness means nothing if he dies before we move," he said. The words hung heavy. Caitlyn felt the sting of them, because she had thought the same in the quiet of her own mind and hated herself for it. Roose Bolton's soft voice slid into the silence. "If we march," he said, "we commit. We cannot easily pull back once the host is on the King's Road. And the North is not defended by walls alone. Ironborn watch for weakness." "Let them watch," Great John snarled. "I'll feed them their own eyes." Meage Mormont snorted. "You'll feed them nothing if you're 1,000 miles south," she said. Robb's hands tightened on the table. "What would you have me do?" he demanded of his mother. "Sit and read ravens while father bleeds?" Caitlyn stepped closer. "I would have you be the Stark your father needs," she said. "Not the boy who rides to glory, the lord who thinks beyond his own blood." Robb flinched as if struck. "Beyond his own blood," he echoed bitterly. "He's the one who told me to remember I'm a Stark. And remembering means patience as much as steel," Caitlyn said. "We gather our bannermen quietly. We provision. We sharpen. We watch. If your father calls, we answer with strength. If he does not, we do not throw the North into war because the South is mad." Greatjon's mouth twisted. "The South is always mad," he growled. "That's why they need us." Luwin lifted another letter. "There is also word," he said carefully, "that Beric Dondarrion rides in the Riverlands under the King's banner, and that Gregor Clegane burns villages. The Riverlands will cry for aid. Caitlyn's heart tightened. Riverrun, her brother, her father. Robb saw it on her face and his expression softened. Just a fraction. You want to go, he said. I want to keep our people alive, Caitlyn said. All of them, North and Riverlands both. But we cannot do that by charging blind. Robb stared at the map, at the neck, that narrow choke point, at the long road south that swallowed men like a hungry mouth. He inhaled slowly. Call the bannermen, he said at last. Quietly.
No proclamation. No drams.
I want the Umbers and the Karstarks and the Manderleys ready to move within a week if I give the word. Great John grinned, satisfied. Roose Bolton's pale eyes flickered with something unreadable. And, Robb added, eyes meeting his mother's, I will ride to Moat Cailin. Not south into the Riverlands yet, but to the neck, to put myself where I can move either way. Caitlyn exhaled. It was not the rash march Great John wanted. It was not the stillness she had hoped for either. It was a blade held poised. A good compromise, Luwin said quietly. Robb's mouth tightened. There are no good choices, he said. Only choices we can live with. He looked toward the great doors of the hall as if he could see beyond them to the long road. Father, he whispered under his breath, too soft for anyone but himself. Hold on. The city gathered the way a wound gathered flies. They came because someone had shouted that the king would speak. They came because rumor had already turned the streets into a tangle of fear. Queen in chains, prince fled, gold cloaks killing gold cloaks, northern wolves in the Red Keep, a hard lord from Dragonstone sharpening knives. They came because hunger always made people curious. Robert stepped onto the balcony and felt the crowd's heat rise like smoke. Below, the yard and the street beyond were packed with faces. Bakers, dockmen, washerwomen, smiths, beggars, sellswords, barefoot children perched on barrels to see. A sea of eyes, some hopeful, some hateful, all hungry for a story that made sense. Robert wore his crown, felt heavier than it ever had. He leaned on the railing because his side would not let him do otherwise, and he hated that too. But when he spoke, his voice still carried. People of King's Landing, he roared. A murmur surged. Some cheered. Some hissed. The sound rolled up like a wave. Robert lifted one hand, and the gold cloaks behind him tightened their line. Stannis stood to Robert's right, rigid and grim. Ned stood to his left, face hard, eyes scanning the crowd as if searching for knives. I live, Robert shouted. You've heard whispers that I'm dead or dying. I'm neither yet. Laughter and cheers rippled, uneven. You've heard that your queen is under arrest, Robert went on. That is true. Cersei Lannister has been seized for treason against the crown. The crowd's murmur changed pitch. Anger sparked. Devotion sparked. Someone shouted lies. Another shouted whore. Someone else shouted 7 save her. Robert let it wash for a heartbeat, then bellowed over it. You've heard that blood was spilled in my throne room. That is true. It was spilled by traitors who turned steel against their king in his own hall. He pointed down. The man who sold the city watch to lions is dead. His head will hang above the gate. Let it remind every man in a cloak, gold or otherwise, that treason earns one reward. A hush uneasy, then a shout from the crowd. Where's the prince? Robert's jaw tightened. He had known it would come. He raised his chin. Joffrey, he said, tasting the name like bile, has fled this city against the crown's command. The crowd erupted, surprise, outrage, confusion. Some shouted for him. Some cursed him. Some shouted questions that collided into noise. Robert slammed his palm against the railing. Pain flared. He ignored it. Listen, he roared. Joffrey is not in this city, and any man who shelters him against the king's will shelters treason. The crown will punish it. The crowd's murmur turned sharper. Fear crept in. Fear always did when kings spoke of punishment. Ned stepped forward, voice carrying in a different way, colder, clearer. "The king has named his lawful heir," he said. "Lord Stannis Baratheon. The realm will not fall into chaos because a boy runs." Some of the crowd booed at Stannis's name. Others were silent, not knowing it well enough to hate. Stannis's mouth tightened. He did not smile. He did not bow. He stood like law made flesh, and the crowd did what crowds did with hard things. They recoiled. Robert felt it. He felt the realm's resistance, not to him, but to the man beside him. He bared his teeth in something like a grin. "You want a pretty king?" he shouted. "Go to Highgarden and kiss Renly's arse. He's crowned himself in flowers and lies while I bleed for this city." The crowd laughed and jeered and roared at the insult, because insult was easier than politics. Robert leaned forward, eyes sweeping them. "You want bread?" he demanded. "You want safety in your streets? You want your daughters to walk without fear? Then you want one thing: order." He gestured toward Ned and Stannis. "These men will give it," he said. "Not with songs. With steel. With law. With a king who is tired of being mocked by lions and traitors." A stone flew up from the crowd and clattered against the wall below the balcony. Another followed. Someone screamed. Gold cloaks shifted, spears lifting. Ned's hand went to his sword. Robert lifted his hand again, sharp. "No," he growled. "Hold." The gold cloaks held. The crowd surged, then hesitated. Men did not always expect restraint from kings. Confused them. Robert's voice dropped, still carrying. "You can throw stones," he said. "You can curse. But know this, the crown is not your enemy. The men who burn your villages and steal your bread are. The lords who would tear this realm apart for a crown are. I will not let them." He turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing at something in the crowd, movement perhaps, or merely his own paranoia. "Go home," he commanded. "Feed your children, sleep, and know this. If any man tries to turn this city into a battlefield again, I will hang him from these walls myself." The crowd did not cheer cleanly. It murmured. It grumbled. It began to disperse in uneven waves, like water draining from a broken vessel. Robert exhaled, chest tight. Behind him, Stannis's voice was low. "You should not have spoken of Renly like that," he said. "You make him sound like a rival worth mention." Robert's mouth twisted. "He is," he rasped. "That's the problem." Ned's eyes were still on the crowd, watching it scatter. "They believed you," he said quietly. "Some of them." "Some is enough," Robert replied. "For now." He leaned heavier on the railing for a moment, pain and exhaustion closing in. And somewhere in the city's twisting streets, men listened and chose which story they liked, and which they were willing to kill for. Stannis did not sleep. He watched fire instead. The chamber was small, chosen for privacy rather than comfort. A brazier burned in the corner, its coals shifting, flame licking up now and then like a tongue tasting air. Shadows writhed on the walls, twisting into shapes that looked too much like antlers. Melisandre stood near the brazier, red hair catching the firelight until she seemed carved from flame. Her face was calm. Her eyes were not. Davos waited by the door, arms folded, discomfort written in the tightness around his mouth. He did not like this room. He did not like the way the air felt thicker when the Red Woman breathed. Stannis held Renly's letter in one hand, the broken seal of a crowned stag and rose in the other. The words inside were polite enough to be insulting. "Brother," Renly had written, "I grieve to hear of your troubles. The realm needs peace. Come to me, bend the knee, and I will forgive you. I will even grant you Dragonstone and name you my heir until Marjorie gives me sons. Let us avoid bloodshed between brothers." Stannis's jaw tightened until his teeth ached. "Forgive," he said, voice flat. "He speaks as if he is already king." Melisandre's smile was small. "In his heart, he is," she murmured. "In his heart, he is a fool," Stannis snapped. "The fool often wins," she said softly, "because men love fools who make them laugh." Stannis turned the letter in his hand as if considering whether to burn it. The fire seemed to lean toward it, eager. Davos cleared his throat. "Renly's got the reach," he said cautiously. "A lot of swords. And he's popular." Stannis' eyes flashed. "Popularity is not law," he said. "No," Davos agreed. "But it can fill a battlefield." Stannis looked back at the letter. The brazier crackled. Melisandre stepped closer. "The flames showed me 2 crowns," she murmured. "One bright and false, surrounded by flowers. One hard and dark, surrounded by smoke. Only one will endure." Stannis' grip tightened. "Do not speak in riddles," he said. "Tell me what you mean." She lifted one hand over the brazier, palm open. Heat shimmered around her skin. "Renly is a bright flame," she said. "Bright flames die quickly. They burn out when the wind shifts. You are a coal lord, slow, hot, enduring. But coal must be fed." Davos's unease sharpened. "Fed with what?" he asked. Melisandre's eyes slid to him. "With what the fire demands," she said. Stannis' voice went colder. "Say it," he commanded. Melisandre's smile did not reach her eyes. "The Lord of Light does not take crowns for free," she said. "There must be sacrifice." Stannis' mouth tightened. He looked away from her, toward the dark window where the city lay unseen. "I will not burn children," he said. Melisandre's tone remained gentle. "No one asked you to," she murmured. "Not yet." Davos stepped forward, voice rough. "Your Grace," he said to Stannis. "Don't listen to—" Stannis lifted a hand. Davos stopped, jaw clenched. Stannis stared into the brazier. In the shifting flame, he could almost see the shape of the realm. Renly's banners advancing, Tywin's lions prowling, Robert bleeding on his litter, Ned Stark's honor stretched like a rope about to snap. "You want me to kill my brother," Stannis said, and the words tasted like iron. Melisandre did not deny it. "Your brother has crowned himself," she said. "He has chosen to be your enemy. The fire shows me his end. It is quick. It is necessary." Davos's voice rose despite himself. "Kinslaying is cursed," he snapped. "Every god in Westeros spits on it." Melisandre's gaze rested on him like heat. "Your gods are many," she said. "Mine is one, and he is hungry." Stannis' fists clenched. For a heartbeat, Davos thought he might throw the letter into the brazier and then throw Melisandre after it. Instead, Stannis folded the letter slowly and set it on the table. "No," he said. Melisandre's brows lifted, the faintest crack in her composure. "No?" she echoed. "No," Stannis repeated, voice hard as stone. "Not because I love Renly. I do not. Not because I fear your god. I do not. But because I will not let you steer my hand with visions and hunger." He stared at her. "I will answer Renly with law first, with ravens, with offers of pardon if he bends." Melisandre's smile returned, softer now, as if humoring a child. "And when he does not?" she asked. Stannis' eyes went cold. "Then I will take his crown with steel," he said. "Not sorcery." The brazier crackled. Davos exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Melisandre watched Stannis a long moment, then inclined her head. "As you command," she said. "But remember, steel breaks. Fire endures." Stannis turned away from the flame and toward the door, already hearing the distant sounds of men preparing for another day of war. "Davos," he said. "I, your grace. Send ravens to Storm's End," Stannis said. "To every Storm Lord. Remind them of their oaths. Tell them Renly's crown is treason and Robert's will stand. Tell them I will forgive those who return to law now." Davos nodded, relieved to have something solid to do. "And," Stannis added, voice lowering, "watch the Red Woman. If she tries to move without my word." He let the threat hang. Davos met his gaze and nodded again. Melisandre smiled in the brazier's light, unafraid. Stannis left the room with law on his tongue and war in his bones, and the fire behind him hissed softly as if laughing, because it did not care whether men chose steel or flame, only that they chose and that they burned. Tywin Lannister did not rush. He rearranged the world until rushing became unnecessary. Dawn bled into the war pavilion through seams in the canvas, turning the air within into a pale gray soup of smoke and candle tallow. Men came and went in quiet pulses. Messengers, captains, lords who wanted to be seen near power. Tywin listened without moving his face, and when he spoke, it was only to make decisions that locked other men into place like nails. Joffrey sat where Tywin had placed him. Not at the map table, not in the center, but close enough to be observed and far enough to be controlled. The boy's eyes tracked every movement with the hungry impatience of youth, but he did not speak now unless asked. Jaime had made sure of that on the road. Tywin finished the lesson with silence. Kevan Lannister read the latest raven aloud. King Robert has moved the Queen to the Tower of the Hand. He has sent Myrcella and Tommen under escort to Dragonstone. He proclaims Joffrey fugitive and commands all lords to seize him if found. Joffrey's mouth tightened. The word fugitive still tasted like a slap. Tywin's finger moved a lion pin from the west toward the Riverlands. "And Renly?" he asked. "Renly is crowned," Kevan replied. "He marches from Highgarden with Tyrell's strength." Tywin's mouth barely moved. "Good." Jaime's jaw clenched. "Good?" he echoed. "Renly will take half the realm from us." "Renly will take half the realm from Robert," Tywin corrected. "Which is more useful?" Adam Marbrand leaned in. "If we move now," he said, "we can strike the Riverlands hard enough to drag Stark away from King's Landing. Force the Hand to choose between his king and his wife's kin." Tywin nodded. "That is the point," he said. "We do not win King's Landing by battering its walls. We win it by making its defenders leave." Joffrey surged forward, unable to contain himself. "Then we march," he snapped. "Now, we take the city and—" Tywin's gaze lifted, and the rest of Joffrey's sentence died in his throat. "You will not command," Tywin said, voice quiet. "Not yet. A king who commands without understanding becomes a dead king with a pretty story." Joffrey swallowed, hands clenched in his lap. Tywin turned his attention back to the map. "Gregor Clegane continues," he said. "Harder, faster."
No patience. Village burn.
Lords howl. The crown bleeds itself trying to answer. Kevan frowned faintly. "That draws hate," he said. "Hate is a tool," Tywin replied. "It can be aimed, can be redirected." He tapped the map near King's Landing. "The crown will call it Lannister cruelty. We will call it chaos caused by Stark's coup and Stannis' hard hand. We will spread the story that Robert's court has become a northern occupation, and that the Queen's children have been stolen and shipped to Dragonstone like prisoners." Jaime's eyes narrowed. "They are wards," he said, as if the word mattered. Tywin looked at him. "Wards," he repeated. "Hostages in any other tongue." Jaime did not answer. Tywin turned his gaze to Joffrey again. "You will be seen," he said, "but not yet crowned, not yet proclaimed in a way that forces men to commit too early. First, the realm must be made to doubt Robert's story. Doubt is the knife that slips under armor." Joffrey's voice came smaller, begrudging. "How?" Tywin's finger traced a line down the Rose Road. "Renly's crown gives us cover," he said. "He will shout that Stannis is too harsh and Robert too weak. He will claim he must save the realm from a divided court. While men argue over which stag is lawful, we move lions through the Riverlands and tighten the net around King's Landing." Kevan hesitated. "And Renly himself?" he asked. "If he wins too much, he becomes a threat." Tywin's eyes were cold. "If Renly wins too much, he will learn that crowns invite knives," he said. "For now, he serves us by splitting the stags. Later, he can be handled." Adam Marbrand shifted. "We have another lever," he said. "Cersei." The name tightened the air. Tywin's gaze did not flicker. "Cersei is alive," he said. "That is enough. If Stark and Robert keep her alive, they are restrained. If they kill her, they become butchers and give us the realm's pity. Either way, they bleed." Jaime's hands flexed once, then stilled. Tywin set a lion pin near Harrenhal and another near the trident. "Send ravens," he said, "to every lord who owes us coin or fear. Quietly, no banners yet. We move in stages. We let the Riverlands scream. We let Robert shout from his balcony. We let Stannis threaten. And we let Renly march in green and gold like a storybook king." He looked at Joffrey, and for the first time his voice carried something like instruction meant to be remembered. "When the time comes," Tywin said, "you will be presented not as a boy fleeing justice, but as a wronged prince pursued by northern lies. You will look pious. You will look controlled. You will look inevitable." Joffrey swallowed, hatred settling into a harder shape. "And Robert," he whispered. Tywin's finger paused on the map at King's Landing, then pressed down. "Robert is a wounded beast," he said. "Wounded beasts either die or lash out. We will make sure that when he lashes, he strikes at heir." The great September of Baelor smelled of wax, incense, and the sweat of too many frightened men. Ned had argued against holding anything public inside the city's heart, where crowds could turn into a mob in the space between breaths. Stannis had argued that secrecy bred rumor and rumor bred rebellion. Robert had settled it with a grim sort of compromise. Not the throne room, not the streets, but the September, where the faith's presence would steady the air, and where the Seven's cold stone eyes would remind even the boldest tongue that gods listened. Cersei came in chains. They had not shackled her like a common thief, no iron collar, no dragging her by the hair, but the chains at her wrists were real and heavy, and the sound they made on the Sept's marble floor carried farther than any insult. Gold cloaks flanked her, faces hard, spears angled down. Behind them walked Stark men with gray eyes and hands near swords. Barristan Selmy's white cloak stood out like snow among soot. Cersei's chin was lifted. She did not look at the statues. She looked straight ahead, as if the gods were beneath her notice. Robert sat on a chair beneath the crystal crown of the Sept's great dome, the iron throne absent but the true weight of kingship pressing harder for that absence. He wore his crown. The black and gold of House Baratheon hung on his shoulders like a promise. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and yet when Cersei's chains rattled, something in his expression steadied into iron. "This is not a trial yet," Ned said quietly to him. "This is the reading of charges and the setting of terms. Keep it clean." Robert's lip curled. "Clean," he muttered, tasting the word like a joke, but he nodded once. The High Septon's representative, a stern, thin man with a soft voice and sharp eyes, stood near the altar, hands folded into his sleeves. "By the Seven," the Septon intoned, "let truth be spoken without blade." Stannis stood a few paces behind Robert, rigid, hands clasped behind his back. He looked as if he would have preferred the blade to the prayer. Cersei stopped before them. Robert stared at her. "You tried to kill me," he said, voice rough but carrying in the marble space. "You conspired to dull my wits and leave me to die in the woods. You betrayed my bed. You placed another man's seed in my line and named it mine." Cersei's eyes glittered. "Seed," she repeated softly. "You speak of seed as if you ever bothered to tend anything you planted." A murmur rippled through the witnesses. Minor lords, septons, captains, men who wanted to be able to say later they had been present when the realm shifted. Robert's hand tightened on the arm of his chair. Ned could see the urge to roar, to smash, to turn this into a brawl of words. Ned stepped forward a half pace, just enough for Robert to feel him there. Robert breathed out through his nose. "The charges are these," Ned said, voice clear. "High treason against the crown, conspiracy to murder the king, adultery and incest with Ser Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard, attempted seizure of the king's wards and the daughters of the hand, corruption of the city watch." Cersei laughed quietly. "Incest," she said, as if savoring the scandal. "You have no proof beyond a book and a northern obsession." Stannis' voice cut in cold as steel. "We have the truth," he said, "and your refusal to face it." Cersei's gaze slid to him. "The truth," she murmured. Your truth. The one that makes you king and me dead. Robert's eyes narrowed. Your tongue is sharp, he said, but chains dull it. He lifted his chin toward the septon. The faith will witness. The realm will witness. And you will answer. Cersei's smile sharpened. Answer to what? She asked. To a king who names his brother heir because he has no son? To a hand who drags me in chains while his daughters flee the city like criminals? To Stannis Baratheon, who would burn half the realm if a parchment told him it was lawful. Stannis's nostrils flared. Careful, he said. Or what? Cersei replied. Will you strike me in the sept? Will you prove every fear Renly whispers in his green camps? A few men shifted uneasily at Renly's name, as if it were a wind that could turn torches into wildfire. Robert's voice dropped. Where is Jaime? He demanded. Cersei's eyes flicked once, betraying nothing and everything. Gone, she said. Like your honor. Robert's jaw flexed. And where is Joffrey? He demanded, louder now. Cersei's smile did not fade. Safe, she said. The word hit Ned like a slap. Safe meant Tywin. Safe meant banners. Safe meant men dying far from septs and marble. Robert saw it too. His voice roughened. This is what happens, he said to the witnesses, to the septon, to the statues that listened without caring. When treason wears a crown, it runs, it hides, it uses children as shields and the faith as a stage. He pointed at Cersei. She will remain in custody, he said. No visitors, no letters, no whispers. Her trial will be held when the realm is ready to hear it and not tear itself apart in the listening. Stannis stepped forward. And if the realm is never ready? He asked, quiet but dangerous. Do we keep a traitor alive forever because men prefer lies? Robert's gaze turned on him, hard. We keep her alive because I will not be Ares, he said. Not in a September. Not anywhere. Stannis's jaw tightened. He did not bow, but he said nothing more. Cersei's chains clinked softly as she shifted her weight. You think keeping me alive makes you merciful, she murmured. It only makes you cautious. Robert leaned forward, pain flashing in his eyes and pride pushing it aside. No, he said. It makes me king. Dragonstone greeted them with salt and stone and the smell of old dragons. The sea hammered the rocks below the dock, gray and relentless. Wind tore at cloaks and made voices sound smaller than they should have. The carved dragons along the castle's edges looked like they were trying to crawl back into the sky. Myrcella stepped onto the wet stone first, boots slipping slightly. She caught herself without crying out, chin lifting automatically, as if she had been trained to pretend every stumble was a graceful choice. Tommen followed and nearly fell outright until Davos caught him by the elbow, steady as a ship's rail. Easy, lad, Davos murmured. Tommen looked up at him with blotchy eyes. Is mother here? He whispered. Davos's mouth tightened. He glanced toward Barristan, then toward Stannis. Barristan knelt in front of the boy, white cloak snapping in the wind. Your mother is not here, he said gently. You are safe. That is what matters now. Tommen's lower lip trembled. Myrcella squeezed his hand. Stannis stood at the top of the dock steps like a carved piece of the castle itself, hard, dark, unyielding. He looked down at the children with an expression that could have been contempt if it had not been so carefully controlled. Welcome to Dragonstone, he said, voice flat. Myrcella dipped into a curtsy, precise despite cold and fatigue. My lord, she said. She did not say uncle. She did not say father's brother. Titles were armor. She wore them. Stannis's gaze lingered on her a heartbeat longer than on Tommen. There was intelligence there. Poise. The kind of quiet strength that could become either virtue or weapon, depending on who sharpened it. Your quarters are prepared, Stannis said. You will remain together. You will be treated with dignity. You will be under the faith's care and the crown's guard. You will not leave the castle without my word. Tommen's eyes widened. Like prisoners, he whispered. No, Davos said quickly. Like guests. Stannis's eyes flicked to Davos. Like wards, he corrected. Words matter. Myrcella's fingers tightened around Tommen's. Yes, my lord, she said. A soft voice drifted down from above, smooth as warmth in cold air. Children always feel prisons, Melisandre of Ashai said. She stood on a higher stair, red hair loose, red gown bright against Dragonstone's gray. The wind did not seem to touch her the way it touched others. Her eyes rested on the children with an unsettling focus, as if she were reading something written beneath their skin. Tommen shrank behind Myrcella instinctively. Myrcella did not. She met Melisandre's gaze, chin lifting a fraction higher. Fear flickered in her eyes and was swallowed. Stannis's jaw tightened. You will not frighten them, he said. Melisandre's smile was small. I do not try, she murmured. Fear comes when people see truth they do not wish to see. Barristan rose slowly, placing himself subtly between the Red Woman and the children, as if a white cloak could block prophecy. Davos cleared his throat. We should get them inside, he said. Wind's biting. Stannis nodded once. Inside, he said. To warmth, to food, to order. Order. The word landed like a weight. As they led the children up the slick steps, Myrcella looked back once at the sea. The ship that had brought them was already being moored deeper, sails lowered, as if it too wanted to hide. We're far away, Tommen whispered, voice small. Myrcella's throat tightened. Yes, she whispered back. That means we're alive. They entered Dragonstone's belly, corridors carved from old volcanic stone, air cool and damp. Their footsteps echoed as if ghosts walked with them. Behind, Melisandre watched and murmured something too soft for anyone to hear. Stannis did not look back. He only clenched his jaw and followed, as if walking behind those children was heavier than walking behind any king. Storm's End did not flinch. It crouched on the cliff like a fist of stone, walls thick enough to swallow arrows, towers rounded to break wind and siege alike. Waves hammered the rocks below with endless rage. The castle had been built to endure storms. It had endured kings too. Renly approached its gate with his crown on his head and his army behind him, and still the gate did not move. Ser Courtenay Penrose stood on the battlement above, cloak snapping, his face weathered and calm. Stormland men lined the wall at his sides, bows lowered but ready. Open, Renly called, voice carrying over the wind. Storm's End is mine by blood and right. I am your liege. Penrose leaned on the stone as if at his own leisure. You are a crowned traitor, he called back. That's what the ravens say. Renly's smile sharpened. Ravens, he said. Ink on wings. Robert's been using ravens like a hammer lately. Tell me, sir, does his ink make him stronger? Or does it only prove he's afraid of losing what he barely holds? A murmur ran through Renly's lords. Approval, laughter, eager. Penrose did not laugh. King Robert is alive, he called. He is king, and he named Lord Stannis his heir. If you are a Baratheon, you obey. Renly's jaw tightened. For a heartbeat, something like real hurt flickered. Then it vanished under charm. I obey the realm, he said. The realm needs a king who can rule, not a king who bleeds and a brother who hangs. Open the gate, Courtenay. I will forgive your confusion. Forgive. Penrose's laugh was short and sharp. You were a boy when I held this castle against enemies. You were drinking with Tyrells while your brother ate rats in a siege. Don't offer me forgiveness like coin. Loras Tyrell stepped forward, voice tight. Ser Courtenay, do not be foolish, he called. You cannot hold against the reach. Penrose's eyes went to him. I can hold until the sea eats your horses, he replied. Storm's End does not fear flowers. Mace Tyrell bristled, face reddening. We can starve you, he boomed. Penrose shrugged. Then starve me, he called. But know this, every day you sit here, Stannis hardens his hold on King's Landing. Tywin moves. The realm chooses without you. Renly's smile thinned. The truth of it stung. He turned slightly, letting his army see his profile, letting them see a king thinking. Then he looked back up. "Very well," he called. "If you won't open for your king, you will open for hunger." He lifted one hand. Drums began to beat. Men moved. Stakes hammered into earth, tents rising, siege lines forming with the practiced ease of a host that had marched ready for this all along. Marjorie watched from her carriage, eyes calm. Olenna sat beside her, fingers tapping her cane. "Storm's end will bleed him," Olenna murmured. "If not in bodies, in time." Marjorie's voice was soft. "Time is what he buys with every smile," she said. "He will spend it here." Olenna's eyes narrowed. "And if the cost is too high?" Marjorie's smile did not change. "Then we make sure someone else pays," she said. Above, Penrose watched the camp take shape and felt the old weight of siege settle into his bones like familiar armor. He had held Storm's End once for Stannis against the world. He would hold it now against Renly's crown. And as the first tents snapped in the coastal wind, Storm's End remained closed, stone refusing to acknowledge a king it did not accept. Moat Cailin smelled of damp earth and old bones. The neck was a wet, hungry place, a sprawl of bog and reed and thick mud that swallowed men who strayed off the causeway. The ruined towers of the ancient fort stood like broken teeth, black stone rising from green mire. Ravens perched on crumbling walls and watched with patient eyes. Robb Stark rode in at the head of his vanguard and felt the weight of the land press against him. This was not Winterfell's open strength. This was the North's choke point, narrow and brutal. Great John Umber rode beside him, grinning like a man going to a brawl. Roose Bolton rode on the other side, pale eyes calm as still water. Behind them came Karstarks, manderly men in heavier mail, gray-cloaked riders from smaller houses, enough steel to make the neck feel crowded. Catelyn rode slightly behind Robb, cloak drawn tight. She watched the towers and thought of old tales. Undul's broken here, kings defeated, blood soaked into bog. "Here," Robb said, and his voice sounded older than his face. Men dismounted. Fires were laid on higher ground. Tents went up in careful rows. The North settled itself into readiness the way a wolf settled before a long run. Quiet, focused, dangerous. A messenger arrived before noon, mud-splattered, breathless. "My lord," he gasped to Robb, holding out a raven scroll. "From King's Landing, from Lord Eddard." Robb took it with hands that did not quite tremble. He broke the seal and read. His face tightened, his eyes lifted, distant. "What?" Catelyn demanded, heart-kicking. Robb swallowed. "The Queen is captured," he said. "Joffrey fled to Tywin. Renly is crowned and marches. Father says the city is held, but war comes from every direction." His jaw clenched. "He says my sisters are at sea, bound for White Harbor." Catelyn's breath caught. Relief hit like a wave. Then fear followed immediately because relief never came alone in war. "And father," Great John boomed. "What does he need? Say the word and we march south." Robb's gaze flicked to him. "He says be ready," Robb replied. "He says do not march on rumor. He says the North must not leave itself bare." Great John spat. "He's too cautious," he growled. "Caution gets wolves skinned." Roose Bolton's voice slid in like a blade. "Caution keeps wolves alive long enough to bite," he said softly. Robb stared at the causeway south. It stretched away through the bog like a narrow promise of war. He could almost see the Riverlands beyond it, burning. Could almost see his father in stone halls full of knives. He felt the pull of it, the urge to ride, to gather banners, to crash into the south and tear lions apart with northern steel. Then he remembered his father's hand in his letter. Steady, precise, pleading for patience. Robb exhaled slowly. "We hold the neck," he said. "We strengthen it. We drill. We prepare wagons and provisions. The father calls, we can move fast. If the Ironborn sniff weakness, they find steel instead." Great John grumbled but nodded, because Robb's voice had carried command now, not boyhood. Catelyn watched her son and felt a strange ache. pride and fear braided. "You're doing what he asked," she said softly. Rob's mouth tightened. "I'm doing what I must," he replied. He looked north, as if he could see through swamp and forest to Winterfell's gray walls and the children left behind. "War is coming," he said, and the words were not a complaint. They were a fact. "If the South wants the North, they'll have to wade through our mud first." The neck listened, wet and silent, and waited to swallow whatever came. Beric Dondarrion rode like a man wearing someone else's life. His chest hurt with every breath, but not in the way wounds hurt. This was deeper, a wrongness like his body remembered dying and resented being dragged back. His skin looked too pale under the morning light. His eyes felt too old. The men who followed him watched him with a mixture of fear and devotion. Some had seen him fall. Some had heard the scream choke off. Some had watched Thoros press burning hands to a dead man's chest and shout to a god most of them had never cared about. Now they followed because men clung to miracles when everything else burned. They reached a village at dawn. It was barely a village anymore. Charred frames of houses, a collapsed well, ash drifting in weak wind. A few peasants moved like ghosts among the ruins, gathering what could be gathered. When they saw Beric riding in, they froze. One woman dropped her bundle and fell to her knees. "Seven save us," she whispered. Another man stared, eyes wide, lips moving silently, as if he could not decide which god to pray to. Beric swung down from his horse, boots sinking slightly in damp ash. He felt the eyes on him like weight. "We are the king's men," he said, and his voice sounded hoarse, scraped. "We come for justice." A man with a burned hand stepped forward, trembling. "Justice?" he rasped. "Is that what you call it when lions burn my children?" Beric's throat tightened. "No," he said. "I call that murder." Thoros stood beside him, red robes damp, eyes bright. He held his palm out, and a small flame danced there without consuming his skin. The peasants recoiled. "Lord of Light," Thoros murmured. "He sees your suffering." "Does he?" The burned-handed man spat. "Where was he when they took my girl?" Beric looked at the man, and something in him broke and reformed. A different kind of resolve. Not the bright, naive justice he'd ridden out with from King's Landing. Something darker and more enduring. "We will take them," Beric said. "Not in a clean battle with banners. Not in a court. In woods. On roads. At night. We will take them one by one until even lions learn fear." A murmur ran through his men. Approval, hunger. The peasants stared, uncertain. Fear had taught them not to trust promises. Beric reached into his cloak and pulled out a torn strip of cloth, one of the royal banners he'd carried, now stained and ragged. He tied it to the broken signpost in the village center. "This is the king's justice," he said. "Here, where you live. Not only in King's Landing." The burned-handed man's eyes flicked to the cloth, then to Beric's face. "You're dead," he whispered suddenly. "My cousin was there. He said you fell. He said you were gone." Beric's mouth tightened. He could feel Thoros watching him, waiting to see how he would answer. "I was," Beric said at last, "and I came back." The peasants' faces shifted, fear and awe twisting together. "Why?" the man whispered. "Why would any god send you back to this?" Beric looked at the ruins, at ash, at children's toys half buried, at smoke-stained stones. "Because someone has to," he said, and his voice steadied. "Because if the dead do not return for justice, the living will never get it." He mounted again. His men gathered, ragged and determined. The peasants watched them go like people watching a storm move past, hoping it might strike their enemies instead. As they rode out, Thoros leaned close. "You feel it," he murmured. "The fire." Beric's eyes stayed forward. "I feel the rope around my neck," he said softly. "I feel the mud in my lungs. I feel unfinished." Thoros' smile was strange. "Good," he said. "Unfinished things do not stop." Beric rode on, half ghost, half lord. carrying a king's banner through a land that had forgotten what kings meant. They caught Varys in a place that made him look ordinary. Not the throne room, not the council chamber, not the dark tunnels where he was king. They caught him in a corridor where the walls were damp and the torchlight made his silk look like any other cloth. Bywater's men stepped out of shadows with practiced speed. Spear points leveled. A sword slid free with a whisper. Varys stopped at once, hands lifting slowly, palms open. His expression was calm, almost amused, as if this were a misunderstanding that could be smoothed with a polite word. "Commander Bywater," Varys said gently, "to what do I owe this attention?" "You owe it to the king," Bywater replied. His voice held no humor. "Turn around." Varys's brows rose faintly. "How dramatic," he murmured, but he turned, slow and compliant, letting gold cloaks search him, patting silk, finding nothing but softness. Ned approached face hard. Robert's litter was behind him, carried by grim men who looked as if they would rather be holding swords. Robert's eyes were bloodshot, his jaw tight, his patience an exposed nerve. "Varys," Ned said. "My lord hand," Varys replied, inclining his head slightly. "You look as if you've misplaced a kingdom." Robert's voice ripped across the corridor. "Did you help him?" he snarled. Varys blinked. "Help whom? Your grace?" "Joffrey," Robert spat. His mouth twisted. "The boy." "Did you help him flee?" Varys's gaze remained soft. "I helped prevent bloodshed," he said. Robert's laugh was a harsh bark that turned into a cough. Pain hit him. He rode it like a wave and spat the taste of copper onto the stone. "Answer," Robert growled. "Yes or no?" Varys's eyes flicked to Ned, as if seeking the more reasonable man. Ned did not soften. "Yes," Varys said at last. "In the sense that I did not bar every door when he ran. In the sense that I understood that if the boy died in your courtyard, you would have drowned in blood for it." Stannis was not present, but Ned could hear his voice in his head anyway. "Hang him." Robert's hands clenched. "So you betrayed me," he said. Varys's mouth tightened. "Regret, or performance of regret." "I served the realm," he said quietly. "And in this moment, the realm may not be perfectly aligned with your pride." Ned's eyes narrowed. "My daughters were attacked," he said. "Men came for them. Did you serve the realm then too?" Varys's gaze dipped. "I warned men who could act," he said. "Your daughters live. They live because Syrio Farrell died," Ned said, and his voice cracked on the name like a stone breaking ice. For a heartbeat, something flickered across Varys's face. Not pity, not guilt, calculation, adjusting. "Many die," Varys said softly. "That is why I move pieces before they are crushed entirely." Robert surged forward on the litter, as far as his wound would allow. "You move pieces," he snarled. "You move my life, my city, my children." His eyes burned. "My shame, like you're playing some little game in tunnels." Varys's hands remained raised, palms open. "It is not a game," he said. "It is survival." Bywater's spear point nudged forward, pressing into Varys's silk. "Enough," Bywater said. "You'll speak to the king in his chamber, or you'll speak to Ser Island in the yard. Your choice." Varys's eyes flicked to the spear, then back to Robert. "If you kill me," he said gently, "you will lose what you cannot replace. Eyes in every alley, ears in every hall. Spiders can be crushed, but the flies will still come. And without me, you will not know where they land." Robert's teeth bared. "I don't trust flies," he rasped. Ned's voice was low. "You will be held," he said, "in a cell, not a chamber. You will write down everything you know about Joffrey's route, Tywin's plans, Renly's march, and every tunnel you've ever used. If you lie," Varys smiled faintly, "you will not hesitate," he said. "Yes, I have learned that about you, Lord Stark." Robert's gaze stayed locked on him. "You're not dead," Robert said. "Not yet, because part of me believes you when you say you're useful." His voice turned to gravel. But if I smell you twisting one more thread against me, I'll hang you from the walls and let the city's birds pick your eyes out. And I'll call it a lesson in survival." Varys bowed his head slightly. "As you command," he murmured. Bywater gestured. Men seized Varys by the arms, not roughly but firmly, because silk moved best when guided. Varys did not struggle. He only turned his head slightly and said, almost conversationally, "The realm is choosing kings quickly now." Ned's eyes hardened. "Then we must move faster," he said. Robert stared down the corridor where Varys was being taken and felt the old, wild urge to smash every game board in the world. He could not smash time, so he did the next best thing. He began to plan like a man who finally understood that winning a war did not mean winning peace. Tywin's raven reached Renly's camp on the third day of marching. It arrived as the sun bled red behind the hills, casting long shadows over tents and pickets. Men cheered somewhere nearby as if war were still a festival. Horses stamped, cooks stirred pots. The reach moved like a confident beast. Renly took the letter in his own hand. The lion seal stared up at him like an insult. He broke it. Mace Tyrell hovered close, eyes gleaming. Olenna sat nearby, cane across her lap, mouth pursed. Marjorie watched from behind her wine cup, expression smooth. Loras stood to Renly's other side, posture tight. Renly read, and his smile grew slower, more careful. Tywin wrote as if he were speaking to an equal. That alone was an offer. He did not bend the knee. He did not call Renly king. He did not call him traitor either. He called him Lord Renly Baratheon. And within that title was room for all kinds of futures. The gist was simple and dangerous. Tywin suggested that Robert's court had become a nest of northern ambition and dragonstone severity, that the queen had been seized unlawfully, that her children had been taken as hostages. He suggested that the realm needed a reasonable solution, one that prevented Stannis' harshness from choking the south. Tywin offered coin. He offered quiet support. He offered, most importantly, the promise that Lannister steel would not fall on Renly's rear while he marched on King's Landing. In return, Tywin asked for two things: Cersei alive, and the question of the children's legitimacy buried under a great council that could be guided toward peace. Mace exhaled like a man-smelling prophet. "He wants you," he said, delighted. "He wants to deal." Olenna's eyes narrowed. "He wants to use," she corrected. Loras's voice was tight. "He wants to save his daughter," he said, "and keep his blood near the throne." Renly folded the letter slowly, feeling its weight. "He wants a realm that doesn't hang him for treason," he said, almost amused. "And he wants someone else to do the dirty work of breaking Robert and Stannis." Marjorie's gaze was steady. "Can we use him first?" she asked softly. "Before he uses us?" Olenna's mouth twitched. "That's the only reason to dance with lions," she said. Renly looked out toward the army. Green banners rippling, men laughing around cookfires, knights polishing armor as if shine could stop death. "Robert lives," Renly said quietly, and the words held both irritation and something darker. If Robert died, this would be easy. Stannis would be the enemy, Law would be the sword, and I would be the shield the realm wanted. "And now?" Loras asked. Renly's smile returned, bright as ever. "Now I must be the shield against two enemies," he said. "Stannis' law and Tywin's gold." Mace leaned in eager. "Then take Tywin's gold," he urged. "Let him break Stannis for you." Olenna's cane tapped once on the ground. "And let him put a leash on you," she said. "Lions love leashes. They call them alliances." Renly turned the letter over in his hands. "We do not answer yet," he decided. "Not with yes, not with no. We answer with ambiguity. Enough to keep his hopes alive." Marjorie's smile was small. "Hope makes men predictable," she said. Renly looked at her, and in her calm eyes he saw the future he wanted. A court that smiled while it cut. "Exactly," he said. He glanced at Loras. "Send a raven," he said. "Polite, warm, vague. Tell Tywin I share his concern for the realm." Tell him I do not wish to see Cersei harmed. Tell him I will consider a great council once I have secured Storm's End and the Storm Lords." Loras's jaw clenched. "And if he hears that as agreement?" he asked. Renly's smile sharpened. "Let him," he said. "Men do more for what they think they're about to win than for what they've already got." Olenna watched him, eyes bright. "Careful, stag," she murmured. "Lions bite when they realize the rope is in your hands." Renly's grin did not fade. "Then I'll keep my hands strong," he said. He tucked the letter away and stepped out into the camp's noisy dusk, wearing confidence like armor while the realm's true teeth closed in around them all. Robert insisted on armor the way a drowning man insisted on air. They tried to talk him out of it. Ned with cold reason, Barristan with quiet caution, the maester with trembling hands and muttered words about stitches and fever. Even Stannis, in his own harsh way, warned him that a king dead in his armor was still dead. Robert listened and ignored them all. He sat on a bench in a small armory room and let men strap leather and steel to him in careful stages, as if building him into a weapon. Every tug at the straps pulled at the bandage beneath. Every tightening made his side burn. Sweat stood on his brow in cold beads. Ned watched from the doorway, arms folded, expression grim. "You will tear yourself open," he said. Robert grunted. "Then I'll bleed in a way that matters," he rasped. Stannis stood near the wall, hands behind his back, eyes like chips of ice. "You don't need to ride," he said. "You need to command." "I've been commanding from a bed for 15 years, Robert snapped. "Look where it got me." Barristan held Robert's helmet, a black helm with small antlers worked into the brow. "Your Grace," he said gently. "If you fall on a field, the realm falls with you." Robert's mouth twisted. "The realm's already falling," he said. "I'm just deciding which way it lands." He tried to stand. His legs shook. He forced them still with sheer stubbornness. Ned's eyes narrowed. "Where do you intend to go?" he demanded. Robert looked at him. "To the gates," he said. "To the walls. To the men. I'm tired of ravens carrying my courage for me. Renly marches. Tywin gathers. The city whispers. I want my soldiers to see their king standing, not rotting." Stannis's jaw tightened. "And if you collapse?" he asked. "Then you catch me," Robert said, and there was a dark humor in it. "Or you let me fall and take the crown faster. Either way, you win, brother." Stannis's eyes flashed, but he said nothing. Ned stepped forward, voice low. "You are not doing this for the men," he said. "You are doing it because you cannot bear being seen weak." Robert's nostrils flared. He admitted. "And because weakness invites knives. You should understand that, Stark. Your honor is a target. My wounds are a target. If I show the realm I can still stand, I make them think twice." "Or you make them aim better," Ned replied. Robert bared his teeth. "Let them aim," he said. "I'm tired of being hunted." Barristan lowered the helmet toward him. Robert took it with both hands, hesitated as if feeling the weight of old battles, then set it on his head. The world narrowed through the visor slit. His breath echoed inside the steel. "Ready?" Robert rasped. Ned stared at him and saw, for a moment, the old warlord, bloody and laughing on the trident, swinging a hammer that made princes fall. Then the moment cracked, and Ned saw the truth. A king stitched together by pain and pride, walking on the edge of death because he could not stand still. "If you die," Ned said quietly, "this war becomes a different war." Robert's voice came muffled through the helm. "If I die," he said, "then make sure it becomes a war we win." He turned toward the door. The armor creaked. His side screamed. He moved anyway, because Robert Baratheon had never known how to retreat gracefully. Dawn broke thin and sharp. Wind swept along the walls of the Red Keep, carrying the smell of the river and the city's waking sweat. Below, King's Landing stirred uneasily. Shutters opening, hawkers shouting with less confidence than before, small knots of people gathering where they should have dispersed. Fear made the city restless. Hunger made it mean. Robert stood on the wall in armor, one gauntlet hand gripping the stone, the other resting on a sword that was not his hammer but would do. He leaned more than he wanted to. The stone held him up. He pretended it was only casual. Ned stood to his left, cloak snapping, eyes scanning the streets for movement that didn't belong. Stannis stood to Robert's right, rigid, face turned toward the horizon as if he could see enemies forming there in the air itself. Ravens burst from the rookery behind them in a sudden black scatter, wings beating hard. They rose into the pale morning and split apart toward every corner of the realm, carrying proclamations and warnings and half-truths wrapped in wax. Robert watched them go and felt something like grief. Once, he had won a crown with a hammer and a shout. Now he fought for it with birds. "Look," Ned said quietly. Far to the northeast, a thin column of smoke rose against the morning sky, too distant to see its source, but too steady to be a hearth. The Riverlands again. Another village. Another message written in fire. Tywin's hand, Robert thought. Always Tywin's hand. Stannis' mouth tightened. "He burns," he said. "He always burns," Robert replied. "It's his way of speaking." Below, soldiers were forming lines in the yard, gold cloaks under Bywater's hard control, men-at-arms of the crown, a few knights whose banners still flew in the keep. They moved with purpose now, because purpose was infectious when a king stood where they could see him. A shout rose from the city street near the gate as a crowd pressed closer, faces tilted up toward the walls. "They want to see you," Ned murmured, as if that were both warning and weapon. Robert's lip curled. "Let them," he said. "Let them remember who holds this castle." He stepped closer to the crenellation, pain flashing bright behind his eyes and then receding under stubbornness. He lifted his head so the crown helm caught the new light. "People of King's Landing." He roared, and the sound rolled down the stone like thunder. The crowd's noise surged up in answer, cheers, curses, questions. A living thing. Robert let it wash for a heartbeat, then cut through it again. "You want to know who rules?" he shouted. "Look up." "Ido." The roar below shifted. Some cheered, some spat, but all listened. "You hear of pretenders crowned in roses," Robert bellowed. "You hear of lions prowling and princes hiding. You hear whispers that your king is weak." He leaned forward, voice rough and relentless. "I am wounded," he admitted. "Not weak. I am still your king. And any man who brings war to my city will learn that walls have teeth." Behind him, Stannis watched the crowd with cold eyes, as if measuring how many would need hanging. Ned watched with grim focus, as if measuring how many could be saved. Robert pointed toward the Rose Road in the distance where he could not see Renly but could feel him like a thorn under skin. "Renly Baratheon has crowned himself," he shouted. "He has broken faith with his brother and his king. Any lord who rides under his banner rides against the Iron Throne." The crowd murmured, unsettled by the clarity. Simple proclamations were easier to digest than complicated truths. "And Tywin Lannister burns your fields and your kin," Robert went on, voice hardening. "He will be answered. I swear it." Stannis' head turned slightly at that oath, as if taking it as binding. Ned's jaw tightened, already thinking of how to answer a fire with limited water. Robert's voice dropped, still carrying. "You will have bread," he said. "You will have order. You will have peace, when the men who steal it are broken." He raised his gauntlet fist once, and the crowd below responded with a jagged, hungry sound, half cheer, half howl. Robert stepped back from the crenellation as if the wall itself had taken enough of him. He gripped the stone harder, breathing through pain. Ned leaned close, voice low. "You cannot hold them forever with words," he said. Robert's mouth twisted. "Then we hold them with steel," he rasped. Stannis' voice was quiet, lethal. "And with law," he added. Robert looked out over the city, over the river, over the distant smoke, and felt the realm's weight pressing down on his stitched side. He had survived the Boar. Now he had to survive the storm he'd woken by living. And as ravens vanished into the morning and banners began to move across Westeros, the first true shape of the war finally emerged. 3 crowns, 1 realm, and no one left with clean hands.